Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51, Kill the True Creator. As they stepped out of the Blackthorn Security Company, the sun had already begun its descent. The remaining rays of light painted the sky in hues of fiery red, blending with the crimson moon that had just risen on the opposite horizon. Klein had originally planned to take a public carriage from the station, but Edward casually flagged down a rented carriage instead. As soon as they got in, Klein turned to Edward with a serious expression and extended his hand. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. Klein Moretti, a blessed of the Fool, though I have yet to join the Tarot Club. Edward, a devoted believer of the Fool, willing to dedicate my entire life and soul in his service. Wherever the Fool's sword points, that is the path I shall follow. Wherever his gaze falls, that is where my efforts shall be." Cough, cough, cough. Klein barely held back his embarrassment, hurriedly cutting him off. All right, Edward, the Fool is already well aware of your devotion. Praise the Fool." Edward placed his right hand over his chest, bowing slightly. Praise the Fool. What else could Klein do? He could only follow suit. Does the esteemed blessed have any divine decree to convey to me? Edward asked with an expectant look. Not exactly. Klein quickly added, and just call me Klein. Normally, I shouldn't be revealing my identity to members of the Tarot Club this early, but today's events were rather unexpected. Thank you, Klein. Edward spoke sincerely before asking, so, are you staying with the Tinjin Nighthawks to carry out a secret mission for the Fool? Klein hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. That's right, but I can't share the details just yet. Mainly because I haven't figured out how to explain it. Understood. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Klein nodded before asking, by the way, weren't you living in Backlund? Why did you suddenly move to Tinjin? Edward let out a sigh, his expression turning helpless. Not sure if the Fool mentioned this to you, but the True Creator has taken an interest in me. To avoid potential assassinations from the Aurora Order, I had no choice but to relocate here. I originally considered fleeing to the sea, but Mr. the Hangman advised against it. Pausing for a moment, Edward rested his chin on his hand and muttered, I wonder what kind of price I'd have to pay to get the Fool to deal with the Aurora Order, or even the True Creator. Klein turned his gaze to the passing scenery outside, forcing a bitter smile. Am I supposed to kill the True Creator? Bro, I literally just advanced to Sequence 8. That kind of absurdity is beyond impossible. At that moment, he suddenly spotted his sister, Melissa, walking along the street. Without thinking, he called out. Melissa? ? Melissa turned toward the carriage with a puzzled expression. Klein. Then, her face immediately shifted into a stern look as she scolded him seriously. Klein, I know your new job pays well, but that doesn't mean you should waste money. There's a perfectly good public carriage system, yet you're splurging on this. The money you spent on this ride could have bought us a proper meal with meat. Hit with an unexpected verbal assault, Klein found himself speechless. He forced an awkward smile and introduced, this is my sister, Melissa. She's quite frugal. Edward stopped the carriage, opened the door, and smiled. We meet again, beautiful lady. Klein originally planned to take the public carriage, but I insisted he ride with me instead. Don't worry, he didn't have to pay for it. Melissa instinctively covered her mouth, her face flushing bright red in embarrassment. Sorry, Klein, I didn't know. It's fine, I know you only meant well for our family. But why are you walking home again? Melissa pursed her lips, staying silent. All right, Miss Moretti, why don't you hop in too? Edward suggested. She declined softly, no need, I'm almost home anyway. Then we won't take the carriage either, Edward said as he jumped out of the vehicle. Melissa quickly waved her hands. No, there's no need. You don't have to bother with me, just head home. Edward paid the fare and turned to Melissa with a gentle smile. I'm good friends with your brother, Klein. There's no need to be so formal with me. Isn't that right, Klein? Klein immediately stepped in between Edward and Melissa, his posture cautious as if guarding against a thief. Wait, you two know each other. We met the other day when I was house hunting. I had no idea she was your sister, what a coincidence. Klein let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. As they continued chatting, the three of them walked down the street together, soon arriving at the intersection of Daffodil Street. Edward waved his hand, preparing to leave. All right, I'll head back now. Melissa hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mr. Edward, it's almost dinner time. Would you like to join us for dinner? Edward turned to Klein. Is that all right? No problem, as long as you don't mind our simple home-cooked meals. Of course not. At that moment, Edward suddenly slapped his forehead, reached into his coat, and rummaged around for a bit before pulling something out. Lilith. He had just yanked a whole cat from inside his clothes. Almost forgot about her. The moment Lilith was freed, she immediately started complaining. Her tiny paws flailed at Edward as she meowed furiously. Meow. Oh. Klein and Melissa were completely baffled. Wait, where did the cat just come from? His clothes were perfectly flat a second ago. Is this some kind of mystical ability? Klein speculated inwardly. Edward placed Lilith on his shoulder and, with a swift motion, produced a deck of cards in both hands. As you can see, I'm a magician. Pulling animals out of nowhere is just a simple trick, right? Lilith rolled her eyes dramatically. Mrrr. Oh, she's adorable. Melissa's eyes instantly lit up, unable to tear her gaze away from Lilith. Can I pet her? Lilith, greet this beautiful lady, Edward said. Lilith yawned before gracefully leaping toward Melissa. Melissa quickly reached out to catch her, gently stroking her soft fur. So fluffy. Meanwhile, Klein's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he watched Edward closely. This guy doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he? Using a cute pet to lower a girl's guard, then making his move to win her favor, Klein might have no personal experience, but he'd seen plenty of dating tips in his past life that described this exact tactic. For some reason, a ridiculous image flashed through Klein's mind, Edward wearing flashy loafers and a cocky grin, casually saying, from now on, let's keep things separate. I'll call you Mr. Fool, and you can call me brother-in-law. What the hell? While Klein was lost in his wild thoughts, the three of them arrived at 2 Daffodil Street. Melissa, still holding Lilith, stepped forward to unlock the door. Turning back, she gave a warm smile. Please come in, Mr. Edward. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. With an exhausted expression, Zio returned home and immediately spotted Fur sitting upright at her desk, appearing deeply engrossed in her writing. Glancing at the messy couch, Zio muttered, "Stop pretending. The sofa is still warm." And no, it's not. Furs turned around, her face flushing red as she protested, "I've been writing all night. I've already written. She looked down at the manuscript in front of her. Only 2 lines had been scribbled down. She froze in embarrassment. Zio collapsed onto the sofa, her fatigue evident. Furs quickly poured her a glass of water and handed it over with a fawning smile. Here, drink some. How was your night? Not bad. I managed to buy the materials I needed, and I also got 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's notebook. Zio took a sip of water, then stared blankly into the reflection of the gas lamp in her glass, momentarily lost in thought. Earlier that evening, while purchasing materials for the sheriff potion, she had encountered a mysterious individual wearing a golden mask. The person claimed that the sheriff formula in Zio's possession had originally come from his client, and that it had been distributed as a means of recruiting suitable candidates for a certain job. Fearing that outright refusal might offend this enigmatic figure, Zio had refrained from rejecting the offer on the spot. After setting up a future meeting location and means of contact, the masked person had departed. However, on her way home, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She was worried that she had unknowingly entangled herself with some dangerous organization, an involvement that could also put Furs at risk. Noticing Zio's troubled expression, Furs asked, "What happened?" After hesitating for a moment, Zio told her everything. "Don't worry. From what you've described, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. If it turns out to be dangerous, well, worst case, we just move again." "All right." Zio quickly composed herself and retrieved the materials for her ritual magic. "I'll notify Edward about the notebook pages I found." She took a deep breath and solemnly chanted. "I summon in my name the wandering spirit within the void. A friendly creature willing to serve. The messenger that belongs to Edward." The candlelight flickered slightly. A slit seemed to tear open in the air before her, rippling with waves of darkness that spread outward. A shadowy figure shot out from the rift, dragging a long, phantom-like trail as it hovered in midair. It tilted its head and let out a raspy voice. "What do you need?" Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 52, The Strange Diary. 2 Daffodil Street. Since Benson had to work overtime that night, the dinner table only had Edward, Klein, Melissa, and their maid, Bella. The meal consisted of pea-stewed lamb, desi pie, tomato mushroom soup, honey-roasted meat, and butter-fried toast. It wasn't an extravagant feast, but for the Moretti family, it was a rare, grand meal. Since Melissa was present, Edward and Klein avoided discussing anything related to the supernatural. Instead, Klein shared amusing anecdotes from his job at the security company, particularly about Leonard, who carried himself like a true protagonist. Meanwhile, Edward talked about his experiences in Backlund. Dinner lasted until 8 p.m., after which Edward took his leave. Melissa reluctantly returned Lilith to him, and Klein escorted him to the street corner. As they walked, Edward suddenly asked, "Klein, when do you plan to tell Melissa and your brother about the existence of Beyonders?" Klein paused for a moment, his expression complex. "If possible, I hope they never find out," he said in a low voice. "The captain once told me that we Beyonders may appear to have abilities beyond ordinary people, but in reality, we're just a bunch of miserable wretches constantly resisting insanity. I think being an ordinary person who knows nothing at all might actually be happier." From what I've heard in Backlund, the future of the Lone Kingdom is likely to be far from peaceful. Not peaceful? You mean? Yes, the friction between Lone and several neighboring countries is intensifying. At any moment, it could escalate into war. Whether they're Beyonders or ordinary people, no one will be able to stay out of it. But at least Beyonders have a better chance of protecting themselves than regular folks do. Klein froze. War. That word felt incredibly distant to him. Growing up in the modern era, he had only ever seen war through the internet. He found it difficult to imagine what warfare in a supernatural world would be like. In the original novel, Klein first felt a true sense of crisis and the urge to grow stronger after Old Neil lost control and died. But right now, Old Neil, though not in great shape, was still alive, so Klein naturally wasn't feeling the same level of urgency. Edward felt it was necessary to put a little pressure on him. After all, this man was supposed to be the future savior of the world. "But you don't have to worry too much," Edward added casually. "Nothing has happened yet, after all. See you later." 5 Tulip Street. The moment Edward stepped back into his apartment, a blackbird materialized out of thin air. Lilith, who had been dozing on his shoulder, jolted awake in alarm. With a swift motion, she darted under the sofa, crouching low in a predatory stance. The blackbird flitted past, leaving behind a note before vanishing. Edward picked it up and read the message. "Just received word, your bounty expires in 2 days. Also, I found 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's notebook, Zio." Edward rubbed his forehead. "Ah, I completely forgot about that. 2 weeks ago, when he first arrived in Backlund, or rather, his second arrival, he had been ambushed by Zio. That was when he learned someone had placed a bounty on him, issued by none other than Viscount Glaint. Something about it felt deeply wrong. Based on the timing, the bounty had been placed before Edward had even transmigrated into this world. In other words, he shouldn't have existed here yet. So who would put a bounty on someone who didn't exist? And how did they have an accurate portrait of him? Could it just be a coincidence, someone who just happened to look like him? Hopefully, I'll get some answers tomorrow." At that moment, Lilith suddenly sprang out from under the couch. Rising onto her hind legs, she furiously swiped at the air where the blackbird had disappeared, her little paws flailing as she let out an enraged meow meow meow. If those meows could be translated, Edward was sure they'd be full of profanities. He grabbed her by the front paws and lifted her up, chuckling. "Lilith, do you think I should find you a potion to drink?" He grinned slyly. "How about an assassin potion? Who knows, maybe you'll turn into a cat girl." Meow. The next morning. For the first time in a while, Edward got a proper night's sleep. He had prepared an extra-large bowl of cat food for Lilith in advance. After stuffing herself, she curled up obediently in his arms, soft and fluffy, making for an excellent hand-warmer. Once he finished washing up and getting dressed, he had breakfast and then set out. His first stop was the Blackthorn Security Company, where he took a day off. His reason? Yesterday's sudden induction into the Nighthawks had been too abrupt, and he had some personal matters to take care of. Dunsmith approved the leave without hesitation. At 9:30 a.m., Edward knocked on the door of Zio and Fur's apartment. There was a long pause before he heard heavy footsteps inside. Then, the door was abruptly yanked open, revealing a disheveled, groggy-looking Zio. She scowled at him. "What do you want?" Edward held up the note. "Didn't you ask me to come? That doesn't mean you had to be this early. But it's already almost 9:30. Edward gave her a once-over, then smirked. "Miss Zio, have you been influenced by Miss Furs?" Behind her, Fur stuck her head out, toothpaste foam still around her mouth. "Mr. Edward, speaking ill of a lady behind her back is hardly gentlemanly." Zio shot him an annoyed glare before stomping back inside. Moments later, she returned with 2 sheets of paper and handed them over. £15 in total. Edward glanced at the pages. Seeing that they were written in Chinese, he paid without hesitation. Zio narrowed her eyes. "What? You planning to stick around and watch a lady wash up and get dressed?" Edward backed away immediately as she cracked her knuckles menacingly. Wait, I haven't finished talking." He cleared his throat and continued, "You mentioned in your letter that my bounty has 2 days left. If we go now, will we still make it in time?" Of course. Zio's eyes lit up at the mention of the bounty. After a brief moment of thought, she said, "Wait for my signal." She then added, "Just so we're clear, I'll take you there, but getting the reason behind your bounty is your problem." "No issue." Edward suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, I told you last time, unless it's an absolute emergency, try to avoid using my messenger. I've rented a place at 88 Minsk Street, so if you need to contact me, just send a letter there. Isn't using a messenger faster and more convenient?" Edward spread his hands. "It is more convenient for you, but I have to pay it every time. The fee is about 10 gold pounds per delivery. Of course, if you're willing to cover the cost, then by all means, go ahead." Zio's eyes widened. 10 gold pounds per trip. Relying on her fists, she sometimes had to handle multiple arbitration cases just to earn that much. "I wish I had a job like that," Furs muttered as she lounged on the sofa. 10 deliveries a day would be £100, £3,000 a month, and in a year, what a wonderful thought. She leaned back, closed her eyes, and indulged in her fantasy. Edward and Zio exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Before long, Zio put on her night-style outfit, strapped on her triangular blade, and headed for the door. "Once I confirm the time for the operation, I'll come directly to 88 Minsk Street to find you." "No problem." They stepped out together, Zio heading straight for the pub where the bounty had been issued, while Edward returned to 88 Minsk Street. He used the vanishing cabinet to enter Audrey's suitcase space. Thanks to their efforts over the past few weeks, the interior had expanded to over 100 square meters, divided by wooden partitions into 4 rooms, a bedroom, a living area, a sitting room, and a storage room. She had initially wanted to add a washroom, but the complexity of the plumbing system forced her to abandon the idea. Apart from the storage room, which was filled with miscellaneous items, the other 3 rooms were lavishly furnished. It wasn't that she particularly enjoyed extravagance, rather, these were the only styles available in the Hall family's collection. Upon stepping into the sitting room, Edward was met with a peculiar sight, a heap of objects that clashed with the otherwise elegant decor: television, DVD player, discs, a Famicom, and other electronic devices. Clearly, they had been put to good use. He could just imagine the dignified and graceful Miss Hall staying up late, engrossed in Contra or Super Mario. That would certainly be an amusing sight. After inspecting the space, he ascended the ladder and knocked rhythmically on the suitcase. A few minutes later, Audrey descended with a tray laden with a lavish breakfast. "I was just about to eat when you arrived. Would you like to join me?" "Of course," Edward replied, taking out 2 diary pages. "And we can also take a look at the Roselle Emperor's diary pages I just found." Her emerald green eyes gleamed slightly as she broke into a delighted smile. "That sounds great." They sat side by side as Edward began translating. March 2nd. "My recent actions seem to have aroused suspicion among those around me. I need to be more careful, otherwise, these natives might just burn me at the stake, thinking I'm a demon. Got diarrhea again today. Even though I repeatedly told them to boil the water before drinking, these idiots kept forgetting. Just my luck. The toilet design here is outrageous. The 3rd floor toilet actually connects directly to the 1st floor cesspit. March 3rd. Yesterday, I almost fell into the toilet while using it. I nearly became the first transmigrator to die in a latrine. No, I need to invent the modern toilet as soon as possible. March 4th. Failed. Roselle, oh Roselle, have you forgotten how close you came to falling into the toilet? The next few days, I must find a way to make a proper flush toilet. March 5th. Miss Marty is really beautiful. After translating the first page, Audrey wore a peculiar expression. Emperor Roselle's early years were really something. She struggled for the right word before finally saying, and to think that his motivation for inventing the modern toilet was nearly falling into a cesspit. Edward burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So let's all give thanks to that toilet. Without it, who knows if you'd even have proper sanitation today. That's terrifying. Praise the Emperor." Edward then took out the 2nd diary page. Sigh. So boring. There's nothing here. Why did I suddenly end up here? I just took a nap. I really want to go home. Sob sob. So boring, so boring, so boring. Not writing anymore, I'm going out for a walk. This diary entry was short and contained little useful information. However, Edward's expression subtly changed. This page wasn't written by Emperor Roselle. Audrey picked up both pages and compared them. "Why do you say that?" "Because the handwriting is different. But these could have been copied down by later generations." Edward pointed to the beginning of the 2nd page. "It's not just the handwriting. Everyone has their own writing habits, a unique storytelling style, and subtle differences in wording. But this entry's tone is completely different from Roselle's usual style. It feels more like a child scribbling nonsense." So, someone forged this page. There had been fake diary pages in the original Lord of the Mysteries, but those were all crude forgeries filled with nonsensical ramblings. This page, on the other hand, was simple yet coherent, and, most importantly, the writer clearly knew Chinese. A thought surfaced in Edward's mind. Could there be another transmigrator? Who was this transmigrator? When did they arrive? What traces did they leave behind? And most importantly, with another transmigrator involved, was this world still the Lord of the Mysteries he remembered? You okay? Audrey asked. Edward forced a smile. Just wondering, if this page wasn't written by Emperor Roselle, then who was the author? Who else in this world understands Chinese? The fool, Audrey answered without hesitation. Then she frowned. But this entry doesn't seem like something a great being would write. Let's present it to the fool at next Monday's tarot gathering. Maybe he will have an answer. No. He would probably be even more shocked than me. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Person. Speaking of the fool. Edward took a sip of his unsweetened black tea. I met one of his blessed yesterday. The fool's blessed. As expected, Audrey's eyes lit up. She hastily set down her coffee cup and leaned forward. Who is he? Is he a demigod or an angel? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This blessed has only just advanced to sequence 8. Edward recounted the events of the previous day. After listening, Audrey's expression turned strange. So, you beat up the Nighthawks from Tingen City, and then joined their team. Edward made the sign of the crimson moon over his chest, his face full of devotion. It was all the will of the goddess. Audrey rolled her eyes, quite unladylike. You're being deliberately mysterious. All right, then let's talk about something interesting. If all goes as planned, I'll be working with Miss Zio this afternoon or evening to meet Viscount Glaint, the one who put a bounty on me. Want to come along? Of course. Edward leaned in and whispered in her ear, here's the plan. Audrey raised her hand. I have a question. There's only the two of us here. Why are you whispering? I just thought secret plans were always discussed like this in movies. By the time Zio arrived at 88 Minsk Street to find Edward, it was already 7 p.m. She held a bundle of rope, her eager expression making it clear she had been planning this for a while. Furs, with an unlit lady's cigarette between her lips, looked quite pleased. After all, she had been cooped up for nearly a week. Everything's arranged. We'll first take a carriage to the Bridge District, then switch to the one provided by Viscount Glaint, which will take us straight to the meeting location. Did they mention where the destination is? Zio shrugged. Even the contact I spoke to didn't know. All right, let's get you tied up now. You're enjoying this a little too much. Absolutely not. 10 minutes later, the three of them set out under the cover of night. The carriage rocked gently as it made its way toward Backlund Bridge. The main streets were illuminated by streetlights, bustling with pedestrians and activity. As they neared the bridge, another carriage pulled up alongside them. In a brief moment of synchronization, both doors opened, and the switch was executed swiftly. The moment they got into the new carriage, Zio noticed something off. It was completely sealed except for the doors, with no windows at all. That meant there was no way to see the outside environment or determine their final destination. Both Zio and Furs immediately became alert, one ready to strike at any moment, the other preparing to flee if necessary. About 20 minutes later, the carriage slowed down. A heavy clang echoed as a door somewhere was shut, and then the vehicle came to a full stop. After a brief wait, the carriage door creaked open, revealing a man in a black robe and mask standing outside. Get out. Zio was the first to step out, quickly scanning her surroundings. They were inside a massive abandoned building, empty and covered in years of dust, likely a warehouse. About 10 meters away, 3 masked figures in black robes stood waiting. The one in the middle visibly flinched upon seeing Zio, his pupils contracting slightly before he hurriedly looked away, guilt written all over his body language. That must be Viscount Glaint. No issues here, Zio said after confirming there were no immediate threats. She signaled for Furs to get out, then used both hands to lift the sack containing Edward and tossed it unceremoniously onto the ground. I've brought the target. Would you like to verify? Glaint suppressed his voice, speaking in a deliberately disguised tone. Check him. One of the masked figures quickly stepped forward, opened the sack to reveal Edward's head, then took out a portrait and compared the two. After a brief moment, he turned back to Glaint and nodded. It's him. Good. Glaint's voice carried a hint of relief. Give them the 200-pound bounty. Wait. Zio's gaze landed firmly on Glaint. I am an arbiter. I make my living by resolving disputes and taking on commissions, but I have a professional responsibility to ensure. She nudged Edward with her foot. That the person I'm delivering is truly guilty of a crime. Glaint nervously rubbed his fingers together. I was just posting a request for someone else. I don't know the full details either. I'll give you an extra £100, just take the money and leave. No. Zio's face turned serious. That would violate my professional ethics. As she spoke, Zio crouched down, once again wrapping Edward up in the sack, making a show of lifting him back onto the carriage. That's enough for today. Wait. Viscount Glaint instinctively took a few steps forward, but then he suddenly remembered, this short woman in front of him was someone who could cripple a person with a single strike. Advancing any further or retreating both seemed like terrible options. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, I'll add another £100, no, 150. I already told you, this isn't about money. Zio effortlessly tossed Edward back onto the carriage. All right, take us back. No, I. Viscount Glaint was so flustered that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Suddenly, a slow clapping sound echoed from the shadows. Ha ha ha. I like people with principles. If we were in a different place, I'd definitely try to recruit you onto my ship. A man draped in a black cloak stepped out. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with slightly burnt yellow eyebrows and deep blue, bright eyes. His skin was rough, as if it had been exposed to the sun for years, but his facial features remained somewhat soft. The moment Zio saw him, her nerves immediately tensed. Her spirituality twitched, sending her a strong warning, this man was dangerous. Furs instinctively grabbed Zio's hand, ready to use her bracelet to open a door and escape at any moment. The cloaked man raised his hands in a calming gesture, smiling. Relax, I'm the one who had Viscount Glaint put up that bounty. As for why I wanted him. He shrugged. Well, he's a ruthless pirate who's been terrorizing the seas, pillaging, burning, murdering, committing all kinds of atrocities. Then, he added casually, of course, that has nothing to do with me. The bounty exists simply because he offended our captain. The seas? A captain? Who exactly was this man? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. He placed a hand over his chest and gave a slight bow, a self-satisfied smile on his face. I am Danitz, 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, under Vice Admiral Iceberg. Blazing Danny, no, Danitz. For a moment, Edward wondered if he had misheard. Shouldn't this infamous pirate be out sailing the seas or lounging on some remote island? What was he doing in Backlund, posting a bounty on him, of all people? And now he was confidently declaring Edward a ruthless pirate who had somehow offended Vice Admiral of Iceberg. This made absolutely no sense. Danitz strolled forward in a lazy, casual gait. All right, hand him over. You guys are lucky, if you delayed a few more days, I would have been back at sea, and this whole bounty would have been cancelled. At this moment, Viscount Glaint whispered cautiously, Mr. Danitz, what about the item I requested? Relax, it's ready. Danitz casually flicked a piece of paper backward. It spun neatly through the air and landed precisely in Glaint's hands. I really don't get why you're so obsessed with an apothecary formula. A hunter would be a way better profession. As he spoke, Danitz reached the carriage. Zio and Furs immediately stepped aside, clearing the path. Danitz smiled and snapped his fingers. I like dealing with smart people. With one foot stepping onto the carriage's frame, he leaned forward and reached in to grab Edward. But just as his fingers were about to make contact, 2 figures suddenly appeared inside the carriage. Hello there. Stupefy. Danitz's expression completely changed. I've been tricked. In the very next second, a force sent him flying several meters backward, slamming him into the ground. He lost consciousness on impact. Edward leaped from the carriage, grabbing the Edward inside and hurling it toward Danitz. Just as the fake Edward made contact, it morphed into an iron chain. But even unconscious, Danitz instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the chain. When he got back on his feet, a vintage revolver had appeared in his hand. Expelliarmus. Before he could fire, a streak of red light shot out, striking him directly. The revolver flew out of his grasp and landed smoothly in Edward's waiting hand. Nice gun. Edward casually turned the pitch-black barrel toward the half-kneeling Danitz. Meanwhile, Zio had already shielded Furs and moved toward the wall, prepared to open a door and escape, only to realize the fight was already over. A brief silence filled the air. Danitz, sensing the situation, dismissed the flames flickering in his right hand and raised both arms in surrender, giving a military salute. I surrender. Please, just point that gun somewhere else. Accidents happen, you know. He took a deep breath before adding, I am the 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, under Vice Admiral Iceberg. I request a ransom negotiation. A few seconds of stunned silence followed. Viscount Glaint, who had just been excited about obtaining his formula, was now frozen in shock. He swallowed hard, then hesitantly lifted both hands as well. I am Viscount Glaint. I also request a ransom negotiation. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another extra chapter if we reach 400 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. P.S. I'll be launching advanced chapters on and next week. Stay tuned. Chapter 54, 6 Wins. Tap. Audrey landed lightly, her wizard robes fluttering slightly as she touched the ground. She waved cheerfully at the shocked Zio and Furs. Miss Zio, Miss Furs, long time no see. Then, turning to another familiar face, she smiled. And, Viscount Glaint, what a coincidence. Audrey. Viscount Glaint was beginning to feel like he no longer understood this world. It was shocking enough that Danitz, the big shot he had placed his hopes on, had been defeated so easily, but that was still somewhat acceptable. However, why was Audrey here? Wait a minute. Furs couldn't hold back her question. Miss Audrey, when did you sneak into the carriage? Audrey smiled. I was here the whole time. In truth, the Edward who had been bound and stuffed into the sack from the very beginning had been a fake, created using transfiguration. Edward had long since cast the disillusionment charm on himself and Audrey before boarding the carriage. While this kind of invisibility spell wasn't as good as the one used by witches, it was still more than enough to fool someone without enhanced spiritual vision. By this point, Danitz had started to grasp the situation. His expression turned sullen as he muttered in frustration, so you all know each other. Was this entire thing a setup just to get me? During his time in Backlund, Danitz had indeed let his guard down. Here, as long as you didn't actively stir up trouble or wander into the gang-controlled dock areas, money was all you needed to live comfortably, though the air was much worse than at sea. Not long after arriving in Backlund, he had coincidentally saved Viscount Glaint. Upon learning of the man's strong desire to become a Beyonder, Danitz, not wanting to expose his own identity too much, had instructed Glaint to put up a bounty. In exchange, he had promised him an apothecary potion formula and its corresponding ingredients. For a while, it seemed like the bounty had completely vanished without a trace, and Danitz had gradually given up hope. But just when he was about to leave Backlund, good news suddenly arrived. Although he had been somewhat lax during his time in the city, years of adventuring had kept him from completely letting his guard down. Ever since the two carriages crossed paths, he had been tracking them. Once he confirmed that there were only two inexperienced Beyonders involved, he had confidently revealed himself, going as far as to proudly state his name and title. I, Blazing Danitz, will make sure Backlund remembers my name. And yet, in less than a minute, he had been utterly crushed. Frustration. Unwillingness. Rage. If it weren't for their underhanded tricks, he would have been the last one standing. So this is why Glaint put up a bounty on Edward. After listening to Viscount Glaint's explanation, Audrey sighed in relief. Before meeting Edward, the Viscount had actually been one of her closest friends. Wait a second. You're that Edward. The one who asked me to help rent a house. Glaint's face was full of shock. But, you didn't look like this before. Isn't it normal for Beyonders to be able to change their appearance? Glaint opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. I didn't know that. Wait a minute. What exactly was the relationship between Edward and Audrey? Why were they sneaking out together so late at night? Could his previous guess actually be true? Oh, poor Earl Hall. Blazing Danitz, was it? Edward lightly ran his fingers along his wand, his tone casual as he asked. Question time. Why would a pirate who has spent years sailing the seas come all the way to Backlund just to put a bounty on me? I don't know you, I don't know your captain, and I've never even been to sea. We have zero connections, so why? Danitz visibly froze for a moment. Then, his voice returned to normal as he answered. I saw your portrait in the captain's quarters. Your name is Edward, right? Funny thing, my captain's last name is Edwards. Only a single letter difference, maybe you're even related to her. Edward raised an eyebrow. And this is how you treat your captain's possible relative? Danitz shrugged. Hey, it's my first time in Backlund. I don't know my way around. This method was just convenient, right? Edward twirled his wand in his fingers, then smiled faintly. That actually makes a lot of sense. In that case. The spinning wand suddenly stilled. Imperio. After a brief struggle, a peculiar smile surfaced on Danitz's face. Under the Imperio's curse, a person would feel an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. In this state, they would follow any command without question. Previously, when dealing with Christine, Edward had refrained from using this spell. After all, he still needed to negotiate with the Abraham family for potion formulas. But for a pirate like Danitz, he had no such concerns. Tell me the real reason you were looking for me. Still smiling in bliss, Danitz answered without hesitation. One night, I saw my captain staring at a portrait for a long time. I started wondering if she had some kind of connection with the boy in the picture. Then, when I found out that the background of the portrait was in Backlund, I immediately requested leave to come here and investigate. His expression grew slightly fiercer as he continued. I was determined to find this bastard, teach him a lesson, and make sure he never had any improper thoughts about our captain. Danitz, what exactly is going on in that head of yours? Audrey covered her mouth in shock. That's impossible. There's no way you and that captain are related, but then, what's with the portrait? Only Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards can answer this question for me. Edward rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought he would finally unravel a mystery tonight, but instead, an even bigger one had appeared. With his current strength, he had no confidence in defeating Edwina, a Sequence 5 powerhouse from the Reader pathway. Even if he could defeat her, it wasn't as if he could just set sail and go looking for her, right? Wait. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards was from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, wasn't she? And the deity worshipped by the Church of Knowledge was none other than the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, who possessed the authority of omniscience. Could it be that before the Evernight goddess concealed his presence when he arrived in this mysterious world, that deity had already noticed him? No. The timeline still didn't match up. At that moment, Danitz's expression abruptly shifted from dazed bliss to shocked fury. He glared at Edward and roared. You, what the hell did you just do to me? Edward frowned slightly. So he broke free that quickly. The Imperious Curse, though considered an unforgivable curse in Harry Potter, wasn't as invincible as it was made out to be. Its effects weakened with repeated use on the same person, and if the target had a strong will, they could resist it, some could even break free instantly. And in the world of Lord of the Mysteries, how many Beyonders had weak willpower? Every single one of them was constantly resisting madness and the risk of losing control. Hey! I'm talking to you. What the hell did you? Obliviate. Danitz's body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious. To be extra sure, Edward poured a small vial of the draught of living death down his throat, ensuring he'd sleep soundly until morning. Viscount Glaint, Edward turned to him, do me a favor. Find some random pleasure house and drop him off. Make sure he gets drunk and sleeps it off. By tomorrow, he'll find his way back to the sea on his own. Oh okay. Glaint let out a relieved sigh. Looks like they're letting me off the hook. At this moment, Zio raised her hand. Mr. Edward, I suggest handing the pirate over to the authorities instead. That way, you can claim the bounty and eliminate a future threat. If you let him go, once he regains his memory, he will come after you for revenge. I understand, Edward nodded, but I still need him for some answers. With that, he pulled out a piece of parchment, pondered for a moment, and quickly jotted down a few lines before slipping it into Danitz's pocket. He needed Danitz to serve as his connection to the Vice Admiral Iceberg. Oh, right. Mind if I take a look at the apothecary formula? Viscount Glaint immediately handed it over. Main ingredients. Horn of an adult flying unicorn. 3 grams of a royal jellyfish's venom crystal. Secondary ingredients. 4 drops of hemlock juice. 50 milliliters of pure water. One could never have too many potion formulas. Who knew when someone at a Beyonder gathering might be willing to pay a fortune for one? Audrey turned to Viscount Glaint, clasping her hands together. Glaint, you must keep my little nighttime excursion a secret. Please. Viscount Glaint forced a smile. Understood. After a brief pause, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Audrey, have you already become a Beyonder? That's right. She smiled slightly. I believe your dream will come true soon as well. Zio and Furs were caught off guard. They had always assumed Audrey was just a noblewoman interested in the mystical world. But now, she seemed even more experienced than they were. Found it. Edward pulled a small pouch from Danitz's coat and opened it. Inside, there were several Beyonder materials, along with some gold coins and cash. He looked around at the others and grinned. Killing monsters and collecting loot, this is how it should be. After working all night, we finally have some gains. Viscount Glaint, upon seeing the pouch, instinctively shouted. Wait. That's mine. Edward turned to him, puzzled. You want a cut too? And no. Never mind. Viscount Glaint looked utterly defeated. If his guess was right, that pouch contained the exact ingredients needed for the apothecary formula. But asking for them back now would just make him look pathetic. Edward grinned widely. Oh, by the way, I did use some Beyonder materials while casting my abilities earlier. I'm sure that, as a generous nobleman, Viscount Glaint, you wouldn't mind covering the expenses, right? Not a problem. I'll pay for everything. No, double. I'll pay double. Much appreciated. Audrey giggled at the side. Ahem. Zio cleared her throat and added, Also, Viscount Glaint, don't forget my bounty money. Viscount Glaint nearly spat blood in frustration. You shameless woman. With that, everything finally settled down for the night. Zio secured her bounty. Furs regained her freedom. Audrey experienced an adventure. Viscount Glaint obtained the apothecary formula. Edward walked away with the formula, materials, and compensation. Even Danitz got a good night's sleep. 6 wins. Edward loved situations where nobody lost. A peaceful resolution, how perfect. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 55, a shocking discovery. After parting ways, everyone returned home. Audrey used the vanishing cabinet to return to the Hall family's villa, while Edward made his way back to Tingen. As soon as he stepped into his bedroom, Lilith, who had been curled up on his pillow, lazily stretched. She arched her back, stuck her little rump in the air, and let out a long yawn. Meow. Then, with tiny, deliberate steps, she padded over and rubbed against Edward's pant leg. Edward reached down and ruffled her little head. You know, if you stayed at Hogwarts, at least you'd have other cats, owls, and students to keep you company. But sticking with me means you'll often be left home alone. It's not that I don't want to take you with me, it's just that this world is far too dangerous. Lilith rubbed against his hand, yawned again, and with a soft plop, flopped onto the bed, curling into a fluffy little ball. Within moments, she was fast asleep again. It's about time I let Lilith take a potion. But, should I really choose the witch pathway for her? If I remember correctly, for females, the witch pathway is even more dangerous. Logically speaking, since the witch pathway was designed for women, they should have an advantage. That was, until Cheek, that damned gender-bending freak, became the primordial demoness. Perhaps out of twisted amusement, or maybe as some form of revenge, Cheek's influence made it so that all females who chose the witch pathway were more prone to losing control and going insane. However, low sequence levels were relatively safer. Edward wasn't aiming for anything extreme, he just wanted Lilith to have some way to protect herself in this world. He rubbed his chin in thought. What about that apothecary formula I just got? Both the recipe and materials are readily available. And, a vampire pathway could work too. But how the hell is a cat supposed to act like an apothecary? He picked up Lilith's soft little paw and examined it. An apothecary needs to brew potions, right? But with these tiny paws, can she even manage that? And then there was another issue. Edward recalled that anyone who consumed a potion with the same name as a deity on their pathway was at risk of becoming a vessel for that god's descent. Nope, too dangerous. The witch pathway it is. The night watchers would be hunting down a witch soon. Edward figured he could try channeling her spirit to obtain the formula. As Edward debated over Lilith's pathway, the curled-up furball suddenly peeked open one eye. A sly glint flickered within, but she quickly shut it again, pretending to be asleep. Sunday morning. Yawning, Edward made his way into Blackthorn Security Company. He had originally planned to bring Lilith along, but she had flat-out refused. After a whole night of running wild, she had earned her daytime nap. Good morning, Edward. Roseanne greeted him with a bright smile. I didn't expect you to take a day off on your first day at work. If only I had your guts, I haven't taken a break in forever. Edward accepted the coffee she handed him, taking in the light aroma of roasted beans. That bad? I mean, taking a day off now and then shouldn't be a big deal. Don't tell me the captain refuses to approve your leave. Roseanne shook her head. It's not that, it's just that every time I walk up to the captain's office, I instantly lose the courage to ask. She lowered her voice. I swear, I can see my dad in him. Edward took a sip of coffee. My advice. Everything deserves at least one attempt. Though we've only just met, I really don't think the captain is as unreasonable as you imagine. Swirling the coffee in his cup, he turned to leave. I'll be downstairs. Oh, and by the way, great coffee. Thanks. Braving the cold morning wind, Edward headed toward the Nighthawk's office. Inside, Leonard was reading a thick book. He lifted his gaze briefly when he heard Edward's footsteps, giving him a small nod in greeting. Not far from Leonard sat a pale, black-cloaked man who radiated an aura of absolute unapproachability. His fingers, deathly white, played absently with a small, razor-sharp knife. His expression was cold as ice as he spoke. Hello, I'm Fry. Fry the corpse collector, a man who spent his days dealing with the dead. Edward, he introduced himself in return. Just then, Klein emerged from the underground chamber, looking utterly exhausted. His face was haggard, and it was obvious he hadn't slept a wink all night. Oh, you're here, Klein muttered, rubbing his temple. How did it go? More or less settled. You. I was on Cheney's gate watch duty last night. If it weren't for old Neil keeping me company, I have no idea how I would have survived the shift. He glanced at his pocket watch. Damn, it's almost 8 a.m. already, I still have to head over to the shooting club. He had previously arranged a meeting with Daxter Guderian, a psychiatrist from the Greenhill Mental Asylum, at the shooting club. If not for that prior commitment, he would have gone straight home to collapse into bed. Shooting club. Edward suddenly recalled the antique revolver he had confiscated from Danitz last night. Back in the Harry Potter world, he had trained with handguns before, but revolvers in the Lord of the Mysteries world were a completely different beast. Last time, he had bought a revolver and purification bullets specifically to deal with vengeful spirits. In the end, he hadn't even fired a single shot before handing the weapon over to Harry. Maybe I should train my shooting skills too. If he ever got his hands on Beyonder firearms, they could serve as a powerful backup weapon. Imagine facing an enemy who expected him to use magic, only for him to whip out a gun instead. You thought I was going to cast a spell? Eat lead. Having made up his mind, Edward asked. Mind if I tag along? Of course not, Klein replied. Zotland Shooting Club is actually affiliated with the police department. Just show the staff your Special Operations Unit badge, and they'll take you to the underground shooting range. Oh, and before you go, stop by the armory to grab some bullets. Buying them on site is ridiculously expensive. Edward nodded and headed toward the captain's office. All right, I'll check if the captain has any tasks for me. If not, I'll go with you. A few minutes later, he emerged from the office, having received no assignments. After picking up a few magazines of ammunition from the armory, he returned. Let's go. As they reached the staircase, Edward suddenly turned back to look at Leonard. Leonard, the other night after work, it seemed like you wanted to say something to me. Did you still need to talk? Or do you want to come with us? No need, Leonard waved him off. I have to patrol the cemetery later. All right, see you around. Zotland Shooting Club, private shooting range. Edward and Klein aimed at their respective targets, firing a few rounds. Klein consistently hit the 7th ring and above with each shot, while Edward's first shot completely missed. His second landed on the 2nd ring, but from the 3rd shot onward, he managed to keep above the 5th ring, occasionally hitting the 8th ring when lucky. This level of marksmanship was far from passable. Back in the Harry Potter world, Edward had trained with small automatic pistols, which had lower recoil and were easier to aim. But in the Lord of the Mysteries world, revolvers were the norm, more powerful but with significantly higher recoil. He would need time to adjust. Klein casually flicked out the spent casings and looked at Edward in surprise. Judging from your first few shots, I thought you'd never used a gun before. I played around with them a long time ago, but it was just a brief experiment. Edward carefully loaded fresh bullets into his magazine. To be honest, I didn't expect to get used to it this quickly. Just then, a man entered the shooting range, a well-dressed gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of distinction. He paused slightly upon seeing Edward. This gentleman is... Klein smiled. My colleague, Edward. He's also a Beyonder. Edward, this is Daxter Guderian, a psychiatrist from the Greenhill Mental Asylum. Greenhill Mental Asylum. Edward's expression flickered with surprise. Just a couple of days ago, he had been invited by the asylum's director to perform magic tricks, and now, he was meeting an asylum doctor. He quickly rifled through his memories of Lord of the Mysteries and vaguely recalled that Klein had discovered this doctor was a Beyonder, eventually recruiting him as an informant. Nice to meet you. They shook hands, acknowledging each other. Klein sat down on a long, cushioned bench and toyed with the bronze whistle he had obtained from Mr. Azik the day before. How's Eugen doing lately? Dusty fell silent for a second before replying. He's really gone mad. I've tested him in every possible way, he's completely lost his sanity. I've been considering prescribing some medication to see if I can treat him. But... He hesitated, a puzzled expression crossing his face. 2 days before he lost his mind, he suddenly came to me, saying he wanted to watch some kind of magic performance. I tried asking why, but by then, his mind was already unraveling. Magic performance? Edward's brow furrowed. What a coincidence. Klein scratched his cheek, equally puzzled. Some kind of secret code. Daxter shrugged, raised his revolver, and fired 2 quick shots at the target. The interesting part is that 2 days ago, the asylum's director suddenly announced that there would be a magic performance at the hospital next week. Edward and Klein exchanged a glance. The director, is he suspicious? No. I'm fairly certain he's just an ordinary person. Klein mulled it over and asked. Before Eugen lost his mind, did anyone unusual come into contact with him? Have you checked? Other than the usual doctors, patients, nurses, and orderlies, no outsiders had any contact with him. Daxter's tone was firm. Klein nodded. What about before that? Did anyone visit him, or did he ever leave the asylum for extended periods? Dusty fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally answered. Apart from members of the psychology alchemists, fewer than 5 people visited him. One visitor, in particular, came 3 times. His name was L. He paused before adding. But Eugen once mentioned that L was a fake name. His real name is Lenivus. Lenivus. Klein's expression instantly darkened. He could never forget that con artist and scumbag, a fraud who cheated both money and women. And the moment Klein recalled Lenivus, his mind immediately jumped to that poor girl, Migos, who was still missing. While Klein felt a mix of anger and pity, Edward, upon hearing the name Lenivus, felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. An overwhelming chill spread from within him. He had forgotten. He had actually forgotten Lenivus, Migos, and even that pathetic playwright. No. Not forgotten, overlooked. After Migos attacked him, after he believed he had resolved the crisis, he still remembered the original reason why Dunn and Klein died in the novel. But he had completely ignored the real cause of their deaths. It wasn't Migos. It was that one-eyed bastard. When had this ignorance started? After arriving in Tingen. Why did this happen? Was it because of that damned quill? Migos was already dead. Her original script couldn't be continued. So now, had the playwright given up? Or was he about to write an even worse, even sloppier script? Had he already pulled Edward into a new story? What role had he arranged for him this time? If today, that bastard could make him subconsciously overlook such an important figure, then tomorrow. He could just as easily make Edward die inexplicably. No, not just possibly. Inevitably. As long as Edward remained in his script, as long as he stood in the way of Ince getting the Saint's ashes, that damned third-rate playwright would find a way to erase him. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Magic Performance at the Tarot Club. Would I get in his way? I wasn't sure. Because I had no idea how he planned to obtain the Saint's ashes this time. The key issue wasn't whether I wanted to interfere, it was whether Ince Zangwill perceived me as an obstacle. Just like in the original novel, no one had actively tried to stop him. But if it weren't for Klein and Dunn fighting desperately, the number of casualties wouldn't have been just 2. No. I can't just sit around and wait for him to come for me. I hadn't chosen to come to Tingen, but since I was already caught in this mess, I had to make preparations, even if only for self-preservation. Edward's emotions shifted drastically, and Klein immediately noticed. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. It's nothing. Monday morning. Audrey had just finished breakfast when she received a telegram from her second brother, Alfred Hall, who was in the Balam Empire on the eastern coast of the southern continent. I have found the rainbow salamander you wanted, 2 of them. Please wait for delivery. Yes. Audrey's heart leaped with joy, and she couldn't resist pumping her fist in excitement. She hadn't expected Alfred to find the rainbow salamander so quickly. With this, she now had all the ingredients needed for the telepathist potion. She could advance to sequence 8 at any time. You seem very happy, Audrey, Susie said, tilting her head in curiosity. What happened? Audrey showed her the telegram with a bright smile. I've finally obtained the last ingredient for the telepathist potion, the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. And I have 2 of them. I think I'll be able to advance to sequence 8 very soon. Susie's tail wagged slightly as she shared in Audrey's excitement. 2. Does that mean I can advance too? Audrey was caught off guard. She hesitated before asking uncertainly. Susie, are you sure you've fully digested your potion? The large golden retriever blinked and gave her a very human-like expression. I should have finished digesting mine before you did. Audrey had always envisioned her future as a renowned detective or a distinguished psychologist, with her faithful assistant, Susie the dog, by her side. But if things turned out the other way around, if it became Detective Susie with Audrey as her assistant, that would be. No. Not just a little weird. It would be very weird. So weird that she had no idea how to respond. Audrey felt a wave of defeat wash over her. She puffed up her cheeks and muttered. Susie, you should learn to be more humble. But I was telling the truth. Audrey sighed. Sometimes, a little dishonesty can be a form of modesty, you know. Susie stared at her for a long moment, her tail swishing thoughtfully. Then, after some hesitation, she asked. Audrey, are you teaching me how to lie? Audrey immediately denied it. No. Absolutely not. It's just. Ha. Susie let out a long sigh and flopped down onto the floor, muttering to herself. Humans are too complicated, I'm glad I'm just a dog. Monday afternoon, the Tarot Club. At exactly 3 p.m., Audrey's vision blurred as her perspective shifted from crimson and hazy back to the familiar boundless gray fog. She saw the colossal palace, as if it were the residence of a giant. She saw the ancient, time-worn bronze table. She saw the Fool, forever shrouded in thick mist. And she saw the Hanged Man, the sun, and the tower. Audrey immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, lovely Miss Justice. How wonderful. The early Tarot Club meetings would have been so gloomy and oppressive if Audrey hadn't been there to lighten the mood. As for the later meetings, with the star and the moon around, every session would be filled with endless amusement and joy. Audrey turned to the Fool with curiosity and asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, did your blessed receive the £300 compensation yet? As she asked this, she couldn't help but wonder. Could this blessed of the Fool be the same person that Edward knew? Klein chuckled softly. I haven't paid much attention to that matter, but since my blessed hasn't asked for further assistance, I assume he has received the payment. That's wonderful. Audrey pinched the hem of her dress lightly and curtsied before falling silent. At this moment, the Hanged Man, Alger, spoke up. Miss Justice, Mr. Tower, have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you last time, the investigation of Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos? Ah. Audrey instinctively covered her mouth, feeling a pang of guilt. She had agreed to look into it so readily before, but after Edward had told her that Kalangos would appear at Duke Negan's ball in the future, she had stopped actively pursuing the matter. Technically, she did possess crucial information about Kalangos, but that knowledge came from Edward's foresight, not her own investigation. Feeling a bit lost, Audrey turned to Edward for help. Edward understood her predicament immediately. He smiled and said, Mr. Hangman, I have more or less figured out the reason behind Kalangos' trip to Backlund. Once I confirm the details, I will request the great Mr. Fool to relay the message to you through a ritual. He then turned toward the ever-misty Mr. Fool and asked respectfully, May I do so, Mr. Fool? Klein responded indifferently. You may. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Alger, however, sat up straight, his expression filled with disbelief. You figured out Kalangos' goal. What is he planning? Edward said thoughtfully. Based on my investigation, he seems to be here to assassinate someone. In exchange, he will receive an item from a mysterious organization, something that can greatly enhance his strength. He kept his explanation vague, not because he wanted to be cryptic, but because if he were too precise, he wouldn't be able to explain how he knew. Who is he trying to assassinate? I'm still investigating, but I'm fairly certain it's a high-ranking noble of the lone upper class. Alger frowned. A high-ranking noble. Why was this suddenly connected to the nobility of Lone? After a moment, he decided it wasn't worth overthinking and turned back to Edward. Thank you, Mr. Tower. What would you like as payment? There's no rush, Edward replied. I haven't provided definitive information yet. Once I confirm Kalangos' exact movements, or even eliminate him, you can compensate me then. After a slight pause, he added. That being said, I am currently looking to purchase Lavos squid's crystallized blood, mandrake sap, and poison hemlock juice. If anyone has them, I'm willing to pay. Alger nodded. Understood. I'll keep an eye out for those materials as well. Seeing that Edward had successfully handled the matter with the Hanged Man, Audrey finally let out a breath of relief. Since her second brother Alfred had already helped her obtain the Rainbow Salamander, she no longer needed to request it during this week's Tarot Club meeting. At that moment, Alger turned toward the Fool, his tone reverent. Mr. Fool, I will soon obtain a large batch of Emperor Rozel's diaries. I believe that by the next, or at most the following, gathering, I will be able to present them to you. A large batch of diaries. Now this wakes me right up. Though Klein felt a surge of joy, his tone remained as calm as ever. Good. Right after Alger, Edward raised his hand. Mr. Fool, this week, I managed to obtain 2 pages of Emperor Rozel's diary. Oh. Klein's interest was piqued. And what do you wish to exchange for them? Edward placed his right hand over his chest in a respectful gesture. I wish to use these pages, along with the ones I have previously accumulated, to request an opportunity from you. An opportunity to perform a magic trick for you. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another extra chapter if we reach 500 power stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 57, Mr. Fool is very shocked. It wasn't just Klein, everyone present wore a look of bafflement. Why is it that you're speaking in Loanese, yet I can't understand anything when it's all put together? Yes, Mr. Fool, Edward said respectfully. In truth, this is an experiment of mine. As you all know, I am a Sequence 8 trick master. In the code of acting I've summarized, there are 3 key principles. First, a trick requires an audience. Second, the audience's reaction determines the effectiveness of the roleplay. Third, the quality of the audience also affects the rate of potion digestion. So I thought, what if I could perform a trick for a great being? Wouldn't that produce unexpected results? Everyone was shocked. Can acting be done like this? And doing that to Mr. Fool, isn't that a bit disrespectful? After a short silence, Klein gave a small nod. You may. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Edward swiftly manifested the 2 pages of Roselle's diary with a directed thought. The parchment surfaced, revealing its yellowish-brown hue. Mr. Fool, I would like to offer these 2 pages by way of a magic performance. You may. Klein nodded, leaning back slightly like a talent show judge. Then, please begin your performance. Mr. Fool, I beg your pardon in advance if what follows may come across as presumptuous. Edward snapped his fingers. As he muttered an incantation under his breath, a flower bloomed in his hand. I can use magic here. This discovery instantly changed his original plan. He stood up, took off his hat, and gave each person a courteous bow. Then, after flipping the hat over twice and placing it upside down, a stream of playing cards flowed out like water, forming a neat pile on the table before him. He gently blew on the pile, whoosh. A gust of wind scattered the cards, which transformed midair into flocks of birds flying off in all directions. 4 of them flew toward the others seated at the table. One landed in front of the sun derrick, transforming into a warm, glowing light. Another flew to the hanged man Alger, transforming into a pirate hat. A third landed before Audrey, transforming into a delicate blue flower. The last soared straight toward Mr. Fool, morphing into a sheet of parchment. Edward didn't pause. He produced several colorful balls and began juggling like a clown, catching and tossing them with great speed. After 30 seconds, he flung the balls high into the air, each exploded into a vibrant flower midair. Flavido. As the petals fell, they blossomed and branched into sprawling vines that spread rapidly across the bronze table and chairs, as though draping the furniture in a layer of natural ornamentation. Snap. Edward snapped his fingers. The vines instantly dissolved into floating tarot cards, which drifted down, turning into specks of starlight before vanishing completely. He then bowed deeply. That concludes my performance. Thank you all for watching. Audrey was the first to start clapping. That was amazing. So fun. I felt like that wasn't just sleight of hand or stage magic, it was actual magic. Of course you don't know yet. In truth, the performance had far exceeded Edward's expectations. His original plan was to perform some minor illusions using his trickmaster skills, like a simple 3 cups and a coin routine, but upon realizing he could use actual magic here, he'd changed course. What he didn't expect was that his magic seemed several times stronger above the gray fog. Why? Could it be that the apprentice pathway enjoys special privileges from the Sapphira Castle? The hanged man and Little Sun also applauded. Little Sun genuinely found it entertaining, especially the vines at the end. He thought to himself, if I could use those to bind monsters while others attack, it'd save a lot of time and energy. As for the hanged man, he was quietly speculating about the tower's pathway. And Mr. Fool, though internally filled with astonishment, maintained his usual calm expression. He gave a slight smile. A very interesting performance. Then, he looked down at the content of the diary pages. March 2nd. My recent words and actions seem to have drawn suspicion from those around me. Looks like I need to be more careful, or I'll get burned alive by these natives who'll think I'm a demon. March 3rd. Yesterday, while using the restroom. March 4th. March 5th. Miss Marty is really pretty. Klein quickly skimmed the first page. It was largely useless. The gray fog barely concealed the twitch at the corner of his lips. This guy wrote down literally everything, was he just that confident no one would ever decipher this? He flipped to the second page. Sigh. So boring. There's nothing here. Why did I suddenly end up here? I just took a nap. I really want to go home. Sob sob. So boring, so boring, so boring. Not writing anymore, I'm going out for a walk. After a moment of confusion, Klein's heart skipped a beat. His shock was so strong that the gray fog almost failed to conceal his reaction. This page wasn't written by Emperor Roselle. Not only was the writing style different, the tone and word choice were clearly not from the same person. How can that be? Did someone crack the Chinese language? Or, is there another transmigrator in this world? Although Klein only lost his composure for a few seconds, Audrey noticed. Even Mr. Fool was shocked by that page. Very well. Klein dissolved the parchment in his hand and rested his chin on his palm, looking at Edward. Mr. Tower, what were the results of your attempt? Edward bowed respectfully, his face glowing with excitement and fervor. "It worked," he exclaimed. "My potion is now only a sliver away from complete digestion. Praise be to Mr. Fool." A rush of emotions swept through the others: surprise, confusion, envy. And then a thought quietly took root in each of their hearts: could I also accelerate my current sequence's digestion by doing something like this? The once lofty and mysterious Mr. Fool had suddenly become a resource that could be milked. Edward's non-stop praise and gratitude gave Klein a twinge of bitterness. "Sure, you managed to complete your digestion by performing for Mr. Fool, but who's Mr. Fool supposed to perform for?" But outwardly, he kept his composure. "Congratulations. Praise be to Mr. Fool." Thank you, Mr. Fool." Edward offered another flood of free compliments. Klein accepted them calmly and leaned back. "You may proceed." Edward was the first to speak again. "Everyone, a few days ago, I acquired some mystical items. I wonder if anyone is interested. The first is a mystical item with a storage function. Although it's only the size of a wallet, its interior contains a space 80 centimeters long, wide, and tall. You can store anything that fits within those dimensions, and no matter how heavy the item is, you won't feel any weight at all." The members of the Tarot Club were instantly stunned. Especially Mr. Fool, he couldn't help but think, so this world really has storage pouches, I must get one. The Hangman was the first to speak. "How much does it cost, Mr. Tower?" I'm selling it for £8,000 on the market. But for members of the Tarot Club, I'll give you a friendly price, £7,888. Klein, goodbye. Audrey, what a profiteer." The Hangman fell silent for a moment before replying helplessly, "I'm afraid I can't afford that right now. I accept installment payments. No interest." The Hangman pondered deeply again, then shook his head. "My top priority is advancing to Win Blessed. If I still have funds afterward, I'll reconsider." "No problem. You're welcome any time." At that moment, the Hangman gave a questioning glance toward Miss Justice. Logically, this well-off noble lady should be more interested in such an item, yet she hadn't even asked about it. Edward continued speaking. "The second item is relatively ordinary. It's called the Hand of Glory. Once you place a candle on it, only the person holding it can see the light. Honestly, I haven't figured out its full use yet." Alger chuckled. "I imagine certain thieves and burglars might find it quite handy." Edward shrugged. "Unfortunately, I'm neither a thief nor a burglar." Just as Klein was also contemplating the item's potential use, the usually quiet little son Derek suddenly raised his hand. I need it." Everyone turned to look at him, making Derek even more nervous. He clenched his jaw and said, "Ever since Lord abandoned us, the City of Silver has remained in endless darkness. Countless monsters lurk within the dark. The citizens of the City of Silver must find ways to stay in the light in order to avoid being attacked." Alger perked up immediately. "More hints about the Forsaken Land?" Audrey asked in confusion, "But this Hand of Glory only emits light visible to the one holding it. That means, while you might be in the light, to those monsters, you're still in darkness, right?" Derek paused, then answered seriously, "You're right, but anything related to light, I want to try." Edward sighed lightly. "In that case, I'll let you have it first. If you find it useful, then repay me according to its true value later." Thank you so much, Mr. Tower." "Don't thank me yet. There's still one issue: how am I supposed to get the item to you?" The joy in Derek's heart was instantly doused. I don't know." "Mr. Fool," Edward turned respectfully toward Klein. "You must have a way, right?" "Honestly, I have no idea right now." Thankfully, Klein had previously theorized about using the offering and bestowal concept through this mysterious space above the gray fog to facilitate item exchange, otherwise, he'd have no way out of this situation. But that was still just a theory. Internally cursing, Klein lightly tapped his finger on the bronze tabletop, then looked at Derek and asked, "Does the City of Silver still worship any deity?" Derek responded with reverence, "We still worship the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God." Klein wasn't surprised in the slightest. He smiled faintly and asked again, "Even though he abandoned you?" "Yes." Derek's tone faltered slightly. We once received his salvation. We will not betray him. At this point, Alger was convinced Derek truly came from that fabled Forsaken Land of gods. He couldn't help but marvel once more at Mr. Fool's greatness. Audrey silently sighed. Edward had already shared everything he could remember about the City of Silver. She knew the so-called omniscient and omnipotent God Derek believed in had long perished. What remained was nothing but a mad, fallen creator. If not for Mr. Fool, the City of Silver's centuries of faith would have ended in pure tragedy. Mr. Fool nodded slightly, then slowly asked in a calm voice, "Do you still make offerings to that so-called omniscient and omnipotent God?" Yes, we still do. But ever since the day we were abandoned, we've never received a response, Derek said, his voice tinged with pain. Klein tapped the tabletop again, eyes half-lidded as he spoke. Describe your offering ritual in detail. Derek immediately began recounting the steps of their ceremony. Klein quickly analyzed every part of the ritual using his knowledge of mysticism. Finally, he asked, what prayer phrases do you use? And what language are they spoken in? Derek thought carefully and replied. We use Jotun, it's our common tongue. The corresponding prayer is. Your faithful servant seeks your gaze. We beseech you to accept this offering. We beseech you to open the gates of your kingdom. Klein listened silently, allowing the gray fog around him to swirl slowly. He nodded as if lost in thought. I understand. He looked at Edward and said calmly, when I notify you, offer the item to me. Alger was both stunned and thrilled, so Mr. Fool intends for Edward to use the same sacrificial method that the City of Silver once used to communicate with the gods. Does this mean he truly is an ancient deity, now reclaiming his lost authority step by step? Edward bowed deeply. As you command, Mr. Fool. Fool Express delivery, coming soon. The crimson haze and mystic fog gradually faded away, and Edward returned to the room with the drawn curtains. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lilith sitting cross-legged in front of him, head tilted with curiosity, staring at him as she tried to slap his face with her tiny feet. Oh dash. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 58, The Resurrection Stone. What are you doing, Lilith? Lilith immediately retracted her paw, darted away as if nothing had happened, and leapt onto the bed, where she began chasing her own tail, playing by herself. Edward chuckled, then looked down at the items spread out before him, the resurrection stone, set in a ring, the hand of glory, the time turner, and so on. A wisp of faint mist slipped into the resurrection stone. A sharp, piercing scream rang out, and the stone trembled violently for a long while before finally calming down. Was Voldemort's soul fragment destroyed? Edward gripped his wand tightly, ready to cast the fiendfire curse at any moment, and with his other hand, he cautiously picked up the resurrection stone. The moment it touched his skin, it was scalding hot, like a piece of searing metal. But the temperature quickly dropped, turning icy cold. Moments later, information about the resurrection stone surged into his mind. After absorbing the overflowing energy of the Sapphira Castle, the resurrection stone had indeed become a mystical item, and now possessed 4 supernatural abilities. 1. Resurrection, grants the bearer an immediate revival upon death, but only once. 2. Corpse reanimation, consumes spirituality to revive a dead body as a living corpse that retains the abilities it had in life, but is completely uncontrollable. Uncontrollable meant no distinction between friend and foe, making it highly likely to backfire. 3. Spectre, consumes spirituality to allow the soul to leave the body, unrestricted by time or distance. However, if one's spirituality is depleted before returning to the body, the soul can never go back and will become a mindless wraith. 4. Unknown, an ability not yet activated or discovered. Edward let out a long breath. The mystical resurrection stone was both powerful and awkward to use. Its first ability, resurrection, was undoubtedly incredible, essentially giving him an extra life. But the other 2 known abilities came with obvious side effects that made them double-edged swords. He moved on to examine the rest of the items one by one and found that none of them had changed. This was within his expectations, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. As for Ravenclaw's diadem, he hadn't taken it out of storage for safety reasons. 2 Horcruxes could mean having to deal with 2 versions of Voldemort at once. But judging from what had just happened, Voldemort's soul fragment was laughably weak in the face of an object like the Sapphira Castle. Hopefully after next week's tarot meeting, Ravenclaw's diadem will give me a pleasant surprise too. Edward put everything away, leaving only the resurrection stone ring on his left index finger. Since it didn't carry any negative effects unless actively used, wearing it in advance would provide an extra layer of protection. He touched the cool surface of the ring, hesitated briefly, then decided to test its third ability, Spectre. The moment he mentally issued the command, Edward felt his body become weightless. In the next instant, he floated into the air, only to realize that the body seated at the desk below wasn't levitating. His soul had left his body. Flight, the greatest and most ancient of human dreams. Although Edward had flown in airplanes and ridden broomsticks, those were all assisted forms of flight. This was true freedom, unbound and unassisted. He silently drifted around the room in a few circles, calculating the rate of spiritual depletion. This is way less consumption than I expected. At this rate, I should be able to stay out for over half an hour. Meow. Sigma, degree. Just then, Lilith, who had been happily playing on the bed, suddenly froze, her fur puffing up. She arched her back and glanced warily around the room, clearly sensing something off. Edward grinned mischievously and suddenly swooped toward her. Whoosh. Lilith sprang up like a spring, bolted toward the door, but after a few steps, she abruptly skidded to a halt. After a brief hesitation, she turned and darted toward Edward's body instead, jumped onto the desk, meowed several times at him, and when she saw no reaction, bit down on his clothes and tugged with all her strength. Heh, I guess pampering you wasn't a waste after all. But with your strength, there's no way you could. Wait, what the? Edward watched in disbelief as his own body, still seated in the chair, was being dragged backward by Lilith's efforts. Return. He rushed back into his body, catching the back of his head just before it hit the floor. Ow, almost broke a finger. Meow. Asterisk. As he looked up, he saw Lilith staring at him with wide-eyed concern. He scooped her up and asked curiously, Lilith, when did you get so strong? Edward pushed himself up and gently set her down. All right, I'm fine. Go play. But this time, Lilith didn't listen. She simply lay down right in front of him, staring straight into his eyes. Edward exited his body once again, and this time, phased through the wall into the living room. After circling around a few times, he floated down to the lower floor. The spiritual drain is increasing. So the farther I go from my body, the more it costs. He floated over to a window and stretched out his hand into the sunlight streaming through the cracks. There was only a faint warmth, no discomfort at all. Should I go out for a little walk? No sooner had the thought arisen than Edward drifted through the glass and out into the open air. Sunlight, breeze, the scent of flowers, he found that even in soul form, he could still feel everything in nature. He suddenly lunged forward, swiftly soaring past several blocks while mentally monitoring his spiritual depletion. 30 seconds later, a sharp pain surged through him. A warning from his depleted spirituality. Edward shuddered in alarm. He had only flown a few kilometers, and already most of his spirituality had been consumed. That was an outrageous rate of depletion. Without hesitation, he changed direction and flew toward Tulip Street. Trees, flowers, and buildings zoomed past on either side in a blur, everything around him becoming indistinct. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared ahead. The two of them brushed past each other, and in the fleeting moment when their eyes met, they both caught the shock on the other's face. Edward. Klein. Klein had just started to question whether he was seeing things when an intense wave of weakness surged through him from the inside out. Damn it. My spirituality can't sustain this state anymore. A vast and terrifying force of suction descended upon him. His near-transparent form trembled once, and vanished from the physical world. The boundless gray-white mist returned, spreading in absolute silence. Klein reappeared at the head of the ancient, mottled bronze table, inside the grand palace that resembled a giant's dwelling. He let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he had thought he was in serious danger. Looks like I was summoned, and once the summoning ends, I just naturally return. Klein lifted his hand, finding a thin golden talisman resting warm and pure in his palm. The flaring sun. Sure enough, he could bring real-world objects up into the space above the gray fog by summoning himself. Klein carefully examined the charm, confirming that it was no illusion or projection, but despite the success, there was no smile on his face. Was that spiritual figure I saw just now really Edward? But, how did he turn himself into a spirit? Don't tell me, he also has access to the space above the gray fog. Or is it actually not that rare for Beyonders to take on a spirit form? Then, should I bother explaining anything to him at all? Klein wrestled with the thought for a while, then chose to refocus on the flaring sun charm. Propping his chin on one hand, he mused, although I've confirmed that I can bring physical objects up here, it seems I'm the only one capable of doing it this way. In the end, I still know too little about this field. I need to consult someone more knowledgeable. Maybe I can talk to Mr. Azek. Meanwhile, Edward's soul had just returned to his body when he was hit by violent gasps for air and a wave of dizziness and weakness. He quickly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth to avoid accidentally swallowing the mandrake leaf. Too dangerous. He had come within a sliver of completely exhausting his spirituality, one step away from being unable to return. If I'm going to use Spectre again, I have to be more cautious. Right. I should also test whether I can cast spells in spirit form. At that moment, Lilith, who had been lying quietly, stood up slowly. She arched her back into a stretch, then began prancing her way toward the living room. Next. Edward picked up the golden timer, the time turner. In the world of Harry Potter, this time-traveling device was undoubtedly a bug-tier artifact. But Edward wasn't sure if it would function properly in the Mysteries world governed by gods and authorities. Carefully, he began turning the timer, 1 turn, 2 turns, click. After just 2 turns, Edward felt an invisible resistance stop his fingers from rotating it any further. 1 turn equals 1 hour, so I can only go back 2 hours max. Edward looked around. Everything surrounding him had grown viscous, like time itself had thickened, except for him, holding the time turner. He could feel it. The moment he let go, time would reverse, and he would return to 2 hours ago. Crack. A fine fracture appeared across the surface of the time turner. Alarmed, Edward quickly reversed the rotation, restoring it to its original position. The sticky sensation vanished instantly, but the crack remained. Looks like this thing breaks after a single use. Edward carefully stowed the time turner away, unwilling to risk another trial. After resting for a few more minutes, his body suddenly twisted with a snap and vanished. He reappeared sitting on the toilet in the company's washroom. Flush. Wash hands. Open the door. And right outside, Leonard was leaning against the wall, looking at him with an amused smirk. Yo, Edward. What's with you? Still so young and your body's already giving out. You need to learn some self-restraint, man. Edward responded with a sunny smile, says the guy getting up in years with no lady friend to speak of. I think I'm doing just fine. The grin froze on Leonard's face. He quickly turned his head and huffed, I'm just picky. I'd rather have nothing than settle for garbage. Praise Emperor Roselle. Edward shrugged. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what excuse to use. Leonard stepped in closer, voice lowered. Why did you conjure a monocle that day? Ah. I was just performing a conjuring trick. If I'd pulled out an egg, I bet you'd have asked why I conjured that, too. That's all. What else could it be? Leonard was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly dropped his voice even lower and asked directly. Who are you, really? The old man inside me is from the third epoch. How do you know about him? And, how do you know he's inside me? Edward shot a glance toward Dunn's office and said coolly. Everyone has their secrets. Just like you don't want anyone to know there's a powerful and mysterious entity living inside you, do you? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 59, that should have been my place. Leonard stared at him, itching to throw a few punches. Edward simply patted his shoulder. Say hi to your tenant for me. With that, he turned and walked away. Leonard made his way silently to the lounge area and sat down, pulling out his poetry collection and pretending to read. Well, old man. What do you think? Palaz Zoroast replied in his aged voice. He's indeed just a little sequence 8, but he may know far more than he lets on. Still, he doesn't seem to harbor ill intent. That monocle trick he pulled earlier, that was just for the sake of acting. Really. Everyone's approach to acting out their path differs, but when playing a trickmaster, you can't escape two key elements, performance and audience. He's realized that the higher the audience's level, the faster the digestion. That's why he chose to act in front of me. Leonard frowned, pondering for a moment before hesitantly asking. What exactly does the monocle signify? What could frighten even you, someone who was once an angel? I suppose it's the relationship between a hunter and its prey, Palaz replied, tone light, almost joking. He is a very skilled hunter. And I. Just a rather pathetic prey. When Edward returned to number 5 Tulip Street and slid the key into the lock, a crisp, childlike voice called out to him. Brother Edward. It was Priscilla from next door, at number 4. She waved her tiny hands with all her might while shouting into the house. Daddy. Daddy. Big brother Edward is back. Stephen Green quickly came out, wearing an apron and drying his hands on a towel. Finally caught you, Mr. Edward. That gift you gave Priscilla last time, she loved it. She's been pestering me to invite you over for dinner ever since. Priscilla blushed slightly and mumbled, I haven't been pestering him that much. Do you have time now? Stephen asked. Edward glanced down at the eager look in the little girl's eyes, then smiled and nodded. Sure, can I bring the cat? Of course. Half an hour later. Edward and Priscilla were seated on the couch, watching Lilith chase her own tail in dizzying circles. When she finally noticed the two of them staring, she plopped down on her haunches and stared right back, her round eyes wide and alert. Whatever Priscilla did, Lilith would imitate. If there was something she couldn't mimic, she'd lower her head and study her tiny paws with a serious expression, as if trying to figure out why. Dinner's ready. Stephen brought out the last dish, a beautifully roasted chicken. The aroma filled the entire room. Edward had just sat down when Lilith padded over and began tugging on his pant leg with her little paw, meowing insistently. Priscilla bent down and peeked over. Lilith must be hungry, right? Daddy, brother Edward, can we give her a piece of chicken? Of course. Stephen sliced off a small portion and placed it on his daughter's plate. She immediately set it down gently in front of Lilith. Here you go, eat up. Stephen poured Edward a glass of sweet iced tea and said gently, Priscilla's mother passed away when she was very young. She's been traveling all over with me these past years and hasn't had much chance to make friends, that's why she's so fond of cats and dogs. Edward glanced at the girl sitting attentively in front of Lilith, watching her eat. He asked, "Why not keep a pet, then?" Stephen sighed softly. "Honestly, just taking care of Priscilla is already overwhelming." He paused, then added with a chuckle, "About 2 months ago, I helped the editor-in-chief of Tinjin City Honest paper with his chronic toothache. As a thank you, he gave me a month's worth of free advertising in the paper. Ever since then, my clinic's business has exploded. That's a good kind of problem to have." "Ha ha ha, I guess it is." Stephen laughed heartily, then gently patted his daughter's head. "All right, Priscilla, eat up before everything gets cold." "Okay." That dinner gave Edward a better understanding of Stephen and his daughter. Though Stephen was a native Loanese, he had lived in West Balham in his early years, where he met the woman who would become his wife. They fell in love quickly and soon had a daughter, Priscilla, forming a happy little family. But happiness didn't last. A few years ago, his wife passed away from a sudden illness. Unable to bear the memories, Stephen left the place of sorrow with his daughter and returned to Lone. "I'm sorry," Edward said quietly. Stephen smiled gently. "It's all right. It's all in the past now. We're doing quite well." "That's right." Priscilla chimed in cheerfully. "If Mommy sees me happy, she'll be happy too." After chatting a while longer, Edward rose to leave. "Then I'll be heading back. Thank you for the lovely meal." Stephen and Priscilla walked him to the door. The girl waved with reluctant enthusiasm. "Goodbye, Brother Edward." "Goodbye, Lilith." Meow Phi, 0. Lilith turned back and waved one paw in imitation, then trotted after Edward on her tiny paws. Under the crimson moonlight, a faint red shadow stretched across the ground. Lilith was soon distracted by her own shadow, pouncing and swiping at it with gleeful little hops. Edward lifted his gaze to the sky, frowning as he looked at the blood-colored full moon. Almost a full moon. When he had first consumed the apprentice potion, he had nearly lost control after hearing what sounded like the whispers of Mr. Dorr. He couldn't help but wonder, on the night of the full moon, would he, like the members of the Abraham family, also hear the mad ramblings of that being? Why could he hear Mr. Dorr's voice in the first place? Was it because of that door he had seen during the potion ritual? "I'd better prepare in advance. If anything goes wrong, I'll call on Mr. Fool immediately." The next day, at noon. Edward had just finished his circus performance when he stepped outside and saw Christine waiting for him. She was dressed in her usual gentlemanly fashion, holding a small pouch in her hand. "Here, £500 total. 100 as payment for your performance at the asylum, and 400 from me personally." Edward hefted the pouch in his hand and smirked. "Only 400? Weren't you promising something like 8 or 10,000? Her gloved fingers clenched tightly around her cane. She pretended not to hear him. "You're coming with me to the asylum. I just need you to introduce me to Director Depp." "Sure." Edward stuffed the pouch into his coat pocket and casually asked, "By the way, if you could use mental suggestion to convince the director to host a magic show, why not just suggest he hire you directly?" She shot him a cold glare. "Did you forget what happened to my notebook?" Yeah, I actually did." Edward laughed it off. "All right, let's go now." The transition of performers went more smoothly than expected. Edward didn't even need to come up with an excuse. As soon as Director Depp confirmed that Christine was also a magician, he readily agreed to the change. Just as she had said, the asylum only needed a magician, it didn't matter which one. After bidding Christine goodbye with a wave, Edward immediately returned to the Blackthorn Security Company and reported to the captain with no hesitation. "Captain, someone's probably planning something at the asylum tonight." While the captain and his squad rushed toward the mental hospital, Edward headed straight for Backlund. He didn't go anywhere special, just pulled out pen and paper, thought for a moment, and wrote a title at the top of the page. "A priest friend of mine, in Zangwill and his feathered quill." It would be his first gift to that third-rate playwriter. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another extra chapter if we reach 610 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 60, Lilith has gotten smarter. When Edward saw Christine again, it was already the next morning, in the Nighthawks squad's basement. Edward pushed open the door, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and handed one to her. "Have some coffee, it'll help you wake up." She took the cup, silently took a sip, then lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a Nighthawk of the Church of the Evernight, stationed here in Tinjin. I'm just going to ask you a few routine questions, so there's no need to worry. Oh, and for the record, we're the ones who saved your life from that monster earlier." Christine was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to her earlier behavior, she suddenly found it all rather absurd. After a long silence, she rasped, "What do you want to know? Why were you looking for Hadouken?" "For a book that was lost from our family." "Oh. The one that contains the pathway formulas." She shook her head. No. The book is indeed related to formulas, but it doesn't contain potion recipes. Instead, it holds a map. With that map, one can find a treasure trove hidden by our family 1,000 years ago. It contains not only formulas but also several powerful sealed artifacts. Edward cupped his coffee in both hands and shook his head with a sigh. Miss Christine, your story changes every time. That makes it very hard to trust you. You don't have to believe me. All right, let's skip that for now. Why was that book in Hyunjin's hands? On the surface, it's a professional book about psychology. After being passed through several hands, it eventually ended up with him. And how did you find that out? The psychology alchemist found out I was looking for the book, came to me, and gave me the information. Edward nodded, took a small sip of the slightly sour and bitter coffee, and frowned slightly. Amen. Next time I'll add a sugar cube. What was the price? What price? The psychology alchemist wouldn't have helped you for nothing, right? Christine was briefly startled. She lowered her head and thought for a moment before replying in confusion. I forgot. You forgot. She rubbed her temples, and her expression grew more pained as she tried to recall. I think, I agreed to some condition, and then someone from the psychology alchemist erased that memory. That explanation is quite reasonable. Edward lightly tapped the rim of the cup with his finger, producing a crisp ring. So then, how much do you know about Hyunjin? I only know that he's also a member of the Psychology Alchemy Society. He's a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. Beyond that, I don't know much. Was it Hyunjin's idea to hypnotize the asylum director into holding a magic show? She shook her head. Not exactly. Before I met him, he had likely already received orders from higher-ups. They told him a trickmaster, at the time, I hadn't yet advanced to astrologer, would be coming to ask him for a book. But when I found him, he had already gone mad. I told him I was the trickmaster, but he didn't believe me and demanded proof. Christine looked helpless as she continued, I performed some sleight of hand, but he said it wasn't good enough. Edward rubbed his forehead. So that whole magic show had been nothing more than the arbitrary demand of a lunatic. Christine had gone through all that trouble just to prove she was a trickmaster. Do you know where the book is now? Before I found Hyunjin, he had already passed the book to someone named Lenevis. Lenevis. Do you know him? When I first arrived in Tinjin, I saw his wanted poster. Edward let out a long sigh, as if trying to breathe out the fatigue brought by using legilimency, though it was clearly ineffective. He took another large gulp of coffee and continued, who was trying to kill you before? Christine's expression darkened, and hatred flickered in her eyes. The Aurora Order. The traitor who betrayed the family and caused the death of everyone I cared about. A secret sorcerer. Edward was genuinely surprised. That's a demigod-level figure. You actually managed to escape from him. Not him. One of his subordinates. Christine gave a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Just a Sequence 7. He didn't even need to act himself. Edward fell silent, contemplating for a moment, then gave a slight nod. All right. I don't have anything else to ask for now. Is there anything you want to say? That notebook you took from me last time. She looked steadily at Edward. I borrowed it from a senior of mine. If possible, I hope to return it to him. She met Edward's gaze and continued, he likely possesses at least the potion formulas up to the middle sequences of the apprentice pathway. TSK. You're trying to get me into trouble here. Edward stood up with his coffee in hand. Wait for my reply. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with Klein and Leonard, who had been eavesdropping the whole time outside. Klein immediately asked, so? How did it go? You both should have heard it too, she doesn't seem to know much about Hyunjin or Lenevis. Her involvement appears to be purely driven by her own goals. Leonard frowned. Could she be lying? I can be fairly certain that most of what she said this time was true, Edward said, rubbing his chin. Of course, she's still hiding a few things, or it could be that someone's tampered with her memory. With that, he turned and walked toward the captain's office. Let's report to the captain first. The three entered the office. Dunn was reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. Upon hearing their footsteps, he opened his eyes, picked up the pipe from the desk, took a dry puff, and asked, how'd the questioning go? We've got the general idea. Edward recounted his entire conversation with Christine and then gave the same summary as before. So, she likely doesn't know much about Hyunjin or Lenevis, and she has no clue what kind of plot Lenevis might be cooking up with him. Captain, what should we do with Christine? Dunn thought for a moment. She needs to stay here for now. I'll report the full situation to higher authorities. What happens after that will depend on their decision. Understood. Then I'll take my leave. The three had just reached the door when Dunn's voice called out again, wait. They exchanged glances, their expressions showing they had expected this. Remember, investigating beyonder incidents is our duty as Nighthawks, but if something exceeds our capabilities, you must abandon the mission immediately. Understood. Edward returned to the partition where Christine was being held. Sorry to inform you, but you'll probably have to stay here for a while. She didn't seem surprised. Edward took out the notebook and waved it. As for this, naturally, I can't return it to you now. If you ever regain your freedom, you can take me to meet that senior of yours. I'll hand it back to him in person. I can't guarantee that he'll give you any formulas. That's my business. This slip of paper has the method for summoning my messenger. I hope you'll get a chance to use it. I will. Good luck. It was already quite late. After stepping out of the church's building, Edward operated straight home. Pop. The dim light of the gas lamp pushed back the darkness of the night. Lilith lifted her head from the sofa, let out a kittenish yawn, and chirped, "Zero." She hopped lightly to the floor, rubbed against Edward's leg, and stretched in an exaggerated arc out of the corner of her eye. She caught a glimpse of her tail, and startled, she smacked it without thinking. Degree winky face. Cats and tails truly weren't of one mind. Edward refilled her water and food bowls. Lilith stared at him with her big round eyes for a while before walking over and disinterestedly chewing a few bites. Not hungry. She shook her head, curled her tail around her hind legs, and started grooming her paws. Probably caught another mouse again. Ever since Edward told her not to eat mice anymore, Lilith still occasionally hunted them at night, but never brought them to him again, nor had she eaten one in his presence since. After freshening up, Edward took off his shoes and climbed into bed. Normally, Lilith would jump up right after him, but tonight she stopped at the foot of the bed. She looked at Edward's slippers, then down at her own paw pads. As if thinking something through, she suddenly trotted into the washroom. A moment later, she returned, carrying Edward's towel in her mouth. She leapt onto the nightstand, dropped the towel, and one by one, wiped her paws on it before finally hopping onto the bed. Edward stared at her, dumbfounded. He picked her up and held her in front of him. "Lilith, have you gotten smarter all of a sudden? And stronger, too. Tell me the truth, did you secretly take a potion behind my back? Meow, Omega. Was this Susie's doing? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 61, thank you. Meow, Omega. The man and the cat locked eyes. Just then, the gas lamp in the room flickered dimly, and the air before them tore open with a hiss. Out flew a small black bird. Lilith didn't panic this time, but still instinctively broke free and crouched low, tail twitching unconsciously, slipping into a hunting stance. The black bird hovered before Edward, flapping its wings and speaking in a voice that was neither male nor female. "Wands. 2. Hold on a moment." Edward opened the drawer on his nightstand, pulled out a leather pouch, and took out 2 substandard wands he had bought for emergencies. One was made of holly, the other of birch. "Toss them over." Edward threw them one after another. The black bird shot forward like a bolt of lightning, gulping them down, one in each beakful. Moments later, its chest twitched, and with a bout of coughing, it spewed out a pile of chewed-up wood chips onto the floor. Edward was stunned. No way, you can actually tell the difference between defective and proper wands just by eating them. The taste is wrong. The bird fixed its pitch-black eyes on Edward. "I want the same kind as last time." "Ah, what's the difference?" "Don't know. But these aren't what I want. Can you tell them apart before you eat them?" The bird tilted its head in thought. "Not for now." Edward threw his hands up, exasperated. "You're really making this hard for me, you know. These FAI wands all cost me the same. You can't just eat them and then tell me they're no good. That's not fair to me." The bird went quiet for a while, seemingly pondering Edward's words. After a moment, it insisted again. "I want the same kind as before." Suddenly, its gaze dropped to Edward's fingers. Its pitch-dark pupils seemed to flash, and it flapped its wings excitedly. That one. Give it to me, and I'll never ask for wands again." Edward blinked in surprise. What could cause such a strong reaction from this strange, mysterious black bird? The resurrection stone. That's what you're talking about. Yes. The bird grew even more excited but managed to suppress its desire, not lunging for it like it did the first time. Edward instantly clenched his fist, hiding the resurrection stone in his palm. His tone turned serious. "No. I can't give this to you." Then he added, "At least, not for now." The blackbird's excitement deflated instantly. It circled the room a few times in silence, then left a final remark before vanishing once again into a newly torn rift in the air. "Next time, I want the same kind of wand as before." Edward gently stroked Lilith's soft back fur. Seeing her puzzled gaze, he chuckled. It's gone now. Lilith stretched a paw toward the spot where the black bird had disappeared, but all she caught was empty air. Meow, angry face. TCH. The same kind of wand, huh, I did buy a few last time, but even then, I only had one like that. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What's the difference, really? Just because these were defective? Or is it the wood or the core? In the Harry Potter world, wand differences came down to just a few factors. Edward's wand was made of blackthorn and had a phoenix feather core. The wood itself was ordinary, so the key must be the phoenix feather. That's it. Edward clapped his hands in realization. Even though the Harry Potter universe was far weaker than the world of Lord of the Mysteries, a phoenix was still a phoenix. For a bird-like creature like the Black One, consuming phoenix feathers to achieve some sort of life-form evolution sounded plausible. If that was the case, then there was no need to keep buying wands. He could just pluck feathers off Fawkes directly. That bird was going to combust and resurrect into a bald clown thing eventually anyway, why waste all those feathers? It settled then, time to sleep. Edward yawned and closed his eyes again. He drifted into a drowsy state and felt as if he had started dreaming. In the dream, a blonde girl approached him with a sweet smile, leaning in affectionately. He could even feel the warmth of her breath against his skin. Edward's eyes flew open, only to see a fluffy head leaning close. Holy! He shot upright, stunned as he stared at the large golden retriever standing at the head of his bed. Susie! Wah, what are you doing here? Susie wagged her tail happily. I came to see Lilith. No, I mean, how the hell did you get to Tingen? No idea. Audrey took me into a cupboard, then we went up some stairs, and when we came out, we were here. I see. Edward glanced at the leather pouch on his nightstand. The mouth of the pouch was already open, revealing the space expanded by the undetectable extension charm. He looked around and asked, where is she now? She's in the living room playing with Lilith. Audrey said girls shouldn't enter a boy's bedroom without permission, Susie replied with a slight frown, puzzled. But I'm a girl too, so why did she let me come wake you up? That's a good question. After a quick wash, Edward used a switching spell to change into a casual home outfit and made his way to the living room. Audrey had just tossed a small ball into the air, and Lilith leapt up gracefully to catch it. Clutching the ball in her mouth, Lilith turned her head to greet Edward with a soft meow. The ball dropped from her mouth, but without even glancing at it, she instinctively raised a small paw to catch it, then kicked it away and darted after it again. Susie stood to the side, watching eagerly, first crouching low, then hopping up on all fours, itching to join in. So, Edward said, what brings you to me so early in the morning? Audrey was wearing a dress she'd bought in London today, a simple, long, light blue dress paired with white sneakers and a round-brimmed straw hat. She looked like a sweet girl next door ready for a spring picnic. Her expression, however, was serious. I've received an invitation to the Duke Negan's ball. Edward immediately understood. This was likely the ball where Kalangos would attempt to assassinate Duke Negan. The attempt would fail, and Kalangos, in his escape, would be struck down by Mr. Azek, summoned by Klein. During the whole event, the Tarot Club pretty much observed from the sidelines, aside from Audrey calling in a tip-off to the Fool. Edward, like Audrey in the original timeline, had no intention of interfering or showing off. His only goal was the same, reporting the event to claim a piece of the hefty bounty on Kalangos. When is it? Starts at 7 p.m. tonight. Edward thought for a moment and said, we'll inform both the Hanged Man and the Fool right away. I'll also report it to the Church of the Evernight. Then I'll go with you to the ball. If anything does happen, I'll make sure to get you out of there immediately. Audrey's face lit up with a radiant smile. All right. Then she called over to Susie, okay, I'm heading back now. See you in the afternoon. Wait, Audrey, there's something I want to ask you. Edward hesitated, then said, lately, I've noticed that Lilith seems to be getting smarter. It's almost like she's taken a potion or something. Huh. I have been wanting to give her a potion, but I never got the formula or ingredients. So I wanted to ask, could it be Susie? Audrey instantly caught his meaning. She frowned in thought before answering. I don't think that's likely. First, Susie doesn't have a way to get the ingredients for a potion. Second, there'd be no reason for her to hide it from us, right? But I'll check with her just in case. All right. Edward sighed. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Aside from being smarter, she hasn't shown any other signs of extraordinary traits. He hesitated a moment, then pulled a pale blue, crystal-clear heart-shaped object from his pouch. I originally wanted to give this to you. Audrey blinked in surprise. What is it? A heart-shaped gem. More precisely, it's a heart. Audrey instinctively pulled her hand back, but then quickly caught on. It's a beyonder item. This is a beyonder characteristic left behind by a Sequence 7 psychiatrist who lost control. Our Nighthawk team took him down last night. I traded in future merits to redeem this. Unfortunately, it's likely been contaminated, otherwise, it could have served as a main ingredient for the psychiatrist potion. He paused, then added, but I'll see if there's a way to purify it. A main ingredient for the psychiatrist potion. Audrey's green eyes instantly lit up. As a Sequence 9, she had long experienced the frustration of having money but being unable to buy formulas or materials. She hadn't expected Edward to just hand her the main material for a Sequence 7 promotion, though it might not be usable, and she wasn't entirely comfortable with using someone's heart to brew a potion. Even so, Audrey smiled warmly. Thank you, Edward. No need to thank me. I mean, I'm not even sure I can purify it. And besides, I still owe you thousands of gold pounds. Audrey leaned forward, gently ruffled his hair, and laughed. I told you, that was a gift from your Wani-chan. Don't bring up the money again. Be good. Thanks a lot, huh? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 62, The Eve. 7 p.m. At the Duke of Negan's mansion in the Empress Borough of Backlund, a grand ball was in full swing. Guests gathered in small groups, chatting either seated or standing. Those hoping for a brief escape from the noise drifted toward the balconies attached to the main hall, gazing out over the gardens and the crimson moon in the sky. As the ball officially began, Audrey, the most dazzling gem of Backlund, naturally became the center of attention. Many young men hoped to invite her for the opening dance. I'll be right back, Audrey whispered to her personal maid, Annie, before walking over to the Earl of Hall, who was being invited by several noble ladies. She smiled and said, Father, may I have this dance? Forgive me, but I could never refuse my daughter, the Earl of Hall replied with a gentleman's bow as he politely declined the ladies' requests. He took Audrey's hand and led her onto the dance floor. With graceful familiarity, he moved to the rhythm of the music and chuckled, Did your mother send you to rescue me? Not exactly. I just didn't want to dance with those so-called promising young men. Compared to the princes, they're indeed quite lackluster. Have you been in contact with any of them lately? Audrey frowned and groaned, Oh, father, spare me. I'm not even of age yet. Not for long. The Earl said no more, instead spinning his daughter in a flourish, ending with a striking pose that earned a round of applause. Meanwhile, Annie, the personal maid, kept her gaze discreetly roaming the ballroom, finally settling on a tall, fat man. He was the host of the evening's ball, the main supporter of the lone conservative party and the kingdom's largest landowner, Duke Negan. That's right, Audrey's maid, Annie was in fact Edward in disguise, once again dressed in women's clothing. After finishing the opening dance, Audrey returned to Edward's side, slightly out of breath. She pressed her lips together and whispered, Isn't it terribly dull? Honestly, I'm not the only one, at least half the people here feel the same. But they still attend ball after ball. That's the rule of high society in Lone, if you want to be part of it, you have to play by its rules. Edward glanced at a few young men approaching with wine glasses and smirked, they seemed to be enjoying themselves just fine. Ugh. Those guys are so annoying. Let's run. Audrey grabbed his hand and hurried off toward the corridor leading to the dining hall. Edward awkwardly lifted the hem of the maid's skirt as he moved, stumbling every few steps. Seeing Audrey walk so gracefully in her far more elaborate gown, he couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Being a noble lady clearly wasn't easy. Soon, the two sat side by side at a corner of the dining table. Audrey held a piece of cake, eating each bite with elegant precision. Edward mimicked her, taking small bites of his own. You know, I have to admit, the food here's pretty good. One of Duke Negan's greatest passions is eating. His chefs might even outshine the ones in the royal palace. Audrey activated spectator mode, quietly observing every guest around them. She lowered her voice, Do you remember who Kalangos is disguised as? I think it was some baron. But honestly, you don't need to recognize him. I already reported him to the Church of the Evernight. We're just here to watch the show. The moment Kalangos makes his move, someone will take care of him. I'm only here tonight in case things go south, so I can get you out fast. As they were speaking, a sudden boom echoed from the ballroom, followed by panicked screams from the guests. 1 minute earlier. Kalangos never expected that this assassination attempt would be anticipated. The moment he released a wind blade and brought down the chandelier, the goddess's sword, Crestet Sesamir, appeared. This assassination was doomed to fail. Now, the only thing that mattered was getting out alive. An invisible ripple spread out from Kalangos, plunging the surrounding guests, ladies and gentlemen alike, into uncontrollable fear. They abandoned their hiding places and ran blindly in all directions, throwing the scene into chaos. Crestet, who had been charging straight at Kalangos, was quickly obstructed by the fleeing crowd. Taking advantage of the opening, Kalangos conjured a whirlwind around himself and sprinted, smashing through the door of a lounge and barreling toward a window. Bang! The window didn't shatter as expected. At some point, the glass had been turned into reinforced steel. The impact left Kalangos' forehead bloodied and his vision spinning. Crestet scanned the ballroom in surprise but couldn't locate the culprit who had tampered with the window. Gripping his bone sword tightly, he strode toward the fallen Kalangos, lightly biting down with his teeth. A gray-red wraith sealed within one of them shot toward Kalangos' head. Kalangos summoned another whirlwind and launched himself backward toward another window. His eyes flashed with electricity, scanning everyone around him. He was guarding against that hidden enemy. Crestet drove his bone sword into the ground. A shadow stretched rapidly toward Kalangos, filled with dry, black arms that clawed and groped with hoarse roars. This was his second sealed spirit, no, a wraith, one that had devoured many souls and become immensely powerful. Kalangos raised his gloved hand and cast Light of Holiness again, calling upon the power of the Priest of Light. But in the next instant, his left hand was suddenly severed at the wrist. The wound was clean and smooth, exposing bones, tendons, and flesh. A moment later, blood gushed out as he groaned in agony. That delay was enough. The wraith within the shadows leapt and struck him midair. Countless blackened arms gripped his body, tearing at his clothes, flesh, and skin with frenzied madness. Ah! The cruel pirate let out a short, tortured scream. He summoned more wind blades to slice apart the ghostly arms. After a hard-fought struggle, he finally broke free, but his entire body was soaked in blood, barely a patch of skin intact. Stumbling to the ground, Kalangos gritted his teeth through the searing pain and rushed toward the woods across from the villa, the escape route he had mapped out beforehand. He knew that in his current state, with his mystical item lost and himself gravely wounded, his chances of survival were slim. But his overwhelming desire to live drove him to flee with all his might. The woods were just ahead. A glimmer of hope sparked in his bloodshot eyes. Faster, just a little faster, if I can make it to the woods, I'll be able to. Just then, a figure emerged from the trees. He wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns, his hair dark blue and tangled like seaweed, and his expression cold and sharp. It was an old acquaintance, Alger. Long time no see, Kalangos. Before Kalangos could respond, Alger raised his revolver and fired at the pirate, who was already at the end of his rope. Bang. 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 6 bullets struck true, chest, legs, shoulders, forehead. Kalangos collapsed, dead. A faint trail of smoke rose from the wound in his skull, his wide-open eyes forever frozen in disbelief. It's finally over. No one else knew that secret now. Alger exhaled deeply, pressed his hand to his chest, and murmured, "Praise the fool." Then he disappeared into the dark forest. After crossing the woods and skirting a man-made lake, Alger had just left the scene when the world suddenly shifted. Everything in the dark became unnaturally vivid, the green of the trees greener, the red of the fruit redder, the blackness of the lake deeper. The world looked like a canvas splashed with oil paint. In the sky, where the crimson moon had been obscured, there floated countless indescribable, translucent figures and radiant lights of varying hues, each hiding mysterious knowledge. Alarmed, Alger's spiritual intuition screamed warnings in his mind as if he had stumbled upon some great and terrifying entity. Who's there? A tidal wave of fear crashed into him. He tried to draw his gun but couldn't even move a finger. What's happening? A high-sequence powerhouse. But why attack me? Was it someone behind Kalangos? A pool of pitch-black water formed at his feet and rapidly rose. A pale hand suddenly reached out from the depths and dragged him under. Alger didn't even have time to resist before he was swallowed. It's over. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the dark water spat him out. He regained control of his body. Frantically checking himself, he found no injuries. Then, a man wearing a top hat appeared out of nowhere. He had black hair and bronze-toned skin, with deep, weary eyes. The man frowned as he glanced at Alger and muttered, "Not here either." He turned toward the brightly lit mansion, thoughtful. A breeze stirred the leaves around him, and he vanished. Only Alger remained, panting, sweat dripping like rain. Who was that? What's he looking for? Was he after Kalangos too? But the only ones who should have known about Kalangos' whereabouts were the members of the Tarot Club. Wait, Mr. Tower did mention he informed the Church of the Evernight Goddess in advance. But that man just now was clearly a high-sequence powerhouse from the death pathway, someone like that shouldn't exist in the goddess's church. He didn't kill me, and it's unlikely he's someone backing Kalangos either. Then A sudden thought struck Alger. Could he be one of the fools blessed? A high-sequence blessed who, after learning of our plan to take down Kalangos and happening to be in Backlund, decided to stop by out of curiosity. But Kalangos was already dead. Why did he attack me then? Just to say hello? Make a joke? Or perhaps a warning. That must be it. We had agreed I would notify the Church of Storms to apprehend Kalangos, but after confirming that Kalangos had lost his ability to fight, I hesitated to send the signal. Instead, I ambushed him alone to cover up the secret of that island. Could this have displeased the Blessed, or even Mr. Fool himself? A chill ran down Alger's spine. He instinctively lowered his head. Inside Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey, who had just been watching her mother and a group of noble ladies discuss the earlier assassination attempt, noticed her father, the Earl of Hall, walking over. He first offered a few words of comfort to his wife before approaching Audrey and softly said, "It's been handled." Audrey, playing the part of a frightened young lady, lowered her voice and asked, "Who would dare attack Duke Negan in such a reckless way?" The Earl looked at her in silence for a few seconds, then replied, "Kalangos. A notorious pirate known as Vice Admiral Hurricane. Was he captured? Crestet Sesamir of the Church of Evernight severely wounded him, but the one who delivered the fatal blow wasn't him." "Then who was it?" "We don't know." The corners of the Earl's neatly groomed mustache lifted into a subtle smile. "Do you know anything about it, Audrey?" "Huh?" Audrey widened her emerald eyes and blinked innocently. "If even you don't know, Father, how could I possibly know?" Hee hee. The Earl chuckled, then glanced around the room as if searching for someone. "Where's Annie?" "She wasn't feeling well, so she left early." The Earl nodded and gave his daughter a long, knowing look. Once again, father and daughter reached a silent understanding. "No matter what, be careful." "I understand, Father." When Edward returned to Tingen, Klein was already waiting for him. "Did everything go smoothly tonight?" "MHM. Just as you told me, I arrived right as Kalangos made his move. Under the assault of Crestet Sesamir, he fled severely wounded. I took the opportunity to sneak in a couple hits, severed his left hand and took his magical item. Then I hurried back. Without that item, he's just a sequence 6, escaping from Mr. Sesamir would be nearly impossible." "That's good." Just then, the world around them suddenly warped. Reds grew redder, yellows more vivid, whites dazzlingly bright, colors bled into one another like thick strokes of oil paint, forming a surreal image. And then a tall, dignified, middle-aged man appeared. He had bronze-toned skin, wore a black tailcoat and a silk half-top hat. His brown eyes held a weathered depth, and his facial features were gentle, with a small black mole below his right ear. It was Azek Eggers. "Mr. Azek. What brings you here? What happened to Kalangos?" Klein quickly introduced them. "Mr. Azek, this is my friend Edward, someone I trust completely." "Edward, this is my most respected mentor, Mr. Azek." Azek removed his hat and nodded politely at Edward. His tone was calm and courteous. By the time I arrived, he was already dead. His mystical item had also vanished. He paused, then turned his gaze to Edward and asked, "Do you have it?" Klein looked at Edward in surprise. "Ah." Edward reluctantly pulled a squirming item from his coat, creeping hunger. "I picked this up when I sliced off Kalangos' left hand. Just grabbed it on instinct." Azek nodded. "I'm not sure if Klein has told you, but I'm currently searching for my lost memories. This item might help me recall something. Would you allow me to borrow it for study?" "Don't worry, I'll compensate you accordingly." "Of course, take it. I heard the item has a pretty nasty side effect. I was just wondering what to do with it." A faint smile appeared on Azek's face. "Thank you, Edward." Once Azek departed, Edward turned to Klein and asked, "Klein, is Mr. Azek a demigod? Or maybe, an angel?" "Most likely." "And, is he one of the fools blessed too?" "Ah. I wish." They walked together down the dimly lit street until they reached a fork. Edward came to a stop and asked, "By the way, I heard that before I joined, you guys took out a Beyonder from the witch pathway. Did you channel the spirit? Get any formulas for the lower sequences?" "Yeah, why?" "I want the witch pathway formulas." "Sell them to me." Klein thought for a second, then pulled out a small piece of paper and handed it over. "Take it. The witch pathway involves pain, slaughter, and disaster. I have no intention of selling it. Keeping it serves me no purpose either. But be extremely careful. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands." "Oh, come on. Even blood brothers keep accounts. Not paying would feel wrong. How about this, £100 per sequence? That's £300 in total." Klein rolled his eyes. "The formulas for sequence 9 through 7 easily fetch close to 2,000 gold pounds on the black market, and you're offering me 300, while also acting like you're settling a debt. That's the kind of deal I can hear echoing from miles away." So, he acted as if he didn't hear that, waved his hand, and said, "Go home. See you. 2 Daffodil Street." Klein quietly opened the door and stepped inside. His sister Melissa was dozing off on the living room couch, while his brother Benson was reading the newspaper. Hearing the door, Benson looked up, and Melissa immediately opened her eyes. "You're back, Klein." Klein closed the door and removed his hat and coat. He frowned slightly. "Why are you still awake?" Melissa walked over, looking him up and down before breathing a small sigh of relief. "You got called out so suddenly and didn't tell us anything. How could we possibly sleep?" Though Benson said nothing, his eyes were filled with concern. Klein's heart warmed. A soft smile crept onto his face. "It was just a work emergency. They needed me to handle something, everything's sorted now." He paused. "This job of mine might bring this sort of thing often. That's why the pay's so good. Next time it happens, you don't need to wait up." Benson stood, smiling. "Understood." "Oh, right, Melissa saved some warm milk for you. It's in the kitchen. Drink it before bed." "Got it. Good night." "Good night." Watching Benson and the yawning Melissa disappear into their rooms, the tension that had gripped Klein all night finally melted away. This must be what home means. 5 Tulip Street. Edward sat at the edge of the bed, holding a damp towel as he gently wiped Lilith's tiny paws clean. Lilith was unusually well behaved tonight, sitting quietly and curiously watching his movements. Soon, however, her attention drifted to the fluttering corner of the towel. Her head bobbed up and down as she followed it, eventually reaching out a paw to bat at it. All done. Nice and clean. Edward placed her onto the bed, then went to rinse her personal towel and hung it beside his face cloth to dry. Meow. Omega. Tada. Edward pulled out the slip of paper with the witch pathway formulas and waved it in front of Lilith with a grin. "Lilith, once I gather all the ingredients, I'll brew you the assassin potion." Lilith tilted her head, her tiny face full of innocent curiosity. Meow. Carrot. Edward glanced at the moon outside the window and murmured. "It's time to act." Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy and no extra chapter tomorrow. Want to keep my Sundays a bit stress-free? Still, you can vote. Chapter 63, A Cleric Friend of Mine. Backlund, Empress Borough, the luxurious villa of Earl Hall. As usual, Audrey came to the dining room for breakfast. She used to be quite fond of sweets, but lately, under Edward's influence, her taste had grown increasingly light. Taking a sip of the bitter coffee, Audrey received a copy of the Backlund Morning Post from her personal maid, Annie. The front page bore a large headline, "Pirate Admiral Kalangos killed by the Duke's bodyguards in Backlund." Due to prior intelligence on Kalangos' movements, high-level officials from the mandated Punishers, the Nithas, the Machinery Hive Mind, and the Military Special Department coordinated to carry out a successful ambush. In the end, it was the goddess's sword from the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Christet Sesamir, who personally dealt the fatal blow, ending his sinful life. After reading that part, Audrey folded the newspaper with a look of indignation in her eyes. If Edward hadn't reported it in advance, they might not even have arrived before Kalangos escaped. I wonder how Edward is doing now. He still hasn't sent any word since last night. Last night, Earl Hall had summoned several Beyonders to covertly guard the villa. Because of that, Audrey hadn't dared enter the travel box and use the vanishing cabinet to visit Edward, much less prepare a ritual to summon a messenger. At that moment, Earl Hall, seated on the other side of the table, put down his newspaper and sighed. "I still don't understand why that deranged pirate would come all the way to Backlund to assassinate Duke Negan. Though we disagree politically, if Duke Negan were to die, the turmoil in Lone's political landscape is not something I'd want to see." Audrey blinked curiously. "Papa, I heard there were many bounties on this, Kalangos. Is that true?" "Indeed," Earl Hall nodded. "The bounty on Kalangos within Lone alone was about 10,000 gold pounds. The Republic of Intis, the Fasak Empire, and several other countries and organizations also had bounties on him, totaling around 20,000 more. Hey, quite the fortune. Then who will receive those bounties?" Earl Hall thought for a moment before replying with a smile. "Most likely the goddess's sword. However, because of your report, Duke Negan has gifted you his vacation estate by the Desi Bay. It originally cost the Duke 8,000 gold pounds. Over the years, with added buildings and quality livestock, it's now worth at least 15,000. I get a share." Audrey's eyes lit up. Even for someone as wealthy as her, 15,000 pounds wasn't a small amount. After all, although Earl Hall had pre-allocated her a 300,000 pound inheritance, the portion she could actually access was quite limited. "I heard, someone tipped off the church that Kalangos was planning to assassinate Duke Negan, which allowed them to prepare this ambush. Do you think that person will get any reward?" Earl Hall raised an eyebrow. Stroking his well-trimmed mustache, he said with a faint smile. "That's an internal matter for the Church of the Night. They'll handle that sum appropriately." "Okay, Papa." Tinjin City, Blackthorn Security Company. Edward sat alone in the washroom, having just finished praying to the Fool. Lord Fool, I've more or less figured out the truth behind what happened recently around your blessed. Due to certain reasons, I can't easily share that truth with others. But if this continues, I'm afraid there'll be more unnecessary sacrifices. So, I'm planning to stir things up, big time. Atop the grey fog, Klein received this message. After mulling it over for a long while without fully understanding it, he could only reply in a cryptic tone, I understand. As the crimson light and grey mist before him faded, Edward stepped out of the washroom and walked to the captain's office, knocking on the door. Captain, may I go to the guardroom near Cheney's gate to conduct a prayer? Dunn lifted his head, his receding hairline looking even more pronounced under the light. Go ahead. Thank you, Captain. Edward descended the stairs into the corridor and walked straight until he reached the guardroom near Cheney's gate. This was only his second visit. The first time, Klein had brought him to meet old Neil, and they'd barely exchanged greetings. The guardroom was dimly lit. Edward lit the candles, dripped essential oils, and burned powdered herbs as he meticulously performed the ritual. Finally, he took 2 steps back, opened his spirit vision, and began the prayer in a low voice. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the favor of the goddess. Insangwil, wielder of sealed artifact 0-08, has threatened my life. I wish to ask the goddess. May I use all means necessary to protect myself? Would this interfere with the goddess's plans? Night Vanilla, flower of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Once the incantation was finished, Edward waited reverently. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the room. The ashes of the burning herbs and the surrounding dust lifted into the air, swirling together to form a single word. Yes. Edward pondered for a moment, then asked again. May I request Lady Ariana or Lord Anthony to personally deal with Insangwil? Silence. Then, the candles were abruptly extinguished, and everything related to the ritual vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Understood. Edward drew the sign of the crimson moon over his chest and bowed his head. Praise the goddess. He gathered his things and left the guardroom. As he passed by the Cheney's gate, he paused and glanced at its tightly shut doors, wondering just how many powerful and dangerous sealed artifacts were locked behind them. St. Samuel Cathedral, Backlund. 5 p.m. Edward received a heavy pouch of gold pounds from St. Anthony Stevenson. This was Kalango's bounty. You have 5,000 gold pounds here in hand. Another 10,000 has been deposited into your anonymous account. The remaining 15,000 has been transferred to the Hall family's daughter. Thank you. When Edward made the report yesterday, he had claimed that it was Audrey who first discovered something off about the Baron, and only after he verified the suspicion did they report it together. Thus, the £30,000 bounty was split evenly between the two of them. It looked like Audrey received less than she did in the original timeline, but this time she didn't need to give half to the Fool's Blessed, so the amount of money she actually pocketed remained unchanged. A win-win. Well, except for the Fool, who had just lost £15,000, but in the original story, he didn't end up with that money either, so technically, he hadn't lost anything. Cough cough, let's just say he didn't. Right. He had to share the great news of earning £15,000 with Klein as soon as he got back. At that moment, Edward leaned in slightly and asked in a low voice. Your Grace, do you know what sealed artifact Insangwil stole when he betrayed the church? Anthony paused briefly, then nodded. I do. Then do you know he's currently hiding in Tinjin, holding sealed artifact 0-08, and is up to something shady? Anthony looked at him in confusion, not understanding why Edward was bringing this up out of the blue. After a moment of thought, he replied, if you're asking for my help, I'm afraid I can't do much. 0-08 might not be a combat-type artifact, but if Insangwil is determined to hide, I have no way of finding him either. Oh, I'm not asking for help. Just chatting. Question mark. Without further explanation, Edward walked over to a priest nearby who was deep in prayer. With a face full of gossip, he whispered, have you heard of that have you heard of Insangwil? Let me tell you a secret, but you mustn't share it with anyone else. Insangwil defected from the church a while ago and took sealed artifact 0-08 with him. It's a feather pen, super creepy. What? You don't know about it? Then let me explain it in detail. Anthony. It didn't take long before the story of Insangwil spread throughout the entire St. Samuel Cathedral. Meanwhile, Edward had arrived at a charming little cake shop in the West Borough of Backlund. As the clerk helped pack the cakes he had picked out, he flipped through a copy of the Backlund Morning Post, hiding his merit and fame behind its pages. Ah! There's a Beyonder gathering tomorrow. His eyes paused on a page 5 advertisement from the Ernst Trading Company, a disguised notice about purchasing goods. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This time, I'm definitely getting that sassy little doll. Half an hour later, Edward returned to Tingen. With Lilith by his side and a box of cake in hand, he knocked on the door of his neighbor, Mr. Stephen Green. Light footsteps approached. The door cracked open slightly, and Priscilla peeked out through the gap. Her eyes lit up when she saw them, and she swung the door open. Lilith. Brother Edward. Good evening, Priscilla. This is for you. Thank you, Brother Edward. Where's your father? He's cooking. Priscilla reached out to hug Lilith, but Lilith twisted away, tail swaying, and began exploring the house with curiosity. Edward stepped inside just as Stephen poked his head out from the kitchen. Dinner's almost ready. Come try my new recipe. Mr. Green, I actually came to ask a favor. Oh. Stephen stepped out of the kitchen, wiping his damp hands on his apron and asking in a teasing tone, don't tell me you've got a cavity. Not quite. I remember you once said you knew the editor-in-chief of the Tingen City Honest paper. Could you introduce me? I've written a short story I'd like to publish in the paper. It'll be a paid submission. Stephen chuckled, if it's a paid piece, I don't think you'll need my introduction. The newspaper would be happy to oblige. Well, I'd prefer it to be published as soon as possible. Say, tomorrow morning. Ah, well, that would indeed need the chief editor's approval. He quickly wiped his hands dry on his apron, then took it off, grabbed his coat and hat by the door. Come on, I'll take you. Sorry to trouble you, going out so late. Don't mention it. Half an hour later, the two of them, along with Priscilla and Lilith, arrived by carriage at a quaint, stand-alone villa. Stephen knocked on the front door and exchanged a few words with the maid who answered. Soon after, they were all welcomed into the house. The villa's interior had a vintage charm, mostly furnished with dark wood pieces. Past the entryway, they reached the living room, where tall bookshelves lined either side, filled with books of all sorts. A man in a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a pen tucked behind one ear soon walked in. He looked refined and scholarly, though his receding hairline was even worse than Captain Dunn's. He greeted them warmly and invited them to sit. A maid brought over coffee and juice. Meow. Omega. Lilith was clearly displeased. She stood on her hind legs and pointed at the glass of juice in front of Priscilla, then tapped her own empty spot on the table. Her expression practically shouted, she has juice, why don't I? Priscilla quickly shared her juice. Only then did Lilith look satisfied, sticking her head into the cup and happily lapping it up, getting her entire face splashed in the process. Your cat seems unusually clever, the editor remarked, clearly intrigued. He took the pen from behind his ear and jotted something into a small notebook he pulled from his pocket. Interesting. After everyone had their drinks, Stephen made some brief introductions. Editor, I'm sorry to trouble you so late, but I brought Mr. Edward here with a request. Edward set down his coffee cup and got straight to the point. I have a short story that I'd like published in tomorrow's issue of the Tingen Honest Reporter. I'm willing to pay for the space. It's titled, A Cleric Friend of Mine, in Zangwill and His Feathered Quill. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 64, the more Ince fears it, the more I must do it. This short story told the tale of how Ince Zangwill betrayed the church and stole the sealed artifact, the feather quill. It also detailed the pen's abilities. Aside from the incident involving the theft of a saint's ashes, which hadn't happened yet, the story practically stripped Ince down to his last shred of dignity. As for the follow-up piece, Ince Zangwill's schemes and ambitions, Edward already had a full draft prepared in his mind. As soon as the first piece was published, he'd immediately follow up with the second, pressing forward step by step. He didn't believe that Ince, this lousy screenwriter, could keep his narrative intact under such pressure without coming out of hiding. The editor-in-chief took the manuscript Edward handed over and frowned. But we usually finalize the newspaper content at least a week in advance. He glanced down at the contents of the page. A trace of surprise gradually appeared in his gray eyes. He picked up his fountain pen and quickly jotted a few notes in his notebook. Hey, this is interesting. Soon, however, his brow furrowed again. But the writing is a bit poor. It needs some polishing. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Edward. Feel free. Then just wait for tomorrow's paper. The next morning. Someone knocked on Edward's door. When he opened it, it was Stephen. What is it, Mr. Green? Well, the editor just sent word that the printing press at the newspaper broke down last night. They're repairing it now. The printing press broke? Yeah. They said it was old and poorly maintained. Got it. Thank you. Haha, no problem at all. As soon as Stephen left, Edward's expression darkened. As expected, it wasn't going to be that easy. The printing press had definitely been wrecked by Ince Zangwill's forced intervention, again. So, you don't want too many people to find out about the quill either, huh? Good, that actually makes this simpler. Edward swiftly freshened up, opened a can of food for Lilith, and added a bowl of dried fish before locking up and heading to Backlund once again. Cherwood Burrow, the rented flat shared by Zio and Furs. After knocking for a while, the door finally opened to reveal Furs, looking utterly exhausted. She had a fountain pen in her hand, her hair was messy, and her eyes were rimmed with dark circles. Clearly, she hadn't slept well. Oh, it's you, Yunnan. She yawned and rubbed her eyes. Don't look at me like that. After 3 all-nighters in a row, I bet you wouldn't look any better than I do. Edward followed her into the flat and glanced at the thick stack of manuscript paper on her desk in surprise. Didn't expect to see Miss Furs working this hard. Oh, come on. I might be a little. She pinched her thumb and forefinger together to indicate, a tiny bit, lazy on normal days, but when I've agreed on a deadline with an editor, I always submit my manuscript on time. Let me tell you, all novelists are forged under pressure, you can't write a decent story until the last possible moment. Furs leaned back against the desk, picked up a half cup of cold coffee, and downed it in one go. That perked her up a bit. Zio already went out early this morning. If you're looking for her, you'll have to come back another time. No, I'm here to see you. Me. Furs scratched her head, puzzled. Miss Furs, as a published novelist, do you happen to know anyone at a newspaper in Backlund? Ahem, I know publishing houses and newspapers aren't the same thing, but they might have some overlap, right? Furs lit a slim lady's cigarette and crushed the empty box before tossing it into the trash bin. In fact, quite a few publishers in Backlund also run newspapers. For instance, the publishing house I submit to also puts out the Backlund Morning Post every day. What's up? It's like this, I have a short story I'd like to publish in a newspaper. This time, Edward handed over the version that had been edited by the Tingen City Honest Paper's chief editor. He added, I don't need a big section, just treat it as a paid advertisement. Of course, I'll compensate you as well. Oh, and I'll need to borrow a printer to make about 3,000 copies first. Furs gave him a strange look. You're thinking of switching to writing novels too? Not really. It's just a personal hobby. Here's £20, as thanks for your help. Furs's eyes lit up. Perfect. I just ran out of cigarettes. I'll go buy a pack and get this done for you. Wait here. All right. Furs worked quickly. Around an hour later, she returned, but behind her followed a well-dressed woman with an angry expression on her face. Cigarette in hand, Furs sighed and said to the woman with exasperation, Miss Jessica, I'm going home. If you're here to visit, you're welcome. But if you're here to argue, then I'll have to ask you to leave. The woman snapped resentfully, don't think just because you've published a few novels, you can slander other people's work as you please. I swear I'll write a novel 10 times better than yours. I'll prove to you that the characters I create are nothing like what you say. The insult you gave me today, I'll pay it back 100-fold. I sincerely wish you success. Furs handed Edward a receipt. All done. I secured you a decent ad slot, scheduled for 3 days from now. As for the 3,000 printed copies, they'll only be ready tonight, it's a rush job, so the cost is a lot higher than normal. Totally understandable. Thank you. If the prints would only be ready by evening, that gave him the perfect window to drop by the Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering first. Edward glanced at the retreating figure of the woman from earlier. That person just now was. She's a writer too. But none of the books she's written so far have been accepted for publication. Furs lit another cigarette and leaned against the desk. When I went to the publishing house earlier, the editor-in-chief asked me to look over a submission. Honestly, the story itself wasn't bad, but the characters were terribly written. Like emotionless puppets, existing solely to move the plot along. So I suggested the author focus on improving character development. She shrugged. And it turns out, the author of that submission was Miss Jessica. She thinks I deliberately insulted her and blocked her chances of being published. I see. Edward nodded thoughtfully. Looks like every industry has its own share of messy drama. Did you manage to gather all your potion ingredients? Furs had finally scraped together enough money not long ago to buy the Trickmaster formula from Edward. Yeah. Furs leaned against the desk, her gaze drifting through the open door toward the sky. After tonight, I should be able to brew the potion and advance to sequence 8. As she spoke, her slender fingers unconsciously clenched tight, pale skin drawn taut over visible veins. Tonight. Edward quickly realized, tonight was the night of the monthly crimson full moon, which also meant it was Furs's monthly day of torment, the day she listened to the whispers of Mr. Dorr. Hopefully the full moon wouldn't affect him again this time. But even if it did, with Klein watching over things, it shouldn't be a big problem. Edward lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then asked, could you give me some paper and a pen? Question mark. Firs handed him some manuscript paper and a fountain pen, puzzled. Edward scribbled a few lines, folded the paper into a neat triangle, and handed it to her with unusual seriousness. If, someday you find yourself in a truly life-threatening situation, open this. It might save your life. Firs looked even more surprised. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? You'll understand later. I'll say this again, only open it in a truly critical moment. Of course, nothing bad will happen if you open it now, it's just that your mindset now and your mindset then will be very different. Reading it early would just confuse you and cause unnecessary doubt. Firs stared at Edward for a long moment, then pointed toward the door and scoffed. Go back to Riddler Town, you damn mystery men. Ha ha ha, all right, see you later. Firs stared at the folded triangle of paper in her hand, visibly torn. After a moment of internal struggle, she let out a long breath and tossed it into her desk drawer. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm already deep in debt from buying those potion ingredients, back to writing, back to writing. 8 p.m. Edward arrived on schedule at Iron Gate Street to attend the Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering. He knocked in the designated pattern as listed in the paper. As expected, the same men from last time led him inside. By the time he entered the lounge, most of the attendees had already arrived. The old detective gave the room a once-over and announced the start of the meeting. The chubby apothecary was, once again, the first to speak. As usual, he was seeking to buy the marrow crystals from the Spring of the Elves. Last time, at least that guy named Black Snake had mocked him a little, this time, no one responded at all. Damn it. It's not even that rare of an item. Why the hell is it so hard to find? He grumbled a few curses and took out his usual potions to try and sell. But maybe because the customers from last time hadn't finished using what they bought, his business tonight was even colder. Seeing this, Edward gave up on the idea of selling another batch of potions tonight. Ugh, it's getting harder and harder to make a living as a potion maker these days. Oh, come on. You're in Backlund, the city of hope. You think there are that many conflicts here? If you want to make money selling potions, go somewhere chaotic. I hear Sonia C. or Byam is perfect. Pirates there would love your business, Black Snake said with a smirk. You think I don't want to? It's just not the right time yet. Ha ha ha, I'll be there to collect your corpse when it is. Shut up, bastard. The chubby apothecary was clearly having a bad night. Usually, he was the one lashing out with sarcasm. How had the tables turned tonight? Of course, Black Snake had no idea what the apothecary was thinking. He straightened his neck slightly and called out. Hey! That friend from last time, are you still here? The one who wanted to buy my taunting doll. Note, I'll post an extra chapter if we reach 110 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 65, he's getting anxious. Was he looking for me? But Edward didn't respond immediately. The chubby apothecary seized the opportunity and sneered, Black Snake, give it up already. No one's going to buy those dangerous little trinkets of yours with all those nasty side effects. Black Snake chuckled and said, since that friend showed interest, it means the taunting doll is useful to him. As Emperor Roselle once said, what suits you is the best. After a pause, he raised his voice again. Friend, are you here? Only 3,000 pounds, just 3,000, and it's yours. After waiting for half a minute, Black Snake sighed and shook his head. Ah, forget it. I'll just keep it for myself. Finally, Edward spoke up. 2,000 pounds. Black Snake's eyes lit up, but he still grumbled, 2,000. Are you kidding me? This thing can even affect a Sequence 5 Beyonder. It can affect a Sequence 5 Beyonder, and he's only offering 2,000 pounds. A few newcomers who hadn't attended the last gathering immediately perked up. What is it exactly? Tell us more. Haha, looks like a few of our friends are interested. Maybe I can get a good price for this tonight, Black Snake said gleefully, then quickly explained the effects of the taunting doll. The chubby apothecary was quick to undercut him. Listen up, everyone, it affects everyone, including the user. So if I throw this doll out, I'll be affected by its taunts too. A few interested people immediately fell silent. One day, that mouth of yours is going to get you into real trouble, Black Snake snapped, glaring daggers at the apothecary. If they weren't at the Eye of Wisdom gathering, he might have taken a swing at him. Ahem, I was just giving a friendly reminder. The chubby apothecary seemed a bit flustered under the glare. 2,200 pounds. Final offer, Edward said at just the right moment. Damn it. Fine. It's yours. Grumbling the whole time, Black Snake reluctantly completed the transaction with Edward under the supervision of the Eye of Wisdom. The taunting doll looked like a palm-sized, red-haired, ugly wooden doll. It was much tougher than ordinary wood but still couldn't withstand more than a few blows from a Beyonder or a firearm, clearly a consumable item, perhaps even a one-time use thing. That was probably one of the reasons others had hesitated to buy it. But Edward didn't see that as a fatal flaw. With Transfiguration, he could work around its limitations. Having obtained the item he wanted, Edward was in a much better mood. Anyone still interested in the mystical storage items I sold last time? That immediately jogged everyone's memory. Of course they were interested in items that could store tens of thousands of pounds without adding any weight, but they were just too expensive. The Eye of Wisdom, the old detective, clearly seemed tempted. He fiddled with the ring on his finger for a while, then shook his head with a sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, he just didn't have that much cash on hand. He did have some sealed artifacts, but they were too useful to part with. Better to wait. Fair enough. Edward noted the reactions and didn't press further. Next, the hooded woman brought out 2 mystical weapons and quickly sold them, followed by a few minor trades of materials. Edward got lucky and managed to collect all the ingredients needed for the assassin formula in one go. By 9:30 p.m., the gathering ended and everyone began to leave. The Eye of Wisdom took a long drag from his pipe but ultimately didn't call out to Edward. Number 5 Tulip Street. Lilith lay on the bed, yawning, occasionally glancing at the door. Where was that big cat? Why wasn't he home yet? Suddenly, a small object flew through the door and landed on the floor. A second later, hee. A sharp, cackling laugh came from the thing. Lilith jumped in fright and instinctively tried to hide, but in the blink of an eye, she found herself charging straight toward it, completely out of her own control. Meow. Carrot I carrot. Just as her head was about to smash into the thing, a warm hand scooped her up and pulled her into a familiar embrace. Meow. Edward bent down and picked up the taunting doll, a satisfied smile on his face. Using Unfettered, the moment I throw the doll really does negate its taunt effect. Heh, this thing was definitely worth it. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Lilith. Lilith tilted her little head in confusion, then realized Edward had just pranked her. She let out an indignant meow and chomped down on his hand. Ow. You really bit me. Let go. Grr. Next morning, 10:30 a.m., Tinjin City. Mr. Tony, the baker, placed freshly baked bread into the display case. Then he carried a tray of buttered white breadsticks to the doorway and began calling out loudly, "Hey there. Freshly baked buttered white bread. Taste before you buy, taste before you buy. Freshly baked buttered white bread. Taste before you buy." His cries immediately drew the attention of nearby passers-by. A few shabbily dressed children were the first to approach. Mr. Tony's expression darkened, and he waved them off. Go on, keep walking. Don't block my business. These street kids couldn't even afford the cheapest black bread, giving them white bread would be a waste better served to dogs. The disappointed kids backed off. Just then, sheets of paper printed with lone letters fluttered down from the sky, spiraling through the air before drifting to the ground. They seemed to appear from nowhere, immediately capturing the children's attention. They eagerly jumped to grab the floating pages, but upon realizing it was just ordinary paper, they quickly lost interest. A boy in a black trench coat and hat walked over and handed a handful of coins to the lead child. Distribute these flyers to as many nearby homes as you can. That's your payment. Really? The poor kid's voice trembled with excitement, but his eyes still brimmed with disbelief. The money's already in your hands, why would I lie? Go on. Watching the group of children eagerly begin distributing flyers titled, "My Cleric Friend," in Zangwill and his feathered quill, Edward stepped into a deserted alley, cast a disguise spell on himself, and soared back into the sky on his broomstick. In no time, he had scattered all 3,000 flyers across the most crowded areas of Tinjin, especially near the churches of the major denominations. Puffed. As Klein finished reading the flyer Roseanne had brought back, the coffee he had just sipped spewed from his mouth. His mind raced with confusion, but what dominated was shock and sudden clarity. It all connected now. Finally, it all connected. Every strange encounter, every eerie coincidence, every odd inconsistency, it all pointed to a sealed artifact capable of turning stories into reality, with near-divine power akin to words shaping the world. Terrifying. Roseanne gave a long-suffering sigh. Klein, is my coffee really that bad? No, Klein quickly apologized, pointing at the flyer. It's just, what's written here is too shocking. That Zangwill guy. Roseanne frowned, worry etched all over her face. I don't know who made this, or what they're after, but, if it's all true, then the world of Beyonders is far scarier than I imagined. Yeah. Klein got up to clean the table and floor, then casually asked, did you see Edward this morning? Yeah, but he's been coming and going all day. Not sure what he's up to. Then it's probably him. Klein glanced at the flyer again, focusing on the description of the quill. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Every word, once written, is known. The more people know, and the more detailed their knowledge, the more likely they'll be written into the story. But what if an entire city knows? Edward wasn't just flipping the board, he was overturning the whole damn table. Too reckless. Too risky. Too unstable. Of the 3,000 flyers scattered, how many people would actually read them? How many would believe them? How many would pass them on? How far would the discussion spread? Edward couldn't possibly know. Only when the printing press at the Tingen City Honest paper was repaired, that would mark the true beginning of universal awareness. As for whether Zangwill would again sabotage the machine or interfere through some other means, Edward wasn't worried. The quill may be able to turn fiction into fact, but stories still had to follow some logic. Saying the printing press broke down due to age was reasonable. But once it's repaired, what plausible excuse could there be to stop it from printing again? Once. Sure. Twice. Maybe. 3 times. 4. 100. The more illogical the storyline, the harder it was to realize. The more spiritual energy it consumed. And the higher the risk of the quill backfiring and killing its wielder. Zangwill, a third-rate author, was already struggling to keep up with the makeshift Tingen team storyline. Now that Edward had stirred the pot, Zangwill might just collapse his own plot. Let's see how you keep scheming in the shadows now. Somewhere in a hidden room. A quill pen scratched furiously across the pages of a notebook. Due to a breakdown at the Tingen City Honest paper's printing press, Edward's plan to publish his message in the paper failed. But it seems he hasn't given up. What will this boy, who harbors so many secrets, do next? Edward printed a batch of flyers in Backlund and scattered them from the sky. 10, 20, 100, 300, 500. More and more people learned the truth about 0-08. More and more people were pulled into the story. Edward plans to. Tom, who lives at number 12 Tulip Street, woke up at 9 a.m. as usual but had diarrhea at 8 a.m. Wait, what? That makes no sense. EW. Gross. Everyone says the Desi meat pie shop across near the town square has the best flavor. That's because the owner, Peter, secretly adds a special ingredient to his pies. After learning his wife was cheating with the neighbor, Cruz flew into a rage, grabbed a knife, and charged in, only to freeze at the sight. He hesitated. He trembled. Watching his wife with another man turned him on. Teresa, Edwin, Hussein, Clarinda, Barbara, Rosa, Klein, Barbatos. Suddenly, the quill seemed to go haywire, madly scribbling down name after name, each with its own bizarre little narrative. A pale hand clutched the quill in a vice grip, furiously scratching out the chaos. The knuckles jutted out like bones as he rewrote, word by word. Lenevis didn't die. He was about to have an affair with the widow next door on the balcony, using his favorite position, from B. Scratch it out. Dunn's corruption worsened. He lost all sense of judgment, and so he did a backflip to celebrate confessing to his girlfriend, then ate a bowl of cream soup from the neighbor's house. Scratch it out. Edward is doomed to die, but even in death, love endures. Like Emperor Roselle's take on Romeo and Juliet, love that transcends the grave. Oh, such tragic romance. Scratch it out. The hand holding the quill began to tremble. He wanted to keep writing. But he couldn't. Not a single word. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Zangwill went berserk. He grabbed the notebook from the desk and ripped it to shreds, again and again, tearing it apart as if that could vent the fury boiling inside him. And the quill, now tossed to the side, began moving on its own again. Wobbling slowly across the tabletop, it wrote. Zangwill is panicking. He's panicking. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 66, flipping tables at each other. Night fell quietly. Edward had drawn the curtains early and stayed inside his home. Tonight was a crimson full moon, the first one he had encountered since embarking on the apprentice pathway. He had already informed the Mr. Fool ahead of time. If he were to once again hear whispers and show signs of losing control, he would immediately seek the Fool's protection. Thick clouds drifted apart, and the moonlight spilled through, gradually deepening in hue, becoming richer and redder. Seated upright on a chair, Edward suddenly furrowed his brows, tension creeping into his expression. He heard it. Mr. Door's whisper. Don't save me, don't save me. Don't save me, don't save me. Don't save me, don't save me. The voice ebbed and flowed, sometimes clear, sometimes distant, sometimes accompanied by piercing screeches. But this time, Edward felt no pain, nor did he show any signs of losing control. He merely heard Mr. Door's hoarse, desperate pleas repeated again and again. Even though he was suffering in exile and corruption, Mr. Door still cried out with all his might, "Don't save me," to prevent bringing disaster and calamity to the world. For that, he had even sacrificed nearly the entire Abraham family. Aside from Klein's kindness, the character Edward admired the most in the Lord of the Mysteries would be Mr. Door, Bethel Abraham, for his greatness. Unfortunately, Mr. Door had been corrupted by a great old one and could only be rescued by an existence of that level. But the easiest way to achieve a great old one, or a pillar, status on earth is to become the Lord of Mysteries. But, the birth of the Lord of Mysteries, would mean the death of Mr. Door. It was a paradox with no way out. I remember that under the influence of the mother goddess of depravity's corruption, Mr. Door used to cry, "Save me." Why is it that, every time I've heard him lately, it's only been, "Don't save me"? Could it be that each time I happened to hear him, he was momentarily in a state of clarity? Just as the thought crossed Edward's mind, Lilith ran in from the living room. She held a dead bird in her mouth, dropped it in front of Edward, then nudged it forward with her paw, tilting her head at him. "Meow. Thanks, but I don't eat birds." Lilith immediately adopted a serious expression, stared at him for a long moment, then picked up the bird and trotted away. Moments later, the sound of crunching and tearing echoed from the living room. "Even though eating mice, birds, and bugs is in a cat's nature, I still can't quite accept it," Edward muttered. "Weren't you already used to eating canned cat food? It's not even been 2 weeks since we arrived in this world, how did you regress so quickly?" He pondered for a moment but found no answer. Instead, he pulled out the materials for the assassin potion, along with a cauldron, test tubes, and other tools, and began to prepare the potion. He added each ingredient one by one, stirring slowly. The contents of the cauldron gradually turned into a dark, shadowy liquid speckled with starlight, giving off a pungent odor. Lilith. Lilith scurried back, her tiny steps light and swift. There was still a trace of crimson at the corner of her mouth, likely left over from her recent meal. Meow. Edward poured the potion in the test tube into her food bowl. Without hesitation, Lilith turned and bolted. Thankfully, Edward had prepared in advance. He grabbed her by the scruff and lifted her up. Her 4 legs flailed helplessly in the air. There, if you drink this, not only will you get smarter, you might even turn into a catgirl." Meow. She remained unmoved, turning her head away in protest. Edward brought the food bowl closer to her nose. "Come on, it actually tastes really good." "Really? Just give it a lick, Lilith." Meow. She instantly turned her head the other way. Lilith. Thus began a prolonged tug-of-war between man and cat, lasting more than 10 minutes. In the end, it was only after Edward built a small mountain of fish treats on the floor as compensation that Lilith finally, and very reluctantly, drank the potion from the bowl, though, as usual, she managed to get it all over her face. Then came a long wait. Having drunk the potion, Lilith seemed as if she had merely sipped a glass of plain water, no reaction whatsoever. She even yawned. Does this mean Lilith has great innate talent? That her affinity with the assassin potion is extremely high? Or something else entirely? Either way, she doesn't seem to have lost control. Edward rubbed her head. "All right, go play." Lilith twisted her body and darted into the living room like a black shadow. Then she lowered her head, stretched out her front paws, raised her hindquarters, and let out a long, satisfied stretch. Backlund, Sherwood Burrow. Left alone in her room, Furs suddenly raised both hands and clutched her head. She bit down hard on her blanket, suppressing a scream, and rolled back and forth on the bed as she resisted the phantom whispers echoing in her mind. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Veins bulged along the backs of her hands. Her body alternated between going rigid and convulsing. Her pale blue eyes were filled with pain. No. Furs finally couldn't endure it any longer and let out a low, agonized groan. She abruptly turned her head toward the folded piece of paper on the nightstand. Trembling, she reached out, trying several times before finally managing to grasp and unfold it. A few lines of Hermes met her eyes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Furs's pupils shrank. She immediately understood that this 3-line prayer referred to an unknown deity. But she had no time to think further. Gritting her teeth, she began to recite with difficulty. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog." Just as she was about to utter the 3rd line, all the pain vanished in an instant. She remained curled up in the corner of her bed, her body still twisted in torment, gasping weakly for breath. Was that the end of the whispers this time? Furs struggled to sit upright, her gaze drifting to the curtain half-drawn across the window. Through the gap, she saw the dreamlike crimson full moon hanging in the sky. The brief sense of relief faded as her expression shifted drastically. Looking at the now crumpled prayer slip in her hand, she muttered nervously, "I only read the first 2 lines, I probably, maybe, hopefully didn't draw that being's attention. Number 2 Daffodil Street. Klein was chatting with Benson and Melissa about the flyers that had mysteriously fallen from the sky that afternoon when suddenly, a layered, illusory whisper echoed in his ears. "Is someone praying to me?" A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He apologized to his siblings, saying, "Excuse me, I need to use the washroom for a moment." He quickly entered the washroom and locked the door behind him. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he ascended above the gray fog. At the edge of the ancient, mottled bronze table, beside the seat of the fool, gentle ripples of light radiated outward. Klein instinctively extended his spirituality, touching the light in a posture of answering the prayer. The scene before his eyes shifted abruptly, a blurred room, a messy bed, and a woman curled up on it, wearing a high-collared dress with loosely curled brown hair draped over her shoulders. She held a crumpled slip of paper in her hands, glancing around anxiously and murmuring. "I only read the first 2 lines, I probably, maybe, hopefully didn't draw that being's attention." "Too late, woman. You already have." Klein couldn't help but comment inwardly, leaning back in his seat as he considered the origin of the paper in her hands. Was it from Miss Justice? He had to admit, he was quite satisfied with Miss Justice's reverence for Mr. Fool and her dedication to the Tarot Club, though sometimes, she was a little too enthusiastic. Well, it'll be fine for now. The September night no longer carried the heat of summer. A chill had begun to creep in, just right for sleeping. Especially after a long day, Edward had fallen into a deep sleep early. Lilith was curled into a tight ball beside his pillow, burying her eyes into her fluffy fur to shield herself from the crimson moonlight. Suddenly, Lilith jolted upright. She tilted her head back to stare at the ceiling, her ears twitching at high frequency. Her long tail swayed anxiously. Meow. She turned and bit Edward's ear, hard. No hesitation. She bit so deep that a few drops of blood welled up instantly, yanking Edward out of his sleep with pain. He sat bolt upright, yanking the dangling Lilith off his ear with one hand. "Lilith, what the hell are you doing?" Meow. Lilith's pupils narrowed into vertical slits as she let out another sharp cry. A second later, Edward's entire spirituality surged violently, all of it screaming one message. Danger. Danger. Run. Run. He didn't hesitate. Scooping up Lilith, he grabbed the leather pouch by the bed. The moment his fingers touched his wand, his figure twisted and disappeared. Boom. A blazing, flaming meteor tore through the sky, streaking across Tingen and lighting up half the city in its descent. A red flash lit the heavens for a brief moment. The deafening roar that followed shook the night. Standing hundreds of meters away, Edward watched in horror as houses number 4, 5, and 6 on Tulip Street were instantly reduced to rubble under the impact of a massive fireball. The powerful shock waves radiated outward in all directions, violently shaking the surroundings. Flickering firelight reflected in Edward's eyes. The chill piercing his bones made his body tremble slightly. So close, I was just one moment away from being crushed in my sleep by a falling meteor. It wasn't Zangwill. He had written that meteor down with his quill. This was retaliation, payback for the flyers Edward had scattered earlier that day. Note, we didn't reach our Power Stone goal. What a shame, but, if we reach 210 stones by tomorrow, I'll give you guys the extra chapter. Chapter 67, Lenivas's Diary. In the dimly lit room, drops of crimson dotted the table where a notebook lay open. Zangwill gripped his quill with a twisted expression, violently scribbling away. Every few words he wrote, he would pull out a needle and jab it into his arms or thighs, using the intense pain to banish all unnecessary distractions. Scratch, scratch, scratch. One vivid red word after another spread across the page like blood. Due to some unknown cause, a small meteor was drawn toward Tingen City and crashed into number 5 Tulip Street. Edward, overly elated by having thwarted Zangwill earlier that day, reacted too slowly to his spirituality's warning and was struck dead by the meteor in his sleep. Scratched out. Something unexpected happened. The black cat, who had just taken its potion, displayed astonishing vigilance. It bit Edward awake just in time, allowing him to teleport away a second before the meteor struck. Poor Zangwill failed once again. But this time, didn't seem all that surprised, nor did he go mad. That was because, deep down, he had accepted a certain truth. He could not kill Edward with such methods. No, this was merely a warning. A warning to Edward. That if pushed, would drag everyone down with him. But, would a warning like this work? Ince's hand clenched the quill so tightly that veins bulged across his skin. He stabbed his thigh again and again, gritting his teeth before continuing to write. Yes. It will work. Because Edward is a smart man, too smart, and burdened by excess compassion and laughable responsibility. So, to prevent the deaths of innocent people, he will choose to back off. He must back off. That's logical. That's human nature. At this point, Ince set the pen down. His lone remaining eye, numbed by pain, regained a sliver of calm. He muttered to himself, "It'll work. I will make it work." Number 5 Tulip Street. Edward stood a short distance from the ruins, trembling slightly from the shock and fury. So close. I was so close to dying in that maniac story. Wait, sure, I got out in time, but what about Mr. Stephen Green and Priscilla next door? All that remained there was scorched earth and burning rubble. Were they dead? Meow. Lilith let out a sharp cry and darted toward the wreckage. She kept glancing back as she ran, urging Edward to follow. A flicker of hope ignited in Edward's chest. He quickly gave chase. The closer they got to the impact site, the more serious the damage became. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, and surrounding homes were in disarray. Residents began pouring out of their houses, their faces pale, their voices hushed in frightened murmurs. Men and cats soon arrived before the rubble. Flames crackled and danced everywhere. At the center of the debris stood a mound, like a burial site, vaguely domed. Rustle, rustle. The mound began to tremble. Loose soil and stone slid off, revealing a massive humanoid skeleton. It crouched, body folded over, its long arms clasped into a protective circle. Then, the gigantic skeleton slowly released its arms and sat upright, revealing, nestled beneath it, an unconscious father and daughter. The massive skull turned toward Edward. Its eye sockets blazed with pitch-black flames, the bone structure ghostly and ethereal. Clatter, 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 clatter. The skeleton abruptly collapsed. Bones scattered in all directions, then vanished upon hitting the ground, as though they had never existed. Crack. The feather pendant around Priscilla's neck shattered with a crisp sound. Edward's eyes narrowed. That was a mystical item from the death pathway. The next day. A private hospital room in Tingen. Stephen sat by Priscilla's bedside, playing a game with her. She looked happier than usual. After all, her father was always busy and rarely had time to stay by her side like this. The little girl quietly made a wish to herself, if only every day could be like this. Just then, Edward and Klein pushed open the door. Behind him trailed Lilith, who was sniffing all over the room and sneezing repeatedly from the sharp scent of disinfectant. Lilith. Brother Edward. You're here. Priscilla called out cheerfully. Edward walked over and ruffled her hair. Feeling any discomfort? Nope. Good. He turned toward Stephen Green, and you, Mr. Green. Stephen raised an arm and smiled. Just a few scrapes. Nothing serious. He then looked at the unfamiliar man beside Edward. And this is? Klein stepped forward and showed his badge. I'm an officer from the Tingen Police Department. I'm here to investigate last night's incident. He paused, glancing briefly at Edward. Oh, and Edward's a colleague of mine. Stephen blinked in surprise. Wait, I thought you were a magician. Edward shrugged and grinned. Side job. All right then, let's get to the point, Klein said, his expression turning serious. He took out a notepad, ready to write. Mr. Green, what can you tell us about last night? Ah, you mean the meteor? No. I'm talking about the giant skeleton that shielded you and your daughter. Stephen fell silent for a moment. Let's talk outside. All right. The three of them moved to the lounge, leaving Lilith to accompany Priscilla. Edward, I told you before that my wife and I met in West Balham, Stephen began, his voice low. But she didn't die of illness. She was killed by a cult called the Numinous Episcopate. I initially thought they were just a group of lunatics obsessed with worshipping death. I even tried to seek help from the police. But I later learned, this world isn't as simple as I thought. Beyonders, supernatural powers, even evil gods, they're all real. My wife, she might have been a member of Numinous Episcopate. The pendant Priscilla wears was left behind by her, it was her keepsake. Stephen lowered his head, grief etched into every line of his face. Last night, I think that was her protecting us for the final time. I'm sorry. Edward clenched his fists. If it hadn't been for that pendant, that father and daughter would have died because of him. Stephen rubbed his eyes and forced a faint smile. It was a natural disaster. Surviving it is more than enough. No. It wasn't a natural disaster, it was man-made. I've told you all I know, officer, Stephen said. Klein thought for a moment, then asked, do you know anything else about your wife or the Numinous Episcopate? No. I only found out her identity just before she died. I see. My apologies, Mr. Green, for making you relive painful memories. Stephen left. Klein turned to Edward, who looked deeply troubled. With a faint smile, he said, come on, nobody actually died. You don't have to blame yourself so much. Guilt is one part of it. More importantly. Edward rubbed his temples, frowning. I wanted to disrupt that guy's rhythm, to force him into making mistakes, losing control of the situation, and ultimately showing his hand. I never expected he'd summon a meteor. Doesn't that just prove he's already lost control? Klein reasoned. As you said, the more absurd a story is, the harder it is to make it come true, and the greater the backlash. Forcing a meteor down from the sky. That can't possibly be reasonable. But don't you think this was a warning? He's telling us that if push comes to shove, he's willing to, no, he'll drag a whole crowd of people to die with him. Klein began to feel a headache coming on. At his core, he was someone with a strong sense of justice and compassion. But now he didn't know what to do, especially since this entire conversation with Edward could easily be overheard. Just then, Leonard limped over, his expression dark. What a damn day. The two of them turned to him. What happened? On the way here, the carriage horse got spooked and bolted. We crashed into a ditch. I nearly broke my neck. The captain told me to inform you both. Reinforcements from the Church of the Evernight were supposed to arrive, but due to a malfunction on the steam train, they won't get here until tomorrow or the day after. Another coincidence. To recklessly create such coincidences, was he not afraid of the Quill's backlash? Suddenly, Edward had a gut feeling, Nsangwil had been cornered, he was going to make his move. Had he found a way to deal with the unknown variable that was Edward? Leonard handed over a black leather notebook. Oh, right. I found this diary while tracking Lenivis these past few days. It was hidden at his place. Take a look. Lenivis's diary. That wasn't mentioned in the original plot. Klein opened the diary and laid it flat on the table so the three of them could read together. Then he began flipping through the pages. August 28th. Why did I suddenly start writing a diary? Oh right, I've noticed that my behavior and speech have been more and more unlike myself lately. I keep doing things that feel wrong, like they aren't mine to do. Is someone controlling me? Is he awakening inside me? No. I can't give in, not like this. August 31st. I can't escape, there's no escape. He knows where I am. They all know. No, I have to find a way, there has to be one. That book, yes, that book. September 2nd. Why? Why does it require a key? The hope to break free is right there, within reach. I'm so unwilling. No, there's still a chance. Yes. Return to Tingen. The key must be in Tingen. September 3rd. Tonight, I'll retrieve the key tonight. September 3rd. Something's wrong. I can feel it. That sense of being controlled is stronger than ever. This split in my mind, it's unbearable. I should have better options, right? Why did I suddenly decide to return to Tingen? What's going on? Why did I write a second entry today? Did I even write the last one? September 3rd. The key must be beneath the Tingen Nighthawk's base. Get the key. Open the door. Then I'll truly be free. September. I felt it, him. The one who can restore my sanity. Find him. Find him. I must find him. September 3rd. Run. I have to run from Tingen. The second to last entry, aside from the word September, all the other handwriting was clearly different. The moment Edward saw the contents, a chill surged up from the soles of his feet, his entire body broke into goosebumps. A deep instinct told him. This was written by the true creator. He knew I was in Tingen. Since when? Do the Aurora Order people know, too? What's wrong, Edward? Edward glanced at Leonard, then pointed calmly at the second-to-last entry. This was most likely written by the true creator. Klein and Leonard both stared at Edward, completely dumbfounded. They looked at him as if to say, "Are you seriously saying that out loud?" Edward took a deep breath. And the him mentioned in the diary, the one to be found, is most likely me. Leonard recoiled as if shocked by electricity, eyes darting between Klein and Edward, as if trying to figure out whether this was some kind of joke. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. He and Leonard were thinking the same thing. Shouldn't you be keeping this kind of revelation a secret from others? But Edward had no time to care about their reactions now. There was only one thought in his mind. Is this the new script Nsangwil has written for me? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 68, a major turning point, double length. No, that couldn't be right. A quill couldn't possibly affect a true god. So was it actually the true creator who discovered me first, only to be coincidentally taken advantage of by Nsangwil? Then, does that mean the members of the Aurora Order have already arrived in Tingen? Priscilla. Let her go. Someone help. Stephen's voice suddenly rang out from the ward. The three of them immediately rushed over, only to see Stephen sprawled on the floor, shouting in despair. Priscilla. What happened? Lilith darted out from beneath the bed and rushed over, meowing frantically at Edward and gesturing anxiously with her tiny paw toward the window. Stephen tried to prop himself up. Priscilla's been taken. By who? Stephen's pupils trembled. With difficulty, he replied, Numinous Episcopate, I remember them, they killed my wife. Please, I'm begging you, save Priscilla. Numinous Episcopate. They crossed the sea from West Balham to Lone just to abduct a child. I don't know. Stephen shook his head at first, then suddenly remembered something. My wife, I think she once said it had something to do with Priscilla's origins. Her origins. All right, Edward, enough questions for now. Saving her comes first. Klein ran several steps ahead but then noticed Edward still rooted to the spot. He frowned. Edward. What are you spacing out for? Edward, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke in a calm voice. Leave Priscilla to me. You two, stay here. Don't go anywhere. Why? Trust me. He picked up the shattered pendant lying on the hospital bed. Suddenly remembering something, he took the master key from his pouch and tossed it to Klein. Take this key. It lets you pass through walls, could save your life in a pinch. The downside is it's easy to get lost, but that shouldn't be a problem for someone who knows divination. With that, he turned and leapt out the window. Lilith followed close behind. Avansegim. The pendant shot forward, leading the men and the cat swiftly away from the hospital. Back in the ward, Leonard stood there utterly bewildered. First, the true creator, and now suddenly a group called the Numinous Episcopate. He had immediately consulted the old men in his mind, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Klein, what's going on? Klein shook his head, then took out the yellow crystal pendant. Leonard asked again, why did Edward want us to stay put and not go anywhere? Klein half closed his eyes, sketched the light sphere, and entered a meditative state. In calm silence, he repeated. It's dangerous to return to the company now. It's dangerous to return to the company now. It's dangerous to return to the company now. After the seventh repetition, he opened his eyes and saw the yellow crystal spinning rapidly clockwise, nearly flying out of his hand. There is danger, serious danger. Klein clenched the pendant tightly and looked solemnly at Leonard. Captain and the others, they're in danger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two of them immediately rushed off. Klein glanced back at the direction Edward had left, suspicion churning in his heart. Did Edward already know the company was in danger, and that's why he told us not to go anywhere? But surely he also knew that once we realized the captain was in danger, we'd rush back without hesitation. Did he not expect me to divine the company's status? Or, does whether we go or not make no difference to him? What exactly is Edward planning? What is he thinking? Meanwhile, Edward was riding his flying broomstick, Lilith seated with him, following the shattered pendant's guidance all the way to the outskirts of Tingen. In the distance, two horse-drawn carriages were speeding away. The coachmen wore long black robes, their whips cracking like shadows through the air. Edward immediately cast disillusionment charms on himself and Lilith, then accelerated, diving toward the carriages. He had to grab Priscilla before the enemy had time to react, before they could threaten her life. Just as they were closing the distance, Edward's spirituality flared in warning. Danger. The scenery around him twisted, the reds grew redder, the yellows more vivid, whites more blinding. Colors layered and intensified as if smeared in thick, oily paint. A figure cloaked in a tattered black robe suddenly materialized above the rear carriage, hovering midair. He stretched out a skeletal white hand, fingers suddenly curling into a tight fist. A suffocating pressure slammed in from all directions. Edward immediately broke the illusion charm and operated away, raising his wand and unleashing a string of spells. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Sectum sempra. Levi corpus. Reducto. Bombarda maxima. But unlike past foes, the black-robed figure didn't dodge. He simply waved his hand lightly, and a massive humanoid skeleton manifested in midair, intercepting every spell. It was petrified, then shattered into countless bone fragments from the explosions. Schlick. The black-robed man's throat was slit, sectum sempra, hidden among the previous spells, had landed true. But the decapitated figure merely caught his own falling head in his hands. He pulled off the hood that had shrouded his head, revealing a ghastly white skull beneath, then simply pressed it back onto his neck, reattaching it as if nothing had happened. The skeletal jaw creaked open with a chilling snap. Decay. Edward's vision went black. His strength drained in an instant. Abandoning his broom, he operated to the ground, but even his legs lacked the strength to hold him. He dropped to one knee. The skin on his arms withered rapidly, and the veins beneath turned faint and pale. Is he draining my blood? One of the carriages had stopped without him noticing. The skeletal figure raised his dried hand again, fingers slowly curling inward. A pool of shadowy, inky water welled up beneath Edward, rising quickly. Pale arms shot out from within, clawing at him, dragging him downward. This is the same technique Mr. Azek used to kill Kalangos. Is this guy a demigod? Edward's heart froze. Unfettered. A massive portion of spiritual power surged out. Strength returned to his body. He immediately operated away again, but to his shock, the black water in its ghostly hands followed him to the new location, still clawing and dragging. Protego Diabolica. Black flames erupted around him. The pale arms recoiled in panic, quickly retreating, but the black fire chased after them, igniting the inky water and then the retreating arms, burning all the way down into the spirit world. A shrill, wailing scream echoed. The shadowy pool rapidly receded and vanished. Before Edward could catch his breath, the skeletal man suddenly appeared before him. His desiccated hand tore through the flame shield and clutched Edward's throat, lifting him off the ground. Though the flames immediately engulfed the attacker's arm, Edward had no doubt he'd be dead before this enemy was reduced to ashes. Aha! A scream rang out from the carriage. The skeletal fingers loosened, and the entire figure disintegrated into sand. Edward collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. His vision warped from oxygen deprivation. Then, a small black shadow sprinted toward him. It was Lilith. She held a stark white bone in her mouth, dropped it in front of Edward, then pointed toward the carriage with frantic meows. Edward picked up the bone, and nearly tossed it away on instinct. The chill pierced him to the marrow, and more importantly, his spirituality screamed a warning. This was a highly dangerous sealed artifact, one that could easily kill. He wisely chose not to test fate and stuffed it into his pouch, then looked gratefully at Lilith. That skeletal monster, it was summoned by this sealed item. You saved me. Lilith. Mro. Lilith raised her head proudly. Edward patted her head and climbed to his feet. I'll treat you to a feast later. Together, the men and the cat approached the carriages. With a flick of his wand, Edward blasted apart the cabin. Inside were 4 robed members of the numinous episcopate, including the coachman. 3 were already dead, and the last sat slumped against the wall, barely breathing. His hands were covered in bloody claw marks, one missing 2 fingers, presumably Lilith's handiwork. From the time that skeleton appeared to when Lilith forced it to retreat, it was no more than 4 or 5 minutes, and 3 are already dead. The 4th is on his last breath. That sealed artifact really is deadly. Edward raised his wand and slit the final man's throat. If they had one of these, could they have more? He clicked his tongue. Guess I'll have to find out. He rubbed the resurrection stone ring on his finger, releasing a red ripple. It was the ring's corpse reanimation ability. Ka, ka, ka. The 4 dead cultists slowly twisted and rose. After a brief moment of confusion, they snarled and lunged at Edward in a frenzy. He immediately stamped his feet and shot skyward on his broom. TCH. This corpse reanimation ability is still so damn useless. Edward glanced back at the direction of Tingen City. Ints Zangwill, you've successfully stalled me. That means, things have likely begun on your end too. When Klein and Leonard returned to Blackthorn Security Company, they found Captain Dunn receiving a well-dressed man in gold-rimmed spectacles. Roseanne placed a cup of coffee down, then approached the 2 of them in a hushed voice. That's the mayor of Tingen. He's here to inquire about last night's meteor crash. It wasn't long before the mayor stormed out of Dunn's office, face dark with rage, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. Captain Dunn followed him into the reception hall with a look of helplessness. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Dennis. The mayor stopped and looked at Dunn for a long moment. His energy suddenly drained. Forget it, Captain Dunn. From now on, the city of Tingen is in your hands. Dunn shook his hand firmly. You can count on me. The mayor turned away, accepted his top hat from his waiting secretary, and climbed into the carriage, departing. Only then did Dunn turn to Klein and Leonard. You're back. Where's Edward? Leonard opened his mouth but hesitated. Klein stepped forward, his tone serious. Captain, the company is in danger. We need to evacuate everyone immediately. What? Dunn was slightly taken aback. Clatter, clatter. Accompanied by the sound of wheels, the market carriage returned, but the driver was nowhere to be seen. The moment the carriage stopped in front of the gates, a pungent stench of blood, thick with malice, rushed out to meet them. The trio's expressions changed drastically. Klein clenched his fists desperately, using the sharp pain from his fingertips digging into his palms to stay calm. He pulled out a flaring sun charm and shouted, Captain. Leonard. Get the sealed artifact from the basement, quick. Drip, drip, drip. Blood trickled from the gaps in the carriage, pooling on the ground in a dark crimson puddle. Then the blood began to squirm, slowly rising, gradually forming a humanoid shape. The figure was drenched in blood, with a full forehead, black hair, and brown eyes. His lips curled in a faint smirk, his upper body bare, and where his chest and abdomen should have been was a patch of flayed, deep red flesh. Those exposed muscles together formed the inverted silhouette of a hanging man. It was Lenivus. Wasn't he already dead? Dunn stared at the figure congealed from blood with a calm face. He must have used some mystical ability to escape back then. At that moment, Lenivus let out a mad, hoarse roar. The key. Give me the key. With a thunderous crack, the world around them shattered like broken glass. Every scene collapsed and dissolved. It was the aura of a god. Edward dropped from the sky, landing before a dense forest. Another carriage sat by the roadside, completely empty. But Priscilla's pendant had stopped here and refused to move further. Edward pocketed the pendant and frowned as he gazed at the forest. They used some method to mask their trail. But if so, why didn't they hide from the very beginning? Lilith jumped onto the carriage and sniffed around, then leapt off and sprinted into the forest, turning back once to gesture for Edward to follow. The man and the cat ventured deeper and deeper, the surrounding trees growing taller and denser, their thick foliage blotting out the sky and dimming the forest like dusk. On a normal day, this place would be full of chirping insects and birds. But now, all Edward could hear was the crunch of his boots on fallen leaves. Is it because of those numinous episcopate cultists? What are they planning to do with Priscilla? At that moment, a faint, eerie melody floated in from the distance, both sinister and divine, laced with madness. Found them. Deep within the forest, amid a cluster of trees. 5 or 6 robed men and women in black circled a pitch-black coffin that looked incredibly heavy. Around the coffin were golden ornaments stained with soil, flickering candles of pale fire, and one skull after another. They danced in strange, twitching, half-mad motions. The dance had a powerful rhythm and seemed imbued with a mysterious charm. Women tossed their hair, boys knelt with outstretched arms, each action beginning to subtly resonate with the surroundings. Everything within 10 meters grew tainted with a wild and frenzied aura. The atmosphere turned increasingly sinister, tinged with something sacred. A cold, invisible wind blew from the coffin. The leading cultist raised his head, then bowed it low, chanting in a voice that seemed to come from the underworld. You are the essence of death. You are the lord of the departed. You are the final destination of all life. The spirit dance of the numinous episcopate. A ghostly green hue crept over the skulls around the coffin, blending with their natural color to create a deeply unsettling effect. The dance grew more intense. That underworld voice echoed louder. The skulls began to float one by one, as though gaining life. Suddenly, the dancers stopped. All of them fell to their knees, fervent and crazed. The lead cultist drew out a pure white feather and staggered toward the coffin, shouting once more. Return, return. My lord. Let your footsteps once again tread this land. He released the feather. As it floated down, the moment it touched the coffin, it emitted a black radiance, spreading outward swiftly, cold, deathly, and domineering. The next instant, Priscilla's small frame rose from the coffin, hovering in the air. The feather landed on her, slowly merging into her body, and then one pair of phantom wings after another unfurled from her back. The cultist instantly dropped to the ground, arms spread wide in worship. Return, my lord. Return. His hair, visible beneath his hood, turned from black to white as if his life force were being drained. Whoosh. Priscilla opened her eyes, completely black. The phantom wings behind her solidified, each feather both holy and twisted. Our god has descended. Our lord has returned. The cultist screamed with even greater frenzy. Suddenly, a grotesque doll rolled into their midst. In a flash, all but the lead cultist lunged at it in mad aggression. Conf undo maxima. Edward dove from the sky. The wave of Confundus charm rippled through the cultists. Even the lead cultist was briefly stunned. He broke free first, turned to Edward, and bellowed, "Kill him." The 6 other cultists scrambled up, only to fall again, vines crawling all over them. As they pulled out knives to cut themselves free, 4 figures leapt from the shadows, Edward's faithful zombie escorts. Avada Kedavra. Not knowing the cultist sequence, Edward didn't hold back with the second spell, pouring twice the spirituality he'd used against the rampaging Magos. The cultist screamed and was blasted backward. Blood streamed from every orifice. Weak and trembling, he slammed a hand into the ground. A translucent gate began to form, layers of shadows spilling forth as it descended from another realm. Kriawalk. The door opened. A wave of malicious hatred poured out. Behind it surged countless restless spirits, clawing to break through. Kill him, the cultist roared again. The mark of the underworld appeared on his forehead. The spirits burst from the gate in a flood, swarming toward Edward. He apparat 100 meters away, then swept his wand. Protego Diabolica. Fiend Fire. Bombarda Maxima. 3 powerful spells were unleashed, devouring his spirituality. Black flames wrapped him in protection. Crimson fire lashed outward. As Fiend Fire ignited the nearest wraiths, a violent explosion followed. Boom. The wraith horde was consumed in a torrent of fire, everything turned to ash. The blaze surged into the open gate. Even the forest was caught in the inferno. From above, the once dense woods now had a massive bald patch scorched into them. Edward, wand raised, sweat dripping, gasped for breath. He hadn't yet mastered the dragon fire spell, but he'd gained decent control over Fiend Fire, otherwise, this entire forest would have been reduced to cinders. He took a deep breath and snapped his wand forward. Go. The Fiend Fire slithered like a serpent through the gate and vanished into the spirit realm. The cultist collapsed, scorched all over like he'd been burned by the fire himself. A shrill scream erupted, from Priscilla. Edward felt like he'd been struck in the head with a sledgehammer. When he came to, he was on the ground, his whole body racked with searing pain, as if something were trying to grow out from beneath his skin. No, not as if. White feathers, tinged with greasy yellow oil, pierced through his skin, sprouting from within. Gritting his teeth, he yanked them out one by one, soon drenched in his own blood. The cultist closest to Priscilla was already fully feathered, face frozen in a mad grin. He knelt, arms outstretched, laughing hysterically. The Lord is reborn. The Lord descends. Feathers grew from his eyes, his mouth, his nostrils. He remained kneeling, dead. Impossible. The Salinger is long dead. Even the artificial death project is nowhere near completion. And if the real one were reborn, the goddess wouldn't sit idly by. No time to think. I need to survive first. Sorry, Priscilla. Edward gritted his teeth, preparing to apparate and flee. Just then, the colors around him intensified. Amid that shifting mosaic, Isaac Eggers stepped out from rippling void-like water, appearing beside the coffin. Still in his shirt, bow tie, tailcoat, and top hat, bronzed skin, gentle features. He furrowed his brows, reaching out a hand toward the floating Priscilla. The screaming stopped instantly. Her wings faded, turned translucent and then vanished. She dropped from midair and landed safely in Isaac's arms. He looked down at the delicate girl, confusion in his brown eyes. Why do I feel so close to this child? In my memory, it feels like I once knew a child like this. But that should have been a very long time ago. He gently rubbed his temple as if the memories caused him pain. Edward rushed over. Mr. Isaac. How's Priscilla? Her name is Priscilla. Isaac carefully held her. She's fine, for now. How did you get here? I sensed a familiar force, mingled with something that felt bound to my bloodline. So I came to check. Bound by bloodline. Edward froze. You mean, Priscilla is your descendant? Isaac shook his head. I'm not sure. You know I've lost my memories. Do you know this child? I only know her mother was from West Balham. As for her father, I do know him. He's a dentist in Tingen, a Mr. Stephen Green. I see. I'll go ask him myself. Edward hesitated, then asked, just now, did the god of death really attempt resurrection through her? No. If I had been even a few minutes later, she would have lost control and become a monster. Isaac looked Edward in the eye. Thank you for buying her that time. A cold wind swept by. A massive humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared, over 4 meters tall, its eye sockets blazing with black fire. Its bones were hazy and spectral. In its hand was a slip of paper. Isaac took the note, his expression darkening. Klein is in danger. Half a minute later. They arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company. It had become a ruin, scorched, shattered, and eerily silent, like a tomb. Where the reception hall once stood was now a bottomless abyss. Edward couldn't help but wonder, how could Klein and Dunn, even with their strength, cause such devastation? Isaac scanned the ruins, his gaze finally landing on Klein's corpse, cut cleanly in two, mangled beyond recognition, except for his blood-smeared but intact face. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror. Dunn's body wasn't far. A gaping wound in his chest had shredded his heart. His face was frozen in the same fear, his pupils dilated and lifeless. The third body, Leonard. No. He stirred, then opened his eyes. After a brief daze, he crawled up, staggering toward his fallen comrades. He let out a deep, broken sob. No. Leonard's legs gave out, and he collapsed. His green eyes were filled with pain, tears sliding down his cheeks. After a long while, he finally noticed Edward. His face twisted in fury, his voice hoarse as he yelled, "Edward, you!" Stupefy. A stunning spell struck him mid-sentence. Leonard collapsed, unconscious. Who? Edward exhaled, speaking rapidly. At a time like this, we can't be distracted by unnecessary information. If I don't know, then it doesn't exist. Edward. Azek looked over, setting aside the grief from Klein's death. Mr. Azek, the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind will be here any moment. We have to go. Azek studied him for a moment, then gave Klein's corpse one last mournful glance. He nodded. All right. Azek disappeared into the spirit world, carrying Priscilla. Edward didn't leave immediately. He circled the ruins twice, searching carefully, but found no clear signs that Insangwil had been here. He sighed in disappointment, but it was within expectations. Glancing again at Klein's bisected body, the charred lower half. Hey, you really didn't leave me with much wiggle room, huh? Crack. His figure distorted and vanished. Moments later. Thud thud thud. Urgent footsteps approached. The Punishers and Heart of Mechanics members had finally arrived. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, this. Makes perfect sense. Number 5 Tulip Street. When Edward appeared, it suddenly hit him, this place was now nothing but ruins. He hesitated for a moment, then, after confirming no one was around, raised his wand and cast Reparo Maxima. As though time had reversed itself, everything was restored to how it once was. Then, his figure twisted and vanished once more, reappearing just outside Tingen City. He casually picked up a stone and cast Portis on it before slipping it into his pouch. What followed was a series of continuous apparitions. His spirituality was still recovering, but he still had enough magical power. Before long, he arrived in Backlund. His first stop was the St. Samuel Cathedral. From a distance, he gave Archbishop Anthony a brief nod before heading straight to the goddess's library. A few minutes later, he left in a rush. Second stop, 88 Minsk Street. Edward pulled Lilith out of his pouch. She rubbed her tail against his leg affectionately, glanced around, and then obediently sat on the ground. Tilting her head up, her gemstone-like pupils fixed on Edward. Lilith. Edward squatted down, looking into her eyes seriously. You wait here, all right? I'll be back very soon. Meow. She curled her tail around her little paws, her face showing a hint of worry. Good girl. He gently patted her head, then stood up. Edward took a sip of Emlyn brand polyjuice potion. His face and height began to shift and change. Then, he pointed his wand at his clothes, completing the outfit transformation. It wasn't the first time he'd transfigured in front of Lilith, so she merely tilted her head at him, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Next up. Edward reached into his pouch. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a delicate golden hourglass timer. A magical artifact from the world of Harry Potter. The Time Turner. Dumbledore once said that when using a time turner, you must always remember, what has happened is fixed and must not be changed. But the so-called has happened, the so-called fixed, are only fixed from the user's point of view. In other words, if I believe it's a fact, then it is a fact. And if things don't unfold the way I expect, I can absolutely intervene, as long as the final outcome still matches the version I initially saw. This fits perfectly with the mind over matter rules of magic in the Harry Potter world. This makes perfect sense. Edward held the golden timer with one hand and gently twisted it with the other. Click. The timer jammed in place, marking the 2-hour limit. He released his fingers. In the next second, everything around him zoomed backward at high speed. Shapes of clouds streaked past his vision in a blur. Something pounded in his ears, but he couldn't hear a sound. The wildly reversing scene gradually slowed until... Ding! With a crisp sound, the time turner shattered into fragments, and the world returned to normal. Edward was still in the room in Backlund. Only, Lilith was nowhere to be seen. Just as expected, single use only. He pulled the stone he'd enchanted with Portis from his pouch again, cast the spell a second time, successfully turning it into a portkey. He gripped it tightly. The next moment, it felt like a hook had yanked him forward from somewhere behind his navel. His feet left the ground. And he vanished. Tingen City. Klein and Leonard were riding a carriage, heading to the company. Leonard absent-mindedly flipped through a poetry collection, then shut it with frustration and asked, what did Edward even mean back there? If he has something to say, can't he just say it plainly? Why the cryptic act? Maybe it's not that he didn't want to say it, Klein replied, but that he couldn't. Didn't you see the flyers that rained down from the sky yesterday? The ones about church trader in Zangwil. Huh. Leonard looked blank. I've been busy tracking down Lenivis these past few days. Klein pulled out one of the flyers he'd saved and handed it over. My cleric friend, in Zangwil and his feathered quill. What kind of ridiculous title is this? Frowning, Leonard read silently. First, he froze. Then, as though hearing something, his expression shifted. His pupils shrank. What the hell? How can something this terrifying even exist? Wait. So that quill, it knows about me now too. Then it. The old man's raspy voice echoed again, relax. I may be in poor shape, but not so bad that I'd let that quill see everything. At most, it can only sense that you're hiding secrets. So what this flyer says, it's all real. Exactly. And judging by Edward's behavior just now, I suspect that Insanguil and his quill are targeting your Nighthawk squad. After a moment of silence, Palaz added, I recommend leaving Tingen immediately. The farther you go, the better. No way. Leonard rejected the idea on the spot. Old man, is there really no way to fight that sealed artifact? There isn't. Damn it. Leonard slammed his fist hard against the side of the carriage. Klein looked at him in surprise. What's wrong with you? Leonard stared blankly at Klein for a moment before saying, you just divined that the company's in danger, right? Did you also figure out that the danger comes from that quill? Yeah. Did you find a way to deal with it? No. Then why are you? I want to go back and get everyone out of the company immediately. Leonard's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Yes. That's a great idea. He banged the carriage wall a few more times and shouted to the coachman, faster. Thanks to Leonard's urging, what should have been a 20-minute journey only took 10. They reached the company in record time. Captain Dunn was currently speaking with a well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, discussing the gas explosion from a few days ago. Roseanne set down the coffee she was holding and quietly approached them with her tray. That man is the mayor of Tingen, she whispered. He's here to inquire about the gas company explosion. Leonard whispered back, Roseanne, could you help get the captain for us? It's urgent. Ah. But. Just then, the mayor slammed his hand on the table in anger and stormed out. Captain Dunn escorted him all the way to the reception hall and watched him board his carriage and leave. Klein and Leonard rushed up. You're back. Where's Edward? Dunn asked. Klein replied seriously, Captain, the company is in danger. Please evacuate everyone immediately. Dunn's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he said, understood. Rumble. The mayor's carriage had only just left when a sudden, oppressive wave of blood and malice swept in. At the same time, Edward, disguised as Emlyn, had also arrived near the company. He found an empty alley and quickly set up a ritual, summoning a black bird. What do you need? Help me locate someone. He should be hiding nearby. A one-eyed man holding a quill. Try not to let him notice you. Edward tossed over a spare wand he'd purchased earlier. The black bird swallowed it in one gulp and immediately looked pleased. Yes. This kind of stick, I like the taste. You've been paid. Get to work. All right. The black bird happily circled him once, then vanished. The tale of Ince and his quill has spread throughout the city. Edward is already locked in a game with the numinous episcopate. Now, there's just one unfamiliar face, deeply focused on writing his tale. You wouldn't think much of it, would you? This, too, makes perfect sense. Leneva stepped forward, one step at a time, expressionless, but in his pupils, only madness remained. The key. Give me the key. Klein gripped the flaring sun charm tightly and backed into the reception hall. He quickly pulled out paper and pen and scribbled a few words. Mr. Azek, help. He took out his copper whistle and blew hard. A giant skeletal messenger appeared before him, took the letter, and vanished. At that moment, Lenivus charged. An aura like that of a god radiated outward from him, shaking everything nearby to the core. Even before he reached Klein, Klein already felt his blood freezing over. Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He channeled a portion of his spirituality into a thin golden plate etched with arcane runes and hurled the sunfire charm at Lenivus. Sun. A dazzling beam of sunlight pierced through the third floor of the security company, flooding the reception hall. Darkness and gloom were banished in an instant. The flaring sun charm merged with the sunlight above Lenivus's head and suddenly expanded, forming a glowing orb wreathed in countless flames. It wrapped around Lenivus like a miniature sun, the fire soaring and ash spiraling, a blaze that seemed to consume everything in an instant. Boom. The entire building shook violently. Glass shattered across nearby streets. Ah! Lenivus's agonized scream echoed from within the flames. He's not dead. Before the flames and light had even faded, Klein knew the truth. He immediately turned and sprinted toward the underground, heading straight for Cheney's gate. Just as he arrived, he ran into Leonard and Captain Dunn coming back with sealed artifacts. Captain Dunn was holding St. Selena's ashes while Leonard carried sealed artifact 2-105, Blood Vessel Thief. Other than Sika, who's guarding Cheney's gate, everyone else has evacuated through the other exit. What's the situation outside? Dunn asked. I just hit Lenivus with a very powerful charm, but it didn't work that well. Klein hesitated, then said to the captain, his strength might be far beyond our capabilities. Maybe we should. Dunn's expression was resolute. No. We are the city's protectors. If we run, what happens to the ordinary people? Leonard clapped Klein hard on the shoulder. You go pick a sealed artifact too. Right. Klein entered the underground vault behind Tinjin's Cheney's gate. Standing before the various sealed artifacts, he quickly made a decision. Among the options that could actually harm Lenivus, only two remained. 2-078, the Door of Death. 2-030, inexhaustible poison. But the Door of Death had a living will. One wrong move, and it could turn against the user. The poison was even worse, though extremely toxic, it constantly tempted people to drink it. High-sequence Beyonders wouldn't be tempted, so the only way was to force it down. Either choice was a trap. Wait. Klein pulled out an old-fashioned key. Edward had given it to him before leaving, saying it could help him escape through walls. If the Door of Death lost control and turned into a door, maybe this key could be the countermeasure. All right. I choose you. Note, here is the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another one if we reach 360 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 70, True Power of Technology. A black bird flew out from the void. It landed on the branch of a roadside tree, pecked at its wing feathers, and relayed a message to Edward, found him. After a pause, it added, I wasn't discovered. Good. Edward pulled out another wand, walnut wood with a phoenix feather core, and tossed it to the black bird. The bird clearly hesitated this time. Instead of swallowing it in one gulp like before, it flew up and grabbed it with its claws, voicing its doubt, why are you giving me another stick? I want you to keep watch near that house. If my friends fall into mortal danger, step in and save them. The black bird hesitated. But I sensed a very terrifying guy over there, I can't beat him. You don't need to fight him. Just save people. Once it's done, I'll give you 5 more. The black bird's eyes lit up and it quickly nodded. Deal. Still worried Edward might go back on his word, it confirmed once again, 5 sticks. Correct. Whoosh. The black bird vanished. Edward closed his eyes. In his mind, the image transmitted by the black bird gradually became clearer, a dim room, a desk by the window, a man in a black robe, a one-eyed man. Crack. His figure distorted and disappeared. In a bedroom about 500 or 600 meters from the Blackthorn Security Company. Ince Zangwill sat at a desk behind the window, his pale fingers gripping a quill as he scribbled words onto paper with a rustling sound. His body was already riddled with needle-like wounds. Blood dripped from his skin and soaked into his clothes, pooling red on the ground. But he seemed completely numb to the pain. Lenivus realized he was losing himself. Desperately wanting to escape this state, he decided to gamble everything when he learned about the Abraham family's treasure. That was reasonable. In order to obtain the key to unlock the treasure, he returned to Tinjin. But by then, under the influence of divinity, he had already lost his rationality. He had only one thought left, to go to the Nighthawks of Tinjin and retrieve the key. Edward was killed by a summoned spirit world creature. Crossed out. He managed to escape, but there was no time to return to the Nighthawks. Klein sent a call for help via Azek's messenger, but it was intercepted in the spirit world by an old enemy, causing a delay. This was reasonable. Klein successfully used a charm to block Lenivus, but this only enraged him further. When Lenivus repeated the key over and over, Klein remembered the old key Edward had left him. With no time to think, he replaced a partition door with the Door of Death and threw the key into the room beyond. Lenivus, without hesitation, chased after it. Though the Door of Death was fatal, Lenivus had divine power and resisted death. But even so, he suffered heavy injuries. To truly kill him, Dunn would have to. Just as he reached this part, Ince Zangwill's spirituality suddenly trembled. He immediately stepped back, still holding the paper and pen, while all the tables, chairs, and decorations around him came alive, turning into vines that tried to entangle him. The mark of the gate of the underworld on Ince's forehead glowed. Behind him, a hooded figure appeared, swinging aside to sever the vines. Ince didn't pause. His fingers twitched rapidly, and with each movement, a spirit appeared, surrounding him in layers. His hawk-like single eye scanned the surroundings. Fiend fire. Scorching flames surged outward, engulfing the spirits near Ince, only to be sucked into a suddenly appearing gate of the underworld. At that moment, Ince finally saw the attacker clearly, a stranger with black hair and red eyes, strikingly handsome. Though they had never met, from the way the stranger used powers similar to Edward's, it was clear they belonged to the same organization. Why? Why do all of you have to keep ruining my plans? Why? Ince stomped fiercely. Spirits surged from the floor, walls, and ceiling, all lunging toward Edward. At the same time, his arm and forearm elongated unnaturally, stretching across the distance as his pale palm clawed at his opponent. Even before being touched, Edward felt his body stiffen, his blood seemingly frozen. Protego Diabolica. Black flames enveloped him. Edward quickly swung his wand, hurling every object nearby toward Ince Sanguil. But none of it got close, everything was torn to shreds by the spirits protecting Ince. Die. Ince spat the word with venom. Edward felt as if his heart had been seized in an iron grip, on the verge of exploding. Crack. He disapparated just in time, reappearing on the rooftop across the street. Holding his chest, he panted heavily. I came, I saw, I recorded. The notebook seized from Christine floated before him, pages flipping rapidly as it tossed out one extraordinary ability after another. Even if they were only mid to low sequence abilities, what he needed now was raw firepower. Boom. 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 After unloading everything at once, Edward raised his wand again. Bombarda Maxima. Boom. This spell consumed nearly all of Edward's spirituality. He had forcefully compressed the explosion and confined it to Ince's room. Even so, the blast inevitably spread outwards. Nearby buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the small building Ince had been in was completely annihilated, fragments rained down from the sky like scattered ash. Within the ruins, countless undead spirits layered upon each other, forming a dense wall that shielded Ince Sanguil at the very center. Huff, 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 so, which is harder to kill, a sequence 5? Or a sequence 5 carrying a grade 0 sealed artifact? Edward was gasping violently. As expected, it's come to this. In that case, let me show you the true power of technology. A few portable cassette players suddenly appeared in his hands. His figure flickered several times as he placed the players in a circle around Ince. Then, as the undead began to disperse, Edward looked up at the sky and drew the symbol of the crimson moon counterclockwise over his chest. May the goddess bless me, conceal my presence, and conceal the nearby residents. Crack. His figure twisted and vanished. Just as Ince Sanguil emerged from the dense protection of his undead spirits, he saw Edward disapparate again. Ince's brow furrowed, and he commanded the undead to remain on alert while he swiftly resumed writing in his notebook. At that very moment, a chorus of voices began chanting loudly in strange tongues, Hermes, Jotun, Elvish, and other mystical languages. Leodoro. 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 You got the guts to respond to me. Leodoro. Get over here. Leodoro. Your mom's calling you home for dinner. Leodoro. Daddy's home. Leodoro. Leodoro. These voices came from many different people, yet none of them existed in this world. Had Audrey been present, she would have recognized them all: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, the Weasley twins, Cedric Diggory, and more. A terrifying pressure descended from all directions. Ince's expression changed dramatically. The next second. Boom. 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 Hundreds, no, thousands, of thick silver-white lightning bolts rained down from the sky, transforming the area into a forest of thunder, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Within moments, the cassette players were vaporized into powder by the lightning. Having lost their intended targets, the bolts redirected themselves toward the only remaining person on site, Ince Sanguil. With a world-shattering roar, the thunderbolts fell. Rumble. The sky lit up several times brighter than before. Those hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts spread like a spider's web, illuminating all of Tingen in a brilliant glow. Moments later, as the lightning storm faded, Edward reappeared. After the tempest of divine wrath had passed, the streets and surrounding ground looked as though they had been plowed, charred black and utterly devastated. Thankfully, it seemed the most lightning strikes deliberately avoided the residential building, most likely due to the goddess concealing them from the wrath of the Lord of Storms. Tisk. No corpse. He escaped, huh? As expected of a grade 0 sealed artifact, truly useful. A cold glint flashed in Edward's eyes. But you dodged it once, think you can dodge it again? Outside of Tingen City. With a ripple in space, Ince Sanguil stumbled out of the spirit world, his body covered in severe burn wounds. His clothes stuck to his scorched flesh, matted with blood. He looked utterly drained, clearly suffering from grave injuries. His hand clutched the quill pen tightly, and his lone hawk-like eye was filled with madness and rage. No. No. Why is there always someone ruining my plans? Why? He lowered his head to look at the notebook. The topmost line now read. Just before the lightning descended, a spirit world creature with a favorable impression of Ince Sanguil happened to pass by and carried him through the spirit world, enabling his escape. Gripping the quill with bloodied hands, Ince endured the pain racking his entire body and began to write again. Compared to before, his handwriting was clearly more erratic and distorted. Due to an unknown and inexplicable cause, a meteor shower arrived 30 days earlier than expected, and most of them. Clink. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound, a small object falling to the ground. He turned his head and saw a strange box he had never seen before. Square in shape, with several buttons on one side, the box contained a rotating gear-like mechanism inside that made a faint clicking sound. Smash. Without hesitation, In stomped on it, shattering it underfoot. But in the next moment, he noticed a fine needle embedded in his clothing rapidly shifting form. Within the blink of an eye, it transformed into another identical box and fell to the ground. Then came a third. A fourth. A fifth. Ince's pupils shrank abruptly. He immediately crossed out the last sentence he had written and frantically scribbled. That spirit world creature with a favorable impression of Insangwil passed by again. Leotaro. 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 Get over here. Rumbly. Thunder fell from the heavens once more. As a slender spirit world hand reached out, grabbing Insangwil's right wrist in an attempt to drag him back into the spirit world, a lightning bolt struck down with perfect timing, severing his hand at the root. The quill pen he held fell away, and Ince plunged into the depths of the spirit world in utter despair. Backlund. Suddenly, space rippled. The colors of the surroundings became strangely vivid as a long, slender finger stretched out from the spirit world and casually tossed the quill away. The feathered pen spun gently through the air and fell to the ground, where it lay quietly, utterly unremarkable. People passed by all around, yet none took notice of it. Until a woman's hand reached down and picked it up. Ah! A feather quill. People still use these days. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 71, The Charm of 5 Sticks. Blackthorn Security Company, Underground. Lenivus, drawn through the door of death by the pull of the key, had sustained severe injuries. But at this point, Dunn, Leonard, and Klein were also on the verge of collapse. The revolver's bullets had long since been spent. Both flaring sun charms had been used up. The blood vessel thief had been active for over half an hour, and the hair at Leonard's temples was already beginning to turn white. Even the ashes of Saint Selena, due to the divinity on Lenivus's body, had been greatly weakened and could no longer exert much effect. Watching as Lenivus staggered forward again, Dunn's expression shifted. Staring at his trembling right hand, a sudden determination flashed in his eyes. He thrust it toward his own heart. If you do that, you'll die. A crisp voice rang out, its tone indistinguishable as male or female. The trio looked up at once and saw a black bird perched on a high beam, tilting its head to look at them. Captain, it's Edward's messenger. Klein's eyes lit up as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Where's Edward? He's not back yet. The little black bird preened its feathers as it spoke. He sent me to help you guys. But I can't beat that guy, even with him injured, I still can't win. Oh, he's coming. The little black bird darted toward the trio. In that instant, everything around them became vibrant, reds redder, greens greener, as though the world had gained an extra layer of multicolored shadows. Their vision blurred, and the next moment, they found themselves no longer underground, but standing in the ruins of the reception hall above. The black bird stuck out its tongue, clearly exhausted. I can't go any farther. You have to run now. But Dunn didn't move. If they'd wanted to flee, they would have already. His voice was steady. What is Edward doing? He went to find that one-eyed man, the bird replied, urging again, that guy's coming up, you really need to go. One-eyed, Insangwil. Klein instantly connected the dots. Don't know. The black bird flapped its wings in growing urgency. Run. 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 Huh. It suddenly turned back. He's back. Crack. A flash of light, and Edward appeared. Seeing the three of them still intact, he first let out a breath of relief, then promptly swung his wand and cast a stupefy on Leonard. Leonard's expression was one of pure shock as he flew 2 or 3 meters backward, landing amidst the rubble, unconscious. Dunn and Klein immediately turned wary eyes toward Edward, or more precisely, the Edward with Emlyn's face. Captain, Klein, it's me, Edward. Klein still remained alert. Edward. Why'd you knock Leonard out? I'll explain later. Edward dispelled his transformation with a spell and pulled out 2 portable cassette players. He'd come to the firm belief that spells, potions, and beyonder powers were all weak sauce, none could compare to the might of technology. With just these small players, even a sequence 1 wouldn't walk away unscathed. Boom. The ground trembled, it seemed Lenivus was pounding on the floor, or rather, the ceiling above him. Come with me. Edward rushed to Leonard's side, grabbing his arm. He reached his other hand toward Klein, who immediately acted without hesitation, grabbing Dunn with one hand and Edward with the other. Snap. The four of them vanished, leaving behind the two activated cassette players, which emitted a steady creak-creak sound. Boom. Crash. A loud rumble shook the area. The floor shattered and collapsed as Lenivus leapt upward. His pupils had turned completely white, and his face was expressionless, but on his chest and abdomen, the face of the hanged man had become fully defined, radiating madness and fury. Key. Click. One after another, the two tape players spoke. Leotaro. Come over here. Leotaro. I'm calling you, how dare you not answer me? Leotaro. Leotaro. Countless silvery white lightning bolts converged once again in the sky. But this time, they did not fall like a forest of thunderbolts. Instead, they rapidly coalesced into a single massive pillar of lightning that swallowed the howling Lenivus whole. In the blink of an eye, Lenivus, along with the true creator's divinity within him, was utterly erased from the world. Over 10 minutes later, Edward and the others reappeared. The devastation before them left Klein and Dunn stunned. They couldn't fathom what kind of power could create a bottomless chasm that ran through the earth itself. All right, I've already explained the basics to you. Edward spoke as he spread a leather pouch on the ground and opened it. For certain reasons, I have to make it appear as though you're all dead. Otherwise, it could trigger something terrifying. What about Leonard? He has to stay unconscious. With a flotation charm, Edward lifted two unconscious black-robed figures from the pouch, members of the numinous episcopate he had captured earlier. Klein, give me a hand. On it. Klein quickly stepped over to help move the bodies. What do you plan to do? These two were the ones who kidnapped Priscilla. They're beyond redemption, should have died 100 times already. I'll disguise them as you two, then kill them. In the Harry Potter world, Polyjuice Potion had a little-known property. If someone died while under its effects, they would remain in their transformed state forever. Edward followed closely behind, holding a bottle of unfinished Polyjuice and 2 cups. Captain, Klein, each of you, give me a strand of hair. Without hesitation, both men yanked out small tufts, leaving Dunn's already thinning hairline even more barren. Edward added the hairs to the cups and poured in the potion. Once mixed, he handed them over. They'll drink this. He continued moving, quickly placing Leonard in his designated spot, then leaned close to whisper beside him. Old man, please don't tell Leonard the truth just yet. Without Leonard acting as a medium, Edward naturally couldn't hear Palez's response. I'll take your silence as an agreement. It's settled then. Palez. They've changed. Edward turned around and saw that the two numinous episcopate members now looked exactly like Klein and Dunn. All right, now get them into your clothes. Having changed their clothes, Edward spoke solemnly. From this moment on, Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti are officially dead. Klein looked troubled. But my family. There's no other way. They'll have to suffer the injustice for now. Edward turned to Dunn. Captain, that goes for you too. Me. I've always been on my own, so it doesn't really. What about Miss Daly? Dunn, usually composed, was visibly embarrassed. How do you know about her? But don't worry too much, Edward said with a smile. There might be a chance for resurrection in the future. He waved his hand and urged, all right, you two should go. I still need to wrap things up. Then, see you around. Yeah, see you. Klein had only walked a dozen steps before he suddenly turned back. Oh right, Edward, about that key you gave me, it fell into Lenivus's hands during the battle. It's probably destroyed by now. I'm sorry. He glanced toward the gaping pit. Edward waved it off. You two being alive is what matters most. Once the pair departed, Edward turned back to the two bodies on the ground. He waved his wand, restoring the scene to match the one that had originally been discovered. After confirming everything looked perfect, he disapparated. A few minutes later, Edward and Azek appeared one after the other. Then Leonard awoke. Upon seeing the corpses of Klein and his captain, he broke down in despair, tears pouring down his face. But before he could ask anything, he was knocked out again with another stupefy. It was as if the scene had repeated itself. The events that had already happened remained unchanged, but the outcome was completely different. Meanwhile, Edward had already arrived in the outskirts of Tingen. The moment he landed, a subtle and profound feeling washed over him. He knew clearly, he had completely digested the Trickmaster potion. He was now ready to advance to Sequence 7, Astrologer. But something felt off. Even if his recent actions could count as a successful trick, according to the acting principles he'd summarized, the entire sequence seemed to lack one crucial element. A witness. Unless the goddess had been watching. He quickly located the stone he placed by the roadside earlier. The moment he felt the familiar hook tug behind his navel. A cold voice rang out behind him. Teleportation is prohibited here. The portkeys pull stopped instantly. Edward was forced back a few steps, as if repelled by space itself. He spun toward the source of the voice, raising his wand with lightning speed. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Conf Ringo. Every single spell missed. Are you the one the Lord specifically commanded me to eliminate? The Lord. The true creator. Oh shit, the Aurora Order really showed up. Before Edward could react, his vision blurred, a black-robed man appeared before him in a flash. His light brown hair curled faintly, yet somehow radiated a stony toughness. His dark, deep eyes seemed to contain countless secrets. Crack. With a crisp snap, the man snapped Edward's concealed wand in half. In the man's eyes, a phantom silver book flipped rapidly through its pages. Then, in an emotionless voice, he spoke a single word, one foul and corrupted in nature, drawn from the language of demons. Die. Splurt. Edward's heart felt like it had been crushed by an invisible hand. His vision dimmed rapidly. Death loomed over him like a tide. Suddenly, his body grew light, as though someone had yanked him away. When his consciousness returned, he realized he was now over 10 meters away. Beside him stood a man of striking beauty, yes, beauty. This man was so exquisitely lovely he looked almost like a woman. Mr. A. Did he just save me? Mr. A, the black-robed man said coldly. Do you know what you're doing? That man is under orders from the Lord himself. He is to die. Edward was stunned. Wasn't Mr. A from Aurora Order? Then, why save me? Mr. A gave a slight bow and replied calmly, my apologies, your grace. But I, too, received a command from the Lord, he wants this man brought before him alive. You're talking nonsense. The phantom book in the black-robed man's eyes flipped faster. Step aside. Or I won't hesitate to kill you too. Mr. A straightened up. His beautiful, near-androgynous face now held a look of disdain. You're welcome to try. He turned his head slightly toward Edward and said coolly, what are you waiting for? Run. Edward didn't hesitate. He turned and fled. Sure, Mr. A had just saved him, but that didn't change the fact that the guy was a terrifying criminal. Worse, he also wanted to take Edward to the true creator. So yeah, no thanks. Boom. A clash exploded behind him. A battle had begun between a Sequence 4 demigod of the Apprentice pathway and a Sequence 5 shepherd of the Hangman pathway. Both wielded a myriad of abilities from other paths. The moment they fought, powers of all kinds erupted in the air. Space trembled. Destruction raged outward in waves. But at the center of the storm, the two combatants were untouched. Mr. A, even at Sequence 5, was holding his own against a demigod. Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's blinked 3 times in succession. With each flash, he summoned a clone made of Worm of Stars. The 3 clones surrounded Mr. A while the original gave chase to Edward. He spread his arms and summoned down a blazing column of holy fire from the heavens, targeting Edward. I'm so dead, I'm so dead. But Mr. A instantly blinked between Edward and the light. His clothes burned to ash under the heat. His skin blackened. Yet his expression never changed. Die. Bodhi's again spoke that profane word, this time, aimed at Mr. A. Splurt. Mr. A coughed up a shattered heart. Black armor burst from beneath his skin, spreading over his body. His eyes glowed a deep, bloody red. Black Knight. Rarg. With a roar, Mr. A punched forward, his fist transforming into an enormous, razor-sharp sword. The black blade slashed skyward, instantly piercing through the distance between them and striking Bodhi's. But it caused no harm. Bodhi's had already retreated behind the illusory door of secrets. Schlick. Mr. A's abdomen suddenly tore open. A withered black infant hand reached out from within, its wrist still connected to his body. The hand opened wide, and in its palm, a mouth appeared. Wah. A piercing wail rang out. The door of secrets shattered. Bodhi screamed and fell from the sky, blood pouring from his eyes and ears. My lord, Arg. Hundreds of meters away, Edward started bleeding from all 7 orifices. It felt like his skull was about to explode. He stumbled and fell backward. And just as he hit the ground, the earth split open beneath him. A little black bird burst out, straining with all its might to pull him into the spirit world. 5 sticks. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 72, waiting for you. Backlund, Empress Borough, the luxurious Hall family estate. Monday, 2:55 p.m. Audrey was anxiously pacing back and forth in her bedroom. Susie looked up at her, head turning in rhythm with her movements. Ever since the Kalangos incident had ended, she'd been out of contact with Edward for several days. The first 2 days were spent avoiding the beyonder her father had brought in to protect her. As soon as that person left, she immediately went through the vanishing cabinet to find him, only to fail. Alarmed, she quickly set up a ritual to summon Edward's messenger, but received no response. She had then asked Susie to deliver letters and inquire with Furs and Zio. The response she got was that Edward had asked Furs for help a few days ago but hadn't contacted them since. All signs pointed to something having happened to Edward. Now, all she could do was wait for the 3 o'clock tarot club. If he still didn't appear then. Audrey shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the dreadful thought. No, impossible, it's impossible. Susie stared at her for a while and said softly, Audrey, you've never been this anxious before. I'd be like this if any friend of mine might be in danger. Audrey forcefully pushed down the unease in her heart and patted Susie gently. Susie, could you please help me keep watch outside? All right. Susie wagged her tail and trotted out, not forgetting to close the door behind her. 3 p.m. sharp. As the crimson light engulfed her, Audrey once again arrived at the majestic and grandiose palace above the grey fog. She immediately looked toward Edward's usual seat. Empty. Edward wasn't here. A surge of intense fear instantly overwhelmed her. Her head spun, and the world tilted before her eyes. Klein sat upright at the head of the table, surrounded by dense gray-white mist. He glanced toward the indistinct members of the tarot club, his first reaction being, why didn't Miss Justice greet everyone first today? Wait, her emotions are incredibly strong, fear, panic, sorrow. What is she looking at? Hold on, why is the seat representing the tower empty? Where's Edward? A bad premonition struck him. Klein subconsciously clenched his fingers. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, the hangman Alger and the son Derek had also noticed the vacant tower seat. One was deeply suspicious, the other confused. Mr. Fool. Audrey took a deep breath and looked at the figure shrouded in the white mist. May I ask, where is Mr. Tower? Klein didn't answer immediately. He opened up his spirituality. Boundless gray fog filled his vision, and crimson stars twinkled near and far, like countless watching eyes. Soon, he saw Edward's star. It was still glowing, bright and dazzling. Klein let out a silent breath of relief, while the fool said calmly, don't worry. Mr. Tower is safe. He simply cannot attend this week's tarot club for certain reasons. You may proceed. Relief swept through Audrey's entire being. Strength returned to her limbs. She suddenly realized how inappropriate her earlier reaction had been and quickly stood up, using a cheerful voice to say, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Wow, Miss Justice really knows how to shift her mood. Audrey sat down again and turned to Alger. Mr. Hangman, about the materials I asked you to help find last week, how did that go? Alger nodded lightly. I've gathered everything. But, how should I deliver them to you? How to give it to me? Audrey froze for a moment, falling into thought. At the head of the table, Mr. Fool was silent for a moment, then said mildly, Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, do you still remember the sacrificial ritual the son once described? Meanwhile, Edward was slouched against the broken remains of a collapsed wall. He wasn't hurt or sick, just hopelessly bored. After being pulled into the spirit world by that black bird, he'd ended up in this enormous spirit city. He was fine, but the black bird had immediately fallen unconscious, lying sprawled out a few meters away. He tried returning to the physical world over the past few days, but apparition seemed only to work within the spirit realm. And his spirituality warned him that straying too far from the bird could be life-threatening. The vanishing cabinet couldn't cross realms, and even rituals to pray to Mr. Fool failed to send the message out. In the meantime, he'd explored a few hundred meters around within the safe zone. This place had once clearly been a massive city, now reduced to nothing but a ruined wasteland. Deathly silence hung over everything, not even a single spirit creature was in sight. Finally, Monday 3 p.m. came. Just as he was about to be pulled into the crimson light and enter the palace, an invisible force yanked him back. Furious, he'd crunch eaten several pieces of jerky chicken. Yep, he'd been surviving on Lilith's cat snacks for the past few days. Luckily, tomorrow was the scheduled time to return to the Harry Potter world. He figured the spirit realm probably couldn't restrict travel between two entirely different worlds. Phew. Edward looked down at the Ravenclaw diadem in his hand. The only silver lining in all this was that, after he'd failed to be drawn into the castle above the grey fog, a wisp of white mist had been left behind and absorbed by the diadem. It had purified Voldemort's soul and triggered a transformation, turning the diadem into a mystical item with 3 abilities. First, Quick Thought, an active ability that accelerated the user's casting speed. Second, Erudition, a passive effect that made it easier for the wearer to perceive items with beyonder properties. Both abilities were fairly easy to understand. Quick Thought essentially increased spellcasting speed, while Erudition enhanced one's ability to discern the supernatural. The drawback was that after using the diadem, one would enter a temporary state of compulsive answering. The longer it was worn, the longer this effect lasted. TSK, anyone on the reader pathway would love this thing. Edward put on the Ravenclaw diadem and casually cast a few spells. He noticed that his spirituality consumption had dropped by about 1/3, a considerable amount. He activated Quick Thought. Instantly, everything in his vision turned viscous and sluggish. He tried thinking and noticed that his thoughts didn't speed up, they just seemed faster in comparison to the world around him. Got it. The speed of quick thought is relative. When everything you see and feel slows down but your mind doesn't, it feels like you're thinking faster. He deactivated Quick Thought. The world suddenly sped up as if someone had hit fast forward, then stabilized a few seconds later. A distinct discomfort settled in his head. Seems like the disorientation comes from the sudden shift in cognitive speed. Let's test spellcasting under its effect. Edward pulled out his pocket watch. As the second hand crossed 12, he reactivated Quick Thought, flicked his wand, and unleashed 20 spells in quick succession. Then he immediately cancelled the ability and looked at the watch. Spellcasting speed increased twofold. He took off the diadem, frowning. The problem is, once Quick Thought is activated, it's best to keep it going until the end of the fight. If you stop mid-battle, even a few seconds of disorientation could be fatal. So what am I supposed to do? As he pondered this, a crisp voice rang out, "What are you doing?" Edward answered reflexively, "I'm testing the Ravenclaw diadem's mystical properties and considering ways to minimize the post-Quick Thought disorientation." Crap. It really is a compulsive answering effect. What's the Ravenclaw diadem? The Ravenclaw diadem is the only surviving relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, founder of Ravenclaw House. She enchanted it to enhance the wearer's intelligence. Ravenclaw. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Edward waved frantically at the now-awake black bird. I'm trying to think. Can you hold your questions for a minute? The black bird flapped its wings and hopped up onto the broken wall, tilting its head. Think about what? Think about how to trick you into not asking any more Ks, damn it. You're all right now. I'm fine. I only passed out due to energy overload, just a protective mechanism. It gave a light hop, hovering in front of Edward, eyes sparkling. Give me 5 sticks. Right. He'd almost forgotten, the bird had dragged him into the spirit world at great risk, even fainting in the process, all for the 5 wands he'd promised. But now he only had 2 Phoenix Feathercore wands left. Edward pulled out the remaining 2 and tossed them over. The bird snatched and swallowed 1 in each beak with practiced ease, then blinked expectantly for the 3rd. Sorry, Edward said, I only have 2 sticks left right now. I'll give you the remaining 3 next time. The bird's pupils turned cold. A chilling aura radiated from it. You lied to me. No, no, no. He shook his head emphatically, then his eyes lit up with an idea. How about this, next time, I'll give you 6 sticks. Deal. The black bird froze for a moment, the sinister aura dissipated, and it nodded seriously. Deal. Heh. That was easy. All right then, could you send me back now? I've been out of contact with my friends for days. Sure. It flapped its wings and tore open a rift in the air. On the other side was the place he'd come from, still showing traces of the battle between Mr. A and the Saint of Secrets. Who knew how that had ended? Well then, goodbye. Edward stepped forward, then suddenly turned back. Oh right, can you pass a message to my friends for me? Tell them I'm back safe. No. Not unless you give me the rest of the sticks right now. There's no need to be so. Before he could finish, the bird kicked him through the rift with a clawed foot. 88 Minsk Street, Cherwood Borough. Lilith curled up all alone on the wooden floor, in the exact spot where Edward had left 5 days ago. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She sprang to her feet in an instant. Her sapphire blue eyes lighting up, gazing beyond like a lake reflecting the vast universe. She looked up at her master and opened her mouth, trembling the air with unfamiliar human speech. You are back. I waited here the whole time. Note, here is the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another one if we reach 480 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Miss Lilith. Lilith's voice was delicate and soft, like that of a little girl. Edward's heart practically melted as he scooped her up into his arms. He could clearly feel that she'd lost quite a bit of weight. Silly cat, I told you to wait, but you really stayed in the same spot all this time. She tilted her head and blinked innocently. Letting out a small meow, she whispered, I'm hungry. Edward pulled out a can of cat food, some dried sardines, and jerky chicken. Watching Lilith chow down with gusto, he couldn't help but rub his own stomach. After several days of sharing snacks meant for cats, he was starting to crave real food too. Well, let her finish eating first. He crouched beside Lilith, gently stroking the soft fur on her back, and asked, "Lilith, when did you learn to talk?" With a fish snack clamped in her mouth, Lilith pondered for a moment. Chewing noisily, she mumbled, "Don't remember, it was the big dog who taught me." "Big dog? You mean Susie?" "That's right. So you've been waiting here for me this whole time, which means you learned to speak just a few days after taking the potion. That's really impressive." Lilith paused for a beat, then nodded decisively. "Yup. Did Susie teach you anything else?" She shook her head. "She tried, but I didn't understand." "Huh. Wait a sec, how did you even get from Tingen to Backlund?" She looked up, crumbs from her fish snack still stuck to her face, and replied with wide-eyed innocence, "I didn't understand." Edward really couldn't tell if she genuinely didn't understand, or if she was just playing dumb. Once she was full, Lilith arched her back in a big stretch, her energy visibly restored. She silently crept into the bedroom. Then, all of a sudden, she dashed at Edward, who was in the middle of arranging his ritual, pounced on his arm, and began gnawing and batting at it. Of course, it was all play, without any real force. Edward helplessly picked her up and set her aside, patting her head. "Lilith, why don't you rest for a bit?" She gave a lazy roll and flopped onto the floor, her tail sweeping side to side idly. But soon, her attention was caught by the candles, essential oils, and herbs. Padding over curiously on soft little paws, she reached out toward them. Seeing that her master didn't stop her, she glanced back to make sure he was watching, then gently placed her paw on a candle. The moment her eyes met Edward's, she gave it a light flick. Clatter, the candle fell. Edward massaged his forehead and grabbed her by the scruff. Lilith didn't resist, her limbs dangled limply while her tail modestly covered her backside. She stared up at her master with big, innocent blue eyes. Lilith, you weren't this mischievous before." "Nope, kitties are like this." "All right then. You go rest. I've got something to take care of." "Okay." With a flick of her body, Lilith darted out of the bedroom. She paused at the window, hesitated for a second, then deftly leapt onto the sill, opened the window, and slipped out. She scampered onto the roof of a passing carriage, waited a few minutes, then sprang off and dashed into the subway station. The ticket booth attendant didn't seem the least bit surprised and greeted her with a smile. "Hey there, little one. You're back again." Meow. Lilith gave a sweet little cry and followed the crowd into the station and onto the train. Back in the apartment, Edward had finished arranging the ritual. Sitting cross-legged, he began to chant softly in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beseech your gaze. I beseech your listening. Great Mr. Fool, I deeply apologize for missing the last tarot meeting. I was taken deep into the spirit world by my messenger and was unable to pray to you or attend the gathering. Please forgive me. 58 Minsk Street, in Mr. Jurgen's home." Klein crouched in front of a cabinet, gently opening the lowest drawer with a pinch of cat fur between his fingers. Meow. A black cat suddenly shot out. Klein's pupils shrank, he nearly reached for his gun. The cat simply raised its tail and trotted off toward its food bowl. "I hate black cats." Mr. Jurgen blinked and turned to him in surprise. "How did you know it was hiding in the cabinet?" Klein was just about to respond coolly with, "That's a detective's intuition," when a buzzing whisper suddenly echoed in his ear, someone was praying to him. He stood up and said apologetically, "Pardon me, Mr. Jurgen. May I use your washroom for a moment?" I had too much coffee this morning." "Of course, go right ahead." Klein entered the bathroom, locked the door, sealed the room with a spiritual wall, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and recited the incantation to return above the grey fog. In the vast, palace-like space that resembled a giant's abode, his figure reappeared at the head of the bronze table. Reflected in his eyes was a deep crimson star, continuously pulsing and contracting. "That's the star representing the tower. Is Edward praying to me?" He had been checking Edward's star every day these past few days, logically, he'd seemed fine. But given how long he'd been out of contact, Klein couldn't help feeling uneasy. He reached out his hand, channeling spirituality, and touched the star. Boom, a twisted and blurry image unfolded before him. He saw Edward seated cross-legged, praying devoutly. "Great Mr. Fool, I deeply apologize for missing the last tarot meeting. I was taken deep into the spirit world by my messenger and couldn't conduct the ritual or attend the gathering. Please forgive me. After saving your blessed one, Klein, I was planning to return to Backlund. But I was suddenly attacked by a saint from the Aurora Order. Thankfully, in a critical moment, Mr. A from the Aurora Order stepped in and rescued me. According to Mr. A, he was under orders to escort me to the true creator. But the saint said he was ordered to kill me. I don't know what's really going on. Regardless, the Aurora Order is certainly looking for me now. I humbly beseech the great Mr. Fool for guidance. Praise be to Mr. Fool. The image of Edward faded. Klein leaned his cheek against his hand, resting on the arm of the bronze throne, and sighed inwardly. Sigh, the great Mr. Fool is still pretending to be a detective, working undercover and making a living helping people find their lost cats. And now you've got saints and the true creator chasing after you, maybe I should just kick you out of the tarot club. After muttering to himself for a moment, he schooled his face into a mysterious and profound expression and responded calmly. I understand. Empress Burrow, Hall family's luxurious estate. Audrey sat on the garden swing, gently rocking back and forth. She had entered the spectator state, quietly observing each person who passed through the garden. Even though she no longer needed to act as a spectator, the habit had long been ingrained and wasn't so easily shaken off. Just then, she noticed Susie trotting away excitedly, her movements sneaky and furtive as she slipped behind a cluster of flowers and headed toward a rarely visited corner of the garden. Audrey blinked in surprise, this scene felt oddly familiar. Curiosity piqued, she quietly followed and crouched beside the flower bed, peering through the gaps in the leaves. Susie arrived at a spot 2 or 3 meters from the perimeter wall, sat upright with her tail wagging, and looked up at the top of the wall. Moments later, a slender black figure appeared at the top and leapt down gracefully. Eh? Isn't that Lilith? Has Edward come too? Audrey's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If it's really him, there's no need to climb over the wall, is there? Susie ran over happily, circled Lilith twice, then raised her front paws and carefully adjusted the spectacle frame hanging around her neck. With a serious expression, she said, "Today, we'll continue with pronunciation practice as usual." She opened her mouth and let out vocal warm-up sounds, going, ah, ya ya ya. Lilith mimicked her exactly, using her little girl voice to repeat the sounds, ah, ya ya ya. Susie then continued in a slow, pronounced voice. Hello. How are you? Lilith followed, though her pronunciation was slightly clumsy, low. How are you? Susie wagged her tail proudly. That's it. Now repeat after me, Susie is Lilith's best friend. Si is Lilith's best. Before she could finish, Lilith suddenly turned her head and corrected firmly, no. Wrong. Susie's tail drooped immediately. Ah. I'm not your best friend. It should be, Miss Lilith. She repeated again, Miss Lilith. Miss Lilith. That's right. Then, Susie is Miss Lilith's best friend. Then, Susie is Miss Lilith's best friend. You don't have to say that word. You don't have to say that word. Watching the two little creatures earnestly practicing their speech, Audrey was completely stunned. She had always believed Susie was a one-of-a-kind miracle, a unique coincidence that only she had raised an extraordinary creature. Yet now there was another. Lilith. She suddenly recalled that Edward had once asked her if it was possible that Susie had secretly given Lilith a potion. At the time, she had confidently refuted it with 2 solid reasons. But now, this scene was making her eat her words. Still, how had Susie gotten her paws on a potion? Through what method? Just as she was puzzling over this, the world around her blurred. A hazy fog spread out, and Mr. Fool appeared seated solemnly amidst the grey mist. His voice, low and deep, echoed. Mr. Tower has returned. As his voice faded, the grey mist dispersed. Audrey found herself back in her garden, face full of delight. Edward's back. He's really okay. Mr. Fool came specifically to inform me, was he worried I'd be anxious? Right, he's long known Edward and I are friends. I didn't expect someone as mysterious and aloof as Mr. Fool to be so thoughtful. No longer in the mood to watch the little ones practice speech, Audrey picked up her skirt and ran back toward the house. After receiving Mr. Fool's reply, Edward packed up his things and stepped out into the living room. Lilith. Lilith. No answer. Slipped out again. He sank into the soft sofa, closed his eyes, and let his entire body relax, relishing this long-lost peace and comfort. A breeze drifted through the open window, and the pendants on the chandelier above clinked together with a pleasant ding-dong. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, on the verge of sleep. Ah, right. He opened his eyes and gave his forehead a light smack. I haven't informed Audrey yet. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Audrey's voice suddenly sounded. Edward. Are you there? Can you hear me? He immediately looked down at the leather pouch. 2 slender, fair fingers were gently prying open the flap. He quickly loosened the pouch and placed it on the ground, opening it wide. Audrey soon emerged, a mixture of joy and concern on her face, though still maintaining her noble composure. Her tone was bright. You're back. She entered her spectator state, giving him a thorough once-over before asking, You're all right? It was a bit thrilling, he said with a smile, but luckily, I was pretty fortunate. No worries. She beamed. Mr. Fool really didn't lie to me. And you? How have you been these past few days? Pretty well, Audrey said cheerfully. You missed an important milestone in the Tarot Club. Mr. Fool has successfully initiated a new function. Now we members can offer up sacrificial items and conduct long-distance trades through him. Oh, and the Hanged Man has already found the Lavos squid's crystallized blood, mandrake sap, and poison hemlock extract you were looking for. You can trade with him through Mr. Fool at any time. Nice. So the Fool Express is finally open for business. Also, a few days ago, I received a rainbow salamander's pituitary gland from my second brother, she added, curtsying elegantly. Standing before you now is a Sequence 8 telepathist. Whoa, impressive. I'll have to be more careful around you now, can't let you catch me thinking bad things about you. Hee hee. She squinted with a delighted smile, clearly enjoying the compliment. But then her expression faltered a bit as she thought of something. Susie's Sequence 8 too, she's the truly amazing one. While I was still struggling to act my role properly, she had already digested her potion. Audrey puffed her cheeks and mimicked Susie's tone. And when I ask how, she looks at me innocently and says, Audrey, I'm just a dog. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and asked, enough about me. Where exactly have you been these past few days? Why couldn't even Mr. Fool reach you? The spirit world. The spirit world. Yeah, here's what happened. Edward recounted everything he'd experienced over the past several days, leaving nothing out. An hour later, Audrey's eyes were wide with disbelief. Why is it that every time I don't see you for a few days, you somehow end up in some major incident? A grade 0 sealed artifact, a meteorite, the Church of the God of Death, the descent of the true Creator, and a saint of the Aurora Order. Edward spread his hands and sighed. I'd rather have encountered none of it. Think about it, the true Creator managed to spot me once, which means he can do it again. So whether I stay in Tingen or Backlund doesn't make much difference anymore. Now the question is, what do I do next? Flee overseas. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 74, The Mutated Pathway. Audrey furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before saying, I don't quite agree. Based on what you just told me, the reason the true Creator was able to spot you was because he saw you through Lenivus's eyes. Now that Lenivus is dead, and Mr. A has become his new host, as long as you avoid being seen by Mr. A, he shouldn't be able to find you either. At that, her tone became slightly uncertain. But do deities really need to rely on their believers' eyes to see the world? Shouldn't they be all-powerful and omniscient? Because the goddess has concealed my existence. Resting her chin on her palm, Audrey continued helping him analyze. The Aurora Order's power in Backlund is mainly overseen by Mr. A. Since the rational personality of the true Creator is actually friendly to you, could it be possible to actively make contact with Mr. A? Edward shook his head, replying solemnly, you may not have heard this saying before, believe in the might of the gods, but never in their benevolence. So it's best not to so easily assume that a god is benevolent, especially when that god is an evil one. But Mr. Fool is benevolent. Well, even if he is, the rationality and madness of the true Creator are still one and the same. No one can predict when he might switch personalities. Maybe the next time we see Mr. A, he'll already have received an order to kill me. Audrey pressed her lips together, a little dispirited. Then what should we do? She looked up again, eyes full of expectation. Is there anything I can help you with? Of course. I'll pray to Mr. Fool in a bit and ask to trade with the Hanged Man for those ingredients. I'll pay for them. No need. I'm doing fine financially at the moment. What I need is for you to stay by my side when I take the potion, just in case something goes wrong. Got it. Without delay, Edward began setting up the ritual again and prayed to Mr. Fool for a trade with Alger. Somewhere on the boundless sea, aboard an ancient-style sailing ship, the Blue Avenger. Alger Wilson was seated inside the captain's cabin, recording notes into his logbook. After personally eliminating Kalangos in Backlund, he soon returned to the sea. With nothing left to hold him back, his mood had been quite pleasant lately, and even his attitude toward the sailors had grown significantly more amicable. Yet every time he thought of that mysterious island and its dangers, a sense of regret stirred in him, his strength was still far too lacking. Who knew when he'd be able to set foot there again? Just then, he sensed the call of the Fool. Grey mist rose around him, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in that grand, towering palace. Edward's figure appeared at the perfect moment. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Mr. Hangman, I heard that you found the materials I need. Is now a good time to trade? That's Mr. Tower. He's back. No problem. Alger quickly gathered himself and returned to his usual composure. All 3 ingredients will be £450 in total. Once I return, I'll offer them up to Mr. Fool. Sounds good. Edward turned to Klein and said respectfully, "Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Fool." Alger hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't ask why Mr. Tower hadn't attended the last tarot gathering. They weren't close enough yet for him to pry into someone's private affairs. That kind of intrusion might easily be unwelcome. To his surprise, Klein spoke up on his own. The reason Mr. Tower missed the last gathering was because he was fighting against a Saint of the Aurora Order at the time. Fighting against a Saint of the Aurora Order. Alger was stunned. A so-called saint meant someone at least at sequence 4, a demigod. When he had faced the Church of Storms, Spellsinger of God, a snake, he had felt utterly powerless, and that was just from watching the demigod act against someone else. But Mr. Tower is only sequence 8. How could he possibly go up against a demigod? I get it now, Mr. Fool must have intervened. That means his power has recovered further, and he's starting to be able to influence the physical world again. With that thought, Alger bowed his head deeply, his voice filled with reverence. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Klein pinched the bridge of his nose. No, all I did was give a simple summary of what Edward went through. Mr. Hangman, are you overthinking things again? Back in the real world, Edward quickly completed the ritual. He first used a binary sacrificial method to offer the gold pounds to Mr. Fool, then received the 3 ingredients Alger had offered up through the illusory door. Even though it wasn't her first time witnessing such a dazzling display, Audrey couldn't help but sigh in awe again. Mr. Fool is truly incredible. The Tarot Club is becoming more and more high-level by the day. Once the ritual was done, Edward laid out the remaining ingredients needed for the Sequence 7 astrologer potion and began brewing it as he spoke. Audrey, I'm about to take the potion now. She nodded seriously. No problem. I'm ready. Edward swiftly added each ingredient into the cauldron in order. The mixture shifted from solid to liquid, then to gas, before finally condensing into a dark fluid that resembled a starry night sky. He picked up the vial, took a deep breath, and downed it in one go. In the next instant, Edward found himself immersed in a vast and boundless starry sky. Suddenly, a tiny glow lit up at the center of that endless space. The scene rapidly zoomed in, the glimmer growing brighter and larger. It was a door, glowing softly. This wasn't the first time he had seen that door. He knew full well that an enormous secret lay hidden behind it, yet he was utterly unable to push it open. Once more, he raised his arm and pressed his palm against the door. In that instant, the pitch-black night sky burst into a radiant tapestry of stars. Each and every starlight beam was like a stream of information, flooding into Edward's mind from all directions and instantly stirring his consciousness into a chaotic whirlpool. He had no idea whether seconds, minutes, or even hours had passed. At that moment, time itself seemed to lose all meaning. Only when the starlight faded and his awareness returned did Edward realize he had successfully advanced to Sequence 7. Along with this promotion came several new fragments of information about himself. Sequence 9, Fool. You were once tainted by a high-level beyonders corruption, rendering you a fool. However, this also means you are no longer susceptible to further corruption. Abilities. Door opening. By leveraging the uniqueness of the spirit world, no wall or door can obstruct your passage. Dullness. Your dulled senses render you immune to the awakening of divinity. You are not susceptible to corruption or derangement caused by it. Sequence 8, Eccentric. You hail from another world. Whether in thought or in action, you are utterly out of place. Your mind is unbound by the constraints of this world. Abilities. Trickmaster. You can create fog, conjure gusts of wind, flashes of light, electricity, flames, frost, and more. Unfettered. You can expend spirituality to break free from control. The closer the sequence gap, the higher the success rate. Sequence 7, Madman. Your thoughts differ from the norm, and so does your psyche. To some, you are a genius. To most, you are a lunatic. Abilities. Astrology. You've gained the ability to perform divination. Genius on the left, you possess an exceptionally sharp intuition. When divining, if a result is produced, it will be entirely free from interference or misdirection. Madman to the right, you occasionally experience mysterious premonitions, most of which are inaccurate. Thus, when divining, you may choose to intentionally falsify the result. Note, if the target's level vastly exceeds your own, this ability will fail. Usable once per day. Delusion. You have the mystical ability to borrow powers from a higher sequence in advance. You can temporarily access a future sequence ability, though it will be weakened. Sequence 6, Bookworm. Ingredients, Scribe's Potion plus the Beyonder characteristic of a polymath. This concludes the information. As the door before him slowly faded away, Edward found himself back in his room. Everything he had seen and felt just now seemed like an illusion, but he knew in his heart that it had all been real. His heart pounded wildly. This Sequence 7 advancement had caused him to step off the standard 22 paths entirely and onto an unknown path that had never existed in this world. Although he still retained the abilities of his previous sequences, his actual Beyonder path had changed to Fool, Eccentric, and Madman. There wasn't much to say about the abilities of Fool and Eccentric. But Sequence 7, Madman, gave him 3 abilities all at once: Genius on the left, Madman to the right, and Delusion. The first 2 appeared to complement and enhance his divination skills. Genius on the left made sure any divination result he obtained was free from interference or manipulation. Of course, that didn't mean his divinations were infallible. Failure could still occur for many reasons. But if there was a result, it would be accurate. The second, Madman to the right, could actually tamper with the result of a divination. What kind of metaphysical, mind-bending power was this? As for the third, Delusion, it let him borrow a Sequence 6 power in advance. At that thought, Edward activated Delusion with a thought and immediately felt a new ability emerge. Silverfish. When you consume text imbued with mystical power, you may temporarily gain the corresponding ability. Edward blinked. The terms, Card of Blasphemy, and Slate of Blasphemy, instantly surfaced in his mind. These were the most well-known examples of mystical text in the world of mysteries. If I eat one of the cards of blasphemy, I become the god of that pathway. Now that was what it meant to cheat. That was what it meant to be ridiculously overpowered. Mew-ha-ha-ha-ha. Unfortunately, before he could fantasize for more than a few seconds, a restless ripple from his spirituality gave him a rude awakening. Even if you gain high-level abilities, do you have the spirituality to sustain their use? TCH. Aside from the mystical abilities, advancing to Sequence 7 also brought a further increase in his spirituality, granting him a sharper instinct to detect danger earlier and more precisely. How did it go? Audrey's voice broke the silence. Her emerald eyes were tinged with concern. Oh, I've successfully advanced to Sequence 7, Edward replied, blinking as he reoriented himself. I was just reviewing the new abilities I received. She sighed in relief, then smiled. To think you've reached Sequence 7 barely a month after becoming Sequence 9. That's incredible. That's only because I benefited from acting ahead of time. Take this Sequence 7, for example, huh? He froze mid-sentence. His digestion progress had already moved halfway forward. Had he once again unknowingly started acting in advance? Wait a minute. Edward suddenly noticed something odd. The progress bar that had moved halfway belonged to his original Sequence 7, Astrologer. But strangely, the Madman path had also advanced halfway. So I need to act out 2 paths simultaneously. Being an astrologer was manageable. But how the hell was he supposed to act like a madman? More importantly, why had the madman's digestion progressed at all? Perplexed, Edward scratched his head and told Audrey everything. She froze. You're saying, your Beyonder path has changed to a completely new, never-before-seen sequence called Madman. And you have to act out 2 paths at once. It took her nearly half an hour to digest this information. Then, pride and excitement lit up her face. Edward, you really are extraordinary. I think you and Mr. Fool are both destined to be protagonists of this era. I'll take that as a blessing. Edward scratched his head again. But how exactly am I supposed to act like a madman? Should I check myself into an asylum? Not necessarily. Audrey thought for a moment and said, you could start by focusing on the 2 abilities you got, Genius on the left, and Madman to the right. Try role-playing someone who constantly swings between genius and insanity. Edward's mouth fell open. So now I need to act out another persona. Just kill me already. This isn't playing a madman, this is multiple personality disorder. Then again, isn't multiple personality disorder a type of madness? Suddenly, he remembered something. The next Sequence 6, Bookworm, required the potion of a scribe combined with the Beyonder trait of a polymath. If he remembered correctly, polymath was Sequence 6 of the reader pathway. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was, am I really not going to lose control playing this game? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 75, The Eve of Returning to Harry Potter. Mental illness. Madness. Why did those 2 words suddenly feel like such a good match for the Aurora Order? Meow. A shadow leapt onto the windowsill. It was Lilith. She curiously glanced at the 2 people inside, tilting her head and parting her mouth as if hesitating to speak. Audrey, recalling the scene she had witnessed in the garden earlier, quickly patted Edward and said, I saw Lilith in my garden earlier trying to learn how to speak from Susie. She really did take a potion and became a Beyonder. It's Miss Lilith. A soft, delicate voice echoed in the room, and Lilith earnestly corrected, Miss Lilith. Edward walked over and picked her up with a smile. Why does it have to be Miss Lilith? Her gem-like eyes shimmered slightly as if she were deep in thought. It means, respect. All right then, we'll call you Miss Lilith from now on. Yes, she replied proudly. Turning to Audrey, Edward explained, Miss Lilith took her potion just a few days ago. She's now a Sequence 9, an assassin. What pathway is that? Which? Audrey quickly recalled the materials she had purchased from Mr. Hangman for £1,000. There had been a section on the witch pathway. It covered their beliefs, their origins, their mystical abilities, and the inclinations of those in higher sequences. But most of it was rather vague. The Sequence 9 assassin of the witch pathway is, as the name implies, about playing the role of an assassin. Cats are natural hunters, and their hunting style matches that of assassins very well. He paused and shrugged. At first, I was actually leaning toward giving her the apothecary potion, but I really couldn't imagine how a cat would play the role of an apothecary. Audrey tried to picture it too, and failed miserably. The two chatted idly for a while until they noticed that the sky had grown dark. Audrey stood up suddenly. Oh no. I've been away from home for so long, Annie and the others must have realized I'm not in my room. She lifted her skirt and rushed toward the leather pouch at the side, ready to leave, but Edward walked up to her and asked, Tomorrow's the day we return to Hogwarts. Are you coming with me again this time? Audrey blinked in surprise. So many things had happened in quick succession lately, and with Edward's sudden disappearance, she'd nearly forgotten. She broke into a smile. Of course, see you tomorrow. After Audrey left, Edward took out a gold coin and began testing his newly acquired divination abilities. At first, Lilith was curious and sat beside him to watch. But before long, she grew bored, yawned, and pulled out her little toy ball, happily playing her own hunting game. Right, I need to plan out what to do once I'm back, silent wandless casting, playing the role of a diviner, advancing transfiguration, and, I should probably consider telling Dumbledore about the potion. I need some solid allies. Also. He jotted each item down in a notebook. Lilith jumped onto the table, first chasing after the wiggling pen tip for a bit, then becoming interested in the words on the page. Even though she couldn't read a thing, she insisted on tilting her head to stare at them intently. Let Miss Lilith see. Whenever Edward's hand covered the part she wanted to read, she would use her little paw to push it aside, eyes wide with focus. What should have taken 10 minutes to write ended up taking over half an hour. Finally closing the notebook, Edward sighed deeply. As a newly promoted Sequence 7 astrologer, shouldn't I have a star chart and crystal ball for divination? He glanced out the window at the darkening sky and walked toward the door. Didn't even notice it got so late. Edward took out a coin again. The shop across the street, is it closed? With a crisp ding, the coin flipped through the air and landed perfectly in his palm. Heads, yes, it's closed. Perfect time to test out, madman to the right. If I force the result to be false, will the shop magically reopen? Isn't that just like wish fulfillment? 5 minutes later, Edward stood in front of the shop across the street. The door was wide open, but the interior was empty. He hesitated, then stepped inside, finding the place in complete disarray. Merchandise strewn about, shattered display glass, like it had just been looted. Nice job, opening the door. Just then, footsteps echoed outside. It was the police. Freeze. Both officers raised their guns. But in the next second, Edward vanished from sight, leaving the two policemen rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Meanwhile, Edward reappeared at home, a deadpan look on his face. Madman to the right, huh? So you can make the result false, but the way that result manifests. Totally unpredictable. He suddenly recalled an old story. A man obtained a magical monkey's paw said to grant 3 wishes. Doubting it, he casually wished for some money. The next day, his son died in an accident, and he received compensation. This was basically the same kind of twisted irony. Damn scam of a power. Empress Borough, the luxurious Hall family estate. The family had just finished dinner, and the maids brought out dessert. Everyone began chatting about recent gossip from Backlund. The Countess leaned in to whisper some rumors to Audrey, nothing new, really, who was cheating on whom, who turned out to be someone's illegitimate child, and so on. At that moment, Hibbert Hall tapped his spoon against his glass and said with a chuckle. The other day, I heard a joke going around the Conservative Party about our family. That immediately caught everyone's attention, including the Earl, who had been quietly reading the evening paper. Hibbert continued, a Conservative Party member goes to deposit £1,000 at the Hall family bank, but he's worried about the safety of his money. His companion reassures him, saying, the bank will keep your money safe. But the man's still uneasy. What if the bank collapses? His friend says, don't worry, Earl Hall, the great banker, will guarantee your money. Then he asks again, but what if Earl Hall collapses too? To which the friend replies, then the lone Reform Party will guarantee your money. He hesitates for a while, then says, what if the Reform Party collapses too? And the companion snaps, with something that wonderful happening, you're still hung up over a measly £1,000. Ha 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 ha. The entire family laughed at just the right moment. Earl Hall stroked his elegant handlebar mustache with a chuckle. That must have come from Duke Negan's circle. Audrey asked curiously, why do you say that, father? We even helped him last time when someone tried to assassinate him. The Duke himself wouldn't spread such jokes, of course. But the people under him. That's another story. They still haven't found out who was behind the assassination. So, to cover up their incompetence, they're blaming the Reform Party and using these jokes to vent their frustration. Hibbert let out a sigh. But the assassination did worsen the conflict between the two parties, and His Majesty doesn't seem to mind that at all. He's made no effort to mediate. The fiercer the struggle between the two parties, the more stable His Majesty's authority becomes. It's always been that way. Before the Reform Party came into existence, the internal factional battles within the Conservative Party were far more intense than they are now. I've heard that in the Faceac Empire. Audrey rested her chin on her hand and listened. The Countess, clearly uninterested in such topics, yawned and retired to her room. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps echoed through the corridor. Susie ran over to Audrey, rubbing against her leg affectionately. As Audrey reached down to pet her, Susie stealthily slipped a small note into her hand. Audrey discreetly clenched her fingers around it and said, "Father, I'm getting sleepy. I'll go rest now." "All right. Annie, you can go rest too. No need to stay with me." "Yes, Mississippi." Audrey walked out of the dining room with Susie. Once outside, she unfolded the note. "Audrey, something urgent, I need to see you, Glaint." "Huh?" She looked around to make sure no one was watching and asked softly, "Where is Viscount Glaint?" Susie, wagging her tail, replied, "Waiting by the roadside across from the villa." "Why didn't he just come in to find me?" Audrey and Viscount Glaint only arranged to meet in places like racecourses or ballrooms when discussing the occult, to keep their conversations discreet. For normal communication, there was no need to be secretive. Not sure. Audrey cast a disillusionment charm on herself and followed Susie out of the villa. From a distance, she saw a carriage parked by the roadside, and beside it stood a visibly anxious Glaint. Lifting the charm, she walked briskly over. "Glaint." "Phew, thank goodness." Viscount Glaint quickly stepped forward. "I really didn't want to disturb you this late, but I couldn't say no." "Say no to who?" "Princess Helena." He looked resigned. "She suddenly asked me to find you." "Princess Helena." Audrey searched her memory for the relevant information. Helena Augustus, youngest daughter of George III, 16 years old, doted on by her father, had a good relationship with Glaint, and was also a fan of the occult. She grew up alongside the third prince, Edisac, and was very close to him. After hearing that her brother was pursuing Audrey, she had proactively approached her several times, clearly, trying to play matchmaker. Why is she suddenly looking for me now? Is it about Prince Edisac again? No, it's unrelated to Prince Edisac. Glaint lowered his voice. From what I've heard, he seems to be pursuing another beautiful lady lately. Well, I wish him the very best. I think Helena's request has to do with the occult. I talked with her about it a few days ago and, well, I might have bragged a little, saying if she ever had questions, she could come to me. I also happened to mention you. Audrey gave him a flat look. So today, she sent someone to find me and asked me to set up a meeting between you two. Glaint looked a little awkward. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Helena's willing to pay for it. Pay? Audrey's eyes lit up. Ever since she earned that estate worth £18,000 from Duke Negan, it felt like some dormant instinct had awakened. She'd suddenly developed a taste for making money. Still, she suppressed her excitement. Can I think about it? You know my understanding of the occult isn't much better than yours. Of course. Viscount Glaint left in a hurry. Susie tilted her head and asked curiously, Audrey, your friend's expression and tone changed when he mentioned Princess Helena. He's probably interested in her. But whether it's genuine affection or just a way to revive the Glaint family's fortunes, Audrey shrugged in a very unladylike way and laughed. Isn't really our business. She looked up at the crimson moon above. Her thoughts had already drifted to another magical world. It would be her third time returning. What kind of surprises awaited her this time? Elsewhere, at Viscount Glaint's estate. By the time Viscount Glaint got home, he was completely exhausted. Once a powerful aristocratic family in Loan, the Glaints now had nothing left but a single viscountcy. His father had died clinging to the dream of restoring their former glory, but Glaint himself longed only for the mystic arts. He had little ambition and even less political acumen. The only plan he could come up with was this: Prince Edisac was highly favored, and Princess Helena was his beloved younger sister. The moment he stepped into his bedroom, Glaint collapsed onto the soft bed. The fatigue in his body melted away at once. Click. The door suddenly creaked shut. Startled, he turned his head. A familiar man leaned casually against the doorframe, his expression somewhere between a smirk and a sneer. He wore a black cloak, his messy blonde hair disheveled, brows sun-bleached and wild. A revolver spun lazily in his hand, and those deep blue eyes gleamed with a cold, unsettling light. Well, well. We meet again, Viscount. Glaynt shot upright in panic. Mr. Dennets. You, how? Surprised. I'm back. Dannets threw his arms open and let out a hearty laugh. Welcome back. Ha ha ha. What a funny little guy. Dannets spun the revolver on his finger before flipping open the cylinder and loading it, click, click, click. Each bullet that slid in sounded like a hammer on Glaynt's chest. Once he snapped the cylinder shut with a sharp clack, Glaynt was already drenched in sweat. I want everything you know about that bastard. His expression turned vicious. The one who stole my favorite revolver, and wiped my memory. Note, we are crushing our Power Stone goals. Let's keep it up. Here is the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. I'll post another one if we reach 625 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, he's gone. The next afternoon. At the Church of Steam and Machinery in Backlund, the machinery hive mind's deacon, Icancer Bernard, stepped into a dimly lit room. Inside were several team members who had been waiting for some time. Soon, one of them stepped forward, holding in both hands an ancient silver mirror with ornate patterns. The mirror looked quite peculiar, with an eye-like decoration on each side. The eyes were made of deep black gemstones, appearing both mysterious and mesmerizing. Icancer took the mirror, ran his right palm over its surface 3 times, drew a deep breath, and asked solemnly, "Respected Erodes, my question is, I want to know, who is the owner of this key?" As he spoke, he took out a simple, time-worn bronze key. The surrounding darkness suddenly became hazy, and ripples of watery light shimmered across the surface of the silver mirror. Soon, a scene emerged within the mirror. Beneath the crimson moonlight of night, inside a secret chamber flickering with numerous bronze candle holders, stood a long table, a black cauldron, glass jars, brown notebooks, and other items. A young man in a classical black robe stood before the long table, staring intently at the potion in his hands. "Ancestors, I am about to embark on the path of the Beyonder. I will surely restore the glory of the Abraham family," he muttered to himself, then downed the potion. His facial muscles immediately twisted, a pained expression overtaking him. Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, writhing and clawing at his own throat. Within mere seconds, he tore through his clothing, shed his outer skin, and transformed into a blood-soaked monster. Bang! His flesh exploded, every piece seemingly alive, creeping outward in all directions, leaving behind corrosive traces. Icancer was utterly stunned. The key's owner lost control and died as a monster. That's impossible. But before he could think further, several lines of ancient Fuzak language appeared on the mirror's surface. According to the law of reciprocity, it's now my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Ripples shimmered again on the mirror's surface, and a new line of text appeared. A beautiful lady, a handsome gentleman, and a brawny man, choose one to go on a date with based on your true preference. What is your choice? Feeling all eyes around on him, Icancer closed his eyes and said, "I choose to accept the punishment." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bolt of silvery lightning burst into existence and struck the top of his head. His body convulsed violently as he collapsed to the floor, black smoke rising from him. A few seconds later, Icancer struggled to his feet, gasping for breath. He reached out and snatched the mirror that was still floating in the air, murmuring, "Since we were instructed to find the key's owner, it can't be that he's already dead. But Erodes can't lie either. Then the only possible explanation is that the person just now was a previous owner of this key." With that thought, he once again stroked the mirror's surface 3 times and asked, "Respected Erodes, my question is, who was the last person to possess this key before it was lost? No, rather, where is he now?" The surrounding light suddenly grew dim and profound. A scene slowly formed within the mirror. It was an ordinary-looking room. A figure stepped into view, and the image zoomed in, the person's features gradually coming into focus. Icancer held his breath. Suddenly, the image froze, cracked, and turned blurry, then disappeared. Arcs of silver lightning sparked erratically. Icancer immediately let go and retreated, watching as the mirror hovered in midair, trembling violently. Words began to flicker across its surface, glitching out like a broken machine. "I can't find him. He is gone." As the familiar sensation of falling faded, Edward once again returned to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. This time, his stay in both worlds would extend to 33 days. As expected, after advancing to sequence 7, the time lengthened again. But, going from 18 to 33 this time, I still can't make out any pattern. By normal logic, wouldn't a golden finger upgrade follow a clear progression? Like, say, each upgrade doubling the previous duration, starting from 15 days, then 30, then 45. Or maybe the increase was a fixed interval, like 5 days per upgrade. That would make it 15 the first time, 20 the second, 25 the third. He couldn't figure it out. Maybe he simply hadn't discovered the pattern yet. Deciding not to dwell on it further, he let Audrey out. Cradling Lilith in her arms, she changed into her Hogwarts uniform and tied her golden hair into a ponytail, looking youthful and full of energy. We must be every teacher's nightmare, disappearing for 10 or 20 days every few weeks. Not necessarily. In our world, only the teacher's favorite students get to enjoy such privileges. Lilith leapt to the floor and began padding around in curious little steps, taking in her surroundings with wide eyes. It was her first time in the room of requirement, and everything here was new to her. Meow. She turned back to Edward, hesitating for a moment before sending a gentle ripple through the air with her voice. Where is this place? Miss Lilith thinks it feels familiar. We're back at Hogwarts. She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with delight. Then I can go play with McGonagall meow again. McGonagall meow. Don't tell me you mean Professor McGonagall. Yes. Professor McGonagall meow. Professor McGonagall often turns into a cat to play with you. Yes. You wouldn't think it, huh? Was it because Animagus transformations were influenced by the animals they turned into, or was it simply that Professor McGonagall still had a childlike heart? With a mandrake leaf pressed beneath his tongue, Edward mulled this over in curiosity. I wonder what animal my Animagus form would be. At that moment, Audrey urged him with visible anticipation, let's go. Before I left last time, I gave Malfoy a task, wonder if he's made any progress. After chatting a little more, the two left the room of requirement and headed for the headmaster's office. Sherbet lemon. Edward repeated the password he'd used last time, but the gargoyle didn't budge. Cockroach cluster. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dribble's best blowing gum. They rattled off nearly every sweet they could remember before the gargoyle finally sprang to life and jumped aside. The wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase slowly rotating upward. The two of them ascended the staircase with practiced ease and soon stood before the gleaming oak door. Edward lifted the brass knocker and knocked 3 times. The door swung open silently, but Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. Only Fawkes, the aging phoenix, sat listlessly on his gilded perch, lifting his head lazily to glance at Edward before drooping again. Professor Dumbledore. Out of courtesy, Edward called out a few times. After confirming the old man wasn't hiding in some invisible corner, he set down Lilith, rubbed his hands together, and quietly crept toward Fawkes, reaching for a tail feather that looked ready to fall out. He, Fawkes John, sorry about this. Audrey held her breath, terrified the phoenix would be startled. Edward had once told her that a phoenix feather might be the price demanded by a messenger spirit. Just as Edward's fingers were about to touch the feather, Fawkes suddenly straightened and beat his wings with a piercing screech. Pop. Fawkes burst into a ball of flames and vanished. A few seconds later, there was another sharp pop. Fawkes reappeared, and with him came Dumbledore. Oh, Edward, Miss Hall, welcome back. Ah, and Lilith came back with you, too. Minerva was still quite worried about her. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Hello, Headmaster. Meow. Dumbledore smiled gently, stroking Fawkes' head as he said with a sigh, Fawkes has already complained to me, said you tried to steal one of his tail feathers. No. I just noticed a few were about to fall out. Dumbledore walked over to his desk and took a seat. With a few taps of his wand on the tabletop, several trays of colorful sweets appeared out of thin air. Please, have a seat. Try some of Honeyduck's new treats. Thank you. So, how was the trip? Edward sighed, mixing truth and falsehood as he replied, exciting, but dangerous. If it weren't for the time turner you gave me last time, I'd have been in serious trouble. Unfortunately, the time turner was damaged during use. Dumbledore paused mid-motion as he unwrapped a candy. Oh dear, that's troublesome. The Ministry of Magic will definitely use this to stir up more drama. He paused again, then added with a knowing look, if you're hoping to borrow another one, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. All right. Or maybe I'll sneak in and take one myself. And you, Miss Hall? Audrey smiled politely. It was wonderful. I'm glad. Dumbledore popped a green candy into his mouth, and his brow immediately furrowed. Oh, celery flavored. What an odd taste. I hope it gives me a little, vitamin C. Is that the right term? Now then, Edward, how long will you be staying this time? Is there anything I can help you with? I should be here for about 33 days. I'd like to learn wordless magic, especially wandless spells. And I still haven't mastered Incendio Draconis or the lightning summoning charm. Wandless casting. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then asked, Edward, why do you think wizards use wands to cast spells? Well, since wandless casting exists, wands clearly aren't essential. I suppose wands serve to guide magical energy, simplify casting, and enhance the effectiveness of spells. Dumbledore removed his half-moon glasses and said gently, exactly. In the early days, wizards cast spells without wands. But that doesn't mean they were more powerful than modern wizards. In fact, apart from a few extraordinary individuals, like Merlin, most wizards back then were much weaker. That's why they were often caught and burned at the stake. Audrey seized the moment to ask, why was that? Because a wizard's magic is incredibly difficult to control. Most who awaken magical bloodlines go their entire lives without managing even a simple lumos. The invention of the wand lowered the barrier for spellcasting. Now even an 11-year-old can cast numerous spells with ease. As centuries passed, wizarding bloodlines became accustomed to the wand, as if they were born needing it. In a way, modern wizards are even more dependent on wands than their ancestors. Even I would experience a significant drop in power if I forced myself to cast wandlessly. He scratched his head and chuckled, I suppose this is what that muggle scientist, Darwin, was it, meant by evolution. Or maybe, de-evolution. Edward nodded thoughtfully. So, you don't recommend I learn wandless casting? Ha ha ha, not at all. I just want to make sure you're prepared. It would be a shame if you finally learned it, only to find it wasn't worth the effort. If Mr. Ollivander could refine a wand into a ring or a bracelet, I wouldn't insist on learning wandless casting. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your idea has been attempted by countless wizards over the centuries. None have succeeded. Dumbledore slipped his glasses back on and concluded, all right. I'll help you find a way to begin learning wandless magic, though it probably won't be me who teaches you. I'm rather set in my wand-using ways. Edward's eyes lit up, and he grinned mischievously. Oh. Is it that professor, then? Oh. Why do you think that? He and I have always been rivals, haven't we? Why would I hand over my student to someone so notorious? But, I never even said who I was referring to. You sly little fox. After a pause, Dumbledore went on, for certain reasons, we've temporarily set aside our differences. I hope I can help clear his name someday. So it is that professor? Dumbledore blinked. Take a guess. At that moment, a shrill, high-pitched voice rang out, sounding like an irate schoolgirl but full of breathy indignation. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hogwarts education is deeply flawed. I demand reforms. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 77, Childish Edward. The voice was the kind that grated on one's nerves the moment it was heard, shrill, fake, and unbearably irritating. Even Lilith couldn't help but cover her ears with her little paws. Then came an old woman, short, pudgy, and unpleasant-looking, with short curly hair pinned with a black velvet bow. She wore a fuzzy pink cardigan, open-fronted and soft-looking. This look, this unmistakable outfit, this affected posture, Edward didn't need Dumbledore to introduce her to know who she was. She had to be the one person most Harry Potter readers despised more than even Voldemort himself, Dolores Umbridge. But what was she doing here? Wasn't it supposed to be in Order of the Phoenix that she got parachuted into teaching defense against the dark arts? The smile on Dumbledore's face faded. He introduced her coolly, Edward, Miss Hall, this is your new defense against the dark arts professor, Madam Umbridge. Call me Professor, Headmaster, she immediately snapped in that bizarre, nasal tone. Edward was taken aback. But what about Professor Lupin? For certain reasons, he had to leave Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. Umbridge let out her strange little giggle. Oh yes, certain reasons, I simply couldn't believe Hogwarts would ever hire a werewolf as a teacher. It made the Ministry, and Minister Fudge himself, seriously question whether this school is a safe place for young witches and wizards. So, I was sent to replace that werewolf and make sure nothing so preposterous ever happens again. Dumbledore replied calmly, Lupin would never harm anyone. He is a victim of lycanthropy, not a threat. Well, I wouldn't be so sure of that. She turned her beady eyes on Edward and Audrey. Oh, you must be the two exchange students I've heard so much about, Mr. Edward and Miss Hall. Such a pleasure to finally meet you. They both responded with polite reserve, pleasure to meet you, Professor. Umbridge turned back to Dumbledore with a forced smile. I'll be submitting my reform proposals very soon, Headmaster. I do hope you won't disappoint me, or the Ministry. With that, she spun around and made for the door, stopping at the threshold to throw one last comment over her shoulder. Oh, and by the way, your so-called special privileges have now been revoked. No more skipping class, no more being late, and certainly no more of this ridiculous foreign exchange nonsense. Thank you. The two of them. Apologies. That was rather embarrassing, Dumbledore said with a wry smile as he removed his half-moon spectacles. How should I put this? Not long ago, after confirming that Peter was still alive and Sirius had been wrongly accused, I tried once again to speak with Cornelius. But before I even mentioned reopening Sirius's case, he flew into a rage, like a kettle at full boil. I think he suspects I'm simply trying to stir up trouble. Ah. That explained it. In the original books, Cornelius Fudge, while incompetent, was never truly evil. In the beginning, he and Dumbledore had a cooperative relationship, until Voldemort returned and Dumbledore's stance changed. That was when Fudge began to fear Dumbledore was trying to oust him and take his position. Combined with his terror of Voldemort, he began making a series of truly idiotic decisions. But how did Professor Lupin's identity get exposed? Don't tell me it was Professor Snape. Dumbledore sighed. Severus resents Lupin, yes, but he knows where the line is. While you were away, Lupin had been tracking Peter. He nearly succeeded once, in the Forbidden Forest. 2 days later, he was reported. So it was Wormtail who did it. That's my guess. Where's Professor Lupin now? I imagine he's still searching for Peter. Honestly, ever since he learned the truth about the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, he's had no heart left for teaching. Perhaps leaving Hogwarts is for the best. I only hope he finds Peter soon, then Sirius's name can be cleared. Just a moment, Edward said. He took out a coin and flicked it into the air. Is Peter Pettigrew still at Hogwarts? The coin landed with the reverse side up, negative. Not here. He flipped the coin again. Is Voldemort currently at Hogwarts? The coin fell, rolled along the stone floor, then stood upright, perfectly still. A failed divination, too little information. Dumbledore quickly put his glasses back on and stared at the coin, intrigued. Is this some kind of divination magic you've learned? Well, sort of, Edward replied, eyes shining. Professor, would you be interested in experiencing, let's say, a different kind of magic? It was time to bring Dumbledore up to speed. The old man blinked in surprise, then smiled. The fact that you're hesitating tells me you have concerns about it, don't you? Exactly. This form of magic isn't entirely safe. Edward explained the risk of losing control after taking the potion. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. More dangerous than I expected, indeed. To be honest, at my age I no longer fear death. But, if I lost control and became a monster that harmed those around me, that is something I could never accept. Actually, Professor, I believe with your strength of will and temperament, the likelihood of you losing control is virtually zero, Edward continued. So, here's what I'll do. I'll first explain all the known magical paths that I've come across. You can take your time and think about which one suits you best. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. First of all, I personally think you might be well suited to the reader, the spectator, the seer pathways and, this one's a little more peculiar, the prisoner. That last one matches your personality in some rather interesting ways. Edward then proceeded to briefly go over all 22 paths. What followed was a long silence. At length, Dumbledore rubbed his brow and sighed. Edward, you've truly given me a dilemma. May I have some time to carefully consider it? Of course. Thank you, Edward. Thank you for your honesty. Edward replied sincerely, and thank you, Professor, for your understanding and trust. After leaving the headmaster's office, the two strolled through Hogwarts. Lilith walked ahead, occasionally breaking into a short run. Whenever she realized she'd gone too far, she'd stop, wait for the two of them to catch up, then scamper forward again, clearly enjoying herself immensely. It was a Wednesday afternoon, so most students were in class. Every now and then, they passed upper-year students studying diligently for exams. As they made their way across the grassy lawn in front of the castle, they saw Madame Hooch escorting little Neville Longbottom away. Nearby, Draco Malfoy was laughing in his usual exaggerated way. Did you see his face? That great lump. I thought Hogwarts was about to get a new Quidditch prodigy, turns out he's just a big joke. Ha ha ha, what a dunce. The other Slytherins joined in with sneering laughter. Soon, Malfoy spotted Neville's dropped Remembrall, and an altercation broke out between him and Harry. The two boys mounted their broomsticks and took off into the sky. The conflict ended with Harry executing a brilliant dive and snatching the Remembrall from the air. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps behind them, Professor McGonagall. She blinked in surprise when she saw the two of them. Mr. Edward. Miss Hall. You're back. Lilith padded up to her and tapped lightly at her shin. Mro. Oh, Lilith. For a brief moment, McGonagall's stern expression softened. Then it tensed again. Apologies, those first years are at it again. I must deal with it immediately. She rushed off in the direction of the commotion, voice rising in a fierce scolding. Harry Potter. How dare you? Her rapid-fire shouting left Harry pale as a sheet, convinced he was about to be expelled. Malfoy, meanwhile, looked like he'd just won the lottery. When McGonagall marched off with Harry in tow like a scolded quail, Malfoy began boasting loudly to his friends about his flying prowess and how Potter nearly wet himself midair. That was, until he caught sight of Audrey standing off in the distance. His expression shifted several times in a matter of seconds, then he straightened his back and approached, chin lifted as he tried his best to look aristocratic. "I heard you two were off doing some sort of magical school exchange," he said, trying to sound casual. "I trust you didn't bring shame to us purebloods." Audrey gave him a sunny smile. "I suppose not. Looks like you've been doing well while I was gone, huh, Mr. Malfoy?" He immediately shrank back a little, eyes narrowing. "I didn't mess with you this time." "And I never said I was going to mess with you," she replied sweetly. "So? What about the thing I asked you to look into before I left?" Malfoy scowled. "You say it like you were giving me orders." "I was just helping out of interest, that's all. I'm warning you, if you get uppity with me again, I'll tell Father to have you expelled." "Oh really?" Audrey let her white bone wand slip into her hand. "I didn't quite catch that, would you mind repeating it?" Malfoy took 2 quick steps back, his face flushed red as he grit his teeth. "I found a lead. 51 years ago." Before he could finish, Madame Hooch returned, calling, "Malfoy. What are you doing over there? Get back here at once." Malfoy turned tail and ran. "Later, we'll talk later." Edward couldn't help but ask, "What did you have him looking for?" Audrey blinked playfully, mimicking Dumbledore's earlier expression. "Secret. I hate 2 types of people most in this world," Edward said, mock indignation on his face. "First, riddle speakers." "Oh," Audrey gave a teasing nod and looked at him with amusement, saying nothing. Lilith, however, pricked her ears in instant curiosity. Half a minute later, Edward couldn't hold it anymore. "Aren't you going to ask me the second kind?" Audrey bit back her laughter and played along, "And the second?" Edward turned and walked off. "Secret. How childish." They both burst out laughing. Lilith darted ahead and blocked their path. She glanced left and right, making sure no one was around, then whispered earnestly, "Second one." "What's the second one?" Edward scooped her up and tapped her little nose with a smile. "Didn't I say it's a secret? Can't just tell you that." "Oh." She drooped, disappointed. A few minutes later, she asked again in a tiny voice, "What is the second one?" Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 78, Fan Filter Shattered. The two of them soon arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Edward yawned and said, "You head back and rest first, I still need to find Professor Trelawney." "Professor Trelawney? Who's that?" "She teaches divination here at Hogwarts. Now that I've advanced to astrologer, I've been wondering how to play the role properly. Thought I'd ask her for advice." Edward, of course, knew that Sybil Trelawney's predictions were mostly made-up nonsense. But that didn't mean she knew nothing at all about divination, being a descendant of the renowned seer Cassandra Trelawney. Even if she hadn't inherited the actual ability, she should at least know the basic process and knowledge involved in divination. Half an hour later. Edward stared speechlessly at the madwoman in front of him, who was downing drink after drink while attempting to teach him how to divine from tea leaves. He had overestimated this divination professor. Those bottles of fine liquor he'd brought from the mysteries world were a complete waste. Observe the tea leaves closely, picture what they resemble, then compare it to the astral signs in your mind. Finally, unfog the future, and you'll be able to predict your fate. Apologies, I forgot to put tea leaves in that cup. Trelawney blinked blankly for a second before quickly trying to recover, but of course. Of course. That's because I already foresaw your future. I was showing you that through this method. She waved her hands dramatically and warned, your future is like an unfathomable black hole, filled with horror and peril at every turn. No one can save you, no one. You can only rely on yourself. And what exactly are those dangers supposed to be? Dark wizards. The Dark Lord. You know this world is always full of dangers. Edward sighed. All right then. Thank you, Professor Trelawney. I have some other matters to attend to, I'll be going. Wait. I still have other divination methods to teach, like the Shadow of Leaves method, Shattered Glass method, and the Great Art of Astrology. Just give me 2 more bottles, no, 1 bottle of that wine, and I'll teach you everything. She chased him out of the classroom, but Edward had already slipped away. Dinner time. Edward was tearing pieces of roast chicken to feed Lilith when Cedric came running over excitedly with a tray of food. Dude, I heard you're back. That's awesome. How was America? Edward blinked in surprise. So to outsiders, the story was that they'd gone on an exchange to Ilvermorny. He shrugged and replied, strong, free, democratic, great, land of the free, gunfire every day. Did you meet that famous Hufflepuff alumnus, Newt Scamander? He's my idol. Unfortunately not. That gentleman is devoted to protecting magical creatures, not exactly easy to meet. That's a shame. You don't know how rough it's been around here lately. That Professor Umbridge, she's just... He stabbed his stake with more force than necessary. Edward frowned. Did she punish you? Not exactly, not yet, at least. But her classes are long, dull, and terrible. If anyone dares voice a differing opinion, she takes points. Some even get sent to scrub toilets after class. Was it because Dumbledore was still around, so she hadn't gotten as bold as in Order of the Phoenix? Cedric suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice seriously. I've got a personal question to ask you. Edward raised a glass of juice. Go ahead. You and... He glanced over toward the Slytherin table and raised an eyebrow. Miss Audrey Hall, are you two dating? Cough, choke, cough. Edward coughed hard and stared in disbelief. That's what you were being all mysterious and serious about. What's wrong with that? We're not dating. As someone who'd never been in a relationship in either of his two lives, Edward had long harbored thoughts about Audrey, but had no idea what to do. Afraid of messing things up with some stupid move, he decided it was best to just stay friends and hope something might naturally develop over time. Cedric looked a little disappointed. He glanced briefly toward the Ravenclaw table, then lowered his head and muttered, "That's kind of a shame." A sly smile crept onto Edward's face as he crossed his arms. "Oh, so the pride of Hufflepuff, Mr. Cedric Diggory, came all the way here to gossip about my love life for an ulterior motive, huh?" Cedric blinked innocently. "What ulterior motive?" Her name's Cho Chang, right? Yep, she is quite pretty. I remember her being a bit of a silly girl last year, but over the summer, what a transformation. TSK, I definitely need to get to know her." Smack. Cedric grabbed his wrist, face full of desperation. Okay. I admit it, I just wanted to ask for advice. How do you pursue a girl? You've come to the right guy. His mind instantly flashed back to all those romantic advice videos he'd binge-watched in his past life. Edward began counting off on his fingers. First step, understand her likes and dislikes. Knowing her interests helps you find common ground, and understanding her turn-offs helps you avoid mistakes. That way, you're in control during conversations. Second step, showcase your personal charm. A great girl won't lack admirers, so why should she choose you? You need to stand out, let her notice you. Third step, for an Oriental girl, modesty is in her bones. Being too direct might scare or upset her. You can get close by getting to know her friends first. Also, some Oriental culture believes in fate, so you can manufacture a few coincidences to hint at destiny bringing you together. Cedric's expression shifted from initial skepticism to growing seriousness, and by the end, he was nodding repeatedly. Lastly, if you're just looking for a bit of fun, then whatever. But if you're thinking about a longer future with her, you have to consider how to give her a happy, comfortable life. In other words, you've got to know how to make money. Cedric blinked at that, puzzled. I'm only 14. Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about this? It's not too early. That's called a man's sense of responsibility. Or, wait, don't tell me, you still think of yourself as just a little boy. Of course not. He instinctively straightened his back. It's just, I've never really thought about money before. Maybe I could follow in my dad's footsteps and work at the Ministry of Magic, or maybe become a Quidditch player. What about you, have you thought about how to make money? Edward waved dismissively. I don't need to think about that. Why not? He glanced toward Audrey in the distance and smiled. Her family's filthy rich. She's not gonna care about what I bring to the table. Cedric was silent for a moment. Then, without a word, he raised a middle finger. On the way back to the dormitory, the Weasley twins stopped Edward to greet him. As they bombarded him with questions about his time in America, they also eagerly shared some of Hogwarts' latest happenings, including a certain prank they were planning to pull on Umbridge. But to Edward's surprise, what they considered the funniest thing to happen lately was Ron's rat, Scabbers, going missing. Ron had been depressed for days, until the twins convinced him that it must have been eaten by Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. Ron, fueled by righteous grief, actually used one of their prank gadgets in an attempt at revenge. The result? A week's worth of toilet scrubbing. You guys really know how to treat your little brother, huh? One of the twins burst out laughing. Hey, at least it was the first time little Ronnie Ekins showed some guts. Did something a real man would do. You mean trying to take revenge on a cat? But she's not just a cat. She's a symbol. A symbol of courage, defiance, and manhood. The spark that lit the flame within Ron Weasley. Edward quickly cut him off before he could launch into a speech. Let's just hope that when Ron grows up, he'll appreciate your noble intentions, and not channel all that newfound manhood against the two of you. The twins exchanged glances. One of them stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think I'll go tell Ron that Snape took his rat to use in an experiment. Brilliant. The two high-fived enthusiastically. Edward could only shake his head helplessly. Hugging Lilith in his arms, he left the Great Hall and decided to take a stroll before heading back to rest. But the moment they reached a quiet, empty corridor, Lilith tilted her head up and fixed him with her sapphire-like eyes. So, what is the second kind of person? This kid's curiosity is off the charts. Edward had tried explaining earlier that he was just joking, but Lilith didn't buy it. She still suspected he was hiding something, and those big round eyes stared up at him with mock innocence. Miss Lilith doesn't get it at all. And if he didn't answer, she'd bring it up again and again. Night at Hogwarts. The castle glowed with warm lights, its towering spires standing proud beneath the stars. Edward wandered its ancient, enchanted corridors, but instead of feeling the weight of history or the presence of magic, all he felt was the soft wind brushing in from the forest and lake, cool and fragrant, finally easing the tension that had lingered for days. It's beautiful, isn't it? A warm, gentle voice broke the silence. Dumbledore walked up beside him, or nearly beside him, since he was quite a bit taller. Forgive me for interrupting your moment of peace, the headmaster chuckled. If it were me, I wouldn't want an old man sneaking up from behind either. Not at all. When it comes to admiring beauty, the more, the merrier. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. I like that phrase. It's the kind of thing a philosopher would say. Indeed. I've read a fair bit of philosophy, some of their writings are quite fascinating. Very good. Very good. That's how a proper wizard should be. When I retire one day, I must read those. I promise, you won't be disappointed. Ha ha ha. Of that, I have no doubt. The laughter faded into thoughtful quiet before Dumbledore continued, about your wandless magic lessons, everything is arranged. Oh. When do we start? In a week. Edward hesitated for a moment, then asked, would it be all right if Audrey joined the lessons too? Of course. She's more than welcome. The next morning. Edward and Audrey returned to their long-missed classes. Bright and early, before the first bell even rang, Audrey came bounding over, half excited, half shocked, clutching several books in her arms. Oh my god, you won't believe what I found. Edward blinked, confused. Even Lilith, with her milk-covered face, looked up curiously. Audrey waved the books in front of him. I was in the library last night, and guess what? I found a whole collection of poetry supposedly written by Emperor Roselle. And a bunch of plays too. Edward gave a thoughtful hum. Did you happen to check who the listed authors were? Audrey paused, then glanced down at the covers. The Complete Works of Shakespeare, by William Shakespeare. Selected Poems of Byron, by George Gordon Byron. Liberty and Love, by Sandor Pettify. Her pupils trembled. So all those poems and plays weren't written by Roselle at all. She collapsed into her chair, a stunned look on her face. At that moment, something called the fan filter shattered into a million little pieces. Note, here you go, the promised extra chapter. Enjoy, I'll post another one if we reach 760 Power Stones by tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 79, White Dark Lord. Audrey's expression made Edward chuckle. This was just the beginning. The day she truly understood the Emperor's diary, she'd realize that compared to lines like, the taste of a demoness ain't bad, Madame So-and-so is breathtaking, and, he actually wants to, plagiarism was already one of the tamest aspects of his life. Still, he comforted her gently, actually, you don't have to think of the Emperor in such a negative light. Her eyes lit up instantly. So, some of the works were original after all. Oh, not really. Her hopeful gaze turned resentful again. Edward thought for a moment and said, what I meant is, compared to the earth-shattering changes the Emperor brought to Intis, to your entire world, this kind of thing really pales in comparison. Think about it. If you were suddenly thrown into a strange and dangerous world one day, and couldn't return like I can, how would you survive, adapt, and transform that world? Bit by bit, he forged a powerful nation, its culture, its technology, its politics. Even now, he's still a major influence, a trendsetter for countless people, and has already secured his place in history. Audrey's emerald eyes gradually regained their shine. Also, the reason the Emperor later resorted to such rampant plagiarism, well, he had his reasons. It had to do with the events of his final years. Edward gave her a simplified explanation of Roselle's twilight years. He foresaw the inevitable coming of the apocalypse. He had no other choice. He wanted to protect everything he cared about. So, in the end, he made a desperate gamble. You mean, the Emperor was trying to ascend to godhood in his later years? She froze slightly. And, did he fail? No, you could say he succeeded. But that success came with a hidden danger, one that forced him to make yet another crucial decision, but I can't tell you about that part. Not yet. Knowing it would put you in danger. Audrey nodded. Edward had explained the concept of knowledge is poisonous to her before. After a moment of hesitation, she instinctively lowered her voice and asked, "Then, is the Emperor still alive?" "I believe so." "Will you help him someday?" "Mr. Fool will." Edward smiled. When he became a demigod, he could try heading to that polluted island to take a look. He had no fear of corruption, after all. Ahem, now that we've finished the serious stuff, let me tell you about some of the Emperor's younger, wilder days. The first class in the morning was potions. The moment Snape laid eyes on Edward, he visibly froze for a second before giving a soft, cold snort. Well, well. If it isn't our potions prodigy, Mr. Edward. You finally decided to grace us with your presence. Good morning, Professor. Edward wore an innocent expression, pretending not to catch the sarcasm. I'm really not as talented as you say. It's mostly thanks to your excellent teaching. Snape choked slightly. Then why didn't you follow the new formula I gave you for the Wolfsbane potion? Actually, I did. Edward took out a bottle of the enhanced Wolfsbane potion and handed it over. I think I may have accidentally given Professor Lupin the wrong batch afterward. The wrong batch. I've got a potion for your eyes right here. You might need it. Snape paused, then gave a cold huff. Sit down already. Edward quickly made his way over and sat next to Cedric. The latter whispered, impressive. If we dared talk to Professor Snape like that, he'd already be, oh. I admire your courage. Hufflepuff, -2 points. Before he finished, Snape's cold voice rang out, Cedric. Talking during class. Hufflepuff, -2 points. Cedric clamped a hand over his mouth, but that didn't save him from an entire class of snide questions and biting sarcasm. By the time they left the classroom at noon, he looked utterly soulless, like a walking corpse. That afternoon, Edward had his very first defense against the dark arts class with Umbridge. The moment he walked into the classroom, he felt a tension even thicker than during potions. Dressed like a giant pink toad, Umbridge leaned against the lectern, eyes locked on Edward as he entered. Then, she suddenly started clapping. Welcome, welcome. To our outstanding student Edward, back from his 3-week exchange trip to America. The rest of the students looked at each other in confusion. Under Umbridge's sharp gaze, they had no choice but to join in with polite applause. Thank you all. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's others who are. Edward walked calmly into the classroom, declining Cedric's pleading look to sit together. Instead, he picked an empty seat far from everyone else, just in case she started targeting people by association. Umbridge picked up a roll of parchment. According to this, Mr. Edward is 16 years old this year. Yes, Professor. Then why are you still in the 3rd year? Was your performance so poor you couldn't advance? Edward shrugged. I wouldn't know. I started 1st year at age 14. Oh. She nodded and began scribbling something with her quill. Dumbledore broke Hogwarts admission rules, enrolling a muggle beyond the proper age, based solely on personal preference. Now then, would you care to tell us, what exactly did you learn during your exchange trip to America? Just some academic exchanges. We're just students, after all. Mostly we just listen to the professors give lectures. So, in other words, you didn't gain anything from it. I suppose all the expenses for this little American excursion were paid for by Hogwarts, yes. That would be embezzlement. Edward gave a small cough. Pardon me, Professor, but I paid for it out of my pocket. Umbridge faltered slightly. Aren't you an orphan? Where did you get the money to pay for it yourself? A large sum of money with an unclear origin. Oh, I do like that term muggles invented. Sorry, but I earned it by working part-time for Professor Snape. So, Snape was involved too. Wonderful. Thank you for the testimony, Mr. Edward. She flashed a smile that she probably thought was sweet. In that moment, Edward suddenly had the urge to drop the act entirely and turn this pink old toad into a real toad, and toss her straight out of Hogwarts Castle. Wait. She suddenly marched forward and reached directly into Edward's robes. Edward quickly backed away. Professor, what are you doing? If I'm not mistaken, you brought your pet cat to class, didn't you? Umbridge looked surprised. I clearly stated earlier, no such creatures are allowed in my classroom. 50 points from Hufflepuff. Meow. Edward hastily held Lilith back as she squirmed, clearly about to claw Umbridge across the face. Apologies, Professor. I just returned yesterday and wasn't aware of that particular rule. Then you're aware now? Yes, Professor. Sorry, it won't happen again. A smug smile curled the corners of Umbridge's lips. She turned and walked back to the podium, speaking as she went, "I don't care how close you are with Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. From the moment I stepped into Hogwarts, things are done my way. Because I represent the highest authority in the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic." Edward let his right hand hang loose by his side and gave a subtle flick of his wand. Then he said loudly, "Understood, Professor." "Good." She returned to the front. Today's lesson will be to recite page 25 of Defensive Magical Theory. Just as she spoke, she suddenly felt something slick and cold slither up her back and quickly wrap around her neck. She instinctively reached back to touch it, and the moment her fingers made contact, a multicolored venomous snake with a flicking tongue appeared right in front of her eyes. Umbridge's hand froze on the snake's scales. Terror flooded her face. This was a highly venomous magical serpent, and its poison-dripping fangs were just inches from her neck. Awa! A shrill scream ripped from her throat. She leapt and flailed wildly, trying to shake off the snake. The entire class was thrown into panic. Except for Edward, who shouted with righteous urgency, "Don't just stand there, everyone. Use the spells we've learned, save Professor Umbridge. Don't be afraid, Professor, we're here to protect you." As he spoke, he quietly cast a conjunctivitis curse at her. Still, everyone just stood there, frozen in confusion. The next to act was Cedric. He turned and said nervously, "If none of us help, and Umbridge finds out afterward, she'll definitely make us all scrub toilets during detention." Whoosh! That got everyone moving. Petrificus totalis. Immobilis. Stupefy. Locomotor mortis. Avis. Relatio. Alohomora. Incendio. Serpensortia. Expelliarmus. The first few spells were genuinely aimed at helping. But as it went on, the spell work grew increasingly chaotic. Students got more and more excited, completely forgetting what they were doing. They threw every spell they knew, or didn't know, at Umbridge. In that moment, they truly discovered how fun magic could be. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. "So let me get this straight, you saw Professor Umbridge being attacked by a venomous snake and, in your panic, you all used every spell you could to help her." Edward nodded firmly. "Exactly. Then I have to ask, what happened to the snake? It either fled in the chaos, or we accidentally took it out together." "Wonderful." Dumbledore laced his fingers together and rested them on the desk. "Thanks to your help, Professor Umbridge was struck by 32 dark curses, 86 standard spells, and over 100 miscellaneous jinxes. She is currently lying unconscious in the hospital wing." Edward's face was solemn. "Please make sure she remembers to thank us when she wakes up. If the snake had bitten her, she might not have made it to the hospital at all," he added seriously. "I'll lead the whole class to visit her later." Dumbledore sighed, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Edward, you've changed quite a bit recently." Edward paused for a moment before replying calmly, "Perhaps it's because until now, everyone I've met, yourself, Professor McGonagall, the heads of house, even Professor Snape, and all my classmates, treated me with kindness. Naturally, I always returned kindness with kindness. But now, things are different." He paused, then said evenly, "A philosopher I admire once said, if you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? Repay evil with justice, repay kindness with kindness. That's what I'm doing." "I see. You're right." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but then added, "Miss Hall didn't get the chance to explore much of the castle last time, did she? Why don't you take her around over the next few days?" But Professor Umbridge said, "Forget her." "All right, Professor." Dumbledore shook his head with a sigh. "Cornelius is going to be even more suspicious of me now." Edward said seriously, "Professor, if the wizarding world were at peace, it wouldn't matter what Minister Fudge thought or did. But with Voldemort lurking in the shadows, refusing to show himself, I think it's time you showed a bit more of your White Dark Lord persona." Dumbledore let out a silent laugh. "White Dark Lord? That's a new one. Well, if you're the one who can defeat the Dark Lord, what else would you be? And honestly, doesn't White Dark Lord go perfectly with Dark Dark Lord? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 80, A Brief Holiday. Dumbledore shook his head. You. Edward chuckled. "Then I'll be heading off." As soon as he stepped out of the headmaster's office, he was surrounded by dozens of students. Leading the group, naturally, was Cedric. "Edward, did Professor Dumbledore give you a hard time? He's not going to punish you over Umbridge, is he?" "Yeah, we were just trying to save her." "That's right. We were standing up for justice." Edward quickly assured them, "Don't worry, my friends. Professor Dumbledore sees things clearly. He won't wrongly accuse anyone. None of you will face any punishment for this. Go get some rest." Everyone finally relaxed and began to disperse. Only Cedric stayed behind, leaning in to whisper, "You're not lying, are you? I heard that old hag was sent here by the Ministry of Magic. Then why did you encourage everyone to go for it?" Cedric immediately replied, I was trying to save her." Edward patted him on the shoulder. "Exactly. Stick with that story. No matter who asks, we were saving her. Oh, and by the way, this afternoon, or tomorrow at the latest, I'll be leaving school for a while. The headmaster has assigned me a few tasks." "What kind of tasks?" "Secret ones." Cedric gave him the finger. Edward found Audrey just after she finished Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by none other than Professor Snape. Back when Lupin was still around, Snape had filled in for a few classes too, but the presence of his sworn enemy had put him in a rather foul mood. Now, it was different. That disgusting werewolf had been driven away by the pink toad, and the pink toad was now hospitalized. If it weren't for the need to maintain his usual persona, Snape would have let off a couple of fireworks in celebration. So when he saw Edward, he actually gave him a rare, stiff smile. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but it eventually turned into a mumble, "I've acquired another batch of herbs. If you need them, you can help yourself." "Thank you, Professor." His smile vanished just as quickly. With a swish of his robe, he walked off. "Do use your brain. Don't waste my herbs." As soon as Snape left, Audrey came over with the golden trio. Ron and Harry were both brimming with excitement. "Edward, I heard you really gave that old hag a beating." "Nicely done." "Ahem, I warn you not to spread false rumors. We were trying to save her, all right. Otherwise, Professor Umbridge might have died from the venom." Ron muttered under his breath, "Wouldn't that have been better?" "Ron." Hermione glared at him. Edward smiled. "So, how did it feel having Professor Snape teach Defense Against the Dark Arts?" Harry was the first to respond. "Honestly, not much better than Umbridge. But at least Snape is actually teaching us Defense Against the Dark Arts, not just making us memorize and copy textbook passages." Audrey laughed. "I quite like Professor Snape's teaching style, no nonsense, straight to the point." Ron groaned, clutching his head. "Of course you like it. Snape practically gives you a point every time you wave your wand. It's so unfair." Hermione hugged a massive black leather-bound book and huffed. "Well, maybe if you studied more, you'd earn points too. I just got some for my answer." Ron muttered, "Aren't you impressive?" At this point, Edward clapped his hands. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to speak with Audrey alone. Off you go, time for lunch. See you." The trio waved as they left. As Edward and Audrey walked side by side through the corridor, students passing by gave Edward thumbs up and even whistles. The Weasley twins took it a step further, linking arms and dancing in a circle around him. Umbridge had truly managed to offend everyone in the school. Ahem. Edward coughed strategically. "Audrey, Professor Dumbledore asked me to take you out for the next few days, do a bit of sightseeing." "Why?" She blinked in confusion. "I thought we weren't allowed to skip class without permission." Dumbledore said, "Forget her." "Oh." Understanding dawned on Audrey's face. "So Dumbledore wants you to, what's the phrase, lie low for a while?" "Something like that." "So, where do you want to go?" She spun around, walking backward with her hands behind her back. After thinking for a bit, her eyes lit up. "How about skiing? It's a pain to find decent slopes back home, I've never even tried it. But it's only October. Most of the ski resorts don't have snow yet." "Then let's go see the snowy mountains instead. I've never seen those either." "All right." Edward took a step back and gave a gentlemanly bow. "Your wish is my command, my lady." She grabbed his wrist and pumped her fist. "Let's go." Lilith poked her head out from Edward's robes and waved a tiny paw. "Let's go." Mount Titlis, Switzerland. This mountain boasted Switzerland's longest ski season. From late October to early May, countless ski enthusiasts from around the globe would flock here to enjoy the thrill of skiing. However, it was only early October now, and the ski resort hadn't opened to the public yet. The upside. They had the entire snowfield to themselves, just the two of them and one cat. The downside. The snow layer wasn't quite thick enough. Still, it was good enough for a bit of fun. Creak, crunch, creak, crunch. Bundled up in thick clothing, the two of them trudged through the snow, each step sinking deep or shallow into the ground. An hour later, Audrey was beginning to tire. Lilith, on the other hand, had no such trouble. She darted around the two of them deliberately, like a small lump of coal dancing across a white canvas, leaving trails of paw prints behind her. "Are we still climbing up?" Audrey hesitated, glancing up at the seemingly endless mountain peak in the distance. "Huff, let's not." Even if we walk until sunset, we probably won't reach the top. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. Edward promptly scooped up Lilith as she darted past once again, then grabbed Audrey's hand. With a sharp crack, the three of them vanished on the spot, only to reappear high up on Mount Titleys. From this vantage point, the entire town of Engelberg stretched out before them, snow-covered terrain in the foreground, mountain ranges all around, forests nestled in the valleys, and a quaint little town resting at the foot of the mountain. Everything was breathtaking, like something out of a dream. The two stood in stunned silence, exhaling puffs of white mist as they gazed out at the landscape. Even Edward had never seen such a sight before. After a while, Audrey broke into a smile. In a lot of stories, this is the part where the characters shout into the distance, right? If you want to shout, then shout. She opened her mouth, but seemed a bit embarrassed. Edward stepped forward, cupped his hands around his mouth, and yelled, "Ah!" His voice echoed out into the vast expanse. He turned to Audrey, grinning. Like we say back home, since we're already here, who knows when we'll get the next chance. Audrey took a deep breath and copied his pose. Ah! Thank you, Edward. Thank you. A golden ray of sunlight pierced through the mountain peak, casting its warm glow across the vast snowy landscape. It lit up the side of Audrey's face, as she looked up at the crimson sun atop the peak, breathing heavily with excitement. Look, the sun's coming out. Yeah. Edward's gaze lingered on her face. It's beautiful. Chirp chirp chirp. A sharp screech broke the moment. Lilith had somehow managed to catch a snow-white rabbit. Despite being larger than her, the poor thing couldn't break free. Gotcha. She planted a paw triumphantly on the rabbit's back and shouted, "Edward. I caught a huge rat." The two exchanged a helpless glance. That's a rabbit. Lilith blinked in confusion, then looked down at the terrified rabbit and declared firmly, "It's a big rat. That's a snow hare, it lives in the snowy mountains. So, a mountain rat. Whatever makes you happy." Next, the two found a decent snow-covered slope, took out their ski gear, and began skiing. It was Audrey's first time, and Edward, well, he'd only done rollerblading before. So, they were both complete novices. Fortunately, when Edward advanced to Trickmaster, his physical agility had improved significantly. Within half an hour, he was managing to wobble his way down the slope without falling. Audrey wasn't so lucky. She remained trapped in an endless cycle of climb up, ski down, fall flat. Lilith couldn't understand why anyone would willingly throw themselves onto the ground over and over again. Edward tried skiing while holding her hands. The result? Both of them fell into a heap and tumbled downhill like a snowball. So much for that bright idea. This time, I'll definitely make it. Audrey repeated the phrase for what felt like the 100th time, lightly pushing off with her ski poles. She started off slowly but gradually picked up speed. This time, she seemed to have figured something out, her glide looked much smoother than before. Edward stood waiting at the bottom of the slope and clapped encouragingly. Awesome, Audrey. You did it. A second later, Audrey's skis slipped, and she crashed headfirst into Edward. The two of them tumbled across the snow again, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Audrey didn't even bother getting up. She just lay there in Edward's embrace, staring at the clear blue sky and muttered, "Skiing is so not fun." Over the next 2 days, they visited every major attraction in the area. From alpine meadows, rivers, and lakes to cultural landmarks like monasteries, museums, and tourist towns. They sampled local cheeses and cuisine, soaked in a hot spring, and watched both sunrise and sunset. Time passed gently and quietly. When the stars returned to the night sky and silver moonlight bathed the world, the two of them sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of their hotel, staring into the distance. Lilith was curled up by the fireplace, sound asleep. After 3 days of wandering, neither of them spoke. They simply enjoyed the peace and quiet. "Edward, I'm sleepy." Audrey yawned. "Good night." "Good night." They had rented a suite with a spacious living room and 2 separate bedrooms. "Oh, right, where should we go tomorrow?" She blinked, already walking toward her room. "We'll figure it out tomorrow." Edward stood up, stretched, and returned to his own room. Sleep time. The moment he closed his eyes, he drifted off into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was suddenly shaken awake. He opened his eyes to see Audrey sitting at the edge of his bed, dressed in her pajamas, her golden hair draped over her shoulders, holding onto his arm and shaking it. "Edward, wake up." "Huh? What's wrong?" She frowned deeply. I think I can feel something, calling to me from the forest." "Huh?" Deep in the pitch-black forest, the wind howled as it whipped through the branches. The two of them had cast disillusionment charms and were flying low on magical brooms. Lilith was nestled safely in Edward's coat pocket. "Can you still feel it?" Audrey squinted into the distance, using the moonlight to guide her. Yes. It's closer now. What could it be? As someone from another world, how could something here be calling to her? If his divination hadn't confirmed that the danger was minimal, Edward wouldn't have brought her out at all. Pull. A mournful, drawn-out cry echoed through the trees. Moments later, tongues of fire shot up into the sky like fireworks, lighting up a section of the forest. There. Ruahar. A massive black silhouette burst from the forest, wings spread wide. But thick chains were wrapped around its body, and just as it tried to fly, the chains yanked taut. The creature let out another cry of agony before crashing heavily back down, shaking the ground. That's a fire dragon. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 81, The Spirit Summoning in HP. Even though they only caught a glimpse of the silhouette, the two of them immediately recognized the creature. It was the very same dragon that had escaped from Gringotts after being provoked when Audrey purchased her Dragonbone wand. Thanks to its dramatic appearance back then, the Quirrell who had been possessed by Voldemort had died on the spot, sending the plot into a wild spiral so chaotic that even its creator wouldn't recognize it anymore. What do we do? Edward turned to look at Audrey. She hesitated for a moment. It feels like it's calling for me. Can we get a little closer and see what's going on? Hold on. Edward took out his pendulum crystal and held it still in the air. Proceeding further is dangerous. Proceeding further is dangerous. Proceeding further is dangerous. After 7 repetitions, the crystal slowly began to spin clockwise. There was danger, but not too great. Let's go. He accelerated his broom and dove down, landing 200 to 300 meters away from where the dragon had crashed. From there, they proceeded on foot. A few minutes later, they saw the dragon, its body bound tightly in chains, bleeding all over as it lay on the ground. Fury burned in its golden eyes as it continuously spewed fire at the dozen or so wizards trying to approach it. From afar, it hadn't seemed particularly large, but now, it was clearly at least twice the size of an ordinary dragon. Well, well. A short figure stepped forward, raising his head to look at the wounded dragon. It was a goblin, grotesque in appearance, holding a whip in one hand. With a casual flick, the whip extended and lashed across the dragon's body, drawing a pained cry from it. It's taken us over a month and a fortune in expenses, but we finally caught you. A wizard stepped out beside him. Mr. Ringpull, how do you plan to transport it back? They spoke fluent English. The goblin looked surprised. Transport it back. Why would we bother with that? Dismantling it for materials on the spot is just fine. The wizard paused. The goblin had clearly spent more on capturing the dragon than its value as magical material would return. Ringpull lashed the whip again, laughing hoarsely. We didn't go through all this trouble because we were too sentimental to let a dragon go. We wanted to make a point, offend Gringotts, and you'll never escape, not even to the ends of the earth. He paused and tossed a bag of galleons to the wizard. There. The other half of your payment. Enough to earn you Oris a few years' worth of wages. Get on with it. Hidden under an invisibility charm, Edward couldn't help but sigh. The goblins had once been defeated in a rebellion, stripped of their wands, yet thanks to Gringotts, they still held considerable sway in the wizarding world. It was strange, really. How could the losing side end up controlling the magical economy? Maybe it could only be explained with one phrase, that's just magic. Do you want to save it? Edward asked Audrey softly. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I just felt some kind of connection through the Dragonbone wand. Not worth risking our lives for it. Her answer was a bit unexpected, but it matched her personality. Audrey had compassion, but she wasn't a saint who would risk herself for others. People like Klein were the rare, truly admirable ones. Just then, the lead wizard turned and whispered something to his companions. Edward felt a tingle in his spirituality, he knew they'd been discovered. Sure enough, several wizards shimmered and vanished. A moment later, spells like Stupefy and Apparitium shot toward them from all directions. Edward's first instinct was to apparate away, but his astrologer's intuition warned him that move would be dangerous. The disillusionment charm on them instantly faded, revealing them to the crowd. Good evening, gentlemen Aurors. Edward raised his hands. We're just tourists in the area. Heard the dragons roar and came to check it out. Their young appearance relaxed the Aurors slightly. The lead wizard frowned. Students. That's right, we're from Beauxbatons. I'm Peter, she's Fleur. We're both of age. The wizard stepped closer and stared into Edward's eyes. After a moment, he nodded. He's telling the truth. Let them go. Edward feigned a relieved sigh. Thank you, sir. Come on, Fleur. Oh, okay. Just as they turned to leave, the goblin named Ringpull suddenly shouted, Wait. He stared intently at the Dragonbone wand in Audrey's hand, greed flickering openly in his eyes. That wand, it's made of Dragonbone, isn't it? I remember, when that beast escaped, Gringotts happened to lose a dragonbone wand. Looks exactly like that one. Audrey replied calmly, Sir, you must be mistaken. I bought this wand from Mr. Ollivander. Ringpool's eyes grew crazed. Ollivander. That fool who only works with wood. There's no way he could have made such a magnificent wand. Only we goblins are capable of crafting a masterpiece like that. He took a step forward, pointing his whip at Audrey, shrieking, Give me back my wand. Edward, however, turned to the Auror. Sir, if I recall correctly, since the goblins' defeat in 1612, they've been forbidden from possessing wands. I wasn't aware that rule had ever been revoked. Ringpool burst into rage. Silence. We just want to collect it. Collect it. Hand it over, now. Goodbye, gentlemen. Apparate. Just as the two began twisting out of view, Edward suddenly felt a bizarre pulling force yanking them back out of the apparition. It was the goblin. Goblins could use certain kinds of wandless magic, but Edward hadn't known they could interrupt apparition. Whoever gets me that wand, I'll pay 1,000, no. 5,000 galleons. In that instant, the wizard's breathing visibly hitched. Anyone willing to work under a goblin's command was already morally questionable. And now, for just stealing a wand from 2 students, they'd earn 5,000 galleons. That was an astronomical sum. Even the Potter family's inherited fortune might not compare. It's just a wand, they don't have to kill anyone. They can always erase their memories afterward. Besides. Expelliarmus. As the first wizard raised his wand, more than half of the others followed suit and chanted spells in unison. Hee 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 hee. A shrill, cackling laughter pierced the air. In an instant, every wizard turned away from Edward and Audrey, redirecting their spells toward the grotesque-looking doll. Audrey didn't escape its influence either. She raised her wand and charged toward it, ready to smash it to bits. Confundus Maxima. Edward struck first with a wide-area dazing spell. Then he swiftly donned the Ravenclaw diadem, his wand unleashing a flurry of spells like a magical machine gun. By the time the doll's taunting effect faded, the ground was littered with wizards, some unconscious, others petrified, and quite a few bound tightly in chains conjured by transfiguration. Goblin Ringpool clearly hadn't anticipated such a scene. After a moment of stunned panic, his eyes locked onto the diadem perched on Edward's head. Greed flickered once again in his eyes. That crown, that diadem, it's also ours. The goblins. Give it to me. Give it to me. Like a madman, he charged straight at Edward. With a sharp kick, Edward sent him flying, following up with a quick stupefy to knock him out. Something's wrong. The goblin's reaction was clearly off. Sure, goblins were known for their greed, but it wasn't that bad. What, did they think everything they laid eyes on belonged to them? What were they, British? Unless, it was because both the Dragonbone wand and the Ravenclaw diadem had been imbued with the Grey Fog's residue. That was likely. But why would the aura of the Sapphira Castle from another universe drive goblins from the Harry Potter world to the brink of madness? Just then, Audrey came jogging back, cheeks slightly flushed. I don't know what happened, I just felt compelled to run up and attack. Accio doll. Edward summoned the now iron block-like doll back to his side. It's because of this mystical item. He didn't elaborate, instead turning to look at the wizards strewn across the field. Should I kill them all? That would certainly be the safest option. But. Boom. Before he could think further, a wave of blistering fire surged forward, igniting the field in a blazing inferno. The Aurors caught in the blaze were roasted alive, their bodies instantly charred beyond recognition. It was the fire dragon. Well then. Thanks for making the decision for me. Edward looked toward the dragon, now free of its chains and furiously spewing flames. Even though the wizards had already been reduced to ash, it kept unleashing its fury, as if venting all its rage. Stop. Do you understand me? Stop. Edward waved his wand, summoning torrents of water to put out the fire while gesturing at the dragon. The beast shot him a sideways glance, and ignored him entirely. No wonder people said dragons were beasts. It really didn't seem to have any intelligence at all. Hey, big guy, stop, Audrey tried as well, giving a small wave. In the next second, the dragon closed its mouth. Arr. The dragon let out a low whimper as it gazed at Audrey, dragging its massive body forward like it wanted to get closer, but halfway there, it collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. It lay still, wheezing heavily with labored breaths. Edward, I think it's badly hurt. The two immediately cast over a dozen healing spells in quick succession, but they had minimal effect. Dragons weren't just resistant to offensive magic, their magical resistance also dampened healing magic. Left with no other choice, Edward pulled out nearly all the healing potions he had, levitated them over, and poured them into the dragon's mouth. It wasn't nearly enough for a creature its size, but the results were visible, it seemed to recover slightly. What now? They hadn't planned on saving it at first, but now that they had, they couldn't just leave it half-rescued. Apparition obviously can't take something this big, and neither of our extension pouches are large enough. Edward muttered, then cast an engorgement reversal charm, trying to shrink the dragon, but the effect was still too limited. How about this? I'll try to create a container large enough for it using the extension charm. Then. Audrey added quickly, then I'll go ask Professor Dumbledore for help. Asking Dumbledore to save a dragon. You probably didn't know that, over his long life, Dumbledore's main contribution to dragon lore was discovering the 12 uses of dragon blood, right? Let me try spirit summoning on that goblin first. I've got a question that needs answering. He said try because he wasn't sure if spirit channeling would work here. After all, the ability relied on divine power and targeted the subject's spiritual essence, both of which were unique to the Lord of the Mysteries world. Edward stepped back a few paces and set up a spirit summoning ritual. After chanting the incantation, he silently repeated the divination phrase he had prepared. The reason why Goblin Ringpole went mad over the Dragonbone wand and the Ravenclaw diadem. The reason why Goblin Ringpole went mad over the Dragonbone wand and the Ravenclaw diadem. He repeated it 7 times. Then he entered a dreamlike trance, and saw the soul of Ringpole. Immediately, he reached out to touch the translucent, ghostly figure. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him shifted, the summoning had succeeded. In the hazy, surreal vision, groups of hideous, short, and naked goblins emerged from the shadows. Then, they fell to their knees, bowing and praying fervently toward the depths of the darkness. O Lord, thank you for granting us life. O Lord, we will forever regard you as our master. O Lord, we shall spread your brilliance to every corner of the world. Praise be to our Lord, who delivered us from madness. Note, here you go, the promised extra chapter. Enjoy, by the way, no extra chapter tomorrow. Just 2 normal chapters. I like to keep my Sundays a bit stress-free. But don't let that stop you from donating Power Stones, so go vote. P.S. P at Trey, on, link down below. Chapter 82, I must be overthinking this. Snap. The vision shattered and faded away. Edward awoke from the dream. What did that scene mean just now? The goblins emerged from the darkness, then knelt and prayed to it. Who was the god they were calling out to? And what does that have to do with its earlier frenzy? He frowned in thought, but the information was too scarce to draw any conclusions. Woo, woo. Just then, the fire dragon struggled to lift its head, trying to look at something. Edward followed its gaze and looked up. High in the sky, an unfamiliar and faintly glowing mark had appeared at some point. It had been completely obscured by the brightness of the dragon's flames earlier, an emergency distress signal from the Aurors. Edward furrowed his brow slightly. If they chose to send out a distress signal, that must mean there are other wizards nearby. If there aren't too many, we might manage another ambush, but if there are too many, we're in trouble. Audrey stepped up to the fire dragon and gently asked, "Can you still move? Still fly?" Woo. The fire dragon nudged her palm with its snout, its eyes showing a puppy-like expression. Then it pushed her lightly, as if urging her to leave quickly. Edward took out a divination crystal and spoke his query, "Can we safely rescue this dragon?" Soon, the green crystal began spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction. That speed, very dangerous. Did they have to give up? Saving someone halfway like this and then leaving them behind was immensely frustrating. His pupils rippled slightly, then he made up his mind. Activate, madman at the right. Let the previous divination result be false. The next moment, the green crystal stopped, then slowly began spinning clockwise. Edward grasped it tightly and said quickly, "Let's withdraw and hide for now, wait for an opportunity." Okay. Edward reached out and grabbed Audrey's cold hand. Their figures twisted and disappeared. A few seconds later, they reappeared again. Audrey looked puzzled. What happened? When I operated just now, I sensed an anti-apparition ward. A smile slowly appeared on Edward's face. While I can force through it, I've got another plan. 3 to 4 dozen Aurors soared across the night sky on flying brooms. They were the British Ministry of Magic's delegation to the European Magical Conference in Switzerland. After the day's meetings concluded, about 7 or 8 Aurors from the team had claimed to have business to attend to and left the group. The leader was a stern-looking man with a short haircut and a powerful build, Dawlish. He had long known that some of his men secretly took side jobs for extra pay, but he neither cared nor could stop them. After all, Ministry Aurors risked their lives battling dark wizards, yet their pay was hardly impressive. If the Ministry wasn't willing to pay more, who could blame them for trying to make some on the side? As long as they didn't break the law, so be it. But just now, a subordinate had burst in to report a distress signal. Grumbling, Dawlish had dragged himself from his warm bed and gathered the team to investigate. Their movement had, unfortunately, awakened the French Aurors staying next door, who had tagged along, half out of curiosity and half to see a good show. When they arrived, they saw a heavily wounded, weakened fire dragon, and the scorched remains of bodies littering the ground. "Mr. Dawlish, we found clear signs of battle nearby. Another group of wizards was definitely here earlier." Dawlish chuckled coldly. "Looks like it was quite wise of me to send teams out earlier to set up anti-apparition wards. Who would have thought we'd catch some dark wizards while attending a conference?" His expression turned serious. "Search in teams of 3. At the first sign of anything, fire the signal." "Yes, sir." Soon, the 3 to 4 dozen Aurors fanned out, leaving only Dawlish and the French Auror captain, Lucas, behind. "So those missing subordinates of yours snuck off to try and capture this fire dragon?" Lucas laughed heartily in heavily accented English. "Well, they caught it, all right, and paid with their lives. Are all your British ministry Aurors this capable?" Dawlish's face darkened. Ever since graduating top of his class at Hogwarts, he'd been highly regarded by the ministry, becoming one of Minister Fudge's most trusted. Naturally, he didn't take criticism well. He snorted. "They must have been ambushed by dark wizards hiding in the shadows during the fight." "Ha ha ha. That's a laughable excuse, especially coming from a seasoned Auror like you. Since when do dark wizards fight fair? They're all sly, slippery bastards, none of them would face Aurors head-on." Lucas twirled his mustache with a smug grin. "But no matter how crafty dark wizards are, they're still prey. And in the eyes of us French Aurors, the finest hunters, they'll always be a joke. Just wait. In half an hour, my men will have them all rounded up." "Ah!" Before his words had even faded, a scream echoed from up ahead. Both men's faces changed and they rushed forward, only for another scream to ring out from behind them. Then the left. Then the right. Then back to the front again. Bang. 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 One after another, distress signals bloomed in the night sky. Within moments, the woods overhead were lit up with sparkling bursts like flowers. It was as if the entire forest was crawling with enemies. Before long, the sounds of battle from all directions began to fade. Neither Auror captain had any desire to continue their bickering. Cold sweat trickled down their faces, and they shared a single, horrifying thought: just how many dark wizards are hiding in this forest? Did we just walk right into a dark wizard stronghold? Maybe it's our people taking care of the dark wizards," Lucas said, wiping at his sweat. Dawlish said coldly, "Or maybe, in a moment, dozens of killing curses will come flying at us from all sides. Help! Someone help!" Just then, a bloodied Auror staggered out from the forest. "Mr. Dawlish, the dark wizards, they're everywhere, in the forest, run, get out." He collapsed forward as Dawlish rushed to catch him. "How many are still alive?" "Still." The Auror was extremely weak. "There are still, Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Flavido." A flurry of spells burst rapidly from his wand. Before the 2 Auror captains could react, their wands were already gone, and they were hit squarely by several stunning spells. Then chains formed from the withered grass around them, binding them tightly. Phew. Edward let out a long breath. 32 Aurors in total. All taken care of. At first, he'd relied on his spiritual power to bypass the anti-apparition ward and launch surprise attacks. But repeated apparitions in a short span quickly drained his spirituality. As for the remaining dozen or so wizards, half of them were taken down by brute force, with Edward relying on his enhanced physical abilities from the potion to resist spells. The other half were eliminated with sneak attacks while he used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate their ranks, including the final 2 bosses. Now, Edward's whole body ached. He slumped heavily to the ground. "Big Lizard, I've literally got nothing left in the tank to save you." Woo. The fire dragon opened its eyes. Its attitude was noticeably better than before. Edward opened his pouch, and Lilith was the first to dart out. She had no words left, just meowed at him in frustration. Every time. It's always like this. Miss Lilith is super strong now, okay. Audrey crawled out in a hurry, wand in hand, and quickly scanned their surroundings. "Relax," Edward said, pressing his hand to the ground and pushing himself back up. "It's all handled. But next, we still need to go give every one of those wizards a little finishing touch. At the very least, we have to make sure they stay unconscious while we expand the undetectable extension charm enough for safety." "Right. I'll help you." 2 days later. Dumbledore had just dealt with the ministry officials and was rubbing his temples in exhaustion, leaning back into his chair. He casually picked up the day's newspaper, only to see the bold headline. "The European Ministry's Day of Shame. A humiliation for all wizards. Hundreds of Aurors, wiped out by 2 dark wizards." Dumbledore sat up straight in an instant. 2 days prior, Aurors from various European countries had gathered for a magical conference in Switzerland. In the evening, when the conference ended, British and French Aurors were ambushed by incredibly powerful dark wizards. Within less than an hour, hundreds of Aurors, a number still in question, had been utterly defeated. Miraculously, only one unlucky soul had died, his head cracked open from falling out of the sky. Later interviews revealed that the attack had happened so suddenly, and the dark wizards had used polyjuice potion, so no one had gotten a clear look at their faces. Not a single word in the entire article mentioned Edward, but for some reason, Dumbledore couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. No matter how talented Edward is, he couldn't possibly defeat hundreds of wizards by himself. Not even I could have done that in my youth. I must be overthinking this. He chuckled to himself, trying to ease his nerves, and leaned back again to keep reading. But soon, a line caught his eye. According to recovered Aurors, one of the dark wizards appeared to be capable of bypassing anti-apparition wards. The smile on Dumbledore's face froze. He slowly set the newspaper down. After a long moment, he muttered to himself. Gellert, you would have loved him. 2 days later. The edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was sitting lazily at the door of his wooden hut, repairing his massive crossbow. Fong lay nearby with a tattered old shoe in his mouth, growling softly as he chewed. Crack! 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Fong let out a yelp, tail between his legs, and bolted off. Hey! Hagrid glared after the dog in annoyance, then turned to the newcomers. When he saw Edward and Audrey, his expression turned to surprise. Oh, Edward. Been a while. What brings you here? Then he added hastily, I don't have any magical creatures around here lately, except, a dragon egg. No-oh. He quickly slapped a massive hand over his mouth, eyes wide with alarm. I mean. He scrambled to cover it up, I never had a Norwegian ridgeback egg. Audrey. Edward chuckled. Speaking of dragons, we're here because of one. Hagrid immediately leapt to his feet, spreading his arms protectively in front of his hut. You'll never take that egg from me. Easy, Hagrid, we're not here to take your egg. Edward opened his suitcase and held it out to him. Big guy, let's hear you roar. Roar. A weak and pained growl echoed from inside. Hagrid froze. He quickly leaned in and saw. Inside the dim, magically expanded space lay a dragon, its body covered in injuries, far larger than the average fire dragon. It was barely clinging to life. Fong, who had just worked up the courage to return, instantly turned tail again and fled into the Forbidden Forest, howling in terror. Lilith, curled up in Audrey's arms, muttered with a pout, Susie would never admit that something that cowardly is still technically a dog. Oh my stars, this must be a dream. Hagrid exclaimed. This is an adult Ukrainian ironbelly. No, he's even larger than most ironbellies, maybe mixed with another fire dragon breed. He turned sharply to Edward. Suddenly, tears began pouring from his eyes as he threw his arms around him. Thank you, Edward, thank you. I knew you were my best friend. You brought me a dragon. Lilith instantly puffed up. Audrey. Edward's gonna get smothered. Edward had to discharge a small current to jolt Hagrid away and free himself. I think you've misunderstood. This dragon's injured. I was thinking, if there's anyone at Hogwarts who knows how to care for magical creatures, it'd be you. You're right. Hagrid thumped his chest proudly. Leave it to me. He took the suitcase back and leaned in closer. Oh, you poor little thing. Don't worry, I'll fix you right up. Apparently, in Hagrid's eyes, no matter how massive the creature, it was still a poor little thing. Audrey gave a few more instructions, assuring the dragon that Hagrid wouldn't harm it, that he'd take good care of it, and that this place was safe. Then she and Edward returned to the castle, and made their way to the headmaster's office. Oh, Merlin's beard. That was the first thing Dumbledore said after hearing their full report. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 83, Lovers. Dumbledore pressed a hand to his forehead and said with a sigh that didn't quite match his words, I must say, you two are far more surprising than I expected. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, Audrey quickly apologized. If I hadn't asked Edward to take me there, none of this would have happened. No, Dumbledore waved his hand, Miss Hall, I've seen far worse in my lifetime. Besides, no one discovered your identities or remembered your faces. I'm just amazed. Young people these days are far more capable than we were. Even Voldemort, at your age, had only gathered a handful of students at school and started a small group. He shook his head at that and suddenly changed the subject. Professor Umbridge has recovered. Edward immediately said, that's wonderful news. I'll make sure to visit her soon. She said she's determined to have you sent to Azkaban. Excellent. I hear it's full of the most legendary witches and wizards. Being with them, I'll surely learn a great deal. Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, then pushed the newspaper toward him. Is that really what you think? Perhaps I could arrange that for you, send you to Azkaban for a bit of further study. Ah. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. All right. I'll send you to the place you should be instead. In fact, for many, it's far more dangerous than Azkaban. Nermangard. Audrey's eyes lit up. Is that the place where the Dark Lord is held? The one who had a, special relationship with Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, his tone calm. Miss Hall, you may say the word plainly. Lover. He smiled. Once, yes. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to depart. At that moment, Audrey raised her hand. Sorry, Edward, Professor Dumbledore. You both know I just went through a thrilling, nerve-wracking adventure. Right now, I'd much rather stay at Hogwarts and rest. You know how it is, Edward. Once I go home, I'll be stuck there again. And. Her voice turned mysteriously playful, and, there's something else I want to do. Is it that thing you asked Malfoy to handle? Exactly. She tiptoed to pat Edward on the head and grinned. Do your best, okay. Austrian Alps, Nermangard. The first breath of cold air Edward inhaled felt like it stabbed straight through his throat and into his heart. He hurriedly changed into a thick winter coat, tucking Lilith inside, with only her two blue eyes peeking out, curiously surveying their surroundings. Led by Dumbledore through the howling winds, they stepped into the towering structure built on a mountaintop. One after the other, they climbed the spiraling stairs and reached the top floor, a dimly lit room. The interior was simple, a single bed, a rocking chair, a table, several wardrobes, and a television and a DVD player. To Edward's surprise, this former Dark Lord seemed more up-to-date with Muggle technology than most modern wizards. A white-haired old man in ragged clothes stood at the window, gazing out at the distant mountains. His entire being radiated an air of twilight and decline. He bore no resemblance to the fearsome Dark Lord who once plunged the entire wizarding world into chaos just a few decades ago. He smiled faintly, then opened his mouth and said something that stunned Edward to the core. We meet again, little one. The last time I saw you, you were still an Obscurial. I was, an Obscurial. Obscurials, or Obscurus, were magical entities formed when children with magical abilities suppressed their powers due to trauma or fear, resulting in uncontrollable bursts of magic. Weren't they supposed to be unstable, chaotic, mad, filled with negative emotions, and short-lived? How could I be one? Though the thought puzzled him, Edward wasn't too shocked. After all, it must have happened before he transmigrated. Without the memory, he felt no real emotional connection to the experience. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore. You never told him. If he's forgotten, then let the memory stay lost. He's a normal wizard now. Ha ha ha, a normal wizard, who was once an Obscurial. Grindelwald burst out laughing. I must say, your Dumbledore family has quite the affinity with Obscurials. That sentence pulled Edward back to attention. His gaze flicked rapidly between the two elderly men, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, So, I really am part of the Dumbledore family? Of course. I'm not sure. They spoke at the same time. After exchanging glances, Grindelwald said firmly, I'm certain you carry the blood of the Dumbledore family, though your surname might not be Dumbledore. Dumbledore, however, seemed uncertain. Adjusting his half-moon spectacles, he said, Apologies. As far as I know, there are no surviving descendants of the Dumbledore line. But Gellert insists otherwise. He spread his hands, and he refuses to explain why he's so certain. Edward stroked his chin, hesitating for a long while before cautiously asking. So, am I, your child? Smack. Smack. Ow. After interrogating, or trying to, both the Black and White Dark Lords, Edward finally learned the truth of his origins from Grindelwald. 16 years ago, when Grindelwald first laid eyes on him, he had been a wailing infant. And clearly, a place like Nermangard was no place for a baby. So, Grindelwald reached out to his old followers and had the child sent to an orphanage. 10 years later, 6 years ago from now, Grindelwald encountered him again. By then, he was already an Obscurus, a living husk of a boy. He had become a fool who could do nothing beyond eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving himself. Having once been involved with an Obscurus, especially one from the Dumbledore family, Grindelwald insisted Edward belong to them. He tried to cultivate Edward, hoping to raise him into a special Obscurus like Credence. But he failed. After nearly half a year of effort, the boy remained just as dull-witted. Grindelwald lost interest and sent him back to the orphanage. 3 years later, at the precise time when Edward transmigrated into this world, he recovered his faculties and received his Hogwarts acceptance letter. When Grindelwald heard the news, he immediately contacted Dumbledore and truthfully informed him about Edward's condition. As expected, Dumbledore became very intrigued. He even went to the orphanage personally and brought Edward to Hogwarts. And that was why Dumbledore had always paid Edward special attention. "But why are you so sure I have Dumbledore blood in me?" To this, Grindelwald replied calmly, "Do you think I'd tell you something I kept secret even from Albus?" "But..." His tone softened. "I can say this much, it's not that I enjoy playing riddles, it's just that I promised someone I'd keep the secret. That person is related to my origins." Grindelwald nodded. Dumbledore didn't stay long. Perhaps due to Edward's presence, the two old friends didn't exchange much conversation. Grindelwald quickly slipped into his role as a teacher, as if eager to cram Edward with everything he could and send him off. Over the course of one night, under the high-intensity crash course of the previous Dark Lord, Edward managed to grasp the advanced portion of Fiend Fire Control and how to cast Incendio Draconis. Caught in a wave of inspiration, Grindelwald even threw in Dumbledore's signature spell, like a high school physics teacher who, after finishing one test paper, excitedly starts going over the math 1-2. For a student eager to learn, this kind of teacher was a godsend. But the only issue was, Grindelwald didn't just teach magic by explanation or demonstration. He fought it into you. All night long, Edward narrowly escaped multiple fatal dark curses. Even his ever-present pouch was nearly destroyed. Breakfast at Nermengard was simple, 2 boiled eggs and a cup of black coffee. Lilith gave the coffee a curious lick, then immediately recoiled, shook her little head vigorously, and leapt off the table, hopping over to sit in front of the TV and intently watch Tom and Jerry. Halfway through his coffee, Grindelwald's class resumed. "How do you think one should learn wandless magic?" Edward cradled the warm mug in both hands and thought for a moment. "Ah, practice makes perfect. Have you mastered any spell that you can cast both wandlessly and wordlessly?" "Accio and Depulso." "How did you manage that?" Edward paused. Back when he mastered the undetectable extension charm, he realized that while it created storage space like the spatial rings in many novels, retrieving and storing items was a hassle. So, he had the idea to use Accio and Depulso. At first, he needed to say the incantation and wave his wand. Eventually, he stopped needing the chant. And about 6 months ago, he no longer needed the wand either. "I guess I just used them a lot, and eventually got the hang of it." "Yeah, practice makes perfect." Grindelwald nodded. "Exactly. Silent casting is relatively easy. But wandless magic? That requires repeated, dedicated practice with a single spell, until your body and mind internalize it. That's how I did it, how Albus did it, even Merlin. But wandless casting usually applies to individual spells only. It's not like learning a certain technique lets you cast all magic wandlessly. Albus probably mentioned his evolution/devolution theory to you. Wizards use wands because they help us channel magic more easily. But over time, we've also grown dependent on them. That's because a wizard's magic is inherently chaotic, disordered, uncontrollable. Even Albus and I can't fully control our magic. So we never aim to completely master wandless casting. It would require endless training, and even then, the result might be inferior to wand casting. Of course, there are alternatives. You could try the Egyptian wandless gesture casting style, but the casting time is longer. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that too. Edward nodded, but frowned. "But if that's the case, why would he send me here to learn from you?" Grindelwald's lips curled into a grin. A flicker of madness glinted in his cloudy eyes. "Because I had a theory, since wizards are bound to their wands, and wands are a vulnerability, then what if the wand was embedded into the wizard's body? For instance." He extended a bony arm. "What if we crafted a wand using a wizard's entire wrist bone? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Edward was horrified. Good God, most people just wanted to refine wands, and here you are going straight to alchemy with human bodies. Truly worthy of the title Dark Lord. "Did you succeed?" "I failed." Grindelwald lowered his arm, tone flat again. "My wrist bones, truthfully, all my bones, are just ordinary bone, devoid of magical properties. Completely unfit to be made into a wand. All your bones. Are you a Dark Lord or a mad scientist? But you're different. You were once an obscurus, a naturally born magical creature capable of unleashing tremendous power." At that, he paused, eyes briefly shadowed by a trace of wistful memory. "I once met a different kind of obscurus too, but, back then, my heart was occupied by other matters." Edward understood. He was speaking of Credence, Aberforth Dumbledore's son, who had died in the battle between the two Dark Lords decades ago. "Even if you seem normal now, I believe you're still fundamentally different from other wizards. Your body must retain certain obscurus traits. If we can make use of them, wandless casting might be the least of what you'll achieve. You might awaken powers far beyond any wizard. Well, that sounded beautiful, but the method was terrifying. So, what exactly do you want to do? Give me one of your wrist bones. He said it so casually. Like asking for a spoon. Don't worry, just one Osseo spell and a vial of Skeelgrow. If you're scared of pain, a stunning spell works wonders. Can I think about it? Grindelwald gave him a sideways glance. I heard you're talented in transfiguration. Want to know how to use it on yourself, change your face and body at will. Edward clenched his jaw. Let's do it. Note, if we reach 115 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post an extra chapter. So, go vote. But, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 84, The Chamber of Secrets. Hogwarts Castle. Over the past few days, Audrey had been running back and forth between the castle and Hagrid's hut. Under Hagrid's care, the fire dragon Anna, Audrey's newly named companion, was finally showing signs of recovery. Just yesterday afternoon, Professor Snape held a live demonstration in defense against the dark arts, staging a duel between Harry and Malfoy to explain a few defensive spells, though, truthfully, it looked more like he wanted to give Harry a hard time. Coincidentally, Umbridge, just discharged from the hospital wing, happened to witness the scene. As a staunch, theory-only professor of defense against the dark arts, she immediately lashed out, scolding Snape for being an irresponsible dictator who made students duel for his own amusement. She loudly declared that he was no different from Lupin and ought to be kicked out of Hogwarts. Snape was furious, though he showed no emotion beyond a cold sneer. Then, on the spot, he announced that a full-grade practical lesson in defense against the dark arts would be held that very evening. Let's take this combat practice to the next level, he declared, clearly intending to prove that not every ministry-appointed piece of rubbish deserved the title of professor. Umbridge pulled out her wand to threaten him, only to be instantly disarmed by a spell from Snape that sent her flying into the wall. She was promptly returned to the hospital wing. The students stood in stunned silence for a long moment, and then erupted in cheers. Many of them, for the first time ever, thought maybe this big bat Snape was actually kind of cool. That evening, a series of 1v1 duels in defense against the dark arts began, pairing students of all ages and years. Audrey originally only intended to spectate, to enjoy the show and get a proper look at wizard duels, but was soon called out by a few upper-year Slytherin girls. Ever since Audrey joined Slytherin, she had stolen all their spotlight. And so began Audrey's tower climb. She beat the girls who challenged her, then took down their reluctant boyfriends, and after that, attracted more dueling fanatics eager to test her strength. In the end, she cleared the whole field, and of course, her Dragonbone wand played no small role in that victory. Soon, everyone knew, the beautiful, newly transferred 17-year-old first-year girl not only looked stunning but also fought like hell, and didn't hold back. Some boys who had previously tried to get close to her now chose to quietly back off. Snape was particularly pleased with her performance, smart, humble, polite, and powerful. She seemed even more outstanding than another green-eyed girl from long ago. And as for her close friend Edward, a muggle born with an impressive knack for potions. If only they were in Gryffindor and Slytherin, Snape would be shipping that couple to death. The first class of the morning was Professor Sprout's herbology. Audrey, yawning along with the rest of the students, trudged into the greenhouse just in time to see the professor stuffing a bunch of strange, shrieking things into pots. Don't worry, Miss Hall. These are mandrakes, Sprout explained cheerfully. You won't be studying them until your second year, but once they mature, they're incredibly useful. These are plants. Audrey blinked. Oh yes. They're ugly, their voices are awful, but actually, well, no, they're not exactly safe at all. Audrey fell silent. She really couldn't reconcile those things with the concept of plants. She suddenly remembered Edward's animagus ritual had something to do with a mandrake leaf. No, now that she thought about it, it was probably more like the arm of that creature. Ugh. Why did that suddenly feel so gross? Before long, the Gryffindors arrived. Ron was chatting excitedly with Harry, whose expression was a mix of excitement and anxiety. Hermione, book in hand, shot them a look of disdain. I'll never understand why you boys get so obsessed with a game where a bunch of people just chase after balls. Ron craned his neck indignantly. It's called Quidditch. It's the most famous sport in the wizarding world. It's an art form, not just a bunch of people chasing balls. Hermione snapped her book shut and replied coolly, do they chase balls during Quidditch matches? Well, yeah. Then there you go. Ron looked outraged. Harry quickly pulled him back. Ron, don't lose your temper. You'll never win an argument with her. At that moment, Hermione spotted Audrey and waved. Hi, Audrey. Audrey jogged over. "I've found some clues about the Slytherin heir," Hermione whispered. "Before Salazar Slytherin left the school, he reportedly said, 'When my true heir returns, he will purge the school of all who are unworthy to study magic.'" Audrey nodded. "I've read that too. More specifically, it says the chamber will be opened, and the unworthy will be purged. What's in the chamber? Why does opening it lead to a purge? And what does purge even mean in this context?" To find that out, Audrey said, "We need to find the chamber first." The two girls immediately began whispering theories back and forth. Harry and Ron, clueless about what they were talking about, started to doze off, or zone out. A few minutes later, Professor Sprout cleared her throat. "Quiet, everyone. Class is starting." She glanced around the group and frowned slightly. It seems the Slytherins aren't all here. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe are missing. Does anyone know where they are?" The students looked at one another, baffled. No one replied. Ron, now fully awake, muttered, "I bet those three are in big trouble again." Harry asked, "Like what?" "Oh, I dunno, maybe Snape made them scrub toilets, or Filch locked them in detention. Or maybe they ran into some monster in the castle and got eaten whole." He didn't even finish the sentence before a terrified scream echoed through the greenhouse. Goyle and Crabbe burst in, stumbling and pale with fright, screaming, "Help! Help! Malfoy's dead." Ron, who'd just been grinning, froze in stunned silence. Then he slapped a hand over his mouth. "Malfoy's dead." Gasps rippled through the crowd of young witches and wizards. A few girls screamed in shock. Professor Sprout's face turned pale as snow. She stammered a few incomprehensible words before managing to say, "Goyle, Crabbe, what nonsense are you spouting?" Goyle's lips trembled. "It's true. In the girls' bathroom. Malfoy's on the ground, stiff, not breathing. And there's blood on the mirror. It says, the chamber has been opened. Everyone will die." The chamber. Audrey and Hermione exchanged a quick glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. After a brief moment of panic, Professor Sprout shouted loudly, "Silence! Everyone, go to the Great Hall immediately. I'll fetch Headmaster Dumbledore. Now, quickly. Goyle, Crabbe, you two come with me." At that moment, Pansy Parkinson suddenly stood up and pointed at Ron, screaming, "Ron! I heard it. You're the one who cursed Malfoy." Whoosh, all the Slytherins turned to stare at him. Ron stumbled back in panic. "No, I didn't." Pansy gripped her wand and advanced step by step. "I heard you. You cursed Malfoy. You killed him. We'll avenge him." "Calm down, Pansy." Audrey cut in with a glance. "I don't think Ron is capable of something like that." Pansy opened her mouth to argue but then seemed to think of something. She shrank back and lowered her head before retreating silently. The group, still buzzing with gossip, headed toward the Great Hall. Ron looked pale and uneasy. He whispered to Harry, Malfoy's death has nothing to do with me, right?" "I don't know." Harry muttered, then quickly added, "I mean, of course it doesn't. You don't even know any curses that strong. But, what if I do? That time, remember? I cursed Scabbers under my breath because he bit my bedsheet, and then he disappeared. Maybe I did curse him to death." Harry was speechless. He turned to find Hermione, just in time to spot her and Audrey slipping away from the group, quietly sneaking off. Shoo. Hermione gave him a warning look. Harry immediately understood. Ron, still rambling beside him, said nervously, "Harry, do you think they'll send me to Azkaban?" Harry. By the time the trio reached the girls' bathroom, Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall were already there. Malfoy lay stiff on the damp floor, his body rigid. On the mirror above him, scrawled in blood-red letters, was a chilling message. "The chamber has been opened. All shall die." Madame Pomfrey was crouched on the floor, examining him. "Fortunately, he's only been petrified." A collective sigh of relief passed through the gathered staff. Snape's demeanor returned to his usual poisonous bet self as he glared at Goyle and Crabbe. "I assume, gentlemen, that you can explain what happened. Learned some dark magic from your fathers, did you? Playing with fire and got burned?" "No." Goyle exclaimed in panic. "Malfoy didn't come back to the dorm at all last night. We've been looking all over the castle since early morning until we found his body here. He's not dead, you idiot." Snape snapped. Goyle jumped back in fright and nearly fell over. Dumbledore raised a hand to calm things down. In his usual gentle tone, he asked, "Do either of you know where Mr. Malfoy went last night?" I think." Crabbe jumped in quickly, "He went to duel Harry Potter." "Yeah, that's it. It has to be Potter. He's the one who did this to Malfoy. I didn't. Harry blurted, unable to stay silent any longer. Everyone turned to look at him. Snape gave a cold sneer. Oh. Our great savior, Mr. Potter. While the other students obediently waited in the Great Hall, you just had to break the rules and sneak off. Very well, 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry didn't even care about the points anymore. He stepped forward, defending himself loudly. Malfoy never even showed up for the duel last night. Oh. So you were wandering the school after curfew again, Mr. Potter. Harry glared at Snape, loathing him more than ever. Snape turned his sharp gaze on Audrey, who stood silently beside Hermione. And what about you, Miss Hall? Miss Granger? Why are you two here? Well, Professor. Audrey glanced at the bloody writing on the mirror, her voice calm and unhurried. I've been investigating the matter of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets these past few days. Malfoy was helping me with it. When I heard he had died and that the cause might be connected to the chamber, I couldn't resist coming to take a look. The professors frowned in unison. The atmosphere grew tense. Dumbledore's voice turned more serious. How do you know about the chamber? It was the Sorting Hat, sir. During the sorting, it told me that Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders, had built a hidden room in Hogwarts, preserving some of his magical legacy within. Snape stared at Audrey for a long moment, his voice colder than ever. Miss Hall, you came to Hogwarts to study, not to play at being an explorer. Apologies, Professor. Dumbledore gave a faint smile. All right. This little adventure ends here. Head back to the Great Hall now, the both of you. And you too, Harry. But Professor, I really didn't. I believe you, Harry. Now go. Just then, Umbridge arrived, limping on her cane, her face twisted in a strange combination of delight and outrage. I knew it. I knew something like this would happen. The son of a school governor found dead at Hogwarts. This is what your leadership has brought us, Dumbledore. Prepare to resign in disgrace. Snape turned to her with a cold stare. Malfoy isn't dead. The headmaster won't be resigning. But you, Professor Umbridge, wandering around before your injuries are healed, if you hurt yourself again, that would be truly unaffordable. You. She staggered back a step. Are you threatening me? The matter of you attacking me with a spell isn't over yet. You drew your wand first. I acted in self-defense. You, just wait. Dumbledore calmly interjected, that's enough. I'll take full responsibility for this incident. Everyone, please disperse. Note, if you guys want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 85, Detective Audrey makes her debut. When Audrey, Hermione, and Harry returned to the Great Hall, it was already packed with students from all years. Everyone was whispering about Malfoy's death, and although the prefects were doing their best to maintain order, it wasn't working too well. The moment Harry walked in, a wave of Slytherin students surged toward him. Harry Potter. You killed Malfoy in that duel last night, didn't you? You're the murderer, Harry Potter. You should be locked up in Azkaban. If you could kill Malfoy today, what's stopping you from killing any one of us Slytherins tomorrow? Grab Harry. Send him to Azkaban. Faced with the growing crowd, Harry stumbled back in fear, mumbling over and over that he didn't know anything. Hermione immediately stepped forward, shielding Harry behind her. And when the Gryffindors saw one of their own being bullied, the Weasley twins were the first to lose it. They rallied a group of students and charged forward. You lot want to fight? Bring it on, we're game any time. Don't think you can bully our chosen one. Come on then, hit us if you dare. The situation spiraled quickly, and several students even drew their wands. A golden glint flashed across Audrey's pupils. She gripped her dragonbone wand tightly and shouted in a low voice, silence. Buzz. A powerful wave of pressure rippled outward, striking a chord of dread in everyone nearby. Whether they were Slytherins and Gryffindors arguing or Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs watching from the side, everyone instinctively shut their mouths. In an instant, the hall went dead silent. A few seconds later, all eyes turned to Audrey. That actually made her feel a little awkward, her earlier momentum vanished all at once. She pressed her lips together and said somewhat nervously, none of us knows the truth right now. But I believe the professors will give everyone a clear answer soon. For now, let's just be patient and wait. Of course, words like that weren't going to satisfy anyone. The students, who had only just quieted down, were already starting to stir again. Audrey clenched her teeth, then raised her voice and said, all right then. You all want to fight? You, and you, yes, all of you holding wands, come on, fight me instead. The Slytherins and Gryffindors exchanged glances, recalling all too clearly how easily Audrey had wiped the floor with every opponent the night before. Fight her. Yeah, maybe not. What are you all still standing here for? Clear out, now. Professor McGonagall arrived at that moment, striding over with a face like frost and a tone that brooked no argument. The Gryffindors were the first to back off. The Slytherins, though reluctant, had no choice but to leave as well. Thank you, Miss Hall, Professor McGonagall said to Audrey first, then turned to Harry, who was still visibly shaken. Oh Harry, I'm sorry. I know this has nothing to do with you. It's all right, Professor. After a few more words of comfort, she hurried off. Hermione turned to Audrey, concerned. Are we still going to investigate this? It's starting to feel really dangerous. Audrey nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why I'm going to ask Professor Dumbledore what he thinks. But I heard he's gone to the Ministry of Magic, Hermione said. What? Audrey was surprised. Then should we talk to Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall instead? It was Harry who spoke up then, unable to hold back any longer. I want to find out the truth. Hermione's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Because right now, I'm the only suspect, Harry said, his voice rising. Everyone thinks Malfoy ended up like that because of me. And I don't like being falsely accused. He turned to Audrey. Besides, Malfoy might have gotten into trouble while helping you investigate the Chamber of Secrets. Don't you think you should take some responsibility and find out who hurt him? Get revenge for him. What Harry said actually kind of made sense. Audrey felt a strange flicker of excitement inside her. After just experiencing a wizarding duel, she was finding herself more and more drawn to the thrill of adventure. And more importantly, this was her very first time independently facing a supernatural incident. Even though she felt a little sorry for Malfoy, she couldn't help being just a bit excited. Hogwarts, Great Hall. The next day, Audrey and Hermione were quickly flipping through a stack of books. After a while, Hermione closed the last one with a sigh. There's nothing new about the Heir of Slytherin or the Chamber of Secrets. All we've got is that same passage we found before. But both the rise and fall of dark magic and a review of magical education in Europe mention rumors that anyone who obtains Slytherin's legacy will gain the immense power of Salazar Slytherin himself. Ron's eyes lit up. Would that make me as great as Dumbledore? Keep dreaming. You're in Gryffindor. There's no way you could inherit Slytherin's legacy. Then do the books say if the founder of Gryffindor left behind anything special? Hermione picked up Hogwarts, a history, flipping quickly to a page. It says here that Godric Gryffindor left behind the Sorting Hat, and the Sword of Gryffindor. Ugh, that dirty, ugly hat counts as a legacy. Audrey placed the book she was holding in front of Hermione, pointing to a line of text. This book mentions that the Chamber of Secrets was opened once before, 51 years ago, and that time, a student actually died. But there aren't any details. She stroked her smooth chin thoughtfully and added, I remember Malfoy mentioned this incident before too. He read this book as well. Probably more than just this one. I think Malfoy found the Chamber of Secrets. Malfoy must have read the legend about Slytherin's legacy too. He might have given in before out of fear of Audrey, but now that there was a chance to gain power, he could have been tempted to act recklessly. It was very possible that last night hadn't been his first time searching for the chamber. What do you think petrified Malfoy? No idea, but it definitely wasn't the Petrificus Totalis spell. That one wears off after a while, even without a counter curse. I overheard Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary this afternoon, she's certain it wasn't done by a wizard. Hermione pulled out a thick copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and continued, so I started thinking about magical creatures. Ha ha ha. Ron, I heard about it, the Slytherins really did blame the wrong person. The Weasley twins plopped down on either side of Ron. Was it you who did that to Malfoy? Of course not. Ron shouted. Right now, the only suspect is clearly Harry. Harry. But I heard you cursed Malfoy. I did not. And Scabbers too. Ron shoved his two brothers away, flustered. You guys are the worst. Ha ha ha. One of the twins noticed the pile of books on the table and asked, are you guys looking into the Chamber of Secrets? You should ask Hagrid. The group was stunned. Why? Because 51 years ago, it was Hagrid who opened the chamber. Harry was the first to protest, that's impossible. Hagrid, he would never do something like that. Well, the Ministry people are here already. They said they're taking Hagrid to Azkaban. Harry shot to his feet. What about Dumbledore? Isn't he doing anything? Seems like even Dumbledore's in trouble now. Malfoy's dad is one of the school governors, and he rallied the others to impeach Dumbledore over Malfoy's situation. Said he's unfit to remain headmaster. Harry and Ron were left speechless. How could this happen? The trio, along with the Weasley twins, quickly slipped away to find Hagrid. Meanwhile, Audrey returned to the girls' bathroom. It had been closed off since last night's events, but a simple unlocking charm was enough to get her in. She adjusted her imaginary detective hat and, recalling all the mystery novels she'd read, whispered to herself for encouragement, a proper detective never overlooks the crime scene. 51 years ago, a student died the first time the chamber was opened. Last night, it opened again, and Malfoy was petrified. Both incidents happened here. That makes it very likely that the entrance to the chamber is in this room. That much I'm sure Dumbledore and the other professors have also considered. But they still haven't found the entrance. Which means, there's some hidden mechanism. Audrey stood before the sinks, pulling out her dragonbone wand. Alohomora. 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 3 unlocking charms in a row, just as she expected, none of them worked. Is it some kind of puzzle? She turned on one of the taps. Water gushed out with a splash. She turned it off, stepped to the right, and twisted another. Same result, water flowed. She repeated this process again and again, circling around the sinks. Eventually, she twisted one tap, and nothing came out. Still, she didn't stop. She opened all the other taps, one by one, and finally confirmed that only this one was different. Audrey leaned in closer for a better look, and soon spotted a tiny, snake-shaped engraving on the side of the tap, something none of the others had. Is this it? She tried twisting the tap and pulling at the pipes around it, but nothing happened. She twirled her wand thoughtfully, then hesitated. Maybe a blasting curse could blow it open. Should I try? Wait. Suddenly, something came to her. She parted her lips and let out a strange, garbled hiss. %hashtag. If Edward had been there, he would have recognized it immediately. It was Parseltongue. 2 minutes later. Nothing. Audrey frowned in confusion. That bizarre incantation had been taught to her by the Sorting Hat, which had told her it would unlock the secret to Slytherin's legacy when the time was right. It was that mysterious promise which had sparked her quest to find the chamber and the Slytherin inheritance in the first place. What had started out as a treasure-hunting adventure had taken a sharp, dark turn, first with Malfoy's petrification, then with the link to a fatal incident from 51 years ago. And now even Dumbledore was in deep trouble. Ah! A sudden scream shattered Audrey's thoughts. She whirled around, wand raised toward the sound. Floating in midair was a short, chubby, translucent girl wearing thick glasses and long, straight hair. She clutched her ears, face twisted in panic. Moaning Myrtle. There she was, the witness at the crime scene. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 86, Audrey and the Chamber. Audrey had done some research on most of the ghosts at Hogwarts, especially this one, a girl who seemed far too young compared to the others. That voice. That's the voice. Moaning Myrtle shrieked, before I died, I heard someone speaking in that voice. She twirled around in the air a few times, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. I heard it again last night too. So scary, so scary. I need to hide, need to hide. She shot backwards at full speed. Wait, Myrtle. Audrey quickly ran after her, shouting. What happened after you heard the voice? I don't know, I was scared, I didn't dare look, because if you look, something terrible happens. What terrible thing? I don't know, I can't remember. Myrtle was becoming more and more frightened. Her ghostly body curled inward, and she mumbled in a low voice. Eyes. It was the eyes. I saw a pair of huge, terrifying yellow eyes. My whole body felt like it was grabbed by something, and then I floated away, I died. Audrey came to an abrupt stop, realization dawning in her eyes. You were the student who died when the chamber was opened 51 years ago. That's right. Myrtle drifted down lightly onto a sink, resting her chin on her hands with a lonely expression. I died 51 years ago. I don't have anything left to be afraid of anymore. Audrey walked over and spoke softly. I'm sorry. Myrtle lifted her head, eyes sparkling. Oh, I like you. No one's ever spoken to me so gently. Before I died, the other students used to laugh at me and bully me. After I died, the other ghosts didn't like me and excluded me. But the one I hate most is Peeves, he's always playing pranks on me. She began to ramble on and on. Audrey patiently listened for 2 minutes before turning to leave. Thank you for the clue. Goodbye. Hey. Myrtle floated after her for a few meters, arms crossed over her chest. Be careful not to die Actually, I kind of hope you do. Then you can keep me company. I think I understand why no one likes you. Just as Audrey returned to the Great Hall, Harry and his group came rushing in, clearly panicked. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Help. Someone help. Fred got taken by a huge monster. Ron's voice was choked with tears. Professor. Is there any professor who can help us? Fred was taken by the monster. The students in the hall immediately erupted into chaos. Some of the more timid ones huddled together in fear, while a few upper-year students bolted out to find a teacher. What happened? Audrey hurried up to them. Hermione, gasping for breath and pale-faced, said, when we got to Hagrid's hut, he had already been taken away by the Ministry. But before he left, he gave us a clue. He wanted us to go to the Forbidden Forest. Harry quickly added, but we found a giant talking spider and a swarm of smaller ones. The big spider told us it wasn't Hagrid who opened the chamber 51 years ago, that he'd been framed. And then, it attacked us. Fred got taken while covering our escape. This is all your fault. Ron turned angrily on George. You pushed me. Fred only got caught because he saved me. George panicked. But I was trying to save you. No. You weren't. Just then, Professor McGonagall came striding in, surrounded by a group of students. Her face was a mixture of fury and horror. Can someone please tell me what's going on? The group scrambled to explain everything again. McGonagall nearly fainted. Her lips trembled so much she could barely speak. You. Ron, voice cracking, shouted. Professor McGonagall. It's all our fault. I'm willing to be punished, even expelled if you want, but please save Fred. All prefects, listen up. Take your housemates back to their dormitories immediately. Peer totem locomotor. McGonagall took a deep breath and cast a spell as she walked to the front of the Great Hall. Statues, to arms. With a thunderous rumble, the statues and suits of armor in the hallways and corridors sprang to life, leaping from their pedestals and transforming from stiff figures into moving guardians. McGonagall spun in place, turning into a tabby cat, leapt onto the shoulder of one suit of armor, and raced out of the castle. Once the echoes faded, the students in the Great Hall began to buzz with chatter, marveling at McGonagall's transfiguration skills. The house prefects quickly moved into action, herding students back to their dorms. Hermione looked worried. Will Professor McGonagall be okay going into the Forbidden Forest alone? Where are the other professors? Ron turned and bolted. I'm going to find Snape. George grabbed him, frustrated. Don't bother. Snape's dealing with Malfoy's dad. Professor Flitwick went to the Ministry, no one's around. Malfoy's dad. Why? Don't forget, Harry's still the prime suspect in Malfoy's attack. And yet no one's come after him. Harry blinked in surprise. Audrey spoke up to calm them down. All right, everyone, back to your dorms. I'm sure Professor McGonagall will bring Fred back safely. By the time Audrey returned to her dorm, the sky had turned dark. Just as she was about to sit down, a small piece of paper drifted through the air and landed at her feet. She whipped around, no one was there. Looking down at the note, her eyes lit up with excitement. Just like in the novels. The culprit has made the first move. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Harry sat anxiously, waiting. He felt deeply guilty about what had happened to Fred. If only he hadn't insisted on going to Hagrid's hut, if only he hadn't followed the clue into the forest, if only. Ron lay curled up on his bed, having cried himself to sleep earlier. He was huddled up tightly, as if trying to shrink into himself, and it reminded Harry of his own days of sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Harry's heart jumped, and he dashed to open it. Fred. Is Fred back? But outside, there was no one. Only another piece of paper, drifting silently to the ground. On it were a few chilling words. The chamber will open again tonight. Everyone will die. When Harry cautiously made his way to the girls' bathroom, a tall figure happened to appear from the corridor ahead. It was Audrey. Harry was startled. Audrey. Was that note from you? No, she replied, handing over a similar slip of paper. I came because I saw this one. Then who left them? Whoever it is clearly wants us here. They'll show up soon enough. Just then, tap tap tap, hurried footsteps echoed down the dark corridor. Another figure emerged from the shadows. Harry's eyes widened. Hermione. Did you get the note too? Hermione didn't answer. Her expression was vacant, her eyes dull, like a lifeless puppet. Don't go over there. Audrey pulled Harry back immediately, the dragonbone wand slipping silently into her hand. She stared intently down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps multiplied, growing louder and faster. One shadowy figure after another stepped into view, boys and girls alike, all Hogwarts students. All of them had the same lifeless stares and hollow eyes. What's going on? Harry's hair stood on end, his voice trembling. Justin. Seamus. What happened to them? It's the Imperious Curse, Audrey muttered in a low voice, her gaze sweeping over the approaching crowd. Thanks to her past training in observing others while digesting the spectator potion, she recognized many of these students. They're all Muggle-born. Someone had used the Imperious Curse to control the Muggle-born students. Hermione was the first to raise her wand. The others followed in unison, all pointing their wands at Audrey and Harry. Protego. Audrey quickly cast a shield charm around both of them, retreating into the bathroom. The next second, a barrage of spells exploded in their direction. Most were disarming charms, but some older students launched darker curses. Seamus even managed to turn a levitation charm into a bizarre, unstable explosion. Have they all gone mad? Harry ducked, shielding his head as debris rained from the ceiling. Audrey waved her wand and summoned every movable object in the bathroom, stacking them against the door. The one hiding in the shadows, if they lured us here, they must have a bigger plan than simply using these kids to kill us. What are they trying to do? %yen at #yen%. A strange, guttural voice suddenly echoed from outside. Audrey couldn't understand the words, but she recognized the tone. It was the same language the Sorting Hat had taught her. Harry cried out, startled. What? What's being opened? Who's saying that? You can understand that language. What language? Didn't someone just say, open? Open what? As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud rumble shook the bathroom. One of the faucets on the sink glowed with a blinding white light and began to spin rapidly. The entire basin trembled and sank into the floor, revealing a massive pipe, large enough for a person to crawl through. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Boom. The makeshift barricade Audrey had created was blasted apart. The Imperious students began flooding into the bathroom. Go. Audrey didn't hesitate. She shoved Harry toward the pipe and dove in after him, sliding down at top speed. Aya. Harry screamed in terror. The steep drop sent Audrey's heart racing. She fought to stay calm and ready for anything. The pipe twisted and turned endlessly. After several long, dizzying moments, Harry suddenly vanished from view, followed by a thump and a groan. Ugh. A moment later, Audrey landed with a splat on the damp ground, covered in foul, black sludge. She gritted her teeth and stood. Lumos. The wand tip glowed, cutting through the darkness of the tunnel. But the light didn't reach far. Audrey raised her wand and muttered, Incendio. A blast of flame shot forward, briefly illuminating a massive stone corridor just ahead, large enough to stand upright in. Merlin. Harry was trying to fling muck off his hands. We must be miles beneath the school. Ugh, this is disgusting. Scour Jiffy. Audrey cleaned both of them with a single charm. You think they followed us? Harry asked nervously. No idea. But our only option now is to go forward. The two walked one behind the other, their footsteps echoing with wet splats as they moved through the tunnel. Every so often, Audrey would cast Incendio again to light the way ahead. The good news, they hadn't encountered any danger. The bad news, they had taken turns after turns, yet the tunnel seemed endless. Why did Hermione end up like that? Harry asked quietly. My guess is she was hit with one of the unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse. It turns a person into a puppet, completely under someone else's control. That's horrifying. He was silent for a moment, then asked, so the person who left the notes, they wanted us to come here? I think so. Why? What do you think? I don't know. Harry hung his head. Everything was fine just a few days ago. I don't know why it suddenly turned into this. Audrey didn't say anything. She was just as troubled. If all of this really was connected to Voldemort, it would make sense for him to lure Harry here for revenge. But why involve her? Why draw Audrey into this as well? A few minutes later, they turned another corner and came face to face with a solid wall, carved with two coiled serpents. Their eyes were set with large, glittering emeralds. A dead end. No. I think this is another door. Audrey turned to Harry. Try repeating what you heard earlier, in that strange language. What language? Harry looked confused. The word you heard as open, to me, it sounded like a strange, guttural language. That must be the language that opened the chamber. But I don't speak any other language. Harry scratched his head. Open. No, that's still English. Open. 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 He tried several different pronunciations, but it was all still English. It's no use. I don't know any other language. Maybe I just misheard it, or maybe I can only understand it, not speak it. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, eyes fixed on the stone serpents. Snakes. Snakes. A memory flashed through his mind. At the zoo, he'd once talked to a python. He'd always thought it was just his imagination. SSS. SSSS. A low, raspy hiss escaped Harry's mouth. The serpents on the door suddenly slid apart. The wall cracked open and slowly vanished into the sides. They stood at the entrance to an enormous, torchlit chamber. Giant stone pillars carved with coiling serpents stretched high above, vanishing into the shadows of the ceiling. Green mist hung heavy in the air, casting eerie shadows throughout the room. At the far end, pressed against the back wall, stood a towering statue the same height as the chamber itself. It had an ancient, monkey-like face, with a long, scraggly beard that reached the hem of its stone wizard robes. 2 massive feet rested on the smooth floor. Between those feet stood a hunched figure. "Ah, you've finally come, Harry Potter." The man turned around, revealing a deathly pale, waxen face twisted into an unnatural expression. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness. "And with you, the mysterious Miss Hall. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy, and, if we reach 240 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post an extra chapter. So, go vote. But if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 87, Slytherin's Locket. His gaze swept past Harry and landed on Audrey. "Oh, what a beautiful face. Even those Vilas pale in comparison to you." Audrey had already entered her spectator state, observing his every move carefully. So this is the true culprit behind the scenes. He revealed himself so easily. Huh. Why does he feel oddly dissonant? Who are you? Harry involuntarily trembled. He didn't even know this man, hadn't done anything to him, but still, the fear was uncontrollable. His heart pounded violently, and even his chest began to ache. "Oh. You've forgotten me already." The man's expression suddenly turned sinister. Who would have thought, the great Dark Lord, defeated by a wailing infant? Ridiculous. Shameful. That's why I must kill you with my own hands, to prove that I'm better than him. He suddenly broke off and spread his arms, laughing loudly. Still haven't figured it out. I am Voldemort. Voldemort. Harry stood there, dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Voldemort. This was the man who had murdered his parents, along with so many innocent people. And in the next instant, that blankness was consumed by overwhelming hatred and fury. Harry raised his wand and cast one of the few offensive spells he knew. Expelliarmus. The spell shot forward in a bright beam, but Voldemort dodged it effortlessly, twirling his wand between his fingers as he spoke in Parseltongue. "No, no, Harry. I'm not your opponent." The massive stone face of Slytherin behind him began to move. Its mouth opened wider and wider, eventually forming a gaping black hole. From within, came a slithering, rustling sound. SSSSSS. A massive form wriggled out from the darkness, its heavy body dragging slowly across the dusty floor, making a grating sound. This is. Harry stared in horror at the gigantic creature before him. It was a serpent. A massive one. It flicked its tongue, mouth full of blade-like fangs. But where its eyes should be, there were only 2 deep scars. It had been blinded. Kill him. The serpent reared up and lunged at Harry like a shadowy blur. Stupefy. Incendio. Conf Ringo. Audrey's wand released spell after spell, striking the serpent, but they barely harmed it. Instead, they only enraged it. The creature changed targets and charged toward Audrey. "Stay away from that girl, you fool. She can't die yet." The serpent thrashed its head violently, reluctantly turning away from Audrey, and once again set its sights on Harry. "Harry, run back the way we came. Use that language to close the door again." Harry scrambled backward in a panic, crawling and tripping, but the serpent was gaining on him. He could already smell the putrid stench from its maw. Fiend fire. Blazing red fire spiraled toward the serpent's tail, igniting it in mere seconds. The flames climbed rapidly upward. SSSSSSS. The snake let out a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly in pain. Finite incantatum. Unfortunately, fiend fire didn't last long. Voldemort dispelled it quickly. Still, nearly a third of the serpent's tail had been burned to cinders. SSSSSSS. Driven mad with rage, the serpent ignored Voldemort's command and lunged straight at Audrey. Fool. Ruhar. Audrey gripped her dragonbone wand tightly. Her pupils flashed golden, and golden scales slowly spread across her skin. Just then, a thought struck her. She let out a loud, strange hissing noise. SHHHKK. The serpent abruptly froze 2 or 3 meters from her, its body quivering as it emitted a low, anguished moan from deep in its throat. It crashed to the ground, shrieking as it violently bashed its head against the floor, then the walls, leaving pools of crimson blood. "You fool, what are you doing?" SSSSSS. Bang. The serpent made one final, desperate slam, using all its strength to smash its blood-soaked head against a stone pillar. The impact cracked it open. Its body went limp, and gradually, it stopped moving. Voldemort was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. "You useless wretch. Worthless idiot," he roared furiously. Buzz. A glimmer of radiant light began to shine from the hole in the serpent's shattered skull. It turned into a streak of energy and flew toward Audrey, landing in her palm. It was a snake-shaped pendant, with 2 gleaming gemstones set in its eye sockets, so brilliant and captivating it felt impossible to look away. Audrey immediately realized, this must be the secret the Sorting Hat spoke of. "Miss Hall." A voice came from behind. Harry had returned, holding his hands up in surrender. Behind him, someone pressed a wand firmly against the back of his head. It was one of the Weasley twins, George. "Throw the locket over. Now." Night had fallen over the Austrian Alps, and the cold wind blowing from across the mountain had become bone-chilling. From deep within the pitch-black forest came the occasional beastly roar, followed by long stretches of silence. Edward pulled his coat tighter around himself, dragging his exhausted body back to Nurmengard. Technically, today's training session wasn't over yet, but his spirituality had been releasing disconcerting signals for some time. He couldn't tell whether it was due to sheer exhaustion or an astrologer's instinctive sense of looming danger. Over the past 3 days, he'd barely gotten 10 hours of sleep. The rest of his time had been crammed with relentless, force-fed learning. He had more or less mastered the Fiendfire charm and could barely manage the Incendio Draconis. But more importantly, he had learned Grindelwald's unique transfiguration technique, allowing him to change his appearance and body shape freely, without the use of Polyjuice Potion. Upon returning to his small room, Edward immediately lit the fireplace and huddled beside it, rubbing his hands for warmth. Just then, a small lump appeared under the center of his blanket and began to slowly inch its way toward the edge. Soon, a furry little head poked out and let out a soft "oh-whoa." Edward blinked in surprise, then slapped his chest repeatedly, pretending to be startled. "Merlin's beard, Lilith. You gave me a fright." Hee. Lilith raised her head proudly. "Miss Lilith has been hiding inside for a long time." "Amazing, amazing. Lilith's the best." Edward showered her with praise like it cost him nothing, which made her giggle with delight. Just then, a wave of intense unease washed over him, quickly followed by an alarming spiritual disturbance. He immediately cast the shielding charm, Protego, on himself and scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. This anxiety isn't coming from me. A realization struck him. He pulled out a coin and flicked it into the air. Audrey is in danger. Clink. The coin landed in his hand, the head was facing up. Hogwarts Underground, the Chamber of Secrets. George pressed his wand to the back of Harry Potter's head and stretched out a hand toward Audrey. "Throw me the locket. Now." "George." "No, he's not George." Harry's cheek was swollen, having been struck when the imposter grabbed him earlier. He must be someone in disguise. But George didn't react to his words. He only repeated coldly, "Throw it over. Or I'll kill him." "Well done, Peter." Voldemort laughed. "This ends here and now." Audrey's golden eyes flickered as she tried to stay calm. "I must not let them seize control, but he has a hostage, and his magic is stronger than mine. Then what can I do? The spectator state lets me see the truth, and as a telepathist." She stepped back a few paces and silently whispered the disillusionment charm. Her figure vanished. Voldemort immediately hissed in Parseltongue, "Close." The stone wall that had disappeared earlier reappeared, slamming shut and blocking the way out. "Don't bother trying. You can't escape." Under the cloak of invisibility, Audrey silently repositioned herself. As she spoke, she unleashed a ripple of spiritual energy. "George, would you really kill Harry Potter?" Zap. A spell shot from George's wand, but missed. "Have you forgotten who you are? Forgotten who Harry is? Is this really what you want to do?" Another spell burst forth, and again, it missed. "Peter Pettigrew, I've heard of you. Cowardly and timid, always cared for by Harry's father, but when the time came to stand against Voldemort, you betrayed your friends, and got them killed." Harry's whole body stiffened. "My parents were betrayed by a friend. You thought you could earn a place on Voldemort's ship. But the great Dark Lord was defeated by a baby, and so, you faked your death. Turned into a rat, living in filth, trembling with fear every single day. Shut up. Over a decade has passed, and you're still the same pathetic coward. A joke. Otherwise, why would you still be hiding like a rat, slinking in the shadows, doing all the dirty work? You think betraying your friends will earn you Voldemort's favor? No one respects a traitor. When he's done using you, he'll toss you aside like garbage, and you'll go right back to being a pitiful little rodent. Your whole life has been lived in disgrace, cowardice, and humiliation. Shut up. George howled, wildly flinging curses with his wand. Harry. Duck. Harry instinctively dropped down. Audrey's figure suddenly appeared from the side. Crucio. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. 3 spells flew in succession, the first from Voldemort, the next 2 from Audrey. Audrey dove to the side, barely avoiding Voldemort's curse, but her own disarming charm missed its mark. By the time she got back up, George already had his wand aimed at her. She raised her head, locking her golden eyes on his. Don't forget who you are, George Weasley. George's pupils contracted. Veins bulged on his face, and his hand clenched his wand so tightly it twisted. He opened his mouth with great pain and forced the words out. Get out of my head. Suddenly, George's wand spun away from Audrey and pointed at himself. A flash of red light. Stupefy. Boom. George flew backward and collapsed, unconscious. Audrey didn't relax. She jumped up, immediately casting another shielding charm, her golden eyes sweeping rapidly around the chamber. Just then, Voldemort's furious voice rang out behind her. No. Avada Kedavra. Audrey barely had time to turn her head, before the deep green light engulfed her completely. She crumpled to the ground without a sound. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, The Secret of Slytherin. A figure stepped out from the shadows, short, red-haired, panting violently, and his eyes were a bloodshot red. I told you to shut up. Ron. Seeing the familiar face before him, Harry's mind seemed to stop functioning. He couldn't reconcile the one who had just cast the killing curse with his best friend, Ron. But soon, Ron's body began to twist, elongate, and swell. Within seconds, he morphed into a short, balding man with a rat-like face and nose. No. How dare you kill her? Voldemort stormed forward in rage. Do you have any idea what you've done? Have you forgotten? I needed her life force and magic. Wormtail shuddered as if just realizing what had happened. He bent over hastily, trembling all over. I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just lost control for a moment. I didn't do it on purpose. Then tell me, who now can replace her? I don't know. I don't know. Wormtail mumbled to himself and stumbled toward Audrey's body. He bent down and picked up the pendant lying nearby. His eyes suddenly took on a dazed look. And that pendant, what is it? Why was it inside the basilisk's head? Are you hiding something from me, Peter? I. Master, I swear. I've never wavered in my loyalty to you. Ah. Suddenly, Harry charged at Wormtail like a madman, wildly waving his wand and casting the few spells he knew. Bang. A few spells struck Wormtail, but they bounced right off, reflected by a shield charm. Harry was blasted backward, tumbling to the ground, bloodied from head to toe. Even his wand flew from his hand. Dazed, he struggled to his feet, glaring at the two who had torn his life apart. Voldemort's face twisted even further, though his tone softened unnaturally. No need to rush, Harry. Your life force and magic are not so bad, either. He held his wand and approached slowly, step by step. Rather than continue living so pathetically, why not give yourself to me? Clack. Voldemort stopped in front of Harry. Keep dreaming. Harry suddenly reached under his arm and pulled out a revolver, aiming it straight at Voldemort. Ha 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 ha. Voldemort burst out laughing. You're not seriously thinking of killing me with a muggle toy, are you? Ha 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 ha. The savior of the wizarding world. The great Harry Potter. You're a disgrace to wizards. Bang. 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 The revolver's recoil nearly knocked it from Harry's grip. All 6 bullets went wide, but Voldemort was standing too close. Almost the moment the gunshots rang out, he was flung backward, shrieking in agony. Master. Wormtail ran toward him in panic. Kill him. Kill Harry Potter. Now. Screech. A burst of flame exploded in the chamber. It was Fawkes the Phoenix. Screeching, it dove at Wormtail, blocking his curse aimed at Harry. Then it tried to knock the wand from his hand. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light shot from Voldemort's wand and struck Fawkes dead on. The Phoenix let out one last piercing cry before collapsing to the ground. Expelliarmus. Wormtail had just picked up his wand and was about to cast when it was blasted from his hand, landing near Audrey. She stood unsteadily, her face pale and trembling. Scales were now creeping across her skin, and her golden slit-pupilled eyes were devoid of emotion. Fiend fire. Blazing, uncontrollable fire engulfed Peter Pettigrew in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. At the same time, Voldemort suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. He twisted and thrashed, his arms flailing wildly as blood-curdling screams tore from his throat. No. And then, he vanished. The revolver slipped from Harry's fingers and clattered to the ground. He stared blankly at the spot where Voldemort had just disappeared, completely unaware that the temperature around them was rising rapidly. Audrey staggered and collapsed, barely able to hold onto her dragonbone wand. Damn it, the fiend fire, it's out of control. Boom. The unrestrained fiend fire burst forth like a beast unleashed, spreading madly through the chamber. Not even the giant stone pillars could withstand its heat, they melted like wax. At that moment, Audrey had only one thought in her mind. Edward was right. When faced with danger, I should have reported it immediately, not rushed in head first. I'm sorry. Dad, Mom. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten, someone had scooped her up into their arms. A familiar voice sounded beside her ear. I'm sorry I'm late. Edward. Why are you here? Audrey squinted up at him, her expression drowsy. I'm so tired, I want to sleep for a while. She snuggled into his chest, trying to find a comfortable position. It's over now. Okay. Edward held her close, twisted through space, and appeared before Harry. He scooped up the Phoenix Fox and grabbed Harry by the shoulder. Wait, my gun. Crack. Just a split second before the fiend fire reached them, all three vanished in the flames. When Audrey opened her eyes again, she found herself surrounded by a vast, white mist. The land stretched endlessly in all directions with no visible boundaries. Where is this? Her thoughts gradually cleared. Didn't Edward save me at the last second? Was that just a dream? Am I actually dead? She took a step forward. The ground beneath the mist gave a soft crunch beneath her feet. The fog around her began to stir, thinning out slowly. In the next moment, a pristine lake appeared before her. Verdant grass blanketed the surrounding area. The sounds of insects chirping and birds calling echoed gently, as if winter had suddenly turned to spring. Ha! By the lake stood a man in wizarding robes, holding a fishing rod and casting into the water. Ripples spread across the surface where his float bobbed. He gave the rod a sharp tug, but the hook came out empty. Tut! It got away again. He muttered in frustration, when suddenly he spotted Audrey approaching. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly called out, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just caught a big one not long ago, more than 30 inches, I swear. Oh, and I also won the last fishing competition at the academy." The man had a peculiar appearance. He looked to be in his late 30s or 40s, with a sparse, unkempt beard. He vaguely resembled a monkey at first glance. Audrey hesitated before asking, "Excuse me, where is this? And why am I here?" Ah. The man casually tossed aside his fishing rod and suddenly put on a solemn, enlightened expression. "I've been waiting a very long time for you, my beautiful lady, pure-blooded witch, heir of Slytherin." He placed a hand over his chest and bowed like a gentleman. "Forgive me, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Salazar Slytherin. Or rather, a fragment of his consciousness. The secret he left behind is mine to pass on." Audrey blinked in realization. "So you were the pendant. Wait, didn't it get burned to ash in the fiend fire? The pendant was only a temporary vessel. I'm merely a sliver of consciousness. Then, this secret you mentioned." Slytherin chuckled and shook his head with mock regret. "If you're hoping this secret will let you become a powerful wizard like Salazar, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. It won't grant you overwhelming magical strength, nor his wizarding bloodline. Not even a single spell. I was split off from Salazar for one purpose, to pass down a discovery he made in his final years." "What kind of discovery?" A strange expression crossed Slytherin's face, one of joy, despair, and sudden clarity all at once. He said, "The gods of this world are real. If one can find the entrance to the god's abode, anyone can become a god." Audrey froze. That's it. That's it. Then, where is this entrance? He didn't know. But based on his research later in life, he believed it may be related to the three Deathly Hallows. Hallows. Audrey vaguely remembered Edward mentioning them once. "My task is complete. Farewell." Slytherin cast his line out one last time as his form began to fade. "I'd really have liked to fish one more time. Good luck, my lady." When Audrey next awoke, she was lying in a private bed in the hospital wing. The air smelled faintly of medicine, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Harry was lying in the next bed over, flustered as he hurriedly scribbled homework while Hermione stood over him, hands on hips, scolding him non-stop. "Ah, you're awake, Audrey." Hermione quickly came over, relieved. "Thank goodness. You were unconscious for a whole day and night. Oh, and I'm so sorry. I heard I attacked you with a dark curse while I was being controlled. You have to believe me, I didn't know what I was doing." She rambled as she helped Audrey sit up and placed a pillow behind her lower back. "It's fine. The real culprit has already paid the price. Ugh, but I still couldn't help you in the end." Hermione grabbed Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from the nightstand and flipped to a page. "Did you know? You and Harry were in serious danger. The serpent you encountered was a basilisk. If you make eye contact with it, you die instantly. Malfoy only saw its reflection through a mirror and was petrified. Thank Merlin someone blinded it." Audrey was briefly stunned. "So that means, a few days ago, the serpent still had its sight. But who stabbed out its eyes? Voldemort. Wormtail. That doesn't make sense." Edward walked in, holding a bouquet of flowers. "Audrey, how are you feeling? Are you in any pain?" She accepted the flowers, took a small sniff, and shook her head. "Just sore from lying down too long. Other than that, I'm a little hungry." "All right. Once Madame Pomfrey confirms you're okay, I'll take you for a feast." Audrey placed the flowers on the nightstand. Something came to her mind. "Oh, right, what about Fred?" "Don't worry," Edward said. "He got away before Professor McGonagall arrived. Though his legs were badly injured, he'll need time to recover. Malfoy's awake now too." Just then, a group of people burst in through the door. "Hey, I think I heard someone mention my name." "Oh, Harry, I heard Professor Snape gave you extra homework. Several 20-inch essays. What a tragedy." One of the Weasley twins rolled in on a wheelchair. It was Fred. Behind him were his brothers. George had a neck brace, and Ron's right arm was wrapped in layers of bandages. The three brothers each had their own battle scars. "Ron." Audrey's gaze immediately locked onto Ron. She instinctively slipped into her spectator state. Ron shrank back a little, his face full of lingering fear. "Thanks for beating Scabbers, that guy. Otherwise, I'd still be locked in that chest." Edward explained. Wormtail took advantage of Dumbledore's absence to capture Ron and lock him in a magically expanded trunk under the bed. Audrey nodded. "So that's what happened." George walked over stiffly. "Audrey, if it weren't for you snapping me out of that Imperius curse, I might have done something terrible." From his hospital bed, Harry craned his neck. "Wait, how'd you know he was under the Imperius curse?" Hermione knocked his head with a book. "Harry. You've got essays due tomorrow. Worry about your problems first." Maybe I'm just good at picking up on things." Audrey didn't explain further, but Edward knew it was thanks to her spectator pathway abilities, especially after advancing to Sequence 8, Telepathist. Her perception could now peer into auras, etheric bodies, and other mystical layers. No amount of acting could fool her. "I heard." Ron asked hesitantly, "Did you really get hit by the killing curse?" Everyone's faces instantly lit up with curiosity. "Well." Audrey smiled. "It never actually hit me. But I knew that if I didn't fake getting hit, they'd probably cast another one, and that time, I wouldn't be so lucky." Everyone let out a collective "ah." What followed was a loud, animated discussion. Fred excitedly recounted how he escaped from dozens of acromantulas, Ron complained about his hunger and misery while locked in the trunk, and Harry couldn't help but boast about emptying his revolver into Voldemort. "Ron, that thing works better than a wand." Note, we fell short of our Power Stone goal by a lot. So, no extra chapter, but if we reach 340 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p.o.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 89, Does it taste good? It wasn't until Dumbledore, who had somehow appeared at the doorway, cleared his throat that the crowd dispersed. Before leaving, Hermione even reminded Harry not to forget to finish his essay. "I'm terribly sorry, Miss Hall," Dumbledore said with an apologetic expression, "for letting you go through such an unpleasant ordeal. Although it was dangerous, I have to admit it wasn't exactly unpleasant. Besides, it was the first real battle of my life, one where I defeated the Dark Lord." Dumbledore, however, looked solemn. "But something like this should never have happened at Hogwarts. I've spent too much time dealing with the Ministry. I thought that with Fawkes around, nothing would go wrong. But I never imagined Voldemort had even taken Fawkes into account and used some unknown method to keep him occupied. Edward remained silent on the side. He had thought Audrey would be safe at Hogwarts with Dumbledore around. Yet when things happened, Dumbledore had been at the Ministry, Snape had been dealing with Lucius Malfoy, Professor McGonagall was in the Forbidden Forest rescuing Fred, and even dueling Master Flitwick had been dispatched elsewhere. If it hadn't been for his premonition of Audrey's danger, and reversing the outcome using Madman to the right, he didn't even want to imagine what could have happened. But, was the Voldemort from the original story really this cunning? To leave such a being lurking in the shadows, who could predict what he would do next? Dumbledore sighed. I truly must make some changes to prevent the children at Hogwarts from being put in danger again. Audrey raised her hand. There's something, I don't know if Harry mentioned it to you. Harry, who had just been cued, looked over in confusion. In the chamber, Voldemort seemed strange. It was like he existed in a liminal state, somewhere between reality and illusion. He was obviously a powerful Dark Lord, but throughout the entire fight, he only cast a few spells, mostly acting as an observer, directing the basilisk and Wormtail instead. Dumbledore paused, adjusting his half-moon spectacles with a puzzled expression. Voldemort is indeed supposed to be nothing more than a soul fragment now, but even so, a soul should still exist tangibly, anything else. Also, Wormtail's behavior was odd. He showed fear, terror, and submission to Voldemort, but at the same time, he seemed to be hiding something, for instance, that pendant symbolizing Salazar Slytherin's legacy. Oh, and the basilisk, when it attacked Malfoy, it was completely fine, but when we encountered it, its eyes had already been gouged out. Voldemort and Wormtail had no reason to do that, so there might have been someone else who entered the chamber. I see. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I'll investigate all of that further. Audrey hesitated for a moment, then asked, Professor, do you think Voldemort is dead? I'm afraid not, Miss Hall, Dumbledore said. I have no evidence, but it's more of a gut feeling. At that moment, Edward, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Professor, in the past few days, I've made some new discoveries while divining Voldemort. Oh. Dumbledore looked over with interest. Edward cast a silencing charm before continuing. Professor, do you remember in my first year, I asked you about Horcruxes? Dumbledore's expression turned serious. I told you then, it's an extremely dangerous and wicked form of magic. You mustn't harbor any curiosity about it, nor believe that nonsense about it granting immortality. But someone did believe it, didn't they? Dumbledore's eyes, behind his half-moon spectacles, narrowed slightly. You mean Voldemort? Exactly. Edward pulled out a galleon. According to my divination, Voldemort has survived all this time because he created multiple Horcruxes in advance. Multiple Horcruxes. Even Dumbledore, who had long suspected as much, looked startled. Creating a Horcrux required enduring intense soul-splitting pain, just one could nearly kill a person. So was Voldemort just afraid of death, or insanely bold, to have made several? So far, Voldemort has created 6 Horcruxes. One was Voldemort's own diary, another is Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, then there's the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Salazar Slytherin's locket, and finally. He looked Dumbledore in the eye. Harry Potter. Dumbledore had remained composed through the first few Horcruxes, it all fit Voldemort's arrogant personality. But when he heard Harry Potter, his pupils visibly contracted. After a moment, he opened his mouth and asked. Was it made that night, when he was killed by his own spell? Yes. A complete accident, so much so that Voldemort himself might not even realize this Horcrux exists. Dumbledore fell into thought. How many of them have you found so far? 2. Ravenclaw's diadem was in the room of requirement. The Resurrection Stone at the Gaunt Shack. You know where the other 3 are. The diary is probably still with the Malfoys. The cup is hidden in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault in Gringotts. As for the locket, it's at Grimmauld Place, the Black family's ancestral home. He smiled. I understand. Leave those to me. Understood. As for Harry Potter. Dumbledore sighed. Let me think about that a while longer. Edward had been planning to say that once Audrey's strength was sufficient, maybe she could deal with the Voldemort inside Harry Potter. But then he thought, something like that would never be entirely safe. They weren't even related to Harry Potter, why should Audrey be the one to take that risk? Dumbledore left. The hospital wing was now occupied only by Edward, Audrey, and Harry Potter, more precisely, a soulless essay-copying machine. Where's Lilith? Edward shrugged. Probably wandering around the castle. Oh, and she wanted me to bring you a rat as a get-well-soon gift, but I mercilessly rejected her. Pfft. Audrey laughed. Good thing I brought Susie back right after she was born. Otherwise, I don't even want to imagine what Lilith would have given me. She lowered her voice slightly. By the way, that pendant. She briefly explained Salazar Slytherin's legacy. Edward frowned after hearing it. A god. An entrance to a dwelling. One of the Deathly Hallows. That's basically death itself, isn't it? He didn't say clearly. A flicker of insight passed through Edward's mind as he recalled the scene he'd seen while divining the goblin's spirituality. Could it be connected to this? Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, a staunch blood purity advocate. After falling out with the other founders, he left in a rage, leaving behind the chamber and the basilisk to purge Hogwarts of the unworthy. A man like that, any secrets he left behind are bound to be suspicious. What worries me now is, this so-called remnant of consciousness, in what form is it communicating with you? Edward glanced at Harry. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Audrey puffed out her cheeks and muttered, then once I get back, I'll ask Mr. Fool for help. TSK, the Sapphira Castle could purify the fragments of Voldemort's soul hidden in the diadem and resurrection stone. Could it also purify Salazar Slytherin hidden in someone's consciousness? Wait a minute, didn't that Bishop Utravsky have some sort of candle? In the original novel, Klein used it to enter the bishop's mental space and eliminate his evil consciousness. Maybe he could find a way to obtain that candle and let Audrey try it. Phew. Edward suddenly let out a long sigh and said, every other time, I was the one doing all the big stuff behind your back while you watched and felt envious. This time, it's finally your turn. Audrey waved her hands immediately. If I can help it, I never want to experience that kind of big thing again. From now on, if anything dangerous happens, I'll report it right away, to Mr. Fool and to the church. They exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Knock, knock, knock. Madame Pomfrey knocked on the door. Keep it down, don't disturb the other patients. She strode over to Harry and snatched the notebook from his hands. Oh, Harry, you should be resting right now, not scribbling away at this useless essay. No, Madame Pomfrey. If I don't finish this, even if I'm discharged tomorrow, Snape will drag me right back. Madame Pomfrey. No. London, early evening. 2 days later. Edward and Audrey stepped out of a Chinese restaurant, merging into the flow of pedestrians on the street. Ugh, that Chinese food was so inauthentic. The head chef was clearly Chinese. I seriously suspect his taste buds have been corrupted by the British culinary wasteland. I thought it was quite good. A flavor I've never tried before, and Lilith liked it too. Lilith was perched on Edward's shoulder, licking her paw and washing her face. At the mention of her name, she looked up and declared, Miss Lilith likes. One day I'll take you to try the real stuff, roast duck, roast spring chicken, roast goose. Just as he was rambling, he suddenly remembered a certain goddess's shopping list, which happened to include various delicacies. His head began to ache. Everyone had different tastes. If the food he brought back didn't suit the goddess's preferences, well, she probably wouldn't be angry, right? Either way, he needed to finish collecting the remaining items on the list. What's wrong? Audrey asked. Just thinking where I should take you shopping. Audrey paused and pointed at a movie poster outside a nearby cinema. Why not watch a movie first? Beauty and the Beast. Ha ha ha, isn't that us? Lilith immediately sat upright. That's you and Miss Lilith. I'm the Beast. A fierce beast. Roar. Yes, Miss Lilith is a beast. Exactly. A fierce beast. Exactly. A fierce beast that likes to eat children. Wait no. Miss Lilith doesn't eat children. She hesitated for a moment, then curiously licked her tongue. Are children tasty? The two of them exchanged glances and replied in unison. Not tasty. When Edward returned to Nurmengard, several days had passed. He crawled out of the suitcase with gifts he'd brought from Hogwarts. The cold wind blowing through the window immediately shrank him. After enjoying 2 warm days, he was once again frozen like a quail. Mr. Grindelwald, I'm back. Meow. That was Lilith's greeting. Grindelwald lay in his rocking chair, lazily watching television. He glanced over and said, You've already learned everything you need. There's no reason for you to return. Well, I had to give you a proper goodbye, right? I assume you've heard what happened these past few days. He nodded and replied with a vague, offhand remark, Albus, he's getting old. Edward understood what he meant. Don't be fooled by Dumbledore's current image as a kindly old man. He was once young too, once sharp and dazzling. Oh, right, I have a few questions about prophecy and divination I'd like to ask you. Grindelwald waved his hand. That's a talent of mine, not something I can teach. Isn't Cassandra's descendant at Hogwarts? Go ask her. Or the centaurs, Albus keeps a whole group of them in the Forbidden Forest. They understand astrology. Ah, all right. That descendant of the great seer is a full-blown drunk, he thought. The centaurs might be a better bet. Edward held up a finger. Then, one last thing, do you know how I can contact your old subordinates? You need something from them? Yes. They were your trusted confidants, well-traveled, capable. I'd like to commission them to help me find a few items. Go on. Well, some legendary artifacts, like Excalibur, the Spear of Longinus, the Holy Shroud or some mythical grimoires. If those items could absorb grey fog and mutate, that'd be ridiculously overpowered. Grindelwald looked a bit surprised. His dry, bony fingers drummed unconsciously on the armrest. You still believe in that stuff? Most of what you mentioned is just myth and legend. Even if they did exist, they're probably just useless antiques. I know, but who knows, there might be surprises. Oh. Also, I want to buy some phoenix feathers. Professor Dumbledore's fox is way too stingy, ate all my snacks and won't even give me one feather. Fine. I'll pass along the message. He waved his hand dismissively, shooing Edward away. Go on, go on. If I make any progress with the hand-bone research, I'll contact you right away. Got it. See you, sir. Let's go, Lilith. Meow. Lilith waved a paw and trotted off. That cat. Grindelwald stroked his chin, watching her leap into Edward's arms. He frowned slightly. Isn't she a bit too smart? The next morning. When Edward went to class, he immediately sensed something was off. Even though it was broad daylight, the normally energetic young wizards were acting unusually quiet and well-behaved. Then, he spotted a few unfamiliar faces wandering around the castle in groups. Cedric came over. Did you hear? The ministry suddenly sent a bunch of Aurors. Aurors. Edward's heart skipped a beat. Had the incident in Switzerland been exposed? Why? Seems it's because of the explosion underground a few days ago. Miss Hall and Harry Potter were called into the headmaster's office for questioning. I'm going to check it out. Edward immediately took off, found a secluded spot, and cast a disillusionment charm as he headed toward the headmaster's office. Just as he reached the door, he heard a commotion from inside. One voice in particular rang out the loudest. It was unmistakably Dolores Umbridge. So, our great wizard Professor Dumbledore is just going to take the word of two students at face value. Heh. First, slandering a war hero decorated with the Order of Merlin, now it's spreading rumors about the Dark Lord's return. Professor Dumbledore, what exactly are you trying to pull? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 90, Lord Voldemort has returned. Dumbledore said, I'm sorry. I'd rather believe anything else, but this did happen. Cornelius, I know what you're thinking, but I truly have no interest in becoming Minister for Magic. I only hope you can trust me. Trust you? Of course, I trust you, said a middle-aged man's voice. We've been old friends for years. But what good is my trust alone? I have to give the rest of the ministry some kind of explanation, don't I? This young lady and Mr. Potter claims they were attacked by you-know-who and Peter Pettigrew. And yet, the so-called Chamber of Secrets was burned to ashes. If they're willing to admit now that they made it all up, then we can pretend nothing ever happened. But if she insists on sticking to her story, then I'm going to have to ask both of them to come back to the ministry for further investigation. Hearing this, Edward immediately slipped into the room under the disillusionment charm. Inside the headmaster's office were Dumbledore, Snape, Umbridge, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Dawlish, as well as Audrey and Harry. Snape said coldly at that moment, I'm sorry, but they are Hogwarts students, not criminals. But the clues they've provided are full of inconsistencies, aren't they? Dawlish interjected. Either she's lying, or she's hallucinating, or someone's used the Imperius Curse on her, trying to cause panic by spreading false information. Dumbledore responded calmly, I believe Miss Hall. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Umbridge let out a shrill laugh. I was young once, too, always eager to be in the spotlight, always craving everyone's attention, and so we'd make up stories. Ghosts, monsters, the Dark Lord, she's succeeded, hasn't she? Got everyone's attention, not just the schools but even the ministries. I don't know whether to call her clever or just a foolish little girl. Defeating the Dark Lord and becoming a savior again. Who does she think she is, another Harry Potter? Or maybe another Lily? Before she could finish, Snape suddenly stepped forward. Towering over her, his voice was cold as ice. Apologize. What did you say? Snape enunciated each word. I said, you need to apologize to Miss Audrey Hall. Umbridge shouted, Snape. I'm warning you, I'm here on behalf of the ministry. Whoosh. Snape drew his wand and pointed it straight at her. This is the last time I'll say it, apologize. Dawlish quickly drew his wand and aimed it at Snape. Professor Snape, I advise you not to do anything reckless. Snape glanced at him with contempt. You want to duel me, Dawlish? Have you already forgotten how you and your 30 auras were easily dealt with by a single dark wizard? You. Dawlish's face turned beet red. All right, that's enough. Dumbledore knocked on the table at that moment. Cornelius, do as you said. Leave 2 aura teams here at Hogwarts to patrol. And that will be the end of it. Fudge's lips curved upward slightly. Oh, Albus, I'm glad to see you've made such a wise decision. Umbridge, however, was still clearly dissatisfied. Minister Fudge, I still think they should be brought in. Enough, Dolores. That's enough, Fudge said, waving her off. He removed his hat and gave Dumbledore a shallow bow. We'll be going then. With that, he led Dawlish and Umbridge out of the headmaster's office. A long silence followed. Dumbledore turned to Audrey, lips pressed tightly together, and to Harry, whose face was contorted in anger. He offered them a solemn apology. I'm sorry. Harry could no longer hold it in. He shouted, Sir. Why? We told the truth, why won't they believe us? Dumbledore smiled faintly. Harry, the world is often like this, full of helplessness. Snape said coldly, or perhaps it's just that you're too much of a coward, Albus. With that, he turned and left, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. Sigh. Dumbledore shook his head, then turned toward Edward's direction. You can come out now, Edward. Huh. Audrey and Harry turned in surprise just as Edward cancelled his disillusionment charm and reappeared. I'm sorry, Edward. I'm sorry, Audrey, the old man apologized once more, sincerely. Audrey quickly responded, This isn't your fault, Professor. Yes, of course it isn't. He rubbed his forehead. Lately, I've been wondering if I really have been too cowardly. And the answer seems to be yes. So then I began to think, how can I change that? He shrugged. So-called cowardice is the impression I've left on others through my past words and actions. Unless I draw my wand and subdue Cornelius right here and now, nothing I say or do will change that image in the short term. But if I actually do that, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Ministry and the entire wizarding world. Edward remained silent. In truth, in the original timeline, very few people truly understood Dumbledore's strength, perhaps fewer than 10. And half of them were his enemies. That's why later, when Fudge brought only a few auras to arrest him, they still felt confident. Just give me a little more time, Dumbledore said seriously. Things will get better soon. In the meantime, with auras stationed at Hogwarts, you'll all need to be extra cautious, especially around Umbridge. The 3 nodded. Understood. Once they stepped out of the headmaster's office, Harry left in frustration, deep in thought. Audrey, on the other hand, turned immediately to Edward. What are you planning? Edward blinked. Huh. I didn't say I was planning anything. That's exactly why I know you're planning something. Because you didn't say anything at all. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Edward suddenly grinned. You know how I've been trying to figure out how to play a convincing madman, right? I just had a brilliant idea. What is it? How about we send Cornelius Fudge a little gift? A glint of cold amusement flashed in Edward's eyes. A gift he'll remember for the rest of his life. Evening had fallen. In a shabby red telephone booth on the streets of London, a man wearing old-fashioned clothes had just dialed a number when his body suddenly went limp. He lost consciousness on the spot. Edward stuffed him into a specially prepared, magically expanded bag and casually tossed it aside on the street. Then, with a wave of his wand, he transformed himself into the man's likeness. At that moment, the telephone booth began to descend rapidly, just like an elevator. Moments later, he arrived in the atrium on level 8 of the British Ministry of Magic. Good evening, Mr. Corey, a witch greeted Edward with a smile as he passed. Edward gave a slight nod and headed straight for the elevators. As soon as the elevator doors closed, he flicked a coin into the air. Will I be able to get the time turner tonight? The result was no. A number appeared, indicating a negative outcome. Edward frowned. I thought the Ministry's management of time turners wasn't that strict. Without hesitation, he activated Madman to the right, twisting fate so the previous divination result became false. Ding. The elevator stopped and opened on level 9, Department of Mysteries. The room where the time turners were stored was located on this floor. However, Edward didn't get out. Instead, he pressed the button for level 1. Just as the doors were about to close, a squat, toad-like pink figure hurried up. Corey, wait for me. Of course, Madam Umbridge, Edward said as he reached out to hold the doors open, letting the pink toad waddle inside. What are you doing here? Umbridge asked suspiciously. Did Minister Fudge send you? No, ma'am. I just forgot to press the right floor when I got in. No wonder. The elevator hummed upward. Umbridge stared straight ahead, eyes fixed and expression stiff. As soon as the elevator stopped at level 1, she darted out like a missile and headed straight for the minister's office. Minister Fudge. It's all settled. Dumbledore won't be able to cause any more trouble. Excellent, came Fudge's delighted voice from inside the office. We must seize this opportunity. Either Dumbledore stays in his place as headmaster for the rest of his life, or we strip him of everything until he has no choice but to obey. I believe the second option is much safer, Umbridge chimed in. Who knows what he might try next using the students? You're right. Absolutely right. Meanwhile, just before the elevator doors shut again, Edward quickly scanned the layout of level 1. Then, he pressed the button to return to level 8. He picked a quiet spot in the atrium, sat down, and closed his eyes as if dozing off. At the same time, he activated the Resurrection Stone's Wraith ability, his spirit separated from his body, carrying his wand, and passed through the floor to reach level 1. This was his first mission using spellcasting in spiritual form. In the world of the mysteries, most Beyonders with spirit vision could easily spot him in Wraith state, and unlike Klein, he didn't have the Emperor card to amplify his powers. In spiritual form, he was actually more vulnerable. But the world of Harry Potter was different. Here, the normal ghosts were only semi-transparent at best, and still visible. In contrast, his Wraith form was completely invisible. He silently entered the room adjacent to the minister's office and cast the Imperious Curse on a nearby wizard. The wizard immediately stood up and, following orders, walked to the minister's office door and pushed it open. Inside, Fudge, Umbridge, and Dawlish were chatting happily, their faces beaming. At the unexpected intrusion, Umbridge frowned. Kane. What are you doing? Kane smiled. Minister, I came to see you specially. Fudge raised a brow. About what? It's about Dumbledore. He said that, stupefy. Bang. A spell shot out and struck Dawlish square in the chest, launching him into the wall. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. His last thought was, that sensation, so familiar. Kane. What are you doing? Are you mad? Umbridge shrieked. Oh, no, no, no. Kane began to laugh. I'm no damned Kane. As he spoke, his features twisted and shifted rapidly. His face became charred and disfigured, with melted, wax-like skin and distorted features resembling that of a corpse. His sclera turned crimson, like the eyes of a bloodthirsty monster. That face, Fudge could never forget that face. It was the nightmare of the wizarding world, the most evil Dark Lord of modern history, Voldemort. You. Fudge was so terrified that he couldn't even form words. Umbridge immediately shrank into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Kane let out a chilling laugh. Good. I'm glad you still remember me. He suddenly whipped out his wand and cast Cruciatus Curse on Fudge. But why, when I staged such a magnificent performance to announce my return to the world, did you all choose to cover it up? Fudge writhed in agony, rolling on the ground as if he were on fire. He tried to scream, but Edward had already removed his mouth, he couldn't even cry out. All he could do was slam his head against the floor in desperation. Umbridge tried to crawl away quietly. Kane stepped over and cast the Imperious Curse on her. She immediately beamed with a blissful smile, stood up, opened the door, and told the approaching Aurors, Minister Fudge is experimenting with a new spell, everyone back to work. The Aurors exchanged glances, then returned to their offices. After all, the minister's #1 lapdog had spoken, they had to listen. Cornelius Fudge. Edward cast another Cruciatus, then leaned in close, smiling darkly. Don't worry. I won't kill you. To give you the punishment you deserve, I'll come back to visit you every few days. And each time, I'll let you taste the Cruciatus Curse, again and again, until you go mad. Just like the Longbottoms. Enjoy it, enjoy every agonizing day to come. With that, Kane strolled out of the minister's office. He flung his arms wide, laughing wildly as he waved his wand. Tremble. Be afraid. Cower. I declare to the world once more that Lord Voldemort has returned. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 91, before returning, double length. Boom. A blasting curse erupted on level 1. At that moment, Edward's spiritual body swiftly passed through the floor, returning to the main hall on the first level. Boom. A powerful explosion shook the entire Ministry of Magic. Moments later, a group of terrified employees fled the building, screaming. Help! You know who. You know who is back. The ministry descended into chaos. Edward's soul re-entered his body, and after patiently waiting a few more minutes, he took advantage of the confusion to slip into an empty room. Then, with a quick apparition, he arrived at level 9. Not a soul in sight, everyone must have run for their lives after hearing the news. He hurried toward the room where the time turners were stored and shoved the door open. Empty. Edward froze. How could it be empty? In the original story, the time turners had always been stored here, at least until the chaotic battle in Order of the Phoenix when they were all destroyed. No wonder that earlier divination said he wouldn't get a time turner. But hadn't he just altered the result with madman to the right? Just as he was thinking this, something caught his eye, a small shard of crystal clear glass tucked at the bottom of a shelf. He rushed over and picked it up. It looked like a leftover time turner. But before he could celebrate, he noticed the hourglass was shattered and the sand inside long gone. Great, just great. Getting a broken time turner still counts as getting one, right? He took a deep breath. Forget it. At least today's mission is complete. Time to go. Ignoring the Ministry's anti-apparition spells, Edward's figure warped and reappeared in Diagon Alley. Then, using a pre-prepared portkey, he returned to Hogwarts. The moment he landed, he distinctly felt the potion inside his body digesting just a bit more. He who must not be named returns. Ministry of Magic attacked. The next morning, the headline splashed across the front page of the newspaper. The Great Hall was abuzz with excited chatter from students. Some whose parents worked at the ministry whispered around, sharing bits of exclusive inside info they'd somehow picked up. You're even crazier than I thought, Audrey muttered quietly. I thought you were just going to scare him a bit. Edward shrugged. If it were really Voldemort, he would have gone much further. At least I didn't kill anyone. That's true. Well, this time, the incident definitely caused a huge stir. She handed the paper to Edward. According to the article, a group of dark wizards attacked the ministry yesterday afternoon. Minister Fudge led the Aurors in a valiant defense but was hit by multiple dark curses. He remains unconscious in St. Mungo's, and the ministry is currently in disarray. Even at a time like this, Fudge still made sure to spin things to make himself look good. He really was born to be a politician. Edward curled his lips in disdain, but then his gaze was caught by another report lower down the page. Earlier, to better manage the time turners, the ministry, under Umbridge's leadership, had them transported to a secure location. However, the convoy was ambushed by dark wizards en route. 3 Aurors were killed on the spot, and the whereabouts of all time turners are now unknown. So that's what Umbridge meant by helping. She was transporting the time turners. Seriously, what were they thinking? Why move them at all? Fine, move them, then you even let them get robbed. That's just pathetic. Now there's a whole batch of time turners in the hands of dark wizards. That's asking for disaster. Edward rubbed his temples, recalling what Umbridge had said to Fudge. Minister Fudge, it's all taken care of. Dumbledore won't be able to pull any tricks. Could it be that Dumbledore had applied to use a time turner, which made Fudge suspicious and led him to come up with this idiotic plan? Bloody hell. Oh. Just then, the Weasley twins burst in, faces full of glee. The Aurors have all left the ministry. Fudge personally ordered them to guard him around the clock. I declare, Hogwarts is free again. Oh. The whole hall erupted in cheers. Edward exchanged a smile with Audrey. That was certainly an unexpected bonus. The following week, life returned to a state of calm. Umbridge never came back. Rumor had it she was now personally protecting the minister, but anyone with eyes could see she was just trying to freeload off the Aurors guarding Fudge. Aside from classes, Edward started acting more like a professional astrologer, offering free divinations to the students. He'd already visited the Forbidden Forest. Though most centaurs were hostile toward humans, with Hagrid's help, he found Forenza, a centaur friendly to mankind. To be honest, centaur astrology and the world of mysteries divination were two entirely different things. The former was more like a science, focused on macro-narratives. Centaurs believed human divination obsessed over trivial incidents that were meaningless in the grand scheme of the cosmos. To them, such events were as insignificant as ants and not influenced by planetary movement. So, they would observe but never reveal the outcomes. But in the mystic world, divination was pure mysticism. It could truly predict specific, upcoming events. Aside from acting as an astrologer, Edward and Audrey also scoured the Hogwarts library, but unfortunately, they didn't find any books with mystical texts. They even considered trying the Monster Book of Monsters, but that thing was more of a magical creature than a book. It couldn't provide any usable powers. Eventually, Edward suddenly remembered something he'd been overlooking. If we're talking about books with mystical abilities, I've had one all along. He took out the Abraham family's notebook, the one that could record supernatural abilities. Audrey blinked. Oh, right. It records mystical powers, so it should work, right? Edward flipped through the notebook, then exchanged a look with Audrey. All the powers inside were shown through images, but Silverfish had clearly said it could only consume text. Still, Edward gave it a try, and, unsurprisingly, failed. Ugh, don't tell me the card of blasphemy is the only way. He leaned back with a sigh of despair. Just then, Neville walked up. "Hi, Edward. I heard you can use divination to help find lost items." Elsewhere, the fully recovered Weasley twins entered the Gryffindor common room carrying plates of food. Lee Jordan was chatting with some friends, letting out loud bursts of laughter. George plopped down beside him with a mysterious grin. "Hey, did you hear? Edward learned astrology from a super powerful astrologer in the US. He's insanely accurate, can help find things, predict fortune, even foretell the future." Fred chimed in, "Totally true. I just tried it this morning, found a quill I lost 2 years ago." Lee Jordan's eyes lit up. He quickly flipped open the newspaper and pointed to a column. "So, can he predict the outcome of the Belicastle Bats vs Puddlemere United match 2 weeks from now? Down to how many goals each team scores. Who gets the first goal? Who catches the snitch?" Ah. The twins froze. Then, in perfect sync, they dropped their plates and bolted. "Lee. You're a genius." Edward, holding a star chart in one hand and a divination crystal in the other, stared at the boy in front of him with a tired expression. He sighed. "Sigh, Neville, this is the 5th time today. You lost your remembrall again." Neville shrank back and said timidly, "Not the remembrall, my wand. Didn't I give you a pouch to keep your wand in?" Neville looked down. "I lost the pouch too." Edward rubbed his forehead. "Wait a sec." He closed his eyes and reached inward to tap into his spirituality, beginning a dream divination. For someone like Neville, this was the most efficient way. Repeat the question, fix it firmly in your mind and then let your astral body roam the spirit world within your dream for enlightenment. Of course, there was no spirit world in the Harry Potter universe, but Edward could simulate it within his dreams, achieving the same effect. Everything began to blur. Edward drifted between lucidity and haze. In a warped, illusory world, he saw Neville in potions class. He dropped his stirring rod and quickly bent to pick it up, but when he straightened up, he bumped his head on the table, causing his wand to fly out and roll into the gap at the wall. Then Snape yelled at him. The vision fractured and changed. Neville entered the charms classroom with his pouch. When Professor Flitwick asked everyone to draw their wands, he rummaged through the pouch and couldn't find it, so he just tossed the pouch aside. Another shift. Neville began frantically searching for the pouch. Edward opened his eyes and sat up from the dreamscape. Looking at the future Gryffindor swordmaster before him, he couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Harry and Ron passed by. He quickly waved them over. "Ron, Harry." He told them where to find Neville's wand and pouch. "Please take him there. Otherwise, I'm worried he'll end up losing himself next." "No problem." Ron agreed readily, while Harry hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ron, you go on ahead. I have some questions for Edward." "What is it? Did you lose something too, or do you want to get a different kind of divination?" No, it's not that." He shook his head in denial, but immediately looked conflicted. "I did lose something, and I can't get it back. It was the gun you gave me last time." "Ah, that revolver, the one that had struck Voldemort and was consumed in the uncontrollable fiend fire." "I was wondering, I mean." Harry looked a bit embarrassed. "Would you be able to give me another handgun?" "Not for free, of course. I can pay for it." Edward said, Harry, do you know? Most regular firearms can't penetrate a wizard's shield charm. The reason that revolver could injure Voldemort was because the bullets it fired were rather special." Harry's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Ron hadn't believed him back then, accusing him of hallucinating out of fear. "I still have some of those special bullets," Edward continued, "but I don't have a spare revolver at the moment. Still, I can promise to bring you one next time I return." Truth be told, acquiring a revolver in the Muggle world wasn't particularly difficult. But Edward wasn't entirely certain whether the bullets imbued with mystical properties would function properly in a revolver from this world, especially in the hands of an 11-year-old child. Thinking about it now, he suddenly felt he had been a bit irresponsible before. He'd only been focused on giving Harry a way to defend himself against Voldemort, forgetting that, to Harry, even the gun alone was dangerous enough. "All right." Harry nodded, but then quickly asked, "How much would it cost?" "A revolver, 3 to 5 galleons. The bullets are even more expensive." "What? Then I should have paid you for the bullets you gave me before." When he wasn't overly emotional, Harry could be quite clever. He didn't doubt that those special bullets, which could wound Voldemort, were worth more than the gun itself. Forget the last batch. I already told you they were a gift." "No way." Edward had a sudden idea. He slung an arm around Harry's shoulder with a grin. "Hey, would you say we're friends?" "I guess." Then it's settled. Talking money between friends only ruins the mood. I help you, you help me, that's what true friendship is about. Harry looked thoroughly confused. So don't bring up payment again. But that doesn't mean it's completely free. If, in the future, and I do mean if, Professor Dumbledore returns certain belongings that once belonged to your father, would you let me borrow them for a while? Sure. He nodded without hesitation, then asked in confusion, huh? What kind of things? Why don't you ask and find out? Still puzzled, Harry left. Not long after, the Weasley twins came running over, their faces full of excitement. Edward. From now on, you're our boss. The two spoke over one another, laying out their grand plan to make a fortune. Edward was left speechless. Seriously? I started offering free divinations to help digest potions and lend a little help to others, and you two took it as a business opportunity. But since he'd chosen to play this role, it wouldn't do to quit halfway. After thinking for a moment, he said, but my predictions, they're not always accurate. Too modest. We already saw your abilities yesterday. Compared to Professor Trelawney, you're way more suited to teach divination. Exactly. All right, I'll give it a try. Edward pretended to study the star chart in front of him for a while, then closed his eyes in meditation. After a moment, his breathing suddenly quickened. I see it. I see the Bellicosal Bats being defeated by the Puddlemere United team. The Seeker from Puddlemere catches the Golden Snitch. Final score, 230 to 110. Then his tone shifted. But I must warn you, apart from the match result, I can't guarantee the exact score. Understand? Understood. The twins eagerly jotted everything down, double-checked their notes with each other, and dashed off. Edward instantly dropped the act and chuckled. Rule number 1 of playing an astrologer, divination is not all-powerful. Blind faith is worse than doubt. The Weasley twins will surely grasp this principle before I do. Good luck, boys. Of course, thanks to his trait, genius on the right, Edward's predictions were immune to interference or distortion. That gave him a considerable advantage over ordinary astrologers. Still, when it came to divining high-level beings, he would often get no result. He opened his notebook and jotted beneath the first rule. Rule 2, astrologers must rely on communion with their own spirituality to conduct divination. The process is more about forming a sense of intuition, an enhanced perception of fortune and danger. This makes potion digestion slower than directly helping others through divination. However, it is still necessary to read for others to gain identity resonance and lighten the spiritual load. After a brief pause in thought, he added. Rule 3, according to Rule 2, if an astrologer successfully reverses a foretold outcome, e.g., predicting danger but averting it, potion digestion accelerates significantly. He added a large question mark at the end, indicating the idea was still unverified. Rule 2 had come from dozens of readings he'd conducted over the past few days. Rule 3 stemmed from Audrey's recent brush with danger, but with only one case, the data wasn't enough to draw a firm conclusion. And then there was the final rule. Although astrologers can use various divination methods to aid digestion, they can never truly abandon astrology. Sole reliance on other methods likely won't suffice for full potion digestion. But astrology was such a hassle to use. Meow. Lilith padded lightly across the table, her fluffy tail brushing across Edward's cheek, tickling him. Edward. Audrey sat across from him, a mischievous smile on her face. Did you hear? Professor Trelawney says she wants to challenge you in public to defend her honor as a seer. Edward shrugged. I heard. The Weasley twins had quite the role in that. In fact, the challenge has already begun. Huh. This morning, Professor Trelawney publicly announced, after consulting the stars, tea leaves, tarot, and a dozen other methods, that I'm destined to suffer a terrible fate, possibly falling off a broomstick, being bitten by a werewolf, hit by the killing curse, struck by a train, or even thrown into Azkaban. Buffed. That's quite the laundry list of disasters. So what did you do, curse her back with something worse? Edward flipped a coin between his fingers and smiled. Nope. I predicted that she would get drunk before her afternoon class today and fall asleep until noon tomorrow. What? Audrey blinked. Aren't you worried she'll stubbornly avoid drinking today? He grinned slyly. Then I'll make sure she does get drunk. Is that still considered divination? Edward shrugged. Divination is about foreseeing a future outcome. That outcome can change, but just like others can try to change it, I can make sure it doesn't. Audrey puffed out her cheeks in disappointment. Suddenly, divination doesn't feel so mysterious anymore. Hey, you've seemed kind of idle these last couple of days. Audrey leaned unladylike over the desk, resting her chin on the surface. Yeah, we found the Chamber of Secrets, heard the secret. I'm still curious about that mystery, but we have no leads, right? The two of them had spent days studying the Resurrection Stone with no results. Edward was beginning to suspect that maybe the real key was to gather all three Deathly Hallows first. She stared blankly ahead. Now it's just class after class every day. I was hoping to see you battle Trelawney in a real divination duel. Well, how about this, wanna go on another outing this weekend? This world has around 200 countries, all with different cultures and landscapes. Plenty for you to explore. That sounds nice. She paused, then suddenly said in awkward Mandarin, in some country, do people speak this language? What? She blinked slowly, then said seriously, I want to see your real homeland. This is my home. Don't lie to a spectator. It won't work. Edward sighed, defeated, and flicked her forehead. Girl, if you keep this up, you'll have no friends left. Audrey shrugged, totally unfazed. Isn't that what you're here for? Anyway, don't change the subject. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Edward could only nod. Fine, I'll take you to see it sometime. China in the 90s, huh? I'm actually kind of curious too. I wasn't even born back then. Miss Lilith wants to go too. Lilith mewed softly, lifting her chin proudly. Sure. We'll all go. That afternoon, class had just ended when news spread like wildfire. Professor Trelawney had passed out drunk in the middle of her lesson and was now snoring away in front of the entire class. Led by the Weasley twins, a group of mischievous students charged into the Great Hall. They rushed toward Edward and, with a coordinated effort, hoisted him into the air while shouting at the top of their lungs, we hereby declare the results of the divination duel. The undisputed winner is our all-knowing, all-seeing, great prophet, diviner, astrologer, Mr. Edward. Whoa! Cheers and laughter erupted from the crowd. Edward stared speechlessly at the twins, silently chanting in his heart, let's see if you two are still this happy when the Quidditch results come out. The commotion in the hall quickly attracted Professor McGonagall. She arrived with a stern expression and barked at everyone to disperse immediately. Professor Snape might be the most disliked professor at Hogwarts, thanks to Umbridge, who later took over that title, but the one they feared the most was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall. At her command, the rowdy crowd scattered in an instant, leaving Edward alone to face the fuming professor. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. They were just messing around. Come with me, Mr. Edward. McGonagall turned sharply and led the way, Edward following obediently behind. Once they reached a quiet, secluded corridor, she slowed her pace. Several times she glanced at Edward, clearly hesitating over something. Professor McGonagall, Edward asked gently, is there something you want to ask me? Oh, forgive me. She came to a stop and spoke slowly, I wanted to know, do you truly understand divination? I know a thing or two. Then. After another moment of inner struggle, she finally asked in a low, serious tone, can you foresee whether something terrible, like what happened before, will occur again at Hogwarts in the near future? Edward paused to think. Professor, divination isn't pure guesswork. It requires certain known variables as a basis, and besides, it's difficult for me to predict things that far into the future. In that regard, I must admit I'm not as skilled as Professor Trelawney. Oh, don't mention her. McGonagall rubbed her temples and muttered, she's never made a correct prediction in her life, except maybe when trying to con me out of some sherry. Pardon. Nothing, anyway, if it's too far ahead to divine, what about, say, something happening 3 days from now? You mean? She coughed and looked away. Cough, like the outcome of the Bellicosal Bats vs Puddlemere United match, for instance. I am just curious. And with that, she turned and walked away briskly, no, fled. Edward called after her, the Bellicosal Bats will win, Professor. Her step faltered mid-stride, and she hurried off even faster. Hey, a mature cat lady, and yet still so fond of betting. A few days later. Edward had just stepped out of the Hufflepuff common room when the Weasley twins stormed up to him, eyes red. Edward. One grabbed his neck, the other locked his arm. The match yesterday wasn't anything like you said. We put all our savings into it, every single Canute. It's all gone. All of it. Give it back. Give us our money. Edward struggled free and sighed, but I did tell you my divination wasn't 100% accurate. I even specifically warned you, apart from the match result, I couldn't guarantee anything else. And technically, the Bellicosal Bats did win, didn't they? You two must have ignored that part. The twins looked at each other, then lunged again. No. Of course, they hadn't just bet on the winner. The odds were too low. They'd gone all in on the exact score. Off to the side, Audrey was snickering. In truth, Edward had also bet all his galleons on the match, and managed to multiply his assets several times over. Ahem. Professor McGonagall appeared beside them. Mr. Weasley, what is this commotion about now? Professor, That's enough. Stop blocking the hallway. Off you go. Yes, ma'am. The two trudged away, glancing back with every step. McGonagall turned to Edward and said, I hear you've recently been looking for an undetectable extension charmed item with a particularly large internal space. Yes, Professor. This was to prepare for bringing Audrey's dragon, Anna, back with them. While the original suitcase was technically big enough, the dragon could barely turn around in it. Edward had even tried expanding the space further, but once it hit a certain volume, it became incredibly difficult. Who knew how Newt had managed to charm his suitcase? If this were the cultivation world, the men would definitely be the kind of figure who would have a supreme-grade blessed land, ha ha ha. McGonagall handed him a small, elegant suitcase. I had this one in my private collection. The internal space should be sufficient. Edward was taken aback and waved his hands frantically. Professor, this is far too precious. I can't accept it. Her face turned stern. This is a gift from an elder. Take it. She pushed the suitcase into his arms and turned to leave. After a few steps, she glanced back. Thank you for the tip 3 days ago. Only then did Edward realize, so the cat lady had cashed in big this time. Note, while we fell short of our Power Stone goal by a bit, I am not so stingy. Here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. But this is the last time. If we reach 460 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p.n.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 92, Return. Every time he opened his eyes, he would dream of all kinds of chaotic images, and each dream would end with a pair of huge, yellow pupils jolting him awake. Malfoy knew those were the eyes of the basilisk that had petrified him, but his memory of that night stopped at entering the girl's lavatory. When exactly he saw the basilisk, or when he got petrified, he had no recollection whatsoever. Last night, he once again dreamed of the girl's lavatory. Dreamed of the basilisk. He saw a tunnel open up inside and the massive creature slithering out with a hiss. Then, in the dream, his own hand suddenly produced a dagger and plunged it into the basilisk's eye. The creature went berserk, flinging him away, and then he woke up, gasping. Malfoy rubbed his eyes, yawned, and quickly slapped his cheeks to stay awake. If everything in that dream really happened, if he was the one who blinded the basilisk, then two things didn't make sense. First, why didn't he remember any of it? And second, if the basilisk had already been blinded, how had he still been petrified? Up until now, he hadn't told anyone about the dreams. Because he was scared. Malfoy had heard that the Dark Lord had appeared during the time he was petrified. He'd heard that Death Eater Wormtail had once impersonated someone and used the Imperius Curse to control others. So he was worried that maybe he, too, had been under control. That maybe he had killed someone while being possessed. And even if he had been controlled, wouldn't he still be sent to Azkaban? Hey! A hand suddenly slapped him on the shoulder, and Malfoy jumped in fright. I didn't kill anyone. Audrey blinked, then raised her brows in amusement. Mr. Malfoy, if I'm not mistaken, did you just say, kill someone? And no, you heard wrong. And not just kill someone, but specifically, I didn't kill anyone. I said I didn't kill anyone. Audrey gave a knowing nod and sat down beside him, her face alight with curiosity. So, why the sudden need to clarify that you didn't kill someone? Malfoy could barely restrain himself from throwing a curse at the girl in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat her, he swore he'd have done it already. No, not because he couldn't beat her, but because this girl was a monster. A monster with eyes just like the basilisk's. That's it. I'm going back to rest. Malfoy fled in a hurry. TCH. And here I was just getting bored. In spectator mode, Audrey could clearly see the chaotic ether and aura swirling around Malfoy. He was definitely hiding something. Is it that he thinks he killed someone, or that he actually did? She stood up and stretched lazily. Well, never mind that for now. Time to go report to Mr. Dumbledore. This is what people mean when they say, once bitten, twice shy. While divinations for the students progressed slowly, there were a lot of them, which helped Edward refine his own acting rules as an astrologer. Cedric came to him several times for readings on his romantic prospects. Naturally, Edward did his best to deliver good news, but sadly, Cedric's progress was less than ideal. Cho Chang, still just a second year, probably hadn't even developed any romantic notions yet. To her, Cedric's pursuit just felt annoying. Audrey kept trying to dig out Malfoy's secrets, but this time, his lips were unusually sealed. Whether she tried threatening him with her Dragonbone wand's powers or coaxing him with her legilimency and telepathist skills, nothing worked. On the bright side, her potion digestion made significant progress thanks to all the effort, an unexpected bonus. During all this, the mandrake leaf Edward had been holding in his mouth finally hit the 30-day mark. He immediately filled a tiny crystal vial with saliva and soaked the leaf in it, allowing it to absorb pure moonlight. Note, this part is modified from canon. Normally, the animagus ritual must be completed across 2 full moons, but due to the time disorder between the 2 worlds in this story, that rule doesn't apply here. Next, he added a strand of hair, a silver teaspoon of dew that had neither seen sunlight nor been touched by human feet for a full 7 days, and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. He then placed the mixture in a shadowy corner of his dimensional pouch, waiting for a thunderstorm to arrive. Audrey observed the entire process and asked curiously, I heard that when animagi transform into animals, they retain some animal instincts, is that true? Is that so? Well, I heard Professor McGonagall's like that. Lilith perked up immediately, her gemstone-like eyes full of anticipation. Then Edward can play hunting games with me in the future, and we can catch mice together. Ah. Edward gave a helpless laugh. Lilith, do you really want me to eat mice that badly? She replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, mice are tasty. Miss Lilith is willing to share the tastiest things with you. That's very generous of you. Thank you. You're welcome. Audrey stifled a laugh and stepped in to help him out. Miss Lilith, humans don't eat mice. But he'll turn into a cat, and cats have to eat mice. Edward sighed. I'll try my best not to turn into a cat. As they spoke, the 2 of them stepped into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked up from his quill and welcomed them with a smile. Welcome, both of you. Please, have a seat. Professor, you seem to have been rather busy lately. He took off his half-moon spectacles, his eyes a little weary. Oh, you know, after what happened at the ministry not long ago, things are still in a mess. At that, he chuckled softly. Though, to be honest, it's not like things were ever much better before. If anything, the ministry's efficiency has improved quite a bit since Cornelius left charge. As he spoke, he took out a package and placed it on the table. Inside was a shimmering piece of fabric, gleaming silver as though woven from water itself. Well then, the main reason I called you here today was to give you this. Edward's eyes widened. An invisibility cloak. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Harry came to me a few days ago, stammering, really, and asked if James had left anything behind for him. I believe this was what he had in mind. I had originally planned to give it to him as a Christmas present. But since he asked directly, it didn't feel right to keep hiding it. In the end, Harry told me he doesn't need it for now, and he hoped I could lend it to you. He gave Edward a playful wink. Did you ask Harry to do that? Edward scratched his cheek awkwardly. Professor, the way you asked that, it's making it sound like I manipulated Harry into giving me the cloak. Well, those are your words, not mine. Pfft. Audrey burst out laughing. All right, fine, I admit I do need the invisibility cloak, Edward said frankly, deciding not to explain further. Instead, he figured he might as well go all in. If it's not too much, I was also hoping you might lend me the Elder Wand. You're trying to collect the Deathly Hallows. That's right. Dumbledore stroked his wand thoughtfully and said with mild indifference, well, I've had the Elder Wand for many years now, and honestly, it's just a fairly useful wand. Not nearly as miraculous as the tales of Beetle the Bard makes it out to be. Before Edward could respond, he waved a hand. But that's all beside the point now. The Elder Wand, I've lost it. Lost it. Edward stood up in shock. Who could possibly steal the Elder Wand from you? Oh, calm down. No one stole it. I simply lost it during a spellcasting incident. This was something that had never happened in the original story. He wanted to ask more, but Dumbledore clearly had no intention of delving further into the matter. Instead, he tapped his forehead lightly and smiled. Oh, right. I nearly forgot about the path you mentioned. What do you think about the mystery prior pathway? Edward suppressed his curiosity and nodded. Of course. And I actually have all the necessary ingredients on hand. He laid out the materials and briefly described the potion-making process. Dumbledore looked both puzzled and intrigued. In truth, this does seem a great deal simpler than the way we brew potions here. But how strange that when these components are put together, they produce such a magical effect. Well, I suppose that's magic for you. 3 days later. Audrey, with Hagrid bawling his eyes out behind her, finally retrieved his precious baby, Anna, and packed her into the giant magical bag Professor McGonagall had given her. If it hadn't been for that bag, she hadn't planned to bring the dragon back at all, there simply was no way to raise her properly. The old suitcase had become far too cramped, and letting her roam free would get her killed quickly by any beyonder unless she was hidden deep in some remote, uninhabited mountains. Of course, all of this was assuming Anna was willing to leave. Voluntarily. In truth, the situation she faced in the Harry Potter world wasn't much better, either stay in a magically expanded space or risk being hunted down by goblins the moment she stepped outside. Edward made sure he'd bought everything listed on the goddess's shopping list. Before leaving, he even shamelessly asked Dumbledore for a large handful of phoenix feathers. Only then did he head to the room of requirement. Audrey and Lilith had, of course, already hidden themselves in the leather pouch. 15 minutes later, with a familiar feeling rushing over him, Edward vanished from the world of Harry Potter once more. Backlund, Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Ecancer stared at the words on the silver mirror. I can't find him. He's vanished. And was completely shaken. This was the first time the mirror had failed to provide an answer to one of his questions. He was just about to ask again when the words suddenly disappeared and were replaced with a new sentence. He has reappeared. The surrounding light grew deeper, and the surface of the silver mirror once again shimmered with the image from before, slowly coming into focus. A young man wearing a trench coat and a silk top hat was lifting a small black kitten from a leather pouch, then flopping onto a soft sofa while saying something. A dozen seconds later, the image blurred and faded away, leaving behind a single line of text. 88 Minsk Street, Cherwood Borough. According to the law of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Ecancer's expression darkened. He forced himself to ignore the circle of colleagues standing silently behind him. On the mirror, silvery ripples appeared, forming a new question. When having deep exchanges with a burly man, are you the dominant one or the submissive one? Ecancer trembled all over. Almost the moment the question appeared, he shouted, I choose to accept the punishment. A bolt of silver lightning struck from nowhere, hitting Ecancer square on the head. He let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. If he had a choice, he'd rather just lie there and never get up. But a moment later, he forced himself to his feet, trembling, head down as he turned and barked out the order, move out. We're heading to 88 Minsk Street. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 93, Script for an Emperor. Although many days had passed in the world of Harry Potter, it had only been a brief moment here. Still, Edward habitually cast a cleaning spell to clean up the house. Lilith was not happy about it. She muttered a few complaints, then scampered around the room in small, hurried steps, trying to mark her scent all over the place again. Audrey had returned to her home the moment she stepped out of the vanishing cabinet. Although she always said she disliked the overly formal life of noble families, after being away for so long, she had already begun to miss her parents dearly. Edward stood and walked toward the door. Lilith, stay here for a bit. I have something to take care of. She poked her head out from the bedroom doorway. Okay. St. Samuel Cathedral. Edward was already a regular here. Although most of the priests and clergy within the church still didn't know the true identity of the young man, anyone who saw him chatting and laughing with the esteemed saint knew he couldn't be ordinary. Everyone greeted him with a warm smile. Today, St. Anthony Stevenson was away on business. Edward headed straight to the side library, skillfully lit the candles, sprinkled essential oils, and arranged the night incense and moon flowers favored by the goddess. Then he opened a suitcase. Aside from a few unaffordable luxury items, it contained nearly everything on the procurement list. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. As soon as he finished the prayer, the suitcase vanished in a gust of wind. He thought for a moment, then placed the Beyonder characteristic from the psychiatrist on the ground. I pray that the goddess may help me shatter this Beyonder characteristic. Praise be to the goddess. Moments later, the crystalline heart let out a soft crack, shattering into countless specks of light before quickly reforming. Within a few minutes, it had transformed into a crimson gem. Thank you, goddess. Edward waved his wand and tidied up the room. Just as he turned around, he saw a figure suddenly appear at the doorway. The newcomer wore a simple linen robe patched in places, with a belt fashioned from twisted bark. Her long black hair hung loose and wild, and her bare feet were covered in dust and scars. It was a woman. Her features were incredibly plain, and her deep black eyes looked no different from a normal person's. At a glance, she seemed like a gentle and honest woman. But Edward's spiritual intuition flared up instantly. There was not a ripple of emotion in her pupils. She gazed calmly at Edward and gave a small nod. Greetings, Lord Edward. Edward bit the tip of his tongue to force his spirituality to settle down. Given her attire and aura, he instantly guessed her identity. Ariana, matron of the Evernight Cloister, head of the 13 archbishops, future pope, and most importantly, a Sequence 2 angel. Still, he maintained a puzzled expression and asked, You are? Ariana, servant of concealment, she said after a slight pause, her words hinting at something deeper. You've probably heard of me. Edward quickly placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Lady Ariana. I heard about you during my Nighthawks training in Timjan. Have you come to see me? She nodded and traced a crimson moon over her chest, reverently saying, Just call me Ms. Ariana. I come by the will of my lord, to deliver a message specifically for you. Please, go ahead. Ariana's eyes turned slightly, becoming profound and shadowy. Her voice grew distant and indifferent. The Lord of Storms has turned his gaze upon you. Your little tricks end here. The moment she spoke, Edward felt a strange illusion, as though the words didn't come from Ariana, the Archbishop, but directly from the ever-night goddess in the distant starry sky. It didn't take long for him to realize what little tricks referred to. He immediately grumbled inwardly, I spent so much effort researching that ultimate move, and now it's banned. I even got a whole new batch of Walkmans. What a waste. Despite cursing in his heart, his face was the picture of devotion. He drew a crimson moon and said, I understand. Thank you for the goddess's protection. Praise be to the goddess. Ariana's expression quickly returned to the gentle and calm demeanor from before. The Lord has sent a gift for you. I believe you will receive it soon. Really? What is it? Edward perked up immediately, a gift from a deity. That has to be at least a grade 1 sealed artifact, right? She shook her head. I do not know. The Lord said you will understand when the time comes. I hate riddlers. Well, I've delivered the message. Farewell, Lord Edward. Wait, Ms. Ariana, one question. Isn't Zangwill dead? Perhaps he is. Perhaps he isn't. But he has lost sealed artifact 0-08. Her figure faded as if erased by an invisible hand. Even though this scene had been described many times in the original novel, witnessing it firsthand still felt like a miracle. Leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, Edward was greeted by a sky of crimson dusk. September in Backlund was already turning cold, and his heart felt even colder. The Walkman stratagem is banned. If I run into a powerful enemy again, I'll only be able to run for it. He took a step forward, his figure twisted and disappeared, returning to 88 Minsk Street. Almost the moment he landed, Lilith darted out from the shadows and leapt onto his shoulder, whispering, Edward, there are a lot of people outside. Again. Just then, someone knocked on the door with a thump, thump. This is a Cancer Bernard from the machinery hive mind. Is Mr. Edward at home? Edward was stunned. Machinery hive mind? Isn't that the official Beyonder organization under the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? Why would they come here? Wait, how do they even know who I am? He quickly ran through his past interactions but was certain he'd never had any dealings with the Church of Steam. He pulled out a divination crystal, entered a state of spiritual calm, and began pendulum divination, silently repeating in his heart. Opening the door will be dangerous. Opening the door will be dangerous. Opening the door will be dangerous. After 7 silent repetitions, the still green crystal pendant suddenly spun counterclockwise without hesitation. Not even a hint of danger. Knock, knock, knock. A Cancer stood at the door and gently knocked again. Mr. Edward, we've come on orders to return something that belongs to you. Creak, the door opened. Edward stood a few meters away, cradling Lilith in his arms, a puzzled look on his face. Apologies, but I haven't known or met anyone from the machinery hive mind before. How do you? A Cancer took out an old-fashioned key. The master key. Wasn't that lost by Klein during his battle with Lenivus? A Cancer caught the confusion in Edward's expression and explained patiently, this was recovered by the machinery hive mind team in Tingen, from the ruins of Blackthorn Security Company. After verification, we confirmed that it rightfully belongs to you. But the more he explained, the more bewildered Edward became. What have I ever done to deserve this? You're telling me the machinery hive mind personally transported the master key all the way from Tingen to Backlund, and even sent a team just to deliver it? Wait, could this be the gift the goddess of night mentioned? This? Seriously? Isn't that a bit too ironic? Edward remained silent for a few moments. He used Accio to retrieve the master key and slowly said, thank you for going through all this trouble. You're very welcome. A Cancer placed a hand over his chest and bowed politely. Now that the item has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Huh. Edward blinked. That's it. Just like that. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, A Cancer added seriously, if you have the time, Mr. Edward, you're welcome to visit the St. Hireland Cathedral anytime. And if you could grace the headquarters of the Intis Republic's church, that would be even better. He removed his hat and said his goodbyes, farewell. Then he turned briskly and left. A few seconds later, Lilith whispered, he's gone. Tisk. Edward stared at the long-lost master key in his hand, a head full of question marks. They really just came all the way here to return the key. Or maybe, returning the key was just a pretense, and the real purpose was to invite me for a visit. But why? A sudden thought struck him. He pulled a Walkman out of his pocket. Could it be because of this? Don't tell me Stiano really intends to aim for the position of the god of technology. Did I just get handed the script for an emperor? This is the gift from the goddess of night. Gift, my ass. This feels more like I've been sold off to ensure Stiano doesn't backstab her again later. The great emperor's body had barely gone cold, and his youngest son, Bornova, was still an inhuman angel serving him. Stiano's way of being good to people was not something a normal person could endure. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Besides, this probably isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yes. At least the Roselle flourished under Stiano's favor, his life was a total success. Let's not dwell on this now. Better to focus on what I should do next. Edward wiped the sweat from his brow and cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind. He pulled out a notebook with a list of tasks he had jotted down before his return. First and foremost, the most important task was to digest the potion and advance to a higher sequence. After his performance at the Ministry of Magic caused such a stir, the role of a madman had received positive feedback. For now, he decided to follow Audrey's previous method, switch back and forth between genius and lunatic. His first thought was of Gehrman Sparrow, the identity Klein used while at sea, a wildly successful, unhinged pirate hunter. So, going out to sea might be a viable option. After all, if he tried pulling such stunts in Backlund, the church would teach him a very painful lesson in no time. However, heading out to sea was a long and tedious process. He might not even get a chance to act out the persona properly before half the time was wasted on the voyage. That would need to be resolved first, since Apparition could only teleport to places he'd already visited, and within a limited range, which meant asking Mr. Azik for help. Next, he needed the advancement formula. Although his pathway and sequence had changed, the fact that the sequence 6 potion was still for a scribe meant that the apprentice pathway's later formulas might still be indispensable. This task would rely on Christine. If she didn't come to him soon, he'd have to go look for her himself. Maybe that Mira the machinery hive mind could help. No, better stay far away from them for now. And lastly, if possible, he wanted to prevent the Great Smog from occurring. Tens of thousands of lives were at stake. If he could stop it without endangering himself, it would bring some peace of mind. Actually, isn't trying to stop a divine-level event as a sequence 7 kind of exactly what a madman would do? So, for now, those were his 3 long-term goals. As for short-term plans, they were 1. Go see Mr. Stephen Green. 2. Visit Klein and the captain to at least get a sense of their current status. 3. Borrow the nightmare candle from the Harvest Church. Everything else would be handled as it came. When Edward turned his head, he saw Lilith mimicking his posture, lying beside him and pinching her chin in thought. Except her soft, pudgy paws couldn't quite replicate human fingers, so she looked more silly than serious, absolutely adorable. Lilith, what are you doing? Miss Lilith is thinking you always do this when you're thinking. And what are you thinking about? She tilted her head slightly and tried to pinch her chin again. I'm thinking about what to have for dinner. Perfect. That's the most common philosophical dilemma of modern mankind. You're one step closer to becoming human. Miss Lilith doesn't want to become human. Then I wouldn't be able to eat rats anymore. Despite her words, the sway of her tail clearly gave away her happiness and pride. Elsewhere, at the Hall family estate. As soon as Audrey got home, she found Susie, her eyes bright with excitement and mystery. Susie. Come here, I want to introduce you to a new friend. Susie didn't move. In fact, she quietly took a step back. Your expression doesn't say, introducing me to a new friend. It says, you want to see me humiliate myself. She's too sharp. Audrey puffed her cheeks in frustration. Really? I honestly want you to meet someone. Come on, please. She placed the suitcase holding the fire dragon Anna on the ground and dove into it herself. Susie hesitated, sitting still for a while. Then, little by little, she cautiously crept closer and leaned her head toward the suitcase's opening. Whoosh! She was instantly sucked inside. The moment Susie landed on her paws, she scanned her surroundings warily. When she spotted Audrey, she let out a tiny sigh of relief. Susie, look. This is your new friend, Anna. Susie blinked and slowly turned around, only to be met by a towering, colossal shadow. Roar. The fire dragon let out a low and gentle growl, a greeting. Susie, however, had already collapsed to the ground in terror, her voice trembling. Audrey, that was not funny. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 94, Reunion with Emlyn. Tingen City. Edward first made a trip to Tulip Street. From a resident living across from number 4, he learned that Stephen had recently been staying at his dental clinic. As for numbers 4, 5, and 6, which had miraculously recovered, they were now under official control. So, he headed a few streets over to the clinic. Knock, knock, knock. When Stephen opened the door, he froze for a second. Then, with a complicated expression, he stepped aside to let him in. You're here, Edward. Meow. Lilith perched on Edward's shoulder and greeted him first. Sorry, I was delayed by some things. That's why it took so long for me to come see you. Edward followed him into the reception room of the clinic, removing his hat and coat as he asked, Has Mr. Isaac come to see you? That gentleman. He's been here. Stephen placed a cup of coffee in front of Edward. The rising steam, rich with aroma, instantly filled the room. Thinking back to that day felt like a dream. Although he had long known that supernatural forces existed in this world, when someone finally laid bare the hidden side of it before his very eyes, he still couldn't fully accept it, especially since the price was being separated from his daughter for a long time. That gentleman claimed to be my wife's elder. He said Priscilla had inherited a certain innate trait from her, and without proper guidance, even without the numinous episcopate, she might still face grave misfortune in the future. He held the cup, his face partly obscured by the steam. I could sense that man's sincerity, and I understand what he said. But Priscilla is still so young, and she has to face dangers even adults can't bear. The worst part is, as her father, I can't help her at all, I can't even stay by her side. Stephen's fingers unconsciously tightened around the cup. I really feel like I've failed completely, like I've let down my wife's trust. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see Priscilla in danger, she keeps calling out to me for help, and I run toward her with all my might, but the more I run, the farther away she becomes. Edward didn't interrupt him, nor did he try to comfort him. He simply stayed quiet and listened. He took a small sip of the coffee, the slight bitterness tingled on his tongue, but a moment later, it left behind a lingering fragrance. Lilith gave him a suspicious look. She had tried this so-called coffee before, bitter and astringent, absolutely awful. But seeing Edward enjoy it so much, she couldn't resist jumping onto the nearby table to lick it herself. The next second, she wrinkled her nose and spat repeatedly. Yuck, still awful. After a long pause, Stephen forced a strained smile. Sorry, I just kept rambling nonsense. That gentleman told me he'd head to the southern continent first, but afterwards he might stay in Backlund for the most part. So, I've decided to move there. Upon hearing this, Edward said, I'll be staying temporarily at 88 Minsk Street, in the Cherwood borough of Backlund. If you need anything, feel free to come find me anytime. Thanks. As if suddenly remembering something, Stephen pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to him. This is from that gentleman. He asked me to give it to you. Edward unfolded it and saw that it contained instructions for summoning Mr. Isaac's messenger. Well then, I'll take my leave. Edward stood, putting on his hat. See you in Backlund. Take care. The next day, at noon. Edward was sipping coffee while flipping through the Backlund Morning Post. Across from him, Lilith was lying on the table, grumbling as she wrestled with the steak on her plate. Once he closed the paper, Edward looked at Lilith, still struggling with her steak, and grinned. I'm done eating. The last one to finish does the dishes. Lilith instantly looked up, shocked. She raised a paw covered in sauce as if to say, You seriously think I can wash dishes with these? But soon she lowered her head again and muttered, Lilith is a cat, you know. Fine, fine. The person who finishes last does the dishes. A cat isn't a person, got it. Perfect logic. You're free to go. With a flick of his wand, the dishes instantly sparkled clean. These small, everyday spells, Edward could now cast them wordlessly. Edward. Audrey's voice came from the pouch. A moment later, she climbed out with light steps, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So you've really decided to go out to sea and roleplay a lunatic, a crazy guy who hunts pirates. Not necessarily just pirates, and not necessarily crazy either. I'll need to figure out the role-playing rules first. Edward chuckled. Who knows, I might end up forming my own pirate crew. A mischievous grin spread across his face. How about the Whitebeard pirates? My ship will be called Moby Dick. Then I'll borrow Danet's, rename him Fire Fist Ace, they both use fire, after all. And you're the Diamond of Backlund, so we'll call you Diamond Jozu. Audrey gave him a weird look and lightly punched him. That's a guy's name, isn't it? And what do you mean, Diamond of Backlund? Ha ha ha. Lilith quickly placed her front paws on Edward's leg and asked, What about Miss Lilith? You. Edward replied, Let's call you Lucci. You're a cat, after all. She tilted her head blankly. Miss Lilith doesn't get it. Audrey asked, When are you planning to leave? Want me to help you book the ship tickets? No need, that would waste too much time. I'm planning to have Mr. Isaac send me through the spirit world. He's a true angel under the fool, isn't he? Isn't it kind of inappropriate to ask an angel for a ride? Not every angel is aloof and inhuman. Mr. Isaac is an especially kind and friendly senior. Besides, he owes me a few favors, I don't think he'll mind something like this. Audrey sighed. Ugh, once you're off at sea, I'll be bored again. Edward laughed. Are you stupid? We've got the vanishing cabinet. No matter where I go, I can come back anytime. And you can come visit me too. Her eyes lit up. Oh, right. That means I can go sailing anytime too. She immediately asked with excitement, so, when are you going to contact Mr. Azek? You're more eager than I am. Hee hee. All right, I'll summon his messenger now. Edward took out the necessary items, set up the ritual, and chanted. Spirit wandering in illusion. Creature of the higher realm bound by command. Messenger solely belonging to Azek Eggers. Moments later, a cold wind swept through the room. From the floor in front of him, faintly glowing white bones began to shoot up like fountains, more and more, until they assembled into a massive, ghostly skeletal figure. Even though they'd seen it before, its sudden appearance was still deeply unsettling. Lilith had long since bolted under the sofa. Audrey, meanwhile, could only stare up, dazed. Please deliver this letter to Mr. Azek. Thank you. A giant skeletal hand swept forward and grasped the letter with perfect precision. Then, the entire messenger crumbled in an instant, the bones scattering across the desk before fading into the ether. Phew. Audrey patted her chest, looking like she'd just escaped a nightmare. That was just the messenger. No wonder he's an angel. Compared to that, your messenger is totally underwhelming. Edward coughed and muttered, cough, it's a messenger, as long as it delivers the message, what else matters? He paused and looked at Audrey. Now all we can do is wait patiently for Mr. Azek's reply. Let me know as soon as you hear anything, okay? Even if we don't need a formal farewell because of the vanishing cabinet, at least tell me before you go. Will do. At that moment, Edward pulled out an identity document he had obtained through the church. He smiled and said, from now on, my name is Gehrman Sparrow. Although he wasn't yet sure what this voyage would bring, the fact that it involved role-playing a madman probably meant nothing good. Hopefully, when Klein sets sail and uses this name again, he won't be too shocked. Mr. Azek's reply took much longer than expected. According to Stephen Green, he seemed to have gone to the southern continent. Whether the delay was due to the messenger being too slow, or Azek still handling something, Edward didn't know. After a whole morning of waiting with no reply, Edward decided to head out and take care of some errands. His first stop was the Harvest Church. He needed to pick up the nightmare candle from Father Yutravsky to ensure Slytherin hadn't left behind any lingering dangers in Audrey's mental world. Because of Lilith's infamous name, he didn't dare bring her along. When Edward stepped into the Harvest Church, Father Yutravsky was in the middle of a sermon. Despite his towering frame and overwhelming presence, he emanated an aura of gentleness. His eyes shone with sincere devotion to the Earth Mother. The church hall was dimly lit, rows of pews neatly aligned. At the front hung a massive symbol of sacred life, with tall candles burning steadily on either side. The congregants sat quietly, occasionally making the Church of the Earth Mother's unique gesture of prayer. Such a solemn occasion was not something Edward would interrupt. He simply found a seat in the last row and waited patiently. An hour later, the sermon concluded. Father Yutravsky gently refused a donation from a devout believer, telling her, true devotion comes from the heart, it needs no wealth to prove it. The believer left even more devout than before, joining the Eucharist ceremony with gratitude and reverence. Father Yutravsky closed the heavy tome of doctrine and turned his gentle gaze toward Edward, who had been waiting for some time. Welcome, Mr. Edward. Edward made the Earth Mother sign across his chest. Sorry to bother you again, Father. Are you here to see Emlyn? He's in the kitchen preparing for the Eucharist. He'll be out when he's done. Emlyn's already been released. That seemed quite a bit earlier than in the original timeline. Wait a second, you're letting a vampire help prepare for the Eucharist. Are you serious? Aren't you worried he'll end up serving blood pudding? Note, we absolutely crushed the Power Stone goal. So, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If we reach 625 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p.o.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 95, a misunderstanding. I'm here to see you. Oh. The priest looked slightly surprised. Then this is about the commission. That's right. Very well. I'll come find you once the Eucharist ceremony is over. If you're hungry, you're welcome to join us for the meal. Thank you. Soon, Emlyn appeared, skillfully distributing items related to the Eucharist among the congregation. When he spotted Edward, he paused slightly, seemingly wanting to approach and speak. But after noticing Father Yutravsky's gaze, he held back, looks like he'd been thoroughly tamed by the priest during this time. By the time the Eucharist ended, night had already fallen. The worshippers left the church one by one after bidding Father Yutravsky farewell. Emlyn was busy cleaning up and taking things back to the kitchen. The bishop walked over with heavy steps, his face full of apology. "Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I should have picked a better time to come. As I mentioned last time, the reward for this commission will be an apothecary potion formula and a mystical item without any major side effects. Is that acceptable?" Edward nodded. "I heard that you possess a mystical item capable of allowing its user to enter the deepest part of a target's psyche." Father Yutravsky raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I don't recall telling anyone about that item after obtaining it. Where did you hear that?" In the past, whenever he encountered situations where his knowledge came off as prophetic, Edward would always brush it off with the excuse of having heard it somewhere. Some might find it suspicious, but no one had pressed him about it before. This time, though, things were a bit awkward. "Actually, I don't remember where I heard it. Maybe. Edward quickly glanced at the massive symbol of the Earth Mother. "Maybe the Mother Goddess gave me a revelation in secret." "I see." Father Yutravsky nodded solemnly, fully accepting this explanation. "It was under the goddess's blessing that I obtained the mental terror candle. It seems you're fated with the Mother. Perhaps you could consider becoming one of her faithful." "I'll think about it." The priest reached into a concealed pocket in his brown clerical robe and pulled out a strange segment of candle. The outer layer of the candle looked as though it were wrapped in human skin, with several raised lumps protruding from it. The wick was only about a finger joint tall, pitch black and etched with dense, fine scale-like patterns. All you need to do is ignite it with spirituality, and it will allow you to enter the deepest part of the target's psyche. And my commission is to use it, to kill the past self buried deep within my own heart. As he said this, he sized Edward up, his tone uncertain. "I can't see through you. Rationally, I think it would be difficult for you to complete this task. But my intuition tells me, you might be dangerous. If Edward were just a Sequence 7 astrologer, he'd have no chance against a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. But with his magic, even an average Sequence 6 might not be a match for him. The only issue was, once he entered the bishop's psyche, would he still be able to use his spells normally? If you can resolve my problem, the rest of the mental terror candle will be yours." Edward thought for a moment, then said, "I'd like to first test the candle with Emlyn, to determine if I have the ability to help you." The bishop nodded without hesitation. "That's fine." Boom. At that moment, a loud noise rang out from the back of the church, followed by Emlyn's startled shout, "Hey! You again! I already told you, wait, where are you taking me? Hey!" Father Yutravsky immediately rushed toward the back. A set of silver-white armor materialized out of thin air, enclosing his brawny body. Edward followed close behind. When the two reached the rear courtyard, they saw that the doors and windows had been smashed apart, shattered glass and splintered wood strewn everywhere. Two burly men in shirts were carrying a struggling Emlyn and bolting from the church. Zombies. The bishop picked up speed, then stomped his foot down hard. A wave of radiant energy surged forward about 30 centimeters off the ground. In an instant, the legs of both men were shredded into pieces, and they collapsed to the ground with Emlyn. Yet, as if immune to pain, they didn't let go of him. Even without legs, they still clutched him tightly and tried to drag him forward. Emlyn yelled in disbelief, "Are you guys insane?" Still won't let go after that. A man in a black trench coat and hood stepped out from the shadows. He grabbed Emlyn, slung him over his shoulder, and ran without even sparing the bishop a glance. The bishop's steps quickened. At over 2 meters tall, each of his strides was equal to 2 or 3 of a normal man's, and faster, too. The gap between him and the hooded man was quickly closing. A massive sword formed from pure light appeared in the bishop's hands. Gripping it with both hands, he stepped forward and swung. The sonic boom from the blade's arc nearly knocked the black-clad man off balance even before the sword arrived. The men remained silent, but Emlyn was already screaming, "Father! Are you aiming at me with that thing?" The bishop shifted stance, switching to one hand and sweeping horizontally. Just then, his movements froze, his body going rigid. Within his pupils, a faint silhouette of a woman in an antique gown appeared. Light. With a shout, Father Yutravsky regained control over his body. A translucent figure flew out from him and disappeared in a flash. A flurry of icy crystal arrows shot forth, cutting off his immediate pursuit. Clink, clink, clink. The crystal arrows struck the bishop's silver armor with crisp, sharp sounds but failed to harm him. He launched himself toward where the figure had vanished, his great sword slashing the air in a violent flurry. To an onlooker, it looked like he was fighting with nothing, but to the actual target, dodging was getting increasingly difficult. Though in a shadowy, incorporeal state only visible to high-sequence beyonders, the bishop had still managed to lock onto them with sheer instinct. Elsewhere, the man in the black coat was sprinting away from Harvest Church with Emlyn over his shoulder when he suddenly realized his companion hadn't followed. He turned to rush back, only to find Edward standing right there. Diffindo. The man had no time to react before a gash opened up across the arm holding Emlyn. Edward was momentarily stunned. That spell had been intended to sever the opponent's wrist, but it had only left a shallow wound. The black-coated man was equally shocked. Ever since becoming an advanced undead, his body had been as hard as steel, capable of withstanding bullets and even cannon fire. Yet now, someone had effortlessly cut him. He quickly flung Emlyn aside, launched off the ground, and charged toward Edward. The sudden acceleration caused a gust of wind that blew his hood back, revealing a pale, cold face. Edward, who had been about to cast another spell, froze in place. "Mr. Marek?" But Marek seemed not to hear him. His hands transformed into claws with long, sharp nails as he lunged at Edward. Stupefy. A burst of light flared outward. Marek's movements faltered, then he was hit by a barrage of control spells, Tarantaligra, Confundus and others in quick succession. Even though a Sequence 6 zombie had high resistance to magic, the rapid, repeated strikes caused him to twitch unnaturally, like a glitching puppet. By the time Marek recovered and closed the distance, Edward was already gone. He spun around and saw Edward standing beside Emlyn. Before he could act, both of their figures twisted and vanished. Damn it. Father Yutravsky's relentless assault had lasted for nearly 2 to 3 minutes. He seemed tireless, as if completely unaware of exhaustion. The invisible foe had been pushed to the brink. With no room left to retreat, a golden light flared around him, Hurricane of Light, the Dawn Paladin's specialized technique against vengeful spirits and evil beings. Father. Miss Sharon. Stop. This is all a misunderstanding. Bzzz. The golden light flashed and vanished. The bishop halted his attack, taking a few steps back to look at Edward. A blonde woman in an old-fashioned court gown appeared, solidifying from shadow. Her face was pale and expressionless, but only she knew how frustrated she felt inside. She was clearly one sequence higher than this burly priest, yet had been completely on the defensive. She now truly understood just how difficult it was to face a nemesis with natural counters against her. Seeing that neither of them was injured, Edward let out a breath of relief. Under Sharon's questioning gaze, he explained, "Miss Sharon, it's me, Braveheart Bar, Raynette Tyneker." Upon hearing her teacher's name, Sharon immediately understood. She made a gesture toward the returning Marek. "Marek, he's the one we're looking for." The moment Edward recognized Marek, he more or less guessed what had happened. He had approached Sharon and Marek while disguised as Emlyn. And now, clearly, the two had come here looking for Emlyn. The reason behind it wasn't hard to figure out. They weren't kidnapping him, they were rescuing him. What a blunder. "So you've been going around using my face." Back inside the church, now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, everyone sat down together. Emlyn pointed at Edward, stunned. You didn't ruin my reputation, did you? You're a vampire who collects figurines. What reputation do you even have to ruin? It's sanguine." Emlyn's face flushed crimson. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Those are art. They're manifestations of beauty, 1,000 times purer than you filthy lot." He then turned to glare at Marek and snapped, "And you? This is the 3rd time you've come for me. And the 3rd time I've told you, you've got the wrong person. Why are you so convinced I'm being held against my will? I only have 2 more weeks until I'm free." He quickly turned to the bishop to explain, "I was forced the entire time. They can all vouch for me." Marek apologized without hesitation. "I'm sorry." That caught Emlyn completely off guard, and just made him angrier. Then, he got even angrier. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 96, Should good people be held at gunpoint? Marek turned to Father Yutravsky and said solemnly, "My apologies, Father. We'll fully compensate the church for the damage." The priest sat off to the side, flipping through a thick book of doctrine. At Marek's words, he gave a calm nod, showing no hint of the ferocity he displayed as the raging Dawn Paladin just moments before. "Did the 2 of you come looking for me for a particular reason?" Edward asked. Marek glanced at Sharon and shook his head. "Not really. We mistook the vampire for you, and once we discovered he was being held captive here, we mounted the rescue. Consider it paying off the debt from that previous commission." Emlyn shouted in protest at just the right moment, "It's sanguine, a noble sanguine." "I see. Thank you both, truly," Edward replied. Though their objective tonight might have simply been to settle an old favor, a rescue was still a rescue. Edward sincerely felt grateful. Marek turned to Sharon, "Since it's all a misunderstanding, let's head back, Sharon." Sharon, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, "I just heard you talking about a commission. Perhaps we can help as well." The priest was silent for a few seconds, then said seriously, "Kill me." Emlyn blurted out in shock, "Are you crazy?" Sharon, however, showed no trace of surprise. She nodded slightly, lost in thought. "You mean to eliminate your alternate personality? I sensed his presence when I possessed you earlier, a completely deranged and violent creature. I call him my former self. But yes, you're not wrong. And how do you plan to eliminate him?" The priest retrieved the mental terror candle once more and explained his previous plan. "If I have another method, would you be willing to try it?" Sharon asked. "I would," he replied, his voice without the slightest hesitation. "I can use possession to erase him, but only if you don't resist, even a little." "I understand," the priest said. He stood, instantly becoming an intimidating giant. "Come with me." Watching the two of them leave, Edward scratched his head in confusion. So, there's nothing for me to do anymore." Half an hour later. Father Yutravsky returned, his cloudy eyes glistening with tears, the wrinkles on his face etched with the traces of crying. But his gaze was filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. His whole being radiated serenity. "Thank you all." A gentle, kind smile appeared on his face. He handed the mental terror candle to Edward. "This is yours now." Edward quickly waved his hands. "Father, it was Miss Sharon who helped you fulfill the commission." "No. It was because of you that Lady Sharon arrived. Because of you, she chose to help. I believe all of this was the guidance of the mother. I have been reborn, and you should receive what is rightfully yours." Sharon's form faded into solidity. Her complexion was paler than before. It was clear that eradicating the priest's darker self had not been easy. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Father, about the damage to the church." Father Yutravsky smiled. "No need." Edward keenly noticed Sharon exhale in relief. It seemed her financial situation really wasn't great. No wonder she'd later take on bodyguard jobs for Klein. Come to think of it, there's this odd vibe between her and Klein. Like, the couple that's perpetually broke. After this series of misunderstandings, Father Yutravsky gained a new life. Sharon and Marek found Edward, and Edward received the mental terror candle. A triple win. As for Emlyn, he was left to unwillingly clean up the mess, grumbling as he worked, "Why is it always me? I'm the one who got impersonated, I'm the one who got kidnapped, and in the end, I'm the one who suffers. Why? Goodbye, Mr. Vampire. Bastard. It's sanguine. Sanguine." Just as Edward stepped out of the Harvest Church, a sudden chill swept through the air. Bone-white skeletal fragments pierced through the atmosphere and landed around him, quickly assembling into a massive skeletal creature. It was Mr. Azek's messenger. The creature tilted its head, the flames in its eye sockets flickering softly as it handed a letter to Edward. "Thank you." It made no reply, standing silently, as if waiting for Edward's response. The letter was simple and concise. "Your request is a small matter, but please wait a few more days. I have yet to finish my business. It involves the future of that child, Priscilla. You could have just said, 'I'm not done yet,' but no, you even explained the reason." Honestly, without his memories, Mr. Azek really was the gentlest and kindest senior. Edward looked up at the messenger. "I don't have a reply. Thank you for your trouble." The next second, the bones collapsed into a heap and vanished. Time for bed. The next morning. After washing up, Edward grabbed a special toothbrush and began brushing Lilith's teeth. At first, she insisted on doing it herself, but no matter how hard her little paws spread, she just couldn't grip the toothbrush. Once the ordeal of brushing was finally over, she declared she'd wash her face by herself. After several failed attempts to grab the towel, she opted instead for a traditional feline method, licking her paw and wiping her face. With utter seriousness, she declared, "Cats wash their faces this way." It gave Edward the distinct illusion that his precious daughter was entering a rebellious phase. After breakfast, Edward picked up a copy of the Backlund Morning Post. As usual, he flipped straight to page 5 to check for any announcements about Beyonder gatherings. Then he turned back to the front page. The headline read in bold. "Emperor Roselle Commemorative Exhibition to open at the Royal Museum in 2 weeks, tickets selling fast." Is this supposed to be news, or an advertisement? Come to think of it, wasn't one of the cards of blasphemy, the Black Emperor card, hidden in some book at that very exhibition? And my bookworm ability still hasn't been settled. Should I? Forget it. Better leave it to Klein. If the time comes and I really need it, I'll just borrow it from the great fool himself. I've already built up a pile of merit over there anyway. At 9:30, just as Edward was about to head out to find Audrey and use the mental terror candle to disinfect her, someone knocked on the door. It was Klein and Dunn, whom he'd contacted yesterday via messenger. The two stood side by side, and it was immediately obvious, no matter how Klein tried to disguise it, he couldn't hide his youthful inexperience. He looked every bit like Detective Dunn's apprentice. The three of them moved to the second-floor lounge. Looks like you two have settled nicely into your new lives. That calls for a celebration. Klein, come here, give me a hug. Edward opened his arms, inviting Klein to join in a celebratory embrace. But Klein clearly wasn't into this strange burst of enthusiasm. Seeing Edward stand there, arms open and refusing to take no for an answer, Klein reluctantly shuffled forward for the briefest of contact before retreating as if burned. Dunn watched from the side with a broad smile. Once Klein had awkwardly recovered, Dunn's expression turned solemn. Edward, everything happened so quickly last time that I never got the chance to properly thank you. He took a step back and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving Tingen. Klein quickly followed suit. Thank you for saving us. Edward hurried to help them up. Come on, Captain, what's all this? I'm a member of the Nighthawks too, you know. And really, when it came to dealing with Lenivus, it was you, Klein, and Leonard who fought to the bitter end. I honestly didn't do that much. Of course, Dunn and Klein didn't agree. The three of them had been pushed to the brink back then. If Edward hadn't shown up in time, their best outcome would have been taking Lenivus down with them. Klein suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Edward, when can the captain and I come back to life? Edward hesitated for a moment before answering, that, I'm not really sure. Maybe you could try asking the goddess directly. You trying to get me killed? Klein looked disappointed. These past few days, he kept thinking about the moment he secretly watched his brother and sister attend his own funeral. He truly hoped he could be revived soon, then walk up to the door with some fresh lamb and peas, and say with feigned calm under their shocked gazes, I'm home. Tonight, we're having lamb stew with peas. Dunn took a long drag from his pipe, then spoke in a low voice, Edward, what if I just stayed dead? Edward and Klein turned to him in surprise. I mean, I don't want to be revived again. He walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling street. I'm a bit tired. And honestly, I think I've come to like the past few days. Klein instantly understood how the captain felt. After joining the Nighthawks, he hadn't seen Dunn rest a single day, and it had nothing to do with the reduced sleep of sleepless. It was mental and physical exhaustion from constant overwork. In the original timeline, Dunn had fulfilled the role of protector right up until his final breath. He was, without question, a good man, a great one. Selfless, tirelessly dedicating himself to the safety of ordinary people. But should good men always be the ones to bleed and suffer? Why should good people be the ones with guns pointed at them? Edward never doubted Dunn's loyalty to the church, nor his commitment to protecting others. But he could still understand the shift in his thinking. You've really thought this through? Dunn turned around and laughed. Hey, now that you ask, I'm not so sure anymore. Well, in that case, my suggestion is... Edward blinked. Ask Miss Daly what she thinks. Dunn. Why would Captain ask Miss Daly? Klein asked, confused. You'll understand when you grow up. Klein snapped. Hey. I'm like 7 or 8 years older than you. Wow, I really envy you. To be your age and still have such a pure, innocent heart, so clean and untainted. Are you passive-aggressively calling me childish? MHM. Also very sharp. Go to hell. Klein kicked at him, only for Edward to dodge with ease. All right. That's enough joking around. Time for something a little more serious. Although Insangwil lost the quill, that doesn't mean he's dead, or that he's no longer a threat. In theory, he should hate me the most, but the two of you are absolutely still on his shit list. Klein's expression turned cold. Even if he doesn't come after me, I'll never let him go. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 97, a new version of Audrey Unlocked. Although Edward had changed the original fate where both Klein and Dunn died, the fact remained that Insangwil had nearly killed all three of them. This grudge might not run as deep as in the original plot, but it certainly couldn't be ignored. Just as the conversation was about to continue, Lilith, who had been lounging on the windowsill, basking in the sun, suddenly sat upright, alert. She looked down toward the street, and Edward quickly walked over. He saw a few men dressed in black coats and wearing medium-high top hats standing below, talking amongst themselves and occasionally pointing toward the second-floor window. There's Manger gang members. Klein's expression shifted. Damn it, I didn't manage to shake them off. After a brief discussion, the Manger members didn't make any sudden moves, they soon turned and left. Klein let out a breath of relief and said apologetically, Sorry, Edward. This is my fault, I wasn't careful enough. They're here because of me. He then briefly explained what had happened, from the moment he encountered Ian to accepting the commission to investigate, and continued. Last night, I was ambushed as soon as I got home. The attacker was an executor from this Manger gang, named Mersault. But after killing him, I used spirit channeling and found out he was backed by someone else, a diplomat, the Intis ambassador. Wait a minute, isn't that the infamous 5-pound ambassador? So that's what's going on. Klein sighed. I don't think this matter is over. They'll likely send even stronger Beyonders. That's why I'd like to find a powerful protector for a while. He looked at Edward. If you're willing, I'd like to hire you. Well, willingness aside, if I agree to protect you, doesn't that cut off your chance of meeting Miss Sharon? I really ship the two of you, you know. More importantly, Edward had his own matters to attend to. Thinking of this, Edward said, I probably won't have the time over the next few days. Klein looked a little disappointed but then heard Edward say, but I can recommend someone reliable. Head to the Brave Bar and look for a man named Caspers. Through him, you can get in touch with someone called Marek. He should be able to help. Got it. Thanks. Klein turned to Dunn. Captain, what about you? Me. Dunn hesitated for a moment. Don't worry about me, I think I'll pay a visit to Daly. Oh. Is Dunn going to confess? That ship might be even better to sail. At that moment, Edward felt like a pig in a melon field, surrounded by juicy gossip. He shook the imagery from his head and pulled out a bottle. Right, Captain. This is a potion, said to be very effective for hair regrowth. Thought you might find it useful. Dunn fell silent for a few seconds, then chuckled helplessly. Thanks. He looked at the two of them seriously and said, all right then, let's go our separate ways for now. Stay safe. Got it. Meanwhile. Back in Backlund, at the Crown Racecourse. Audrey wore a long lavender dress with mutton sleeves, ruffles, and lace across the chest. On her head was a delicate veil hat adorned with blue ribbons and silk flowers. She sat in a VIP box, resting her cheek on one hand, gazing with interest at the racing horses. But her thoughts were elsewhere. If I used the Tarantaligra spell on those horses right now, this whole scene would become very entertaining. Just then, Viscount Glaint approached. He was dressed with particular elegance today, clearly dressed to impress, even carrying a brand new golden-laid cane. Miss Audrey, this is the first time I've seen you show any interest in horse racing. You usually appear detached and aloof, like you don't belong in the middle of all this excitement. Is there one in particular that's caught your eye? I just suddenly realized that horse racing might be fun too, especially, any particular reason you invited me today? Well, Princess Helena came to see me earlier. Viscount Glaint straightened his posture slightly. She asked me to pass on a message, she hopes to meet you tomorrow evening. The same Princess Helena you mentioned the other day. The one who wanted to chat about mysticism. Perhaps more than just a chat, he said in a lowered voice. Several maids have recently gone missing from the third prince's estate. Princess Helena suspects it may be related to mysticism. Ah. Is she hoping I'll help her investigate? Maybe, but I think she's mainly just curious about the occult. Audrey hesitated. But isn't she a member of the Augustus royal family? Her brother's even one of the top candidates for the throne. Why would she turn to us for occult knowledge? I've heard that both the third prince and Helena were forbidden from learning anything about the supernatural when they were young. I see. She furrowed her brow. Won't meeting her bring unnecessary trouble? Viscount Glaint smiled. Don't worry. You won't be the first, and certainly not the last. He then took out a pocket watch and glanced at the time. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be hosting a salon at my residence. I'll make arrangements to have someone pick you up in advance. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his gaze and said, if you're worried about handling Helena on your own, you can bring your friend along too. With that, he walked off briskly. I've got something to do. See you tomorrow. Audrey watched him leave, then propped her chin back up again. With the fingers of her other hand, gloved in sheer pastel fabric, she tapped lightly at her cheek. Glaint, you probably don't realize just how clumsy your performance just was, do you? But more importantly, what exactly are you hiding? Just as that thought crossed her mind, the suitcase she always kept at her side gave a soft thump-thump sound. It was Edward. She immediately locked the door, then quickly stepped into the washroom, opened the suitcase, and climbed in. Inside, Edward was cuddling Lilith while watching a videotape. It was Tom and Jerry, Lilith's favorite. The moment they saw each other, they both spoke at the same time. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. You first. You first. They couldn't help but laugh. Edward gestured politely, after you. Come with me to a salon tomorrow. She didn't keep him guessing and straightforwardly explained that Princess Helena wanted to meet her, along with her suspicions about Glaint possibly hiding something. The third prince? You mean His Highness Edisac Augustus? That's right. Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. Wait, didn't you mention him to me before? Something about how he'd one day fall in love with a man. More precisely, it's a witch. Edward clarified. That's one of the characteristics of the witch pathway. After ingesting the potion, regardless of their original gender, they transform into women, and their appearance becomes more and more beautiful. So Edisac fell in love with a man who had turned into a woman. Audrey shuddered slightly. She wasn't against same-sex relationships, after all, there was Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but this situation was different. Edisac believed he was in love with a beautiful woman, when in fact, within that alluring body resided the soul of a man. The thought was unsettling. Edward noticed her reaction and explained, actually, becoming a witch isn't just about the physical transformation. It's a fundamental shift, one that changes the soul itself. In other words, a witch is, in every sense, a woman. Audrey's eyes drifted toward Lilith, who was happily munching on snacks nearby, and gave her a strange look. Then, will Lilith also turn into a woman someday? Edward immediately looked flustered. I honestly have no idea. Lilith looked up with bright eyes and chirped, Miss Lilith is not a woman, she's a lady ca, no, a female, She scrunched her face, clearly caught in a dilemma. Ahem, let's not get too far off topic. Edward coughed. According to the timeline, that witch is most likely living in the third prince's estate right now. The missing maids may very well be her doing. So I recommend you stay far away from this. The demoness sect behind her is even more dangerous than the Aurora Order. Audrey hesitated, brows furrowing. I understand, but I'm worried about Glaint. Do you think what he's hiding might have something to do with her? Logically speaking, Viscount Glaint shouldn't know anything about that. The matter between Edisac and Trissy involved high-level cooperation between the lone royal family and the demoness sect, tied into George III's apotheosis and the descent of the true creator himself. How could someone like Glaint be privy to that? Edward thought for a moment, then said, we'll probably figure it out once we're at the salon tomorrow. But didn't you just say we should avoid? Audrey frowned slightly. One more salon won't make a difference, as long as we steer clear of Prince Edisac and the witch herself. All right, Audrey nodded. Now it's your turn. Edward took out the mental terror candle. This is a mystical item I acquired just yesterday. It allows me to enter deep into a person's consciousness. You want to use it to find out if Salazar Slytherin's consciousness still lingers. Exactly. Audrey frowned in thought, hesitating. Isn't that dangerous? We're talking about a wizard who lived a long, long time ago. Which is exactly why we need to confirm as soon as possible whether there's a problem. But what she really wanted to say was, if you use this, won't you end up seeing some of my embarrassing secrets too? Audrey took a deep breath, like a child preparing for a vaccination, and held out her hand. All right. Let's do it. Sizzle. Edward ignited the tip of the half-used candle with a small flame at his fingertip. The blackened wick flared to life in an instant. Why isn't it? The very next second, everything around him shifted. He found himself in a lavishly decorated room. From the furniture and style, it looked like one of the Earl Hall's villas. Who are you? A soft, sweet voice rang out. Edward looked down, and saw a little girl, no more than 5 or 6, wearing a princess dress and standing in front of an easel, staring at him curiously. This was young Audrey. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If we reach 750 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, You were so adorable as a child. Truly soft and cute. Edward thought for a moment and said, I'm a guest of your father's. Oh. She nodded, then straightened her little face and declared very seriously, even if you're my father's friend, you shouldn't barge into a lady's boudoir without permission. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Audrey. She lifted her chin slightly, sounding like a little grown-up. It's all right. I forgive you. Then she turned back to her easel and resumed painting. What are you drawing? A landscape. Little Audrey had clearly already grasped the basics of painting. From the canvas, one could vaguely make out the Hall estate and garden. This looks like your family's garden, doesn't it? Why not paint some other scenery? She puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Daddy won't let me go outside. Last time, Brother Hibbert snuck me out, and Daddy gave him a big scolding. He got so miserable. The Earl Hall's reaction wasn't hard to understand. All right, stop bothering me and go away. Goodbye, Miss Audrey. Edward opened the door, and the scene shifted again. A burst of graceful piano music drifted into his ears. This must be the piano room. Audrey was seated before the grand piano. Her 10 fingers danced across the keys like little sprites, nimbly playing a very familiar tune, ahem, which was probably yet another masterpiece by Emperor Roselle. Edward approached quietly. This version of Audrey looked about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a small formal dress. She sat with perfect posture, her expression composed, already hinting at the dazzling gem she would one day become in Backlund. The piece came to an end. A middle-aged woman appeared, clapping enthusiastically. Her face beamed with praise. "Marvelous, Miss Hall. You're the fastest learner I've ever seen when it comes to piano." Audrey gave a polite nod, her face adorned with the standard, practiced smile. "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." As the piano teacher's image faded from view, the smile on Audrey's face gradually disappeared as well. She glanced cautiously around the room, then gave a dramatic sigh, shook out her sore fingers, and mumbled, "Ah, my fingers are so sore." She tugged uncomfortably at her dress. This outfit isn't comfy at all, either. She got up and walked to the side. The scene shifted once more. Nobles in splendid attire filled the hall. Audrey had grown taller again. She now wore a glamorous gown and navigated the crowd with practiced ease, gracefully responding to everyone she met. Each interaction had its own version of a smile, from the curve of her lips, the size of her eyes, to the subtle movement of her cheeks, all executed with exacting precision. And yet, none of it looked even slightly fake. After gently turning down a series of social advances, Audrey made her way to the Earl of Hall's side and took his arm, listening to him chat with people about topics she didn't understand. She took the opportunity to space out and gaze out the window for a brief moment. But when someone nearby brought up her name, she instantly snapped back into character and offered a sincere, radiant smile. The scene changed again. Still wearing the same gown, Audrey leaned back against the door as she quietly closed it. She let out a long sigh, then dashed to the window and flopped onto the soft bedspread. "Ugh, I'm so tired." Rip. Her expensive dress tore along the seam. She scrunched up her face. "Ugh, now I'm gonna get scolded again." She abruptly sat up, and the surroundings changed once more. Now she looked 6 or 7 years old again, happily running and shouting after a slightly older boy. The next scene, the two children stood with their heads lowered, being scolded. Compared to little Audrey's serious face, the boy was clearly unconcerned. He even made funny faces at his sister behind the adult's back. The scenes continued to shift. Edward quietly observed each moment from Audrey's childhood, her frustration with etiquette lessons, her exhaustion at banquets, her joy when her brother took her out for wild adventures, her embarrassment when pursued by noble boys, and her delight when she first met the little golden-haired dog, Susie. Of course, Edward hadn't forgotten the purpose of this visit. With every change in scene, he carefully examined the environment, sensing for any anomalies, any signs that an old wizard might be lurking behind the scenes. But there was nothing. Then, the vision shifted once more. In a room both familiar and strange, a boy in Hogwarts robes appeared in a rush. Edward saw himself. This was the very first time they had met. Audrey stepped out of the washroom, face full of nervous anticipation. Edward suddenly heard a fleeting thought flash across her mind. Ah. Is this the prince from a fairy tale come to rescue the princess? Just, not a very handsome one. Thanks for your honest review. Edward perked up, eager to hear her next thoughts. But just then, the door slammed open, and another Audrey rushed in and grabbed his wrist, then ran for her life. Everything around them flashed rapidly, like a slideshow on fast forward, until a burst of brilliant light flashed by. Edward opened his eyes and found himself back in the room. Audrey was gripping his wrist tightly. They locked eyes for a few seconds. She calmly released his hand and asked, "Did you notice anything unusual?" "Nothing." Edward shook his head. "Let's hope it's not that Salazar hit it too deeply, or that the grade of this mystical item isn't high enough." "Don't worry," Audrey said reassuringly. "You said it yourself, when it comes to mental abilities, the spectator is the strongest among all paths. Once I advance to psychiatrist, I'll examine myself step by step." "Good. If you ever sense anything out of the ordinary, no matter how small, take it seriously and pray to Mr. Fool immediately." "MHM. Got it, Mr. Edward." "Ahem, right." Edward cleared his throat a few times, then casually said, "You were really cute when you were little." Audrey averted her gaze, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. The two of them, along with the cat, sat on the sofa and started watching Tom and Jerry. Lilith curiously glanced between the two humans, clearly confused. Better to focus on Tom Cat. After the two of them had watched dozens of episodes of Tom and Jerry, Edward returned to 88 Minsk Street. By then, it was already late at night. After washing up, he patted Lilith on the head, turned off the gas lamp, and went to sleep. Lilith the cat stayed up a little longer in the dark, parkouring around the room by herself. Then she quietly lay down next to Edward's pillow, grooming herself as she slowly drifted off to sleep. Time crept toward dawn. Several figures silently approached the building. They skillfully pried open a window and slipped inside. At the leader's signal, 3 of them headed straight upstairs toward the bedroom while the remaining 2 pulled out some explosives and began placing them around the house. Ah! A scream rang out from upstairs moments later. The 2 men downstairs immediately drew their guns, ducked into cover, and trained their sights on the stairway. Meow. A small black cat strolled gracefully into view. The 2 froze in confusion. In the next second, the cat was gone. Meow. The sound came from behind them. One of the men turned around and saw a dark blur hurtling toward him. A sharp pain shot through his throat before he lost consciousness. A few seconds later, another scream, and the second man collapsed, unconscious. Click. The gas lamp on the first floor flickered on again. Edward stood there in his pajamas, and behind him floated the unconscious bodies of 3 burly men in black coats, clearly members of this Manger gang who had followed Klein during the day. Well done, Lilith. Edward handed Lilith a small dried fish treat and gave her head a rub. Why didn't you kill them? Lilith tilted her head, her voice innocent and sweet as she asked her cruel question. They trespassed on Lady Lilith's territory. Bad, bad cats. They do deserve to die. Edward's gaze fell on the explosives they'd been trying to install. The gang has gone this far. Just because I've been in contact with Klein and the others, they're already resorting to explosives. But, killing just these few won't solve the real problem. I prefer more permanent solutions. He pulled out the green crystal. Going after this Manger gang boss now, is it dangerous? Going after this Manger gang boss now, is it dangerous? 7 repetitions later, the green crystal began rotating counterclockwise. Not only is it not dangerous, it's beneficial. This. If not for genius on the left, Edward would have assumed someone had interfered with the divination. Well, if that's the case, Lilith, stay here. I'll be back soon. Okay. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 99, a not-so-simple night. Eastborough, the primary turf of this Manger gang. Ever since the towering Highlanders took over a few years ago, this place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people, one of the most chaotic areas in Backlund. Firearms and ammunition, murder and kidnapping, gang warfare, if the law prohibited it, they would almost certainly engage in it. Every morning, over a dozen corpses would be carted out of here, only for a fresh wave of Highlanders to replace them. Edward had come tonight with the intent to execute the ringleader, but that didn't mean he would completely ignore the rest of the gang members. Spirit Exodus. Cloaked in his invisibility cloak, Edward moved silently through the district. With each soul-snatching curse he cast, the already violent and aggressive Highlanders became even more unhinged. Chaos erupted quickly. The Manger gang members grabbed whatever weapons were nearby and, without hesitation, turned on comrades they had been laughing and boasting with just moments before. Gunfire, explosions, the clash of weapons, and blood-curdling screams filled the night with a symphony of violence. Edward took advantage of the chaos and headed straight for the villa nestled at the heart of the district. To his surprise, he hadn't encountered a single beyonder along the way. On second thought, it wasn't that strange. The lone government tolerated these gangs only under the condition that they could be crushed at any moment. Just like that guy, Massault, it was only after being bribed by the Intis ambassador that he became a beyonder. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 Highlanders under his soul-snatching curse stormed the villa. A string of gunshots followed immediately. A few minutes later, the gunfire stopped. After reinforcing himself with another Protego Maxima and confirming the scene through divination, Edward stepped inside. The sight that greeted him was a floor soaked in blood and bodies strewn across it. Activating his spirit vision, he found only one survivor. A thin middle-aged man, the leader of this Manger gang. He didn't look like a Highlander, nor did he appear particularly brutal. On the contrary, there was a subtle air of refinement about him. As the last man standing, he too was riddled with bleeding bullet wounds and sat slumped on the floor like someone freshly baptized in blood. He panted heavily, pointing a large-caliber pistol toward the entrance. From deep within his throat, he growled, "Come out. I know you're there, beyonder. How dare you? Don't you know we's Manger? Petrificus totalis. Reducto." 2 spells hit in rapid succession. He didn't even have time to scream before his body shattered into rubble. Done. Job's finished. For an ordinary sequence 7 beyonder, killing a gang boss surrounded by hundreds of armed thugs would require either meticulous planning or the use of special magical items. But for a wizard, it was simple. The entire operation, from start to finish, took less than 20 minutes. By tomorrow, everyone would chalk the incident up to gang infighting. Next. Edward grinned, cast a banishing charm, and began rifling through the house. He wasn't about to make the same mistake Klein had by leaving the Capim mansion empty-handed. With the help of divination, he soon discovered a hidden safe behind a bathroom mural on the second floor. One clean alohomora, and the complicated metal door swung open with ease. Inside were bundles of banknotes reeking of an odd smell, and a scattering of gold coins. Edward, of course, didn't hesitate to pocket the lot. As for the ledgers and letters he couldn't make heads or tails of, he swept them all up too. He could always go through them later and toss whatever turned out to be useless. Unfortunately, there was nothing with mystical properties to be found. After collecting everything, he cast several cleaning spells to erase all traces of his presence. Let's return. As soon as they got home, Lilith suddenly leapt out from the darkness. Wah! Edward quickly put on a startled expression again. Sure enough, she was very pleased to have scared her big cat once more. Tail held high, she rubbed against his calf smugly and declared, "Miss Lilith hit even better this time than last time." Well, of course. Lilith is a natural-born queen of the darkness. That's right. Miss Lilith is the queen. She lifted her chin proudly. Then she sniffed the air and asked curiously, "Edward, I smell blood. Did you kill someone?" Yup. Edward sat down on the spot and spread out all the loot he'd just collected. Wow. So much money. Lilith batted at the gold coins with her little paws, making them clink and jingle. Delighted by the sound, she started pawing at them even more enthusiastically, soon chasing a coin across the floor with playful kicks. Edward quickly sorted through the night's gains. Paper bills plus gold coins totaled a little over £4,000. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, especially compared to the thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, needed for beyonder formulas and materials. But for a regular street gang, this was already a massive fortune. Next came the ledgers and letters. He flipped through the ledgers briefly, mostly routine income and expenses for this manger gang. The letters, however, were mostly correspondence with certain individuals from the Fainapotter kingdom. The phrase that appeared most often was, "Hurry up and send more Highlanders." At this point, Lilith abandoned the coins and ran back over. She lifted her upper body, placed her front paws on Edward's wrist, and craned her neck to see, looking for all the world like she could actually read. "Lilith, you're always so curious whenever I'm reading or writing. How about learning to read?" She hesitated. Edward continued his sweet talking. "Once you learn, you'll be able to read books and write too. Miss Lilith will become a clever, educated and wise little kitty, leaving all the other cats in the dust." Oh. Is Lilith worried she won't be able to learn? But from what I know, Lilith is super smart. Learning to read is child's play for her, not even a puff of effort. She immediately nodded seriously. Right. No puffing effort at all. Mispronouncing, not even a puff of effort. All right, then I'll arrange your lessons tomorrow. Lilith will study hard, won't she? I will. Lilith will become clever and wise, right? Right. Great. Then it's a deal. Okay. Lilith felt like something wasn't quite right, but after all that flattery, she was so pleased she completely forgot about it. Edward continued reading the letters. Most of them, once read and deemed useless, were casually burned on the spot. The large pile of ledgers and correspondence quickly dwindled. Until he picked up a thick envelope made of parchment. Ah. Parchment for an envelope. That's pretty formal. What's inside? Cash. The wax seal had already been broken, someone had clearly opened it before. He pulled out the contents, 5 or 6 sheets of paper folded together. The moment he unfolded them and took a glance, he froze. Chinese. A quick skim told him the tone and structure weren't from the Emperor, it matched more with the style of that other suspected transmigrator from last time. Just as he was about to flip to the next page, pea vines suddenly dangled down from the ceiling, weaving into a lush forest. Flowers of every vibrant color bloomed throughout the room. From the midst of the floral tapestry, a woman emerged, wearing a round leather hat, a yellow, girlish tiered dress, and black leather shoes. Her chestnut hair framed a figure of perfect proportions. It was like a scene out of a fairy tale. Even Lilith, usually on high alert, gleefully pranced among the flowers, chasing butterflies. The entrance, the outfit, the aura. No need to guess who this was. Good evening. The noble and stunning lady greeted him with impeccable manners. It was a habit honed from years of princess-like upbringing. Edward finally understood why tonight's operation had gone so smoothly. He swallowed nervously. Good evening. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but the journals in your hands happen to belong to me. They merely ended up with those gangsters by chance. Edward couldn't tell if she was telling the truth, but he immediately offered the pages with both hands, meekly and without hesitation. Thank you. She extended her long, pale fingers and accepted them with grace. No problem. You're welcome. She nodded slightly. May you have a pleasant dream tonight. As her words fell, the surroundings changed in an instant. The pea vines, the forest, the blossoms, the butterflies, all vanished without a trace. Only Lilith remained, still gleefully frozen mid-butterfly pounce. She leapt into Edward's arms in confusion, then spun her eyes in dazed circles. Huh? Where'd the flufferflies go? Edward flicked her on the forehead. Can't count on you for anything. She tilted her head in confusion, big eyes blinking wide. Good thing I memorized the first page of that diary, or this would have been a total loss. He closed his eyes and recalled the content of the page. Today, I met a woman. She seemed strange and refused to leave my side. I got so annoyed, I beat her up. Ugh, I've been here for days now. It's boring. Even more boring than before. The food sucks too. I don't like it here. That woman's been following me for over 10 days now. I beat her up a few more times, but she still won't leave. She won't talk either. What a weirdo. Today, that woman finally spoke. I thought she was mute. She told me her name. That was where the page ended. The rest must have been written on the next page. Bloody hell. Rambling on forever and just when it might actually get useful, it cuts off. Sigh, maybe that name was just some nobody, like a background soldier. Even if he knew it, what good would it do? That was the only way Edward could console himself. The Transmigrating gang's internal conflict gradually settled down. A group of Highlanders, finally free from the soul-snatching curse, didn't understand what had just happened, but it was clear their gang was finished. The less injured ones rushed straight into the boss's villa, grabbing anything they could carry. Truthfully, if they had this kind of money, they wouldn't even need to be gangsters. Hey! Looks like there's a basement here. A Highlander with several gashes on his arm opened a small hatch in the storeroom that led underground. No wonder we haven't found any cash, it must all be down here. Let's go. Get in there. Two bold Highlanders lit makeshift torches fashioned from table legs and headed down first. Just as the rest prepared to follow. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the pitch-black depths, accompanied by wet, crunching, chewing sounds. Run. The others didn't hesitate, but when they turned around, they found their legs sinking into the floor. No. Not the floor, flesh. Red, squirming, pulsing flesh. Help. Monster. There's a monster. Aya. The mass of flesh rapidly closed in, engulfing everyone present. It formed into a massive cocoon of meat, pulsing like a giant heart. Thump, thump, thump. Minutes later, the cocoon contracted violently in all directions. The blood and meat merged and molded into the shape of a man. His skin grew paler and smoother, his features sharper and clearer, until the grotesque mass was gone, replaced by a strangely beautiful man. Mr. A. A week ago, using the power of a spawn of the evil god, Mr. A had fought a battle with the Apprentice Path's high-sequence Beyonder, the Saint of Secrets. The result was supposedly a draw, but the Saint of Secrets had retreated entirely intact. While he'd burned through all his recorded abilities, he suffered no real injuries. Mr. A, however, had collapsed immediately after returning. He barely managed to leave a hibernation command for the Aurora Order before slipping away into the most chaotic part of Backlund. There, he began secretly hunting gang members to slowly recover, while absorbing the surrounding negative emotions to nourish the spawn of the evil god. Originally, he would have needed another 3 to 5 days to fully recover. But tonight's chaos, and those Highlanders walking into his lair, allowed him to finish early. Slaughter. Blood. Greed. Corruption. I love the scent of this place. Mr. A took a deep breath, intoxicated. Now, it's time to figure out how to invite that friend of mine for a little meeting with my lord. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 100, Taste of a Demoness. Early the next morning, the headline of the Daily News used huge bold letters to declare the annihilation of this Manger gang. From how the incident began, to the commotion heard by nearby residents, to interviews with a few passers-by, everything was documented in detail. But at the end of the article, the Aurora Order has claimed responsibility. Why is it always you guys? As expected from the #1 terror organization, chaos instigator, in the world of mysticism. His gaze paused on an advertisement on page 5, Ernst Trading Firm's goods acquisition notice. This meant that tomorrow night, the detective nicknamed Eye of Wisdom would be hosting another Beyonder gathering. Perfect timing to promote a new batch of seamless extension charm items. Maybe I'll even find some useful mystical materials. In truth, at their current sequence level, there were only a handful of Beyonder gatherings in all of Backlund where one could actually buy anything useful. And the most reliable of those was the one organized by Mr. A. But Edward absolutely preferred to keep his distance from that mad, dangerously beautiful man, despite the fact that the last time, he had saved his life. At 6 p.m., a carriage carrying Audrey and Annie arrived at Viscount Glaine's villa. Glaint personally welcomed them and led the mistress and servant into the salon venue. Today's salon theme revolved around music and painting, so most of the guests were women and young ladies. By the time Audrey arrived, the group was already deep in conversation about the latest fashion trends in Backlund. After a warm greeting, Viscount Glaint escorted Audrey and Annie through the parlor and up to a guest room on the second floor. As soon as they entered the room, Audrey took Annie's hand and gave it a gentle shake. Annie. Before she could say more, the maid gave a knowing nod and replied, "Understood, Mississippi. But you must promise to return before 8 o'clock. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll stay right here." "I certainly hope so." Leaving behind a muggle-repelling charm, Audrey stepped out of the guest room. As she walked down the long hallway, a figure gradually materialized at her side. It was Edward, disguised as Annie. Edward held a green crystal pendulum in his hand, slowly rotating it clockwise. The two exchanged a glance, and Edward furrowed his brow. "There's a degree of danger, but not a serious one." "But where is the danger coming from?" "I trust Glaint. Even if he's hiding something, he would never mean me harm." They returned to the parlor where the salon was being held. From afar, they could see Viscount Glaint speaking in hushed tones with a girl in a green dress and white lace bonnet. Laughter rang out now and then between them. The girl looked a little younger than Audrey, with delicate, beautiful features and long, shoulder-length silver hair. Though her posture was casual, she exuded an air of nobility. In terms of appearance, she was only slightly less stunning than Audrey, likely because she hadn't fully matured yet. "Helena, it's been a long time." Audrey seamlessly switched to her usual social persona and stepped forward, calling out sweetly. The girl immediately returned a warm hug. "Ugh, it's so hard to see you these days. You've become so unsociable. I haven't seen you at any of the recent balls. Blame my father. He says Backlund hasn't been safe lately and won't let me go out freely. I sneaked out today just to see you." "Ah, I'm sorry. If Earl Hall scolds you, just say, it was me who forced you to come." The two girls now looked like a pair of intimate, close-knit friends. Viscount Glaint smiled politely beside them. When his gaze fell on Edward, as Annie, who stood a step behind, he momentarily froze, then quickly understood. He nodded slightly in greeting before walking away, leaving the three girls a more private space. After a few more pleasantries, Audrey got to the point. "Helena, I heard from Glaint that you wanted to talk to me today about something, unusual. Should we find a private room?" The young princess shook her head. "Here is fine. Just keep your voice down. That way, we'll draw less attention." As she spoke, she lifted her glass of juice and toasted a passing lady with a graceful smile. From the way she raised the glass to the arc of her lips and even her gaze, it was like following a royal etiquette manual, every movement exuding nobility. Once the lady had walked away, Helena immediately deflated like a balloon, pouting and sighing. "Sometimes, I really hate my status." Audrey returned a sympathetic smile. "There's nothing we can do. Since we enjoy the privileges of our status, we must also follow the rules it brings." Helena drained her juice in one gulp and straightened up, her expression becoming serious. "Glaint told you why I asked to see you today, right? Something about a few maids going missing recently at the Third Prince's manor." Helena nodded vigorously. "Exactly. So far, 11 have gone missing. Most of them vanished overnight without a trace. A few left to visit family and never returned. I suspect all of it is related to the mystical world." "Why do you think that?" "It all started after that woman moved into the Rose Manor. That woman, from the first moment I saw her, she gave me chills. She's definitely not ordinary." Her expression shifted, fear creeping into her eyes. "And the way Edisac is obsessed with her, it's just not normal. Audrey, he used to like you so much, and then suddenly." Cough, cough, cough. Audrey quickly masked her embarrassment with a cough. "That's all in the past. Anyway, I'm afraid she'll harm Edisac. I want your help." But wouldn't a private detective be better suited for this sort of thing?" "Actually, I already hired one in secret, a somewhat well-known detective in Backlund, Zriel Victor Lee. But he went missing not long ago too." Edward froze. That name sounded familiar, wasn't that the detective Ian had mentioned when he sought out Klein? At that moment, Princess Helena clenched her teeth. "I want to use your knowledge of mysticism to find those missing maids, and expose her in front of my brother. Rip off her mask and kick her out of Rose Manor." "Kick who out of Rose Manor?" A cheerful voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Helena flinched and turned around in surprise. "Edisac. What are you doing here?" The newcomer was tall and handsome, with a round face and narrow eyes. A warm smile lit up his youthful face. He wore a deep navy coat adorned with gold ribbons and decorations that shimmered like metals, his whole appearance exuded nobility. Audrey lifted her skirt slightly and curtsied. Your Highness. Prince Edisac gently took her hand and gave a mock kiss on the back of it. Miss Hall, it's been far too long. You're still as beautiful as ever. Thank you. Just then, a girl in a black dress and sheer veil walked over. She looked around 18 or 19, with a slightly rounded face and slender eyes. Though she wasn't as stunning as Audrey or Helena, she had a gentle, refined aura, and an oddly captivating presence. Her expression carried a trace of confusion, like a startled fawn not yet used to her surroundings, evoking an involuntary sense of protectiveness. The moment Edward laid eyes on her, his heart dropped. That's got to be Trissy. But wait, wasn't Prince Edisac supposed to be restricting her movements in the original story? Why would he bring her to a public salon? TCH. So this is what the divination meant by, a certain danger, but not serious. Right then, the girl's uncertain and timid expression transformed into a sweet smile. She stared straight at Edward, blinking as delight flickered in her gaze. Trouble. In that brief exchange of glances, she must have picked up on the anomaly in his gaze. Trissy tilted her head back and looked up at Prince Edisac. I'd like to visit the washroom. I'm wearing too many layers, it's getting uncomfortable. The prince frowned slightly and gestured subtly to one of his men nearby. Trissy tilted her head again, her expression innocent and puzzled. You're going to have a man escort me to the washroom. You know I can't handle this gown on my own. Or, would you rather help me yourself? Prince Edisac fell silent for a few seconds, then instinctively turned to glance at Edward, who stood behind Audrey. He smiled faintly. Miss Hall, could I trouble your maid to assist? Huh. Audrey froze. Her mind momentarily stalled, before she muttered, Annie, you, go with her. Shit, Edward cursed inwardly, but outwardly, he maintained a submissive, obedient demeanor. Yes, Mississippi. With several of the prince's guards in tow, Edward followed Trissy out. Audrey, meanwhile, clenched her fists in frustration. Ugh. She's going to change in front of Edward. Won't he see everything? Wait, hold on, she's the witch. So, she's actually a man. That's not so bad then. But her body is clearly female. What's wrong, Audrey? Helena whispered. And nothing. She quickly composed herself and snuck a glance toward Prince Edisac, now surrounded by a group of noble ladies. She murmured, That's right. Audrey, you mustn't be fooled by her disguise. Princess Helena said indignantly. It's all a facade. It has to be. Creak. Inside the washroom, as soon as Edward shut the door, the girl began undressing, one piece, then another, and another. The whole time, her eyes remained fixed on Edward, and her smile grew more playful with each layer that dropped. Edward had to admit, even though he knew she was a witch, he couldn't stop his heart from pounding faster and faster. At that moment, he finally understood why Emperor Roselle once uttered those infamous words after ascending as a man. The taste of a demoness ain't bad. When Trissy was down to nothing but her undergarments, her figure perfectly outlined in soft curves, her fingers suddenly paused. And in that exact moment, Edward, shamefully, felt a flicker of disappointment. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If we reach 875 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p, atre, o, n.c, o, m/eyesblack, remove the brackets.